The Archaeological Museum of Heraklion is one of the main museums in Greece, sometimes considered the second largest museum in the country. A museum with collections from ancient Greece that, although the structure was damaged during the Second World War, all the archaeological collections survived intact. At this moment, a new scientific discovery has just had an impact on the foundations of ancient Greek legends. To better understand the history of humanity, human beings began to investigate, for the sake of curiosity, various things and places, to satisfy the desire to discover more about the world in which they live. But for humans, it's necessary to know the difference between a few things when it comes to discovering something about a time that is long gone. Mythology, legend, and history. When it comes to common knowledge, it is considered that mythology is defined as just a tale or story that someone created in an attempt to explain something or to make a point, having the presence of supernatural events. A good example was the Titanomachy, which is considered by humans as just a story to explain catastrophic natural phenomena. In contrast, history is defined as a record of events that happened in real life to real people. A good example was the Empire of Alexander the Great. This empire really existed as well as this person, because there are several records about it, although Alexander's tomb was never found and it still remains one of the greatest mysteries of humanity. However, between mythology and history, there is another classification. Legend. Legend could be defined as something between mythology and history. A good example of a legend would be the famous Trojan War. Humanity knows that some locations, and even characters, of the famous battle, are real, due to several archaeological discoveries in Greece, such as the city of Mycenae and Agamemnon's mask in gold, and in Turkey, where an archaeological site at Hisarlik, next Anatolia, near the coast in what is now the Turkish province of Anakkale is located. It is worth remembering that the city of Mycenae was classified as a mythological city, until the ruins were discovered on December 6, 1870, by a German archaeologist. And that same German archaeologist ends up going to Turkey and finding ruins that he ends up assuming as the ruins of another ancient city long lost, Troy. Heinrich Schliemann was that archaeologist. Means that maybe, just maybe, some archaeological discoveries increasingly end up turning something that would be mythological into legend, and from legend to history. And at that moment, a mythological story was being revised, for the reason that a new archaeological find had been found. This changes everything? This, in addition to showing more about Minoan mythology before Greek mythology is known, shows the reason for the great advancement in metallurgy and engineering demonstrated. This man was Philippos Papadakis, an old archaeologist who had made a great discovery in the ruins of what was then known as the Palace of Knossos. The old archaeologist, if he were younger, would be jumping like a child that had just received the desired Christmas present. However, Philippos. This just shows that the Minoans had a deity focused on construction and metallurgy, but it doesn't explain how the Minoans built a sewer-like water drainage system, said one of the people in the closed room. At that moment, everyone was studying an ancient rock crystal vase, which was adorned with a painting. The painting consisted of Minoan arts depicting several Minoans bowing towards a distinguished figure, which appeared to be wielding a javelin spear in one hand and what appeared to be a hammer in the other hand. The distinguished figure seemed to be guiding the population to build houses and the sewage system found in the ruins, as well as teaching metallurgy and jewelry making, which many archaeologists would agree to consider quite advanced techniques for the time. Old Philippos was indignant by the argument. The Minoan deities we have encountered so far have different art and details from the population portrayed. The deities are always shown as powerless, but not this one. It's like he's an important figure, but not divine, said Philippos. The people in the room considered, but still showed disbelief at what the old archaeologist was insinuating. So who do you suppose is portrayed in this art? Asked a young woman, who was a university student who was interning at the museum. Philippos had a smile on his face as he answered. That, ladies and gentlemen, could be the first hint of the first leader of this civilization. It is common knowledge that we call this civilization the Minoan because a British archaeologist found the ruins and named it Minoan in honor of King Minos. But this civilization came long before the Minos of Crete was supposed even born, said Philippos. This discovery could change everything for one simple reason. Also, look inside the vase and shine a light on it, said Philippos, gesturing. The young university student was the first to approach and did as asked. What happened next surprised everyone in the room except for Philippos, who wore a confident smile. Philippos, that's, said one in disbelief. The vase made of rock crystal, when lit from the inside, emitted a glow that had erased all the external paint from before and was replaced by 1,400 images. But they weren't just any images, as half could be immediately recognized. Hieroglyphics dating from ancient Egypt of the Old Empire, said the young university student, who was closer and recognized some images. But then, these other images, said a scientist, this time looking at Philippos expectantly. Philippos, if he could, would smile wider. I admit, I also got a fright when I realized. Ladies and gentlemen, you are facing a dictionary of the language of the first great civilization prospers from Greece with the Egyptian civilization, and I did a little work and at least translated who is this figure by the inscriptions painted on the foot of the vase, said Philippos. This immediately interested the people in the room. What is the name? Asked the young intern excitedly. Philippos only had a big smile on his face when he answered. This is the rough translation. I'm the wind, as I guide, I'm water, as I satiate, I'm the lightning, as I'm momentary, I'm the strength, as I'm human. I'm Aeolia. Era, 2194 BCE, Thor, 1806 years. POV. Thor. Well, that didn't quite go what I planned, I said, whispering to myself. I was at that moment without reaction due to the shock. To understand why and what happened to me, it happened right after the Greek deities left. It turns out that although supernatural beings used barriers to interact away from human eyes, phenomena such as an earthquake were interpreted by humans as the wrath of the gods. And that's exactly what happened. The people of the island felt an earthquake and attributed it to a divine factor rather than a natural phenomenon, and ironically they were right. But as soon as I arrived in a kind of village, I was greeted not as a stranger, but as a divine. The people who live on the island immediately began to kneel before me, as they interpreted that the end of earthquakes, and consequently the wrath of the gods, was due to my presence. Needless to say, I was worshipped as superior to humans but inferior to gods. In short, I was being worshipped as if I were a demigod. The gods rejoice us with their champion. The one who will bring a new era of prosperity to our people, shouted a priestess. I couldn't help but stare at her robes in amazement. Call me a degenerate, but it's not every day you see women's clothes that show their breasts like it's something to be proud of. Although when I realized what the priestess said, I soon spoke quickly. Wait, it's not what you're thinking, I'm just I said, before being interrupted by something. It turns out that while I was gesturing with my arms I did something that activated the javelin spear I still wielded. Rumble. The result was lightning shooting into the sky and creating rain clouds as soon as it dispersed. Look, the champion of the gods bestows blessings on us, cried the priestess. But I wasn't paying attention to her, but to the javelin spear in my hand. Bloody hell. I hope you don't have a conscience of your own like the sleepy Mjolnir, because if you do, I'm shoving you up the ass of the brat who left you behind, I said, whispering to the javelin spear. Unfortunately, I was not graced with an answer from the javelin spear. I then looked at the small group of people who looked at me in adoration and expectation before making up my mind. Well, maybe I can have some fun in this quest for the Telchines. I soon took Mjolnir out of my storage space and held out my hands while wielding both weapons. I'm Aeolia. I said it loud and clear. Hail Aeolia, shouted the people with their hands extended towards the sky. While I'm here maybe I'll help these people out a little. The main reason for this was the noticeable smell of prominent shit that was bothering me considerably. I came here for a purpose. To give you a gift from the gods, I said. This seemed to cheer people up even more. Apparently, I was doing a good job of holding their attention. Well, at least until I told them what I was going to give them. And that is hygiene. I screamed to the sky. And it seemed that the sky was accompanying me in the dialogue, because as soon as I said the word hygiene, lightning flashed in the sky, followed right by the sound of thunder. However, people looked at me confused. HYG what? Asked the priestess, looking at me strangely. Well, I suppose the saying Rome wasn't built in one day never made more sense. Anyway, it's time to get to work. Era, 2190 BCE, Thor, 1810 years. POV, third person. And so Thor guided these people. In just 4 years, the god of thunder had transformed a village with wooden walls into a perfectly manageable and tall enough town, building simple houses and, mainly, a water drainage system, which would be considered the sewer too advanced for that time. Thor also taught metallurgy to the people in addition to teaching agriculture, using simple farming tactics like crop rotation, which made the people primarily excel at farming. Thor also created a specialized militia to defend the city from foreign attack. This was because one ordinary day, pirates landed on the island and tried to plunder the people who welcomed Thor as their leader. Needless to say, Thor didn't like the attempt to jeopardize his investment at all, in what ended up being the people, who would come to be known as Minoans, to witness a massacre committed by just one man. Obviously, Thor, after driving out the pirates, was even more adored by the people. And little by little, Thor gradually created a place that would come to be known as the greatest military and economic power in all of Greece. The Norse god had not forgotten his mission. The problem was that the Telchines were impossible to find at the moment, even though Thor asked local legends about any creature that had a dog's head and a fish's tail. And here was Thor, seated on a throne, located in the palace that he built with his own hands, which at the time surprised the people with such strength shown. Although I knew it wouldn't be an easy mission and not a quick one, I know it will be worth it in the end. After all, having expert blacksmiths immune to any magic, even ancient magic, that's totally broken, thought Thor, deep in thought. It was then that a priestess, a beautiful young-looking woman, entered the throne room and caught Thor's attention with her presence. But Thor glanced briefly at the priestess's chest which, just like when Thor arrived on the island, was still completely exposed breasts despite wearing a long dress. 4 years. It's been 4 fucking years and I haven't been able to change people's opinion about this damn women's outfit? Exalt beauty, they say, show respect for the great mother, they say, but if I didn't know better, this garment was created by my old man, thought Thor, as he frowned and a vein soon popped in his forehead. Though Thor could use magic to alter the minds of the people who adopted him as their leader, he refused to use such an action, mainly because it gave shudders over the evils of mind control ability. The priestess, as she approached, noticed the grimace on Thor's face and showed concern. My king, is something wrong? Asked the priestess, moving even closer. While Thor was distracted, the priestess approached and stood behind the Norse god and began to massage Thor's shoulders, and the Norse god jumped out of his throne as soon as he noticed the priestess's touch. "Xenia, what do you think you are doing?" asked Thor, looking at the priestess suspiciously. The priestess, identified as Xena, looked confused. "Oh, I'm giving you what you taught us. I believe massage was the name," Xena said innocently. Thor didn't believe it at all. After all, as soon as Thor finished building this city, the people pressured Thor to marry any woman he was interested in, for the simple fact that the people believed that Thor, just as he appeared out of nowhere, could disappear out of nowhere when the people no longer needed him. For the people believed that Thor, or in this case Aeolia, was like lightning. Momentary. As soon as it appeared, it will disappear. And after this people suffered from drought, winter, and pirate attacks. Hardly the people would want to let their savior who brought this safety and prosperity leave. So the people plotted behind Thor's back to seduce the thunder god in disguise. Whether single or married, every woman would try to seduce Thor, so as would be sure that Thor would stay, or at least the people will have an heir to their savior. Unfortunately for the people, Thor saw the attempt as soon as he noticed the first not-so-discreet movement of the people. The attempt was simple. One night, Thor's room, which should have been empty, was occupied by 10 women, all virgins and unmarried, completely naked, waiting anxiously for Thor. As soon as Thor opened the door and came face to face with the women, the Norse god in disguise did only 2 things. The first thing was to blink his eyes once, to guarantee he wasn't seeing a hallucination. The second thing, he closed the door right away, but not before yelling for the women to get dressed immediately. Thor ended up sleeping outside of his palace, while muttering about there must be an old FBI god, due to the fact that the women in his room would be the women who had just demonstrated that they were fertile. This meant that the women were between 10 and 16 years old. Needless to say, Thor didn't return to the palace anytime soon. Still, in that period of 4 years, the people gave themselves a name, and soon after Thor was consecrated as the first king of the built city, Aeoliades. Finally, the people could assume an identity and they became an organized society in the city their king called Knossos. In this society, everyone was equal, whether male or female, as long as everyone worked for prosperity. This brought the Aeoliades a sense of indebtedness to Thor, who only disregarded the feeling of indebtedness, which resulted in a people a little too loyal, fanatic to Thor. Thor was increasingly tempted to abandon these people and descend away. "Never mind, what do you want here?" asks Thor, raising an eyebrow. Priestess Xena then flashed a smile as the young woman's eyes gleamed. "My king, the gods arrived and they order a feast," said Xenia. Thor just swore mentally. "How great, would you please prepare a feast?" asked Thor. The priestess nodded excitedly as she hurried out of the throne room to warn everyone to prepare the feast. The thunder god was waiting for the Olympians to come to him again in search of the javelin spear in his possession, or to come to meet the strong immortal human who defeated Atlas with his bare hands. When the feast was laid, unfortunately for Thor, it wasn't who he expected. "I see that you, human, know your proper place. But I can't help but be surprised about such a city," said the figure. The figure could easily be described as the most beautiful woman in the room. But Thor was not currently looking the woman, but the other figure, who was looking around in disinterest, and it was a tall man who wore luxurious robes. The reason for this was that the figure Thor was looking at gave off a bit of the same feeling that Thor felt when he was in Frey's presence. Harvest. To Thor, there was no doubt at all that this guy was the leader of the current Greek pantheon, which was facing a rebellion that would decide the rulers at the end of the entire civil war. Thor gritted his teeth and forced a smile as he bit back his pride in order not to cause any misunderstandings that could lead to conflict later. "I do not deserve to be in the presence of your deity. I invite you to grace my people with your presence at a feast made especially for you," said Thor. Thor then stiffened as he bowed a little, in order to show respect to the deities. "Enough, Themis. It's not time for your games," said the man, who was beside the woman. The woman, identified as Themis, let the man pass so that the man was in front of Thor. "Where did you get that spear?" the man asked, after a brief glance at the javelin spear Thor wielded. Thor froze. But not in fear. "As a gift, it was given to me. The spear fell from the sky like lightning and I wielded it as I was called by it," said Thor. The man in front of Thor narrowed his eyes briefly. "I feel the touch of my brothers. I suppose they were the ones who forged such a spear, although they are so ugly, they can be expert smiths." "Give it to me," said the man. Thor at that moment looked into the man's eyes and said just one word that would shock both the supernatural beings present and the servants who were serving food and drink at the table and waiting for the gods and the king to be seated. "No," said Thor. The man froze for just a second before a frown broke out on his face. "What did you say, mortal?" asked the man. Themis frowned in concern. Even though she was the titan responsible for law and order, she couldn't protect anyone from her younger brother's wrath, especially when he has a weapon capable of killing anyone at the mere touch. Meanwhile, the servants looked at Thor in shock, and were afraid of divine rebuke, for if there was one thing earthquakes taught the people of the island, it was that the gods were easily irritable and cruel. "I said, no. Do you want me to draw the word too?" said Thor, again loud and clear. If possible, the man's expression turned icy. "You despise your supreme master with such arrogance. Tell me, mortal, do you court death?" asked the man. Thor raised an eyebrow. "You come to my house and ask me to give you something of my own, you don't mind the hospitality I offer and I'm the arrogant one? All right then. Get your shitty ass out off my island, I'll count to 5 till you get out of here, or else I'll have to fix a new wall, Thor said, frowning at the end. The man didn't like the threat at all, although he found it amusing that the mortal was threatening him. The man was more outraged at the behavior shown. You insolent? I'm Cronus, your absolute lord. For your arrogance I will quarter you and feed your flesh to your people while I starve them to death, shouted the man, identified as Cronus. Cronus then took a scythe, which was on his robes, attached to a belt, and raised it over his head, ready to kill the mortal in front of him. Last words from you? Asked Cronus, before being interrupted quickly. 5, said Thor. Bam. Thor quickly kicked Cronus, causing the Titan leader to crash through the wall and throwing him away from the city. Thor then looked at Themis, who had a nervous face covered in sweat after witnessing the action. Why are you still here? Get your ass out, said Thor. Themis soon emitted light and quickly disappeared. During this time all the palace servants looked at the action in shock, their faces sweating, eyes bulging, and mouths open. It was then that the priestess named Xena was the first to come out of shock and shouted excitedly, "Hail Aeolia, the slayer of evil gods," cried the priestess. The rest of the servants shouted excitedly in agreement. Thor, however, sweated in response and proceeded to exit through the same hole he'd thrown Cronus into and looked to the horizon, expecting some retaliation. Cronus' answer came shortly after as Thor walked through the hole in the wall, for the sky was covered with thick clouds and a voice resounded throughout the island. Mortals, your king insulted your sovereigns and now we will have to judge them. Don't ask for mercy, for I won't have it. Arg, shouted Cronus' voice in pain. The reason for the pain was simple. Not long ago, Thor dubbed the bastard version of Haki something else, Viljestirka. Basically, the 3 capabilities were Archer, that was the Haki of observation; Knight, that was the armament Haki; King, that was the conqueror Haki. Thor had just used the Viljestirka, Archer, to determine Cronus' location, and immediately hurled the javelin spear towards the non-stop talking target. The result was Cronus being hit, with the javelin spear piercing his stomach, resulting in the leader of the Titans falling from the sky to the earth, creating a crater. Thor just ran towards Cronus' fall, while ordering his people to take shelter and not leave their house. When the Norse god reached the crater made by the Titan's fall, Thor just jumped and fell to the center as he faced the wounded Titan who tried to get up, even though the javelin spear was stuck to his body. Cough. What are you, cough mortal? How did you get this power? Asked Cronus, as he coughed up blood. Thor didn't answer the questions and just ran towards Cronus and grabbed the javelin spear again before kicking the Titan leader, removing the spear from Cronus' body, while flinging the Titan until he hit the crater wall, as the kick was considerably weaker than the first. Cronus then stood up and swinging the scythe in his hand made a slash in the air, and briefly surprised Thor at the effect. Time seemed to recede in Cronus' body, as the javelin spear wound soon closed. Thor wasted no time and soon ran towards Cronus, ready to pierce the Titan's head. However, before Thor could approach and perform the blow, plant roots with a green glow sprang up from the ground and grabbed both Thor and Cronus. While Thor was confused by the action, Cronus looked down at the roots and spat out a name. "Mother," said Cronus, with a grimace of disgust. The roots then released Cronus and the Titan looked at Thor who was still trapped by the roots. "My mother seems to like you for some reason. I think our conversation ends here, king of mortals, but know that the moment you leave this island, I will have your head adorning my throne," Cronus said, creating a magical circle. Thor looked at Cronus and did something that surprised the Titan. The Norse god just pulled the roots that emitted a green glow and ripped them from the ground, easily freeing himself from the prison, while looking into Cronus' eyes. "But how? It has my mother's power." "I see, the spear gave you power, didn't it? But will not matter in the end," said Cronus, looking at the javelin spear. As Cronus disappeared he saw something that made the old Titan's blood run cold in fear for just a second. "Step in my house again, you'll rip and tear you apart until it's done," Thor said with a bloodthirsty smile. Although the threat was usually seen as insolent and, above all, laughable, for some reason, the leader of the Titans took the word of the mortal in front of him seriously. At first glance, it was just an ordinary mountain, located in the center of Greece. But when it comes to the supernatural world, there was a portal at the top of the mountain, which led straight to the abode of the current rulers of ancient mythological Greece, the Titans, who came to rule Greece after Cronus' successful rebellion against his father, Uranus. Cronus was the god of harvest and the youngest of the Titans. It should be impossible for him to win a fight against Uranus, the primordial of the sky, but he had help. Gaia, the primordial of the earth and mother of Cronus and Uranus. The help was through an object that would become the main responsible for the victory, the sickle. With this weapon, Cronus acquired the ability to reap time as well as tear apart space, a feared weapon forged by master blacksmiths who live in secrecy, the Telchines. As long as he wielded such a weapon, Cronus believed he was unbeatable, but recent events have proven otherwise. "Arg!" a voice rumbled in fury from Castle Othris. This roar of fury was from Cronus, who was at that moment hurling or destroying anything in his path, inside his quarters. As Cronus destroyed the furniture, someone knocked on the door, awakening the Titan of blind rage. "My king, your people await you," said the voice. It was Themis, and since returning from the island, the goddess of order and justice was quieter than usual. As soon as Themis finished speaking, the door swung open abruptly, with Cronus exiting the room with a scowl that never left his face to the meeting place with their main allies. But as soon as Cronus arrived in the meeting room, "Where's the rest?" asked Cronus, gritting his teeth, hoping for a good answer. There were only 6 people in the room, including him and Themis. The first figure was a tall man with long white hair who seemed to have a glowing aura, though his face remained an expression of apathy. This was Hyperion, the Titan who represented the personification of light, husband of Gaia, who was not present at the time. The second figure was a beautiful woman, with long green hair and emerald eyes who wore an amused smile. This was Phoebe, the Titan who represented the moon, and wife of Cronus, the Titan of intelligence and knowledge who was currently missing, as well as the mother of Asteria, who was also present, and Leto. The third figure was another beautiful woman, with long blonde hair and the same emerald eyes inherited from her mother. This was Asteria, the Titan who represented shooting stars and, to a certain extent, prophecies, as well as being the mother of Hecate. The fourth figure was a muscular man, fully armored, wearing a helmet and black robes. This man exuded a black aura of pure violence and bloodlust. This was Pallas, the Titan who represented war. Cronus was upset, for the reason that although he didn't have the support of a few Titans, he hoped they all had heeded the king's call. My king, my husband Perseus was following the trail left by our ally, however, it seems. Dis and Rhea, as well as their sons and daughters, left the island quickly, Asteria said, bowing a little. Atlas refuses to go back to that island, said Hyperion, closing his eyes, as if expecting an outburst from Cronus. However, although initially, Cronus was going to complain, the king of the Titans stopped and thought about what had happened on the island a short time ago. Who has had carnal relations with any mortal? Asked Cronus, with a tone of demand. No Titans in the room raised a hand, but Hyperion scowled. Why do you ask such a question, my king? No one has broken one of your laws. We have always been loyal to you from the moment you took our father's power, said Hyperion. Cronus, however, was not at all pleased. There's a mortal king on the island. He's different, Cronus said. Pallas showed disbelief. A mortal? Different. Brother, mortals are all the same. They are weak animals that crawl on the ground and kiss our feet expecting something in return. They are nothing special. You don't expect that, Pallas said. Bam. A noise resounded through the meeting hall. That noise was Cronus, who pulled the table and shattered it completely while showing a look of fury. He was everything but weak. If it weren't for Gaia's interference, I would have butchered him as I did my father, and I would starve his people to death just so they would learn their lesson about any attempt to defy me, shouted Cronus, roaring in rage as he looked at Pallas, who fell silent after the scream of fury. However, someone had found the explosion amusing. Oh, what's this, little brother? I haven't seen so much hate since Rhea betrayed us, Phoebe said, with a teasing smile. Don't provoke me, Phoebe. My patience has limits, said Cronus, looking at Phoebe. The lunar titan only raised her arms in surrender, although she still had a smile on her face. It was then that a new figure entered the room. This figure wore black and purple robes, in addition to wearing a kind of mask with 3 thorns, one on each side of the face and one on the forehead. This was Perseus, husband of Asteria and Titan, who represented the personification of destruction. Hail Cronus, said Perseus, as he bowed. Cronus looked at Perseus with interest not seen since the beginning of the meeting. Where is my usurper wife, Perseus? Asked Cronus, his tone grim as he waited for the Titan of destruction to respond. Although he wore a mask, Perseus looked nervous. I investigated the island almost completely. I found tracks that indicated that, said Perseus, before being interrupted. Wait, almost completely? Why not the whole island? Asked Hyperion, narrowing his eyes. I was not allowed, said Perseus, resolutely. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Not allowed by whom exactly? Asked Cronus, gritting his teeth. Perseus seemed ashamed to speak. By Gaia, said Perseus. The room remained silent until Cronus asked with a face of disbelief. Gaia? Are you sure? Asked Cronus. The Harvest Titan didn't expect Gaia to stop Perseus from investigating the island and just thought that Gaia was protecting the king from mortals for some petty reason. But it seemed like there was something more to it. Cronus didn't like his mother's recent behavior, as the Earth Primordial was usually just watching or even sleeping, never taking a more active role. There was only one time that Gaia acted actively, in Cronus' rebellion against Uranus. The thought of that possibility made Cronus' blood boil with anger. Do you really think you can discard me as you discarded my father, Gaia? Thought Cronus, darkly. My king. A voice woke Cronus from their thoughts. It was Themis, who for the first time had chosen to speak since bringing Cronus into the meeting room. Speak, Themis, said Cronus. Themis seemed to consider before responding quickly. Perhaps it would be better to change our approach a little bit towards the rest of our brothers. We can become Gaia's allies again and win the war if we free Hecatonkires and Ak. Themis was interrupted quickly, before even finishing with her proposal. Cronus had grabbed Themis by the neck and lifted her off the ground. The Titan King stared at Themis, eyes blazing with power. Those disgusting things are not my brothers. If you dare suggest such an action again, you will join them, said Cronus. The Titan King then dropped Themis, who fell to the ground while coughing and rubbing her throat, and Cronus looked at Pallas and Perseus. You two get back on the hunt. If Rhea isn't on the island, she can't have gone very far without our ally leaving no message. Crush any human settlement in search of any trails left behind or information, said Cronus. Pallas and Perseus nodded and then quickly left the room. Meanwhile, Cronus turned his gaze to Phoebe and Asteria. Look for the whereabouts of Hecate and Leto. These two disappeared suddenly, without notifying me of their absence or presenting any justification. It's enough for Koas to have disappeared after going further north, said Cronus. Phoebe and Asteria both looked serious and soon left the room. At last, Cronus glanced briefly at Themis, who was getting up from the floor. Go do something useful, get Atlas, find and bring me the Telchines. I want more weapons, said Cronus, leaving the room. When Themis noticed that she was alone, she just scowled. I still don't know who's giving them information. But I need to let Rhea know anyway, as I won't be able to help her for a while, Themis said, whispering as she reflected on her thoughts on the new developments. If Cronus had any spies, Zeus had the Titan Themis as a spy to counterbalance the war. In addition, Themis had decided to help after witnessing Cronus' growing paranoia, who was already looking more and more like her father, Uranus. But there's still something I don't understand. Why would Gaia get involved, thought Themis, as she left the room. That was the only question on Themis's mind, and no matter what reason Themis would like to justify her mother's actions, she didn't have a concrete answer. Location, future island of Crete / palace of Knossos, aka Thor's vacation colony. POV Thor. This was getting too stressful for my taste. I had just returned to the city I found, where I was greeted by my people on their knees as they shouted praises to my name. After a long day and a little discussion with the governing body of the Greek pantheon, I hoped to go back to my palace, lie down and get a good night's sleep. But as I opened my bedroom door, I realized I had a guest. A guest who invited himself into my room without my explicit or implicit permission. Yes, I already started on the wrong foot in this encounter. May I know who you are? I asked. The person, who was a beautiful woman with long green hair and blue eyes, was lying comfortably on my bed and smiling like she wasn't doing anything wrong. Well, I have many names. But if you hear my proposal, you can call me whatever you want, said the woman. That's not what I asked, I said dryly. The woman then sat up and crossed her legs. If you hear my proposal, I can give you the leadership of the deities of this territory. Think about it, mortal, or should I say immortal, said the woman with an amused tone at the end. So she knows I'm at least an immortal and therefore a supernatural being. The question is whether she knows I'm a god. How do you know I'm an immortal? I asked innocently. The woman just smiled. It's easy to find remnants of some food of immortality. I assume you fed on the golden apple from the orchard guarded by LDN, correct? Asked the woman. Thanks for the useless rule of eating your apples, Ayun. Yes, I replied. Well, it's the first time I've seen someone like you, said the woman. The woman then got up from the bed and walked towards me. As she approached, she raised her hand as if she wanted to touch me. And not. As soon as I noticed the action, I immediately aimed the javelin spear with the spearhead just a few inches from her direct eye. The woman had stopped the action, but she wore an amused smile. What is it? Are you afraid of me, child? I can fulfill all your wishes, said the woman. I scoffed internally. Can you give me an infinite supply of wine? I asked. The woman just blinked in confusion but didn't lose her smile. Well, no, said the woman uncertainly. It was a rhetorical question. But I should have known better to ask such a question. So you don't have my curiosity, let alone my attention. I suggest you leave this place, I said. It was then that a huge presence suddenly appeared. An aura of white color covered the woman, who no longer wore a smile, and caused her to crack my palace. This is vandalism? Before I could say anything or complain about her breaking into my house, the woman's aura quickly faded and the woman smiled again. The smile might even look cute. But after how had she just acted? Smile with a 99% chance of being fake. With the other 1% being a chance of being a sneer. As I was saying, my name is Gaia, and I want you to fight for me. In return, you will have the power to rule and, depending on your taste, any goddess or god in your bed, said the woman, identified as Gaia. Oh, so the same person who usurped the first son husband wants to usurp the son grandson. Let's make a bet, I asked. Gaia soon raised an eyebrow. What kind of bet? Gaia asked. It's a simple bet. If I win, you'll leave and never set foot on this island again. If you win, I'll do whatever you ask for a certain time, I said. Please don't let her notice the obvious. I'm a primordial existence. I don't need to win a bet to have you. I can just force you, said Gia, her eyes twinkling slightly. Shit. I soon used the Viljestirka archer and jumped back before Gaia turned her fingertips into roots in just a blink and tried to catch me. Oh, interesting. Besides you being able to tear my roots, imbued with my primordial divine power, you can predict my movements. The idea of someone special like you, even being human, by my side sounds more and more tempting, said Gaia, blushing. Well, that wasn't ideal. A mad primordial deity with the sole purpose of bringing me to her side. I can kill her, I was sure of it. But the price would be high, too high if I fought everything from the beginning in the human world. But then I saw Gaia freeze as if wondering what to do. I just braced myself and waited for some attack by activating the Viljestirka archer to predict the movements. But the attack never came. It would be a waste, said Gaia. It was then that the roots returned to being fingers in Gaia's hand and the earth primordial then walked towards me and stopped close in front of me. Think about my proposal, human. I can give you everything if you release my children in Tartarus. You would be the greatest king this world has ever seen, Gaia said, before summoning a magic circle and finally leaving my room. Little did she know I'm not interested in being a king for too long. I have an agenda to complete. Once I find the Telchines and bring them into my pantheon, I will prepare for whatever possible situation the great biblical war will bring. But if there was one thing that caught my attention, it was Cronus' sickle. It was quite an interesting weapon. After all, if I noticed correctly, the cut that tore through space made the wound made by the javelin spear go back in time. Basically, Cronus' wound goes back in time and heal the wound thanks for the sickle. This is quite useful if you are thinking of using it for other things. And I could suspect that this was not the sickle's only ability. Although I wanted to think more about the sickle, something snapped me out of my thoughts. What made Gaia reconsider trying to capture me? POV. Third person. While Thor was lost in thought, he didn't notice that behind his bedroom door were 3 priestesses, along with 2 servants, wanting to speak to the king about his recent confrontation against the gods. The mortals had heard the entire conversation and were increasingly concerned if the king chose to leave the people and ascend to godhood. There was something else they heard. They just found out that their king was immortal. All of you, go back and spread the word. We have to make sure our king Aeolia wants to stay, whispered a priestess, assigning orders as she looked at the others, who nodded quickly. As everyone quickly left, the priestess just thought, an immortal king. Our people will only know prosperity, said the priestess, with a happy tone as she walked away from Thor's room. While Thor had a small meeting with Gaia, a small group was heading towards more central Greece. All the people in the group had supernatural appearances that enchanted any mortal who saw them. This group was what would come to be known as the Olympians, who were fleeing the island 4 years after the appearance of Atlas, always in constant motion and never staying in a single moving place. The group consisted of, first the gods and goddesses, Zeus, the leader of the rebellion, and a god with an affinity for lightning, Hades, Rhea's first male child, Poseidon, Rhea's second son, Hestia, Rhea's first child and the first to fall into Cronus' stomach, Hera, Rhea's second daughter and the one who fought Atlas while going to save Thetis, Demeter, Rhea's third daughter, and finally the Titans. Rhea, the titan of fertility and motherhood, mother of the group's gods and goddesses, as well as being a longtime friend of Frigg, the wife of Odin. Métis, the titan of health, protection, cunning, prudence, and virtues, as well as being the recent first wife of Zeus and the one who helped Zeus free his brothers and sisters trapped in Cronus' stomach. And finally, Maia, who was one of the 7 daughters of Atlas and Pleion, sought to follow Rhea in the rebellion. At that moment, the group was heading towards the place that would come to be known as Mount Olympus. And throughout the trip, I already said it and I will say it again, we need to go back, said someone, complaining. That was Zeus, who still hasn't forgotten the humiliation he suffered against a human in an attempt to impress someone by showing off. Also, in the eyes of Zeus, the mortal had the audacity to steal it. He still has my master bolt, a gift given to me by the Cyclopes and I want it back, said Zeus, with a firm tone. To Rhea, it looked like her youngest son was having a tantrum. For it looked like a kid had just picked up another kid's favorite toy. If Atlas was on the island, we would never be able to stay on it for long. Only the 3 of us could face him with the help of our spears, none of the rest of us could win without weapons, said an emotionless voice. This was Hades, who made such a statement while facing Hera, who noticed Hades' gaze. I couldn't just let my friend die. Thetis might have died if I hadn't interfered, said Hera, in revolt. Hades just snorted in response. And then you would simply risk the safety of the rest of your family. Yes, good idea, Hades said, with a mocking tone. Enough, Hades, it wasn't her fault, said Zeus, while looking at Hera with a smile. Hera blushed in response, which annoyed Métis a bit as soon as she saw Zeus' actions, but she soon brushed it off. It was at that moment that Rhea spoke. Enough, my children, don't argue, said Rhea. Forgive me, mother, said Zeus, Hades, and Hera, at the same time. Rhea just smiled in amusement, before looking at Hera. So my daughter, could you tell me more about the human who helped you and Thetis against Atlas, asked Rhea, with interest. Hera proceeded to tell how a human had easily defeated one of the most powerful titans and left a good impression on Thetis. In addition to knocking Zeus out with one punch and stealing the javelin spear, known as Master Bolt, which made Zeus a little grumpy. I slipped and hit my head on the floor. I was out for only a year, said Zeus, grumbling. Métis then approached Zeus and placed her hand on the god's shoulder, trying to show support, but the action was ignored by Zeus. Poseidon, Maia, Hestia, and Demeter remained silent throughout the journey, though it was possible to detect a small frown of displeasure on the face of someone in the group who stared at Rhea in disgust. Someone in the group was betraying Rhea's trust and was passing information to Cronus in exchange for amnesty. There was an imposter in the group. Location, Underworld/Devil Capital, Lilith/Lucifer's castle. Meanwhile, in a place far from Greece, a meeting between the Morningstar and his most loyal confidant was taking place. The discussion was about the preparations for the war that, if it followed the schedule, would start in less than 2 millennia and a half. Still, how is our little project? Lucifer asked. All is going according to plan, my king. However, I still haven't been able to solve our race's low fertility problem. Although Lord Doma is bringing more and more interesting specimens for me to study and find the solution, the searches have proved fruitless, said Stellas, lowering his head a little in defeat. Lucifer only showed a frown. Apparently my father has ensured that our race has more birth problems than the rest of supernatural beings, Lucifer said, reflecting on what his father had done. Stellas at this point was a little uncertain to speak, but he chose to ask a question that had been plaguing his mind since the moment he allied with Lucifer. My king, if I may ask you, said Stellas, asking permission to speak. Lucifer awoke from his thoughts and looked at Stellas with a raised eyebrow. Say it, Stellas. What question do you want to ask? Lucifer asked. Stylas, hearing that he was allowed to speak, soon proceeded with the question. My lord, why do we wait? We can start the war now, so why are we still pooling resources? Asked Stylas. Ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lucifer's laughter echoed through the room and made Stylas, even though he was one of the most feared devils in the army, break into a cold sweat. The laughter soon stopped as Lucifer calmed down and looked with an amused smile at Stylas. Stylas, tell me what you think of my father, said Lucifer. Stylas was a little uncertain whether to continue speaking. After all, Lucifer's displeasure with his father was known to the entire devil race. Your father is someone powerful, said Stylas, before being interrupted quickly. He's a hypocrite, Lucifer said, his tone grim. Stylas was silent and waited for what Lucifer would say. When I was born as an angel, I was perfect. I was the best, Lucifer said, with a melancholy tone. But then, when I saw the appreciation he had for the humans he had created, I saw the truth, Lucifer said. The king of the underworld, as he spoke, recalled the events that had led him to the rebellion. He defends free will, but he treated us like servants. He bestows mercy but only for those who suffer by his actions. He wants to impose himself as sovereign or superior, even when he claims freedom and peace, Lucifer said. It was then that the temperature of the room dropped as if the room had been teleported to the middle of the land of Cocytus, the land where the cold reigns. If I am his image and his creation, there is nothing fairer than that I ascend equal to him, or ascend even higher than him, but I need more and more resources to invest in my campaign against heaven again, because the first rebellion showed me I need more power to fulfill my ambition, said Lucifer, with a cruel smile. Stylas froze when Lucifer says the next words. I will be God on an island paradise on a beautiful night. An extremely beautiful woman was sitting on the sand with her legs crossed. That woman was Gaia, and at that moment, she was waiting for the person who stopped her from capturing the strongest human king she had ever seen. Time seemed to freeze as the space in front of Gaia, over the ocean, seemed to crack. A fissure opened over the sea and a foot wearing golden armor stepped into the water, which made any waves cease to exist. A figure began to walk on the water and with each step, it approached the Mother Earth of the Greeks. Once the figure was only a few steps away, Gaia stood up and frowned at the figure. Fatam, said Gaia, in disgust. The figure, identified as Fatam, just remained with his eyes closed and showed a calm countenance, even identifying the displeasure visible in Gaia's tone. Daughter of chaos. You don't know how close you were to die, or at least to forced eternal sleep, just like Abzug, said Fatam, without emotion. This seemed to surprise Gaia, but soon the earth primordial scoffed. Do you really think I would be demoted to that extent? Without chaos, I'm the strongest around. I'm on the same level as the Brat Enlil, of course with that sword connected to the raw power of Abzug, said Gaia, with a confident tone. Fatam remained only a second in silence. I see all realities, so don't doubt my certainty. I assure you that if you had continued with the madness of capturing the king, mortal, there would have been only two results, Fatam said. Gaia was silent until curiosity got the better of her. Then tell me, illuminated one, what would be my future? Just the best and worst case scenario, please, since if you were to say everything, we would see the life of this world die and you wouldn't have counted half of the numbers of possible realities, said Gaia, with a smile. Fatam frowned a little but chose to respond. The best case scenario is that you would sleep, like Abzug, and have your raw power transferred to some object, Fatam said. Gaia was outraged, as this literally broke the primordial image of invincibility. But Fatam's next words were forever etched in Gaia's mind. The worst case scenario, however, you would die, and also of the planet would have been destroyed, Fatam said, with an icy tone. Those words sent a shiver down Gaia's spine. Chaos returned and she interfered directly, asked Gaia fearfully. Fatam, however, surprised Gaia by shaking his head, as well as surprising Earth's primordial with his next statement. The destruction. It was accidental, Fatam said. How is this possible? Asked Gaia in disbelief. For Gaia, no one had that ability except for two beings. The two dragon gods, Great Red and Ouroboros. It is not necessary for you to know. I only give you a warning, Gaia. Stay away from the king of mortals, said Fatam. Fatam then turned around and created a new gap that teleported him away, leaving Gaia silent, reflecting on Fatam's statements. Although not what Gaia would have liked, she knows that when Fatam gives a warning, the warning should not be taken lightly. With that in mind, Gaia can only frown, showing that she was upset. I'll have to use Zeus then, Gaia said in disgust. The primordial just sank into the earth and disappeared, as if someone was never there. Location, Greece/Knossos Palace, Thor's vacation colony. POV Thor. A few months had passed since my encounter with Gaia, and at that moment I was in my throne room, reviewing maps and legends written about any creature with a dog's face and a fish's body. Unfortunately, my searches were proving fruitless, as the only thing I determined was that the Telchines forged Cronus sickle and just disappeared into the ocean, supporting neither the current government nor Zeus rebellion. So basically I was looking for a needle in a haystack. My king. A voice snapped me out of my thoughts, and when I looked towards the voice I saw one of the priestesses wielding a flower. A familiar flower, but unfortunately the name didn't come to mind at the time. What do you want? I asked. My king, the priests ask your opinion about recent visitors to the island. A young woman wearing rags asks for an audience, said the priestess. Ah, I really don't have anything better to do, as my searches have proved fruitless. She may come in, I said, shrugging. A short time later, a woman wearing a cloak, making her look a bit like a beggar, was in front of me, but the woman was quite familiar. You are the woman from before, I said. The person covered in the robe looked surprised, but took off the robe and showed himself to the people in my throne room. POV. Third person. The woman in front of Thor was Thetis. The Oceanid came to Knossos to ask Thor for a small favor, as it was the request of Thetis's great friend, the goddess Hera herself. Hello again, said Thetis, nodding with a smile. Thor looked even more confused, as after Gaia had left, he hoped that no supernatural being would have the courage to come to him. Why are you here? Asked Thor. Thetis looked a little shy. You see, my friend Hera has a brother, and he is the former owner of the javelin spear you currently wield, and he needs the spear back, said Thetis, wiggling her fingers. Thor blinked. Take it, said Thor. Thor then threw the javelin spear he had in his hands to Thetis, who grabbed it after being surprised by the statement. After all, Thetis didn't think it could be that easy. You do not want it? Asked Thetis. No, actually, it's more like I don't need it, said Thor, whispering the last part. Thetis smiled happily. Well, thanks, it saved me a problem, said Thetis. Thor just waved his hand dismissively. All right. If that's all there is to it, I have to go back to sort out some important things, said Thor. Thetis looked like she wanted to ask, but shook her head and thought it wouldn't be appropriate. The Oceanid just waved once more in thanks and got ready to leave the room. But as Thor turned again to leave the room and head towards the maps again, the thunder god felt something speeding towards him. As Thor tried to dodge it, he raised his hand in defense and ended up grabbing something. It was the javelin spear. Thor then slowly looked at Thetis, who had a shocked look on her face as she alternated her gaze between her hand and the javelin spear. The Norse god found confused, as he initially thought Thetis had thrown the spear intending to harm him. What was this? Asked Thor. Thetis seemed to have ignored the question as she began to grumble. Oh no, Hera's brother will not like this at all, said Thetis, putting both hands to her head in disbelief. Thor just raised an eyebrow and tried to get Thetis' attention again. Hey, said Thor, in a firmer tone. Thetis seemed to wake up from her thoughts, for she soon looked at Thor. Oh, sorry? I was surprised, that's all, said Thetis shyly. Thor just sighed and asked the same question. What was this that happened now? Why did the spear fly towards me? Asked Thor. Thor was confused, as the lightning javelin spear did not exhibit any consciousness of its own. At least that was what Thor believed. Well, Master Bolt has just chosen a new owner, said Thetis, with an uncertain smile. Thor just blinked in confusion and looked at the spear with narrowed eyes. So this thing has a conscience, but not a very advanced conscience because it only seems to understand the basics, thought Thor. Thor then looked at Thetis. So and now? Asked Thor. Just as Thor asked the question, Thetis suddenly appeared in front of Thor and grabbed the thunder god's hand. I ask for your help? Free the Hecatonchires, said Thetis quickly. Zeus' javelin spear along with Hades' bident and Poseidon's trident combined are the only weapons with the power needed to break the chains forged by the Telchines, who trapped the unwanted children of Uranus. At this time, this was the quest given to Thetis due to Hera testifying that the human king had saved the Oceanid from Atlas before and, although he beat Zeus, it was cogitated that he would help the Olympians. No, said Thor. Well, every plan has flaws. Because, asked Thetis. I have no interest in joining your war for power, I'm fine just taking care of these people, said Thor. In fact, Thor didn't even have a duty to care for the people who elected him as king, but that only served as a whim, as the god of thunder grew to like the people. Also, Thor has invested time on this island, whether it's only 4 years or not, only a fool would leave it all lying around like that. Well, is there something you want? Gold? Woe women. Divinity? Asked Thetis desperately. Oceanid was fully aware that without the support of the Hecatonchires, Zeus' rebellion was likely to end in failure. So Thetis was willing to use it all. You don't have anything that interests me at the moment, said Thor, unconcerned. But then Thor froze. Actually, I want something, said Thor. Thetis seemed to have her ears open to the request of the human in front of her. I want the loyalty of the Telchines, wherever I go they must come with me, said Thor. For Thetis, this was a difficult request, but not impossible, as she believed that the Telchines would only live on the outskirts of the island. But for Thor? If coincidentally the king Aeolia moved further north in the world, coincidentally on the coast of Norse territory, the Greeks could not interfere without risking a conflict with the Norse pantheon. So basically, Thor was planning to transport the Telchines, with no long-term consequences. Maybe I need you to talk to Mother Rhea, said Thetis, sweating a little. Thor just shrugged. She can come over here, or you can tell me where she is, just know that I'm open to bargain, said Thor, with a smile. Location, Sumeria/Babylonian city. On the banks of the Euphrates River, the city of Babylon thrived, with people from various parts of Sumer coming to the city in search of the greatest ziggurat ever built, said to have been built by gods and given to mortals as a sacred place to praise the gods. The ziggurat was called Itmenenki, built by the gods Marduk and, more discreetly, Thoth. Itmenenki had the goal set by Marduk, to unite all peoples in one language, in addition to serving as a bridge between divinity and humanity, attracting more and more believers to the Sumerian pantheon. For this reason, the city of Babylon became very full of life, as could be seen in the streets of the city. Amidst the throngs of the streets, a hooded figure walked around the ziggurat newly built just a few decades ago. The figure just looked at the ziggurat with a melancholy look. "You are a long way from home, god of the Kemet," a voice sounded from right behind the figure. The figure didn't look frightened, though it was silent at the statement. During this silence, the being who had spoken calmly walked to stand beside the hooded figure. It was Enlil, who glanced briefly at the hooded figure before looking at Marduk's ziggurat. "Glorious, don't you think? It is Marduk's greatest boast, though his help was needed for the construction and Marduk denies his presence," said Enlil. The figure just looked at Enlil, revealing the face. It was Thoth, who scowled at the ancient leader of the Sumerians, who had recently relinquished the throne of the gods to Marduk. "I don't mind taking credit. I'm more concerned about what it might create," said Thoth. This seemed to have caught Enlil's attention. A ziggurat creating something? Unlikely. This ziggurat only has a few runes to help communicate with Marduk. "Humans from all over the world come here to ask Marduk for blessings," said Enlil. "Exactly, I didn't help build this so that its successor would disrupt my creation," said Thoth. Enlil frowned. "What do you mean?" asked Enlil. "Enlil, I just enchanted the ziggurat to function as a translator and for humans to send prayers to Marduk. But Marduk has altered it so much that he now sends divine power down the same path," said Thoth. Before Enlil could answer, a new voice spoke before the former leader. "I don't see anything special. After all, he used some runes of my own." It was Enki, who wore a confident smile. Enlil frowned when he saw his irresponsible twin, while Thoth only wore the same serious countenance. "Therefore we must review the ziggurat completely. Our runes are of a different nature, as well as created by different methods. We may have on our hands a second failure worse than the first city that housed humans and gods," CERN said Thoth. However, both Enlil and Enki disregarded it. "Thoth, I made my runes so they wouldn't interfere with yours, except for the language translation rune. Furthermore, CERN was a failure as humans saw us as equals," said Enki, dismissing Thoth's concerns. Enlil quickly disagreed with the twin. "CERN was a failure because you insisted on living alongside humans. We are gods, we have our own time and life very different from humans. In fact, humans only live a tiny fraction of our lives. I never understood why we should relate to them. Whether they dying or not makes no difference to us," said Enlil. Thoth was irritated. "Have you forgotten Gilgamesh?" asked Thoth, in a mocking tone. The twin gods were silent. "He is already dead," said Enki. "Yes, but his blood still lives on, and you know as well as I do that Enkidu is accompanying the rest of the blessed by fate bloodline with each new reincarnation of Gilgamesh's soul. They are heading north," said Thoth. "Gilgamesh may have died a long time ago, a happy human, but the king's lineage did not cease to exist, though it left Uruk to a new capable king. While there can only be one descendant for each age that lives to adulthood, Gilgamesh's bloodline is protected by one who had gained the immortality given by Ereshkigal. Enkidu was closely watching the growth of his deceased best friend's descendants, and protecting them from supernatural beings. You should not have given the sword access to the blood of Gilgamesh," said Enki, looking at Enlil. This information had made Thoth's eyes widen in disbelief at Enlil, who crossed his arms in confidence. "You gave a human the power of primordials?" asked Thoth. Enlil only gave Thoth a second glance, as he turned to face his twin brother. "With Enkidu watching closely, I'm sure the sword won't fall into the wrong hands. Also, I have a wrong feeling when I look at the ziggurat," said Enlil. Thoth looked surprised. "But you said before " said Thoth before being interrupted. "I said it was unlikely, but it's not impossible. I admit that for some reason when I look at it Menenki I don't feel blessings. I see only suffering and lamentations," said Enlil, as he looked back at it Menenki. Enki soon snorted derision. "I forged these runes, brother. Have you forgotten who created the runes that connected the Sword of Rupture with the Abzug power core? I did that, and at no time did I see anything wrong with the ziggurat," said Enki. Enlil soon looked at his brother. "My instincts have never failed me, unlike you Enki," said Enlil. Enlil's answer made Enki lose his smile and frown in anger. "Still, we'd better check it out," said Thoth, interrupting the possible argument between the brothers in the middle of the human city. Enlil, however, denied the request. "I am no longer the leader, I cannot give you proper authorization. You must speak to Marduk," said Enlil. Thoth didn't like it. "If you need to destroy the ziggurat, Marduk will never let you? Not when with each passing day, his minions keep increasing," said Thoth. Enlil only frowned. "I'm sorry, god of Kemet, but it's the rules. If you can't do that, leave and only come back when you talk to Marduk," said Enlil firmly. Although Enlil wanted to accompany Thoth on the investigation, the former leader of the Sumerians always prioritized the rules, no matter the situation. As Thoth knew that neither Enki nor Marduk would let him investigate the ziggurat fully, the god of wisdom had only one option: leave. "I only hope I am being paranoid for our own good, Enlil," said Thoth, before leaving. Enlil just stared at Thoth's back and frowned in thought, while Eni chose that moment to walk away too. "Farewell brothers, see you at the next meeting. I'm going to pay Inanna a little visit. It's been a while since I've visited her bed," said Enki, winking at Enlil, as he walked away looking at any woman with a predatory smile. Although most of the time Enlil disapproved of Enki's behavior, the former Sumerian leader was lost in thought and ended up ignoring his twin's farewell. Enlil only looked at the ziggurat one last time. At first glance, it looks like it was built with just stones, clay, and wood. So why Why do I feel like I'm looking at a giant power core? Asked Enlil, to himself, as he stared at the ziggurat with a suspicious frown. With that question lingering in the former leader's mind, Enlil could only leave the place silent, while ignoring the humans. Although I wanted to get back to my quests, having a free passage for the Telchines to my home in the north authorized by the future rulers was something that would avoid troublesome situations. So here I was, escorting Thetis to the place where the Hecatonchires were currently being held. The Greek underworld. Hecatonchires was someone quite underrated. After all, he was someone in the top 10, even if it's the last position, which was arrested by his father and left behind by his brother. Although his release would mean victory for the Olympians, ironically Hecatonchires would still have a job in Zeus' government if memory serves me right. Stand as a guard and not let any titans escape. Wait, did that mean he would technically still be trapped in the underworld? After all, he will practically stay in the same place, just without a chain holding him. Whatever, it's not my priority at the moment. You're quite thoughtful. May I know why? Asks Thetis, who was guiding me in this place that was the underworld. Not really, I'm just admiring the scenery, I said, looking around. I was definitely not lying. After all, even though we were inside a cave, it was something spectacular. The main reason for this was that when we went through a kind of obsidian gate that I thought was the end of the cave, I found myself in a completely different place in the Greek underworld. And I must admit, it would be the dream of anyone who wanted to get rich. Precious stones, of all sizes and qualities, are scattered throughout the place. So, I see you desire wealth, said Thetis. Not exactly. I'm thinking of something to give someone in the future, I said with a carefree smile, as I thought about someone. I'm going to need some special metal if I want to convince her mother to accept my proposal from Coster. But I have time for that. Oh, it must be someone special, said Thetis with a smile. I looked at Thetis and nodded. We remained in comfortable silence as we walked deeper. I just carried the javelin spear on my shoulders, while I supported my arms and rested them on the spear nonchalantly, while Thetis glanced at me from time to time while looking around, almost as if, "Do you know where you're going?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. My question seemed to gain Thetis' attention as she looked at me blushing in embarrassment. This is a labyrinth of caves. I'm sorry if it looks like we're lost, but I assure you that's not the case, said Thetis, as she just walked faster. I only sweated in response but remained silent for the rest of the walk. After some time wandering aimlessly through the cave, I felt several presences nearby. One of them was too close. I shot my hand into a place in the cave that seemed to be completely bathed in shadows and grabbed something and pulled, flinging the object I'd grabbed out of the shadows. From the shadows, only the body of a man emerged, holding a bident in one hand, as it hit the wall and created cracks. You have a strange way of offering hospitality, I said, commenting to Thetis. But it seemed that this was not planned, as Thetis wore a nervous face, not at me, but at the man I had thrown at the wall. Hades? What got into you? Rhea said she wants to talk to him, said Thetis, shouting at the man. I just stared listlessly, though the man stood up and looked steadily at Thetis. It was the logical solution. We don't know the origin of this mortal, nor the reason why he wants the Telchines. So the solution was to surprise him and take back Zeus' spear, said the man, identified as Hades. I must admit, he's practical. But acting this way will end up making this little shit everyone's enemy. Enough of that, my son. I never expected such behavior from you, said a voice, which resounded through the cave. Hades seemed to freeze at the voice, as he soon lowered his head and muttered something I assumed were apologies. It was then that more figures approached us, some I could easily identify, although most I didn't know who they were. The voice seemed to have come from the woman in front of the Greek group. Greetings, I'm Rhea, mother of the two rude young men you met. I hope you forgive me for my children's behavior. They rarely interact with mortals, especially Hades, said the woman, identified as Rhea. Oh, so this was my mother's friend Frigg. Hello, I'm Aeolia, king of Knossos, I said, answering the greetings. While some didn't seem to mind my lack of presentation and possibly lack of respect for a divine being, others showed a considerable amount of irritation. Hey, properly introduce yourself to my mother, said someone, in a somewhat familiar voice. I identified the source of the voice as being Hera, who was looking at me with a frown. I just scoffed, huffing in response. I'm not her son-in-law, so I don't see the point, I said, looking around the group. I was inciting irritation with a purpose, finding someone who didn't seem to be irritated by my behavior towards Rhea. The reason for this was that I knew there was someone who was pretending to be on the side of the Olympians in this war. So I was looking to identify someone suspicious as soon as I got to the group. After all, apart from Zeus, Hera, and Thetis, I hadn't seen, much less met anyone in the group. Unfortunately, everyone showed a slight frown. Apparently, we have a good actor or actress. It's okay, calm down, please, Rhea said, as she looked at the group and made calming hand gestures. But Mom, cried Demeter, before Rhea quickly cutting her off. It's okay, Dante, forget that we're the ones asking for help, so behave yourself and let me handle it, Rhea said, her tone firm as she looked at the group with a small frown. I was starting to like her. She reminds me of Frigg a lot, especially when she scolded me, just like my brothers. But it looked like someone was ignoring the request. We don't need it, Mom, after all. I have my master bolt back for me, Zeus said as he tried to reach for the javelin spear. It was funny to see Zeus concentrating more and more and creating a frown. Here, let me make it easy for you, I said. I quickly stabbed the spear into the ground and dropped it, crossing my arms shortly thereafter. Zeus showed irritation, only to have his frown replaced with disbelief. I've been replaced, Zeus said, his eyes widening. Zeus' words seemed to have taken most of the group by surprise, except for Thetis and Rhea. It looked like the information was just told to Rhea. The reason for this was that maybe Thetis didn't know what to do after realizing I'm the new spear user, so the first person she spoke to was Rhea, not Hera. In that case, why did Rhea deliberately choose to withhold the information? In my mind, there were only two scenarios. The first scenario was to prevent Zeus or anyone else from doing something reckless when he learned of this information. The second scenario, she knew there was someone who was betraying her by giving information to the Titans, and she didn't want to risk her group had run out and losing a powerful weapon that changed the course of the war, such as the javelin spear, or master bolt, was one of the three weapons of mass destruction. Of course, there was also the possibility that it could be both scenarios. Thief, shouted Zeus, pointing at me. The first thing you did when you saw me was trying to kill me. Consider it compensation for your recklessness, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Actually, it was bullshit. I didn't care if the spear wanted me as a user or not, although it was a good substitute weapon. However, it appeared that the spear was as fragile as Mjolnir, so I couldn't use my full strength. I did it because you were the only one close to Hera and Thetis in the middle of a broken land? What did you expect? I thought you were one of my father's allies, shouted Zeus indignantly. Okay, that was even more bullshit. You're a terrible liar, I said while looking listlessly at Zeus. While this seemed to infuriate the future ruler of the Olympians, it was at this moment that Rhea chose to interrupt again. Enough? Stop it now, shouted Rhea. It really felt like a mother's fury. Well, weirdly, it felt like I was being scolded by my own mother. Although I suppose this is the effect of Rhea's presence as a Titaness in which one of the aspects she represented was motherhood. Rhea seemed to cough in embarrassment, but then she looked at me. So mortal, given recent events, I hope you can lend us your strength, via the javelin spear, in exchange for something you desire. What do you really desire? Asks Rhea. I quickly responded without missing a beat. I wish that if I meet the Telchines, they will be subordinate to me, and follow me wherever I and my lineage want to go, I said. This seemed to bring a frown on some, as I expected some to find my conditions exorbitant, but the important thing was that Rhea was the one negotiating, so they didn't exactly have any say. Can you tell me why? Asked Rhea, in curiosity. I thought you just wanted to negotiate, not question my terms, I said, briefly. Rhea was silent as she considered my request. I couldn't say exactly why I wanted the Telchines. After all, if the Olympians discovered me as a deity from another pantheon, my very stay would be in question, as well as possibly attracting chaos attention, which I wouldn't like one bit. Your conditions are acceptable. We will swear by the sticks. You can have the Telchines as servants in case you meet them, and in return, you will help us 3 times, Rhea said. Now, wait a minute. 3. I questioned, hoping I'd heard wrong. Rhea just smiled innocently. Due to you wanting the Telchines as your servants, wielding the javelin spear, and basically jeopardizing this war by interfering indirectly and directly, I hope there is compensation, Rhea said. I just smile in response. Well, she's not wrong on the last one. And it seems that everyone in the group seemed to agree with Rhea. Deal, I said, waving lightly. Interestingly, as soon as everyone answered, the sound of a drum resounded throughout the cave. Styx heard us. The deal, it's done, Hades said. So it's time for me to fulfill my end of the bargain. Tell me, what should I do? I asked. Rhea promptly answered me. You must use the spear you wield and, together with my 2 sons, must break the bonds of Hecatonchires, Rhea said. Well, sounds easy. With the agreement made, we all headed to the place that would be considered the Hecatonchires prison. The Greek underworld was initially very similar to the underworld of Ereshkigal and the underworld of Hell, cold and wet. But on a certain level, magma began to be seen more often. Besides the fact that a new presence seemed to be watching us all the time. The problem was, even with the Vilgestirka archer, I was unable to properly locate this presence. It was as if the presence was everywhere. Where are we exactly? I asked. The one who answered me was Rhea, who was also attentive, although less noticeable than I was. We're inside my uncle, Rhea said. That. It sounded wrong. I beg your pardon. I questioned once more, this time raising my eyebrows in surprise. This time, it wasn't Rhea or anyone else in the group who answered. It was another voice. You are invading me, said the voice, with a dark tone. It was then that cracks were created, and then magma floated until it came together and formed a sort of giant spherical body. The sphere was 100 meters long, and when the magma solidified, hundreds of eyes opened, as well as creating tentacles made of unsolidified magma. Uncle, Rhea said, bowing in respect. Everyone in the group seemed to follow suit, even me. Although my definition of bowing was basically a nod. What do you want? Rhea, said the orb full of eyes. Uncle, Tartarus. On behalf of this group, I apologize if I offended you in any way, but I came here in order to free my brother, Rhea said. Do you think, niece, that I would simply give away my power source? Shall I remind you that the more powerful existences I trapped here, the stronger I will be? Asked the eyed orb, identified as Tartarus. Tartarus's own tone showed displeasure, so I closed my grip on the javelin spear in my hand and began to prepare for any situation. The question is how to destroy this guy, since from what it felt like this guy was the place and the body in front of me was just a representation. If we win the war, We'll bring the Titans to occupy this place, Rhea said, showing a little sadness. After all, it was still her family. POV. Third person. Agreed, I want at least 5 Titans to replace Hecatonchires. Out of 5, some of them must be Cronus, Perses, said Tartarus. It was then that the hundreds of eyes were fixed on someone in the group. And him, said Tartarus, and raising a tentacle towards someone. That someone had a look of surprise, although he immediately narrowed his eyes. It was Thor. As soon as Rhea realized who Tartarus was pointing at, she spoke. Wait uncle, he's not part of the deal, said Rhea firmly. He's strong, I could feel it the moment he stepped on my body, Tartarus said. Because Tartarus was technically where the Olympian group was at the moment, he felt, after a while, a brief fraction of the power that the group's human had. Tartarus had to accumulate more powerful beings for him to grow in power. After all, he was not an entity with the god Ra, who constantly grew power according to the sun. It was then that everyone was surprised by Thor's next statement. I stay behind, swear by the sticks you'll leave Rhea and her group can free Hecatonchires and come back whenever they want, in exchange for my being left behind, said Thor. Before Rhea could deny Thor's request, Tartarus' voice resounded throughout the place like an echo. Deal, shouted Tartarus. The drumming sound of Styx's oath resounded throughout the place. Aeolia, what did you just do? You doomed yourself, cried Thetis in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zeus was thinking that he would finally have his spear back, though it appeared that Thor wasn't worried about Thetis' statement. Go ahead. I'll sort things out here, said Thor looking at Tartarus. The group, though with a reluctant minority, continued to the side of Hecatonchires, leaving Thor behind. You will be a good addition to my source of power, said Tartarus, in a tone that betrayed delight. Thor, however, didn't smile and just watched the Olympian group walk away. Only when the Olympians walked away did Thor finally look at Tartarus seriously. If I demolish this place to the ground, will you die? Asked Thor, in an innocent tone. Tartarus was surprised by the question. Aren't you afraid of the deadly Styx curse? You swore by her, remember, said Tartarus, in an emotionless tone. That didn't seem to shake Thor. I said my group left me behind, and lo and behold, my group just left me behind, said Thor, pointing to the last spot he saw the Olympian group. Tartarus looked displeased, though he seemed to be more amused by the statement. Maybe you're right, but do you really expect to get out of here? You are inside my body, here I rule as I please, so you really think you have a chance? Asked Tartarus rhetorically. The voice of the answer that followed seemed to have frozen the abyss primordial. Yes, said Thor, his eyes glowing with power. Time seemed to freeze when no one made a move. Until magma quickly emerged from the ground. At the same time Thor disappeared from view and reappeared with the javelin spear raised ready to stab the body that represented Tartarus, who had all eyes wide in surprise. Boom. The resulting explosion when Thor connected the spearhead with Tartarus' body would be heard and felt by all beings in the Greek underworld. Meanwhile, with the Olympian group, as Thor spoke to Tartarus before the charge, the group looked a little disheartened by the current situation. Tartarus must already have the mortal trapped. Do you already have access to your spear, Zeus? Asked Hades, in an emotionless tone. For Hades, Tartarus was practically doing himself a favor by getting rid of the mortal who had been a nuisance up until this point. Zeus frowned in concentration until he shook his head. No, I still don't feel an answer, said Zeus disappointed. It's only a matter of time, said Poseidon, already summoning the trident. It was then that someone spoke. How can you say that? He was left behind because of us, shouted someone indignantly. It was Thetis, who looked at the trio of brothers in disappointment. Hades and Poseidon seemed to shrug their shoulders in disrespect, while Zeus decided to respond. Well, he volunteered, said Zeus. It was then that Demeter chose that moment to speak. Also, thanks to the sacrifice of the human, we don't need to face Tartarus on the way back when we want to leave, Demeter said. To Demeter, the human was just another ant in the vast anthill. The anthill didn't care if an ant died or not. I don't like it either, someone said unexpectedly. It was Hera, who was frowning. Have you come to like the human, Hera? Asked Poseidon, with a mocking tone. Zeus frowned. No, it's not like this. It's wrong, Hera said. Rhea then chose to speak. Anyway, if we win the war, I hope this human's sacrifice will be remembered, Rhea said. Although the human would be imprisoned in Tartarus, Rhea hoped that in the future she could convince her uncle to release him. We can take him out of here later if he's not dead at the end of this war, mother, Hades said. If there was anyone Hades cared about deeply, it was his mother. Rhea gave a reassuring smile before answering. Thank you, my son, but... Boom. An explosion that made the ground shake rudely interrupted Rhea's response, resulting in everyone clinging to the nearest thing. When the explosion ended, everyone looked at each other. What was that? Earthquake? Asked Poseidon, confused. Nobody had the slightest idea, so the question remained in the air. We can't risk staying here too long any longer, let's free Hecatonchires and leave Tartarus, said Zeus, with a tone of command. Only the 3 spears can break the prison. The chances of me and Poseidon breaking the seals are extremely low without Master Bolt's help, Hades said. We don't have much choice now, we've already found Tartarus. I don't want to meet Thanatos or Hypnos, or worse their mother, Zeus said, shuddering. The twin gods, Thanatos and Hypnos, were famous for being quite powerful. Although they had no interest in breaking into the top 10 through conquests, they were content to just stay hidden and do each other's respective jobs. This was something they had copied from their mother, Nyx, a primordial that prefers to remain neutral and not participate in anything active, as the nighttime primal seemed to like to relax. Everyone in the group nodded and continued on their way. When they arrived at the place, which was Hecatonkyr's cell, everyone saw that what prevented Hecatonkyr's from seeing the light of day was a colossal door made of obsidian. Poseidon, Hades, get ready. I will help you right away. Even without my spirit should be enough to open even a breach, shouted Zeus, summoning yellow lightning in his hands. Hades and Poseidon followed the command and prepared to attack with the bident and trident respectively. Boom. But before anyone could start, a blue bolt passed through everyone and hit the gate, breaking it in just one move. The javelin spear rose from the rubble and floated slowly from the ground and quickly flew away from the group, towards where it was thrown. Everyone knew what that meant, although some still remained in disbelief. How the hell did he hit a target he wasn't supposed to see? Asked Maya, eyes wide. No one knew how to answer the question, though Hades looked at the spot where the javelin spear came from as he frowned. He then looked at Rhea. Mother, is he like Gilgamesh? Asked Hades. Rhea knew what her eldest son talked about. After all, she told her children stories whenever she was available, and one of them was of a particular human capable of going against gods. Although Hades never took the story seriously, as did his brothers and sisters, seeing the accomplishments of this human in front of him made the story a little more truthful, as well as established something, which it is, that among the weak humans, there could be a monster. Before Rhea could answer, a new voice emerged. Rhea. The voice seemed to come from 50 heads talking at once. Hecatonkyr's was free. After rescuing Hecatonkyr's, the Olympian group quickly returned to the Tartarus exit while being surprised by signs of struggle everywhere, as if someone was demolishing the entire place. After everyone left, everyone was once again surprised by what they saw. Standing just a step away from entering Tartarus' body was Thor, or Aeolia as they knew it. Perfectly well. With just some dust, but physically fine. That concludes 2 aids, Rhea, said Thor, glancing lazily. This seemed to surprise Rhea, while some expressed indignation. 2? Wait a minute, it should be just 1, said Métis. Thor quickly denied it and soon went to explain, but was defeated by Rhea. I see. 1 for offering yourself, hold back Tartarus and allowing him to ignore us on the way back and forth, and another for helping to destroy the prison gate as planned before, Rhea said. Thor smiled and waved in response. Exactly, you never specified that you necessarily need to ask me for help directly, so my fight with Tartarus was included. You only have 1, so use it wisely, said Thor. Thor didn't wait for anyone to respond to the statement and just turned his back on the group and then started walking out the same way he had come back. I know the way back, so I don't need to be followed, said Thor, as he briefly waved goodbye. Thor then just placed the javelin spear on his shoulder and rested his arms in boredom, though he was glared at by some of the disgruntled group. Let's go, we must transport Hecatonkyr's to Olympus, said Rhea. As the group was out of Tartarus, Rhea soon created a teleportation circle, which transported everyone out of the caverns of the underworld, towards Mount Olympus, a place called by the group their new home. Meanwhile, Thor returned to his people, where he was greeted with curiosity and asked where he had gone. Needless to say, Thor didn't care and just wanted to get some rest before returning to the Telchine quests, so he let slip that he'd gone to the underworld and fought a god. Needless to say, Thor's people built a statue made entirely of rock crystal just a week after Thor's arrival. Thor was unwittingly creating a new religion, as the people of Knossos were assuming that their king, Aeolia, had ascended to immortality and become something close to the gods. Years passed, and though Thor was initially concerned that the island's humans would notice his lack of aging, none of the people showed to be displeased, much less distrustful of their king. In fact, it looked like they were even happy with the immortal king. Another thing that changed was that Thor discovered through Thetis, who frequented his island, the victory of the Olympians and the imprisonment of the defeated who refused to surrender in Tartarus. Although the Titan's spy was never discovered, all Olympians were more concerned with establishing the government. When the division was made, Thor was present at Rhea's request, to see who would be the leader. The 3 brothers made the division through a game. Take out the smallest toothpick, where there were 3 matchsticks of unequal sizes and whoever drew the smallest would have priority of choice. And Thor saw Zeus steal in the game shamelessly. Location, Tartarus/Greek underworld. While the division between the 3 brother gods was taking place, a woman arrived in Tartarus. Brother, I need your help, Gaia said, her tone somber. She was quite annoyed, due to the fact that more of her children were trapped. What do you want, sister? The voice of Tartarus resounded throughout the place. Gaia was silent, until she gave a cruel smile and answered. Help me have a monster. I had been on this island for decades without any hint of success in finding the Telchines. I was thinking about giving up. At least I tried, although I didn't get the expected results. I was giving up for good reason. My time was running out, and I didn't fully trust the Greeks. The Greek pantheon had just emerged from the civil war and was supposed to be establishing the government. However, they are doing everything in the most random way possible, and they were just focusing their attention on the Heladic people, although I can understand it, seeing as they were the most populous people in Greece today, in addition to doing something completely outrageous. Métis was gone, and it didn't take a week for Zeus to have his eyes turning to another goddess who had enchanted him. And just like that, I got word from Thetis that Zeus had married Themis, the spy who worked as an undercover agent in Cronus domain. I had a pretty good idea where Métis was. I just didn't want to cause a ruckus by blowing a hole in Zeus' head, so I waited for the one that would help Zeus get rid of a nagging headache. Hephaestus. I don't deny that I always wanted to meet such a god. Unfortunately, I can't exactly bring him into my pantheon for obvious reasons. So far Zeus hasn't shown symptoms of a headache or anything, and even if he did, he wouldn't interfere, because I don't exactly want to get too involved with these people. After all, I was waiting for the moment of my destruction to arrive. I just had to wait for some cataclysm, be it a flood or an earthquake, and that's it. I would teleport to the Avanenma Islands, which were still uninhabited, along with my people. Yes, I will steal an entire civilization? What can I say? I thought they were pretty cool, except for the fanaticism part. If I couldn't at least find the Telchines, I'd take something from this place. Also, it would be nice to have more people in the north of the world. I knew that some cataclysm would happen soon. After all, civilizations in the Mediterranean world rise and fall many times due to natural phenomena, or supernatural. And at that moment, I was waiting for some. I had just completed my second millennium, and I went out to celebrate like a good Asgardian, both in Asgard and in Knossos. Getting drunk. At least I didn't destroy anything, and I just stood there screaming while I was drunk. According to witnesses, I was screaming for more alcohol, more women, and for some reason, more table. That last one didn't make much sense, but then again, my drunk self not having broken anything, or killed anyone by accident, is already a big step forward for me. Although, I ended up sleeping with a priestess or two who took advantage of my inebriated state. Thankfully, neither of them was very young or married. It also made my people a little happy with my actions for some reason, and they went back to celebrating even more fervently. If I replaced Dionysus, could I bring mead to Greece? Decisions. Although I don't think it would do any good, after all I didn't want to meddle further with the new Greek divine pantheon. Also, technically, I had already brought something, and it was the simplest form of toilet paper for my Greek people. In fact, this was the first item I brought when I became king of my people, and the reason for that was quite simple. For some reason I never will, nor want to, find out why the ancient Greeks wiped their asses with rocks. Yes, that's right. Rocks. This was a big no-no for me, and I soon introduced a simpler, low-quality fabric version, and successfully replaced the stones. But back to the important subject. After my return from the Big 3 division to my home in Knossos, Greece was silent. I knew this silence meant shit was going to hit the fan sometime soon, so I started preparing my people by placing a teleportation and resonance rune on every citizen in my city, and then I contacted Igris and asked him to organize the Avanenma Islands and start building houses for my people to live in. The question is, when will the cataclysm occur for me to finally leave this human form? As I was starting to delve into my thoughts, a presence in the room caught my eye. I looked and saw a god who started to visit me more often, but not as often as Thetis. "Hello brat, what brings my not-so-humble home?" I said while chuckling a little. "I hate you," said the being. It was Hera, and the reason for that was that wherever Thetis went, Hera followed close behind. The two ended up being best friends and inseparable, especially after the war, which only strengthened the bonds of friendship. What I found strange at the time was that Hera came alone. "It's rare to see you alone. What are you doing here?" I asked, curious. Hera looked at me and snorted in response. "Mother thinks that for us to establish our dominions over you humans, we must relate to the three peoples, who are currently separated, and get involved and influence their cultures. You are the leader of the second largest people in our territory, and I, along with Thetis, we are charged with influencing your people," said Hera. "Oh, do you expect my people to just accept you as the new gods?" I asked. Hera just shrugged. "The Helladics and Cycladics have accepted us very well. The Helladics mostly, so much so that they've already created paintings and stories about us and our birth and conflict with Cronus. And finally your people, the Elites, which is definitely the most advanced human settlement," said Hera, crossing her arms. I could only stare in disbelief before shrugging my shoulders. "You are free to try, but without mind control or forcibly. If any of my people want to worship you, they must do so of their own free will," I said. Although they would hardly succeed, after all my people didn't like the Helladics very much and they would hardly accept their same religion. My answer seemed to irritate Hera. "But your people already worship you as if you were a god," said Hera, complaining. I just shrugged. "Yes, but I never ask to be worshipped as one. In fact, if they decide to start a cult of anyone or anything, as long as it's of their own free will, they have my full support," I said. What can I say? Humans are complicated. I would never impose religion by the sheer factor of human nature, so I would just let the decision of whom to praise rest with them. But as they didn't have contact with the supernatural very often, and saw how easily I drove Cronus off the island, my people began to praise the most powerful thing they had ever seen. Me. "Ugh, fair enough," said Hera. I just got up from the throne and started to leave the room. "Since you're staying here, I'll guide you to where you're staying," I said. Hera looked confused. "Will I do not stay at the palace?" asked Hera. I looked in disbelief before answering. No," I said with a smile. Hera looked at me irritated. "Because? I'm going to tell Zeus about," asked Hera, indignantly as she followed me. I soon stopped walking and looked towards Hera and cut her off due to having a brief idea of where the conversation was heading. Let's be clear here, I have no reason to support your government. Although I may have helped you before, I must remember that it was a deal, so I will remind you of one simple fact: if you or any deity considers harming me or my people, I will retaliate, I said. POV. Third person. The menacing words alerted Hera and reminded her of who the being in front of her was. A human was hailed as a god. A human was wielding the javelin spear, the most powerful weapon in her territory. A human who fought Tartarus and made him run to heal while demolishing Tartarus' body. A human who challenges the Titans and a primordial. Hera's mother had warned her about the kind of king and person that Aeolia was. In fact, Rhea warned all sons, daughters, acquaintances, and allies about the human king of Greece's largest island, and warned them about threatening him in any way possible and the possible consequences that threats would lead. I didn't mean to threaten you, said Hera, staring at Thor, trying to convey confidence. Thor just shrugged. Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to establish my position, said Thor, who soon resumed walking as Hera followed closely behind. As Hera leaves the palace along with Thor, you can see the changes on the island and the love that the people of the island conveyed as they greet Thor. Hera also couldn't help but look at the clothing of the women of the island, and then looked at Thor. Pervert, said Hera. Thor looked apathetically at the accusation. Believe me, I've tried changing their clothes. Although I assume I'll be perverted with only my wife, said Thor, in contemplation. That seemed to get Hera's attention. Oh, don't you have a wife? I thought you were married, Hera said curiously. Thor soon denied it. No, I'm not married, yet, said Thor. Hera soon noticed a different tone in Thor's voice. So you already have someone in mind? Hera asked, with a smile. To Hera's surprise, Thor sported something that seemed to lighten the mood. A sincere smile. Until the smile turned into a small frown as Thor looked at Hera. Why the growing interest in this? Asked Thor. Hera didn't look embarrassed, quite the contrary. Hera had a longing and dreamy look on her face, although there was a bit of uncertainty in her voice when she answered Thor's question. As we get older, my relatives and I feel affinities with certain domains. Mine, I feel certain happiness when it comes to marriage. I feel that this is the domain I want to rule and protect, said Hera. Thor wasn't surprised. After all, most of the divine beings he had contact with said something similar, but with some cases being the exception. The exceptions, most of the time, referred to a realm that some gods dare to rule. The death. When a god or goddess assumes the mantle of ruler of the dead, existence itself undergoes both physical and psychological changes. Good examples of this Thor had already known. Hell behaving like a child even after centuries of age was the result of being mired in the concept of death. Ereshkigal having trust issues. Even Hades, who has recently assumed the mantle of ruler of the dead, has shown a change. The change was more physical, as part of the face, starting on the right side of the face, became just the bone of the skull, with the eye socket showing a blue glow that reflected the coldness of his presence. Only the Egyptians broke the rule, and Thor knew it was for the simplest of reasons. Division of work. During Thor's stay in Egypt, Thoth had explained that a split was made shortly after Osiris' death. The reason for the split was the overload of power and souls, which Anubis was no longer able to handle. Then, on Thoth's advice, the division of the concept of death was divided into 3 beings. Osiris would be the judge. Anubis would be the guide and jury. Ammit would be the enforcer. According to Thoth's theory, this was due to the fact that death itself was a different concept. After all, if there is life, there must be death, and vice versa. Besides the fact that death, and 3 more concepts, were in the top 10 of the strongest existences, being represented by the weakest avatar existences. The writers. The other exceptions had a simpler explanation. Beings that challenged concepts, though that didn't mean they were immune to them. According to Thoth, the Trimurti would be one of them. Shiva is the one who boasted to all who challenged him in a fight. When Shiva mastered death, the concept, which was in its avatar form, bowed its head in defeat and presented the Hindu god with something that symbolized having defeated the very concept of death. An albino snake. And this serpent, even today Shiva wore with pride, around the neck or waist. Knowing about Hera's growing resonance with such mastery, Thor couldn't help but wonder how the other gods were. And your relatives? Have you found their domain yet? Asked Thor, curious. Hera soon denied it. Some yes, others no. After the war, some chose to distance themselves and we didn't see each other anymore, while others remain seated or are still in the rhythm of celebration and party, and others, to relieve stress, Hera said, frowning at the end as she lost herself in thought. Thor looked at Hera doubtfully, though he was curious about her current grief. Something wrong? Asked Thor. Hera looked surprised at the question. No, it's just. My brother Zeus moved quite fast after Dis disappeared, and marrying Themis quickly. For me I feel a little, said Hera, stopping and thinking about her next words carefully. Uncomfortable, said Thor. Hera expressed appreciation for Thor speaking such a word. Yeah, that's right. I feel a little uncomfortable, said Hera with a smile and waving excitedly. It was strange for Thor to see Hera smiling sincerely for the first time at him, given that it only took a walk and conversation that made Hera's mood towards him change so much, but he didn't really care and just chose to point out the obvious. Must be your domain reacting to the act, don't dwell on it too much, said Thor. Hera looked thoughtful at the answer but accepted it due to it being the most likely for the feeling that had been bothering her since Zeus had remarried, caring little for the still missing first wife. A short time later, Thor and Hera reached the part of the city of Knossos that was home to most of the temples. The priestesses were soon instructed by Thor to take care of Hera, as well as explaining that the city would be hosting divine beings in the near future. In the short time Hera ended up staying, she had marked the people of the temple with her presence. Little did Thor know that times of peace would change violently in just a few years. As Thor made his way back to Knossos Palace, some fishermen had run towards him screaming about a giant oyster on the beach and it was impossible for them to open. Thor reacted quickly by shooting towards the beach, not with the intention of fighting, but with the intention of snatching the oyster and what was valuable inside, which could very well be the biggest pearl he had ever seen, and considering that at the time it was considered the pearl to be the most expensive jewel in the ancient world, Thor would make the pearl the primary medium of exchange for the cost or he would propose. As Thor found and opened the giant oyster, he found a golden-colored pearl the height and width of a car tire. Thor gave a maniacal smile and wanted to scream that he was rich, though. Thor ended up completely ignoring a completely naked blonde woman who was also inside the oyster and was looking at Thor in confusion. The Norse god just took off the pearl and closed the oyster, still ignoring the woman, causing the woman to start screaming inside the oyster in revolt. Thor just ignored the cries for help. Nothing could take away his smile as he looked at the giant pearl. A short time later the woman emerged from the oyster alone, outraged, and wandered around the island, looking around as if it was the first time she had looked at the world, while men and women were stunned by the woman's presence. That was the birth of Aphrodite. A few years later, Thor was celebrating with his people the summer solstice, which symbolized the time when Thor arrived to save the people. By this time, Hera had returned to Olympus after finding Aphrodite walking through the forest alone. As soon as Aphrodite arrived at Olympus, she hypnotized most, if not all beings, with the already supernatural beauty she wielded, which Aphrodite noticed immediately, and grew to enjoy the attention she began to get, although the newly consecrated goddess of Olympus did not venture further for a reason. When she first saw the light, she saw the first man she ever saw, and when the man blatantly ignored her, Aphrodite met rejection and indifference for the first time, not the adoration and unconditional love that was shown by others who came after the man who opened the oyster for the first time. Aphrodite wanted to meet the one who gave her a different and remarkable feeling, so she went in search of just one mission: invite the man to be the only one worthy of her beauty. In short, Aphrodite had chosen her only husband, although the husband would probably not even remember their first date. And he didn't even know that he was already considered a husband by a woman he'd never met. In truth, Thor was minding his own business, and he had finally found some clue about the Telchines. Although it was vague, the information was only from merchants and fishermen, who claimed to have seen beings with the characteristics of the Telchines, with a fishtail and a dog's head, near the island of Lemnos, one of the northernmost islands of Greece. Thor went immediately to the spot, in just a rowing boat, and with his unending strength and endurance, he ended up arriving on the island the same day. The reason for such a rush was that Thor was getting more and more annoyed at remaining as human king, as a cult of Aeolia was acquiring more and more loyal/fanatical followers, so he wanted to get out of there as soon as possible before the situation came to a head, got worse, and the people wanted to spread the cult to the rest of Greece. However, when Thor arrived at the island of Lemnos, he found not the Telchines, but a civilization composed only of women endowed with supernatural beauty who stared at him in curiosity and displayed an inviting smile. Thor just took the boat and began rowing quickly towards Knossos, while stopping at the islands closest to Lemnos in search of any sign. As soon as Thor arrived in Knossos, he asked those who told him he had seen the Telchines be summoned. When the merchants and fishermen who told Thor about Lemnos arrived, when questioned, they just gave Thor a perverted smile and said it was a magical island they will never forget. At that moment, everyone would know the wrath of Aeolia, who was annoyed at being sent on a lost journey. In fact, Thor was so angry that as soon as the merchants and fishermen left the room, he ripped the palace throne off and threw it with all his might out the window. Little did Thor know that the throne ended up hitting a yellow canary, who was suspiciously staring with hearts in her eyes at Hera, who was bathing in the waterfall while being accompanied by some priestesses. Rhea had been curious when her youngest son ended up returning to Olympus with broken both arms and a leg. Zeus never set foot on the island of the Aeolites again and chose to remain in Heliodic territory, where the eyes of the king of Olympus began to wonder, as he stared at some women who had held his attention. Shortly after this event, one day Hera ended up getting pregnant, confusing the Greek deities a lot. That same day, Thor noticed that the rune that was suppressing the Norse divine powers seemed to be volatile and therefore needed to be replaced because it was already approaching the expiration. A few months later, Hephaestus was born, and to the surprise of Thor, who knew the legends well, Hera didn't throw him away in disgust. In fact, Hera had tenderly embraced Hephaestus and introduced him to everyone, as if Hera was proud of Hephaestus' birth. For some reason, when Thor's golden eyes met Hephaestus' amber eyes, he felt a connection he couldn't explain. Surprisingly, Hephaestus liked Thor, and always wanted to spend time with him. Thor just shrugged his shoulders and went on to teach a little about the human form of metalworking, which could not be considered weak, given that Thor, after having completed the dwarven blacksmith training centuries ago, could be considered a god of the forge. That alone made Thor, or in this case Aeolia, an accomplished blacksmith, who enchanted a baby Hephaestus, while Hera just stared in wonder at the interaction between Thor and a baby. A few years later, Hephaestus began to grow into an extremely handsome man, who enchanted many women and even men, although he only had eyes for his work in the forge he had created on the island of Crete. Hera and Thetis were the only ones who visited Hephaestus, though Thor made a point of visiting at least once a week to see Hephaestus' abilities in the island's volcano forge. The other day, Zeus appeared in Crete complaining of a severe headache, which Thor promptly helped willingly, opening a hole in the skull of Zeus, who fell to the ground and was knocked out by the force of the blow. But what caught the attention was that from the hole in Zeus' skull a light appeared, and from the light, a fully armored woman with a spear and shield, dressed in armor, appeared. The woman had introduced herself as Athena. Honestly, so didn't even blink, much less question the ways the gods and goddesses were being born in the most ridiculous way he'd ever seen. And so, years passed with new supernatural beings being born left and right, mostly demigods. Until in 1622 BCE, boom, an explosion sound resounded throughout Greece. The origin was a volcano that erupted on the island of Terra, one of the colonies of the Aeolites. But it was no ordinary eruption. From the volcano, a hideous creature began to rise, magma oozing from its body like water. The creature was gigantic, standing 30 meters tall with wings on its back, with the upper body being that of a human and the lower body composed of tentacles. The creature gave a roar of defiance as it made Greece tremble, and volcanic ash covered the sky and spread beyond the horizon. The roar also caused an earthquake, which resulted in a tsunami of proportions never before seen by the inhabitants of Greece, and that same tsunami, as it approached the island of Crete, a single person could be seen on the beach. That person was Thor, who looked at the tsunami in sadness. So it's about time. The Telchines remain in hiding, but it seems my time is up, said Thor. Thor then raised a hand and, for the first time, created a rune with divine power, although the action was unnoticed by any deity due to the monstrous power of the creature that roared atop the volcano on the island of Terra, plus there was no being Greek supernatural on the island. It was the perfect moment. Thor then said calmly, albeit in the face of a colossal tsunami, Ax, Gibo, Avanenma, said Thor, whispering to the rune. And that's how all the Aeolites inhabitants of the island of Crete disappeared into thin air. The only thing left of Thor was the javelin spear that had been left behind and was soon engulfed by the tsunami waters. Simple as that. Thor basically abandoned Greece, though he didn't know he'd be back faster than he thought. After all, Frigg wanted to see her old friend again, and Thor would never approve of his mother standing on the roof of Olympus alone. 64 years. 64 years after the awakening of the monster that came to be known as Typhon, the king of monsters, in the volcano on the island of Terra, possessing a roar that shook even the most remote parts of Greece. Since the awakening of Typhon, all supernatural beings in Greece officially had only two options: run or fight. Most fled and went into hiding, with only Zeus remaining steadfast in facing the king of monsters with Cronus' sickle. Zeus lost and ended up having the tendons removed from his body by Typhon, with the sickle's help, and Greece was ruled by Typhon for a long time. However, Zeus was eventually rescued by one of his extramarital sons, young Hermes, who turned out to have an innate talent for thievery, managing to steal Zeus' tendons shortly after Typhon imprisons him. With Zeus regaining his hamstrings, the king of Olympus decided to think of a plan first, as in the first fight, he had clearly been bested in combat. It was then that fate acted through his agents. The Moirais, the agents of fate from the Greek pantheon, ended up giving a special fruit, which through a plan of Zeus, ended up weakening Typhon long enough for Zeus to defeat him and imprison him in the deepest place of Tartarus. Although, Zeus was irritated by a few things. Hades did not respond to Zeus' call, and because of that, he was expelled from his seat on Olympus. The ruler of the underworld didn't seem to mind the decision and just stayed secluded in the castle made of ores in the underworld. Another thing was Hephaestus, who had only asked Zeus for a favor, as the young blacksmith god wanted to be closer to his mother, asked Zeus for a place on Olympus in exchange for help. Zeus had readily accepted. But then, 64 years after Typhon's awakening and just a day after the victory against Typhon, here was Hephaestus at his birthplace on the island of Crete. Or at least, what was left of the island. Hephaestus was at this moment on the beach of Crete, staring at a lone spear on the island's deserted beach. Hephaestus walked calmly to the spear, grabbed it, and then pulled it out of the sands, never failing to look at the spear for a moment. The young god then walked further into the island, still holding the spear in one hand. When the young Hephaestus arrived at the palace of Knossos, the young god froze as he faced what was left of the island's civilization, the people of someone close to him. 64 years. Mother said that because her divinity began to some extent to relate to birth, I was the result. So in theory I shouldn't have a father, but I'm sure the feeling I'm feeling right now, said Hephaestus. It was then that, coincidentally, it started to rain on the island of Crete, but the rain didn't just make the mood darker. The rain served to mask the tears that flowed from Hephaestus' eyes. I will continue to do what you taught me and I will be recognized for my work. So, thank you for everything, father, said Hephaestus. The young god then stabbed the javelin spear into the destroyed floor of the ancient citadel of Knossos. After Hephaestus took one last look at the destroyed city, he soon left the place. He didn't notice that the spear vibrated in response and soon shot up into the sky in a roar that sounded like thunder. Location: Midgard/Avanenma Islands. POV: Thor. Although I couldn't get the Telchines, having an advanced human civilization under my protection was something I gladly did. After all, the humans in Midgard before the arrival of my people hadn't developed something like unity or kingdom. They were basically several people who took care of their own lives and, to a certain extent, their families. I soon disappeared and dropped my human disguise in front of my people. Although initially, I was going to explain in a more complicated way, thousands of my people soon shouted that their king had ascended to godhood. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in disbelief, but I soon joined the game and introduced myself as Thor, a god. Another thing was Igris. I found him on his knees as he gestured to the houses I recommended he build. It turns out that he has further increased the number of houses and their size beyond what I expected. When I asked him what so many houses are for, he muttered nonsense things like liege, followers, and worthy houses until he apathetically replied for future inhabitants. I had the decency to be a little worried. After all, I had a brief fear of turning my back and Igris taking a large number of soldiers and going on a crusade in my name. To avoid unnecessary things, I suggested that Hel give the priests lessons on the Norse deities and the entire pantheon, and Hel was great at that. In a matter of days, the priests spread the Norse religion to the elite people, and changes of clothing and some cultural changes took place progressively, leaving no time for the development of any difficulty for the elite people to adapt to their new home. At least they stopped calling me Eolia. Igris seemed ecstatic with the elite people and asked me to actively protect them, which I soon agreed to, as a population of 5,000 and potential warriors needed to be protected. I even asked Hel for a favor to have her be responsible for the souls of the elites and transfer them to my home in Asgard, which she readily agreed to. I also protected the city from the supernatural as well as my home. What was missing now was a teacher for runes and magic, and presto, I would have a functioning Nordic army. Anyway, 34 years of hard work, along with another 30 years ensuring the adaptation of my people to the new territory, gave results faster than expected. I soon left the archipelago, which I had left under Igris' watch, and headed towards my home in Midgard, where I spent a good deal of time with Fenrir on guard, and every now and then Hel visited her brother. I just went to my house in Midgard on the night of the winter solstice. As soon as I got to my house and opened the door, I was greeted by a confusing sight. Frigg, my mother, had graced her presence in my living room, with Hel looking at her with a coy gaze as she held a silver tray that held what I assumed was coffee. Also, Fenrir was sleeping in my favorite armchair. The audacity. Who you eat? I quickly hissed, catching the attention of the people in the room and waking Fenrir from his deep sleep. As soon as Fenrir saw me, he immediately jumped out of his chair and started running up the stairs quickly. This isn't over yet, I said, muttering. No way was I going to let him get away. This was a suede fabric recliner. This fabric, while comfortable, attracts animal hair like sugar to ants. Thor, cousin. The respective voices were Frigg and Hel, who approached me while I was planning a punishment for Fenrir. Although I flashed a smile when I saw that both my cousin and my mother seemed to have gotten along. It took a while for Frigg to get back together with Hel. After all, Frigg was warned by my paranoid old man and my uncle. But it seemed that the more Frigg was alone with Hel, the more Frigg returned to bond with her abandoned niece, and Hel returned to the mother figure she once had. Hello you two, I said, with a smile. But it seemed my smile wasn't appropriate for the situation. I need your help, Frigg said, looking me in the eye. I must admit, if it was anyone I would say no right away. Maybe I could make an exception if I knew the reason, or if the help would benefit me in any way. But if it were my beloved mother, who raised me and taught me many things in my life, who endured the frequent betrayals of my old man, who showed a mother's deepest love, asking for help with a pained look on her face? Yes. The answer was kind of obvious. POV. Third person. Who needs to die? Asked Thor apathetically. This seemed to be the wrong answer, as Frigg was soon alarmed. Nobody needs to die. I want you to accompany me along with Baldur on my visit to a close friend in Greece, Frigg said. In the face of Frigg's answer, Thor looked uncertain. After all, he had left there, and he didn't want to come back anytime soon. Why do you want to go to Greece anyway, Mom? Asked Thor, curious. Frigg then quickly replied. I haven't seen my old friend Rhea in ages. I couldn't visit her freely when her husband came to power. I couldn't visit her during a civil war. I couldn't visit her after the civil war. I couldn't visit her during the times of crisis with Typhon, said Frigg, as she walked away and sat down on the sofa again. Frigg seemed at this point somewhat melancholy, mainly due to not being able to help her best friend without causing a disturbance in supernatural politics, but with the victory of the Olympians, and the likely period of peace that began, Frigg believed she could finally visit her. I just want to see her again. She was my rock after the Asgardian civil war and I was her rock when her father imprisoned the rest of her brothers, Frigg said, with a longing tone. Thor remained apathetic, though Hel. Ugh sniff ugh. Hel's eyes were full of tears, and it looked like she was going to start crying at any moment. Thor didn't even look at Hel, but still placed a hand on the young goddess's head and caressed her while Hel tried unsuccessfully to wipe away her tears, trying to show comfort. It was then that Frigg flashed a smile. I hear she has several sons and daughters and even grandsons and granddaughters, so I'd like to meet them and introduce her to my sons as well, Frigg said with a smile. That statement froze Thor. Thor's mind began to process the various hypothetical scenarios for the encounter. Most scenarios ended up with Zeus or Poseidon flirting with his mother. Thor's face darkened. I'll go with you, said Thor, without hesitation. Frigg just gave an excited smile in thanks. Thank you, my son, just me, you, and Baldur will go. The rest of your brothers won't be able to go due to an important mission on an island further north, said Frigg, getting up from the couch and walking towards Thor. Thor raised an eyebrow and looked pointedly at Hel, who soon realized the meaning. I can't, cousin, I have work. If I didn't there wouldn't be souls in Valhalla. After all, souls can't judge each other, said Hel. Thor soon nodded in acknowledgement and looked back at Frigg. Isn't it too risky to take Baldur? He's the future ruler. Maybe it's better if only me accompany you, Mom, said Thor. Frigg then responded promptly. You know your brother, he's the one who volunteered. He said he would like to meet the person he became my best friend with, Frigg said with a smile. Thor could only sigh in response, and it looked like he was going to make a comment in this regard, but stopped, as he was interrupted by something that caught his attention. Did you hear that? Asked Thor, in confusion. The two women in front of Thor denied it and just looked confused at Thor's reaction, who started to look around in curiosity. Thor had heard a sonic boom. In fact, Thor could still hear the sound as he was getting closer and closer. At high speed. Boom. The earth shook briefly, and Thor looked at the door suspiciously as the sounds had stopped after the tremor. Thor then approached the door and opened it. The first thing Thor saw was the javelin spear in front of him, floating harmlessly. The second thing was the crater created in front of his house, where the spear was located exactly in the center. The thunder god just swore in response, and soon left the house and closed the door, preventing Frigg and Hel from seeing the spear in front of his house. Thor then ran to the crater, grabbed the spear, and placed it inside its storage space just in time before Frigg opened the door. Thor, my son, what happened? Frigg asked, looking at the crater. Thor just assumed a calm countenance, as he left the center of the crater and answered briefly. No big deal, Mom, just a little mishap. No need to worry, let's just get Baldur and go visit this friend of yours, said Thor. Somehow, Thor managed to keep Frigg from commenting on the events at Thor's house, and they just went in search of Baldur in Midgard. Baldur ended up standing in what would come to be known as future Greenland, admiring the view, enjoying the stunning scenery that the sun offered. That was one of the few perks of being the sun god. Although Ra is enshrined as the strongest solar deity, the other solar gods should not be underestimated. Baldur was one of those gods. The Norse sun god was already strong and powerful, but in the presence of the sun, Baldur could be described as invincible, as nothing should harm him. There was no doubt that after Thor and Odin, Baldur was the third strongest in the entire Norse pantheon. In fact, it was quite possible that Baldur had already surpassed Odin himself, but the young god didn't hold many achievements, unlike Odin. When Frigg and Thor finally sought out Baldur, the three Norse supernaturals headed for Greece, and they stopped at a specific city, which in the future would be known as Athens. However, at this time, the city didn't even have a name, and it didn't have a name for the territory. Location, region of future Attica/Greece. POV, third person. In the center of town at night, Thor, Frigg, and Baldur strolled carelessly, not caring for the humans who didn't seem surprised by the appearance of the three deities. This was due to the fact that both Thor, Frigg, and Baldur had formed a rune that masked their physical presence to humans, making them invisible to non-supernatural eyes. What a lively place. Very different from our territory, Frigg said, watching the city's streets move with interest. Indeed, mother. Although I find their culture a little strange, said Baldur uncertainly as he looked at the piles of rocks in front of the houses. Thor only glanced briefly at the piles and shuddered in response, as if he knew what it was for. Weird culture or not, we didn't come here to question this. Mom, where's your friend? Asked Thor. Frigg looked confused before answering. Rhea said someone would come to pick us up here. She won't be coming in person, because she will be preparing a welcome feast for our arrival, Frigg said. It was then that some humans began to crowd together, drawing the attention of the Norse deities. Listen, listen, shouted a voice, which resounded throughout the place. It was just a young man who was putting on a little competition. A competition between gods. The gods were Athena, who wore a serious countenance, and Poseidon, who wore a confident smile. Today we will decide the name for our much-loved city, with two great gods vying to sponsor our city, offering us gifts. The best gift will win, and our king, Crops, will be the one who decides the victor, said the young man. The audience soon applauded, even Frigg and Baldur, who applauded politely. Only Thor didn't clap and just stared in disbelief at what he was seeing and hoped it was an illusion. King Crops looked like any other human, except he had a sea serpent's tail. It was then that Poseidon began the competition. With divine power, Poseidon glowed in a mixture of green and navy blue colors, which briefly blinded the audience. When the glow faded, 3 thoroughbred horses were at Poseidon's side, who soon gestured with his trident and began to speak. I give you the best horses in the world. They will serve both for work and for war, said Poseidon confidently. Poseidon thought he had managed to win, as according to the established rules, gifts shouldn't be supernatural or powerful, as they would be given to humans. And at that moment, a horse's life was worth more than a human's. When it was Athena's turn, the goddess didn't use divine power. She just used her hand to grab something inside the armor. When the goddess reached out her hand, everyone saw what the goddess took. A plant with golden leaves. Thor distinguished as being an olive branch. Athena soon let go of the branch and used divine power to make a tree from the branch on the ground. I offer you olive plantations, said Athena. People marveled at the tree that began to grow until it became gigantic. But Poseidon just rolled his eyes and looked at the king, who was the judge, and waited for the verdict. King Cecrops was silent before approaching both gods. Both gifts are of great importance to our city, however. Goddess Athena's gift comes out victorious, and therefore our city will be named after her in honor of her victory, said Cecrops. The people soon agreed with the decision, because for the people the olive tree was the noblest of trees, being resistant to droughts and providing the fruits with which oil was produced, which was a food fortifying the muscles of athletes and warriors and fuel for common dwellings and temples. Undoubtedly, planting olive trees around the city was far more valuable than a few horses. Poseidon had obviously been upset by the decision, as it meant a defeat for his niece and his brother's favorite daughter, and soon gripped his trident in anger and stared at Athena, who stared back. It won't stay this way, Poseidon said. Poseidon's power soon roared in response, though only Athena's and Cecrops seemed to react to the buildup of power, and they worried that Poseidon might try something. That's what they thought until a new force appeared out of nowhere, knocking out mortals and bringing Greek supernatural beings to their knees. For Cecrops, it was as if he was being crushed by an enormous force, and it looked as if he would lose consciousness at any moment. For Athena's it was as if someone was stepping on her body, preventing her from getting up, while she sweated nervously at the new presence. For Poseidon, it was worse. For the focus of power was actually the god of the seas himself, who by a miracle was still conscious, though he was on his knees and sweating profusely as he tried to support himself with trembling arms in the face of the overwhelming power. It was then that footsteps were heard. The footsteps seemed to be something like metal connecting with the earth, causing a distinct sound. The three Greek supernatural beings acquired the strength to look towards the source of the sound and saw something that made them hold their breath. A man with long red hair, wearing a kind of white coat along with black gloves and a golden belt, which had a hammer attached, walked towards them. The man held a gaze that would make anyone freeze in fear, with black scleras and gold eyes gleaming with power. It was Thor. As soon as the Norse god stopped next to Poseidon and Athena, the pressure from before was gone and the Greek supernatural beings could breathe properly, although they faced Thor in fear. Let's calm down, shall we? Asked Thor, raising his eyebrow. Athena sweated in response. That wasn't the best way to calm us down, whispered the goddess Athena. Thor, don't cause a scene like that again, you could have accidentally killed someone, said Frigg, who soon followed Thor. Balder followed Frigg closely and seemed unaffected by what had happened. In fact, neither Frigg nor Balder were affected, as Thor took aim at those in his line of sight. Thor only smiled in apology. Sorry, Mom, but I assumed one of those two would be the one who should be leading us to Olympus, said Thor, nonchalantly. Thor actually felt no excuse. After all, for the Norse god of thunder it was a good way to practice the Vilgestirka king. Frigg just snorted in response and soon went to scold Thor again, but Balder soon interfered. Mom, I think it's okay, no damage was done. I think Thor just wanted to get the attention of our future hosts. Although I don't really agree with the method, said Balder, with an uncertain smile and sweating, as he looked at Thor. Thor just shrugged. It worked, said Thor. It was then that Athena's and Poseidon soon knew who was in front of them. The guests that Rhea had said to fetch before Poseidon entered a competition against Athena to see who would be the patron of the city newly founded by Cecrops. The god of the Greek seas soon took the initiative, in addition to showing a self-seeking look to Frigg. Greetings? Welcome to our territory. I am Poseidon, and I was commissioned by my mother to take you to Olympus, said Poseidon. Poseidon had already risen from the ground, and though he gave Thor a fearful look, he looked at Frigg with some interest. When Frigg held up her hand for Poseidon to shake, the god of the seas surprised not only Frigg but Thor and Balder by taking the hand and placing a tender kiss on the calloused knuckles of Frigg's hand. A pop vein could be seen on the forehead of both princes of Asgard. Frigg, however, soon defused the situation by trying to introduce herself to Athena. And you, my young one? How are you? Asked Frigg, releasing her hand from Poseidon's grip and extending it to Athena, who had approached shyly, while she glanced at Thor from time to time. I am Athena, daughter of Zeus. Greetings to you, Queen of Asgard, said Athena, bowing briefly to Frigg. Poseidon soon took the lead again, while looking only at Frigg. Come on, come on. My mother awaits you at the great feast, Poseidon said, offering an inviting arm. Frigg just gave a polite smile. Fine, you can show us the way, Frigg said, quickly taking Balder's arm, refusing Poseidon's arm. The god of the seas didn't seem upset, quite the opposite. In fact, there was only one thing going on in his mind. I like it better. The hard ones, Poseidon thought while licking his lips. The group soon left the newly named city of Athens, and once they were a good distance away, Athena summoned a teleportation circle, which transported them all to the top of Mount Olympus. At the top of the highest mountain in Greece, there was a kind of magic circle carved into the ground. This was the gateway to the abode of the gods. Poseidon soon activated the circle, and then a flash of light soon engulfed all those present and transported them to Olympus. Olympus, or the abode of the Greek gods, was actually a vast city in the clouds, with luxurious houses and temples made entirely of gold. It was then that the group saw a figure running towards them. The figure didn't stop running and just passed the group, just making the wind roar. Hermes is always working, said Poseidon in contemplation. It's natural. He's the messenger, so it's quite common for him to be busy, said Athena. The Norse gods only thought of their messenger, Hermd. All the Norse, even Frigg, admitted that Hermd was not the busiest being in their pantheon. In fact, he was the opposite. Hermod was lazy most of the time. The group then continued to a great hall, which was a giant table that at this point accommodated all of the high-ranking supernatural beings of Olympus, with the exception of a few deities. Frigg, it's so good to see you again, even after so many years, Rhea said, approaching quickly and hugging Frigg. Frigg just smiled in response and returned the hug. Yes, Rhea. I'm assuming you look alright after all that happened, said Frigg. Rhea then pulled out of the hug, still smiling. Come, sit down and I'll introduce you to my family, Rhea said, then pulled Frigg to the table. Thor and Balder just followed their mother closely as they looked around, interested in the architecture of the place as well as the people. Meanwhile, location, future Iceland. POV, third person. 3 deities were walking around the island carrying out a reconnaissance mission. The 3 were Vidar, Vili and Hermod. And at that moment, they are close to an active volcano on the island. This is worrying, said Vili, seriously. Don't tell me, genius, this is the 25th active volcano we've found. This shouldn't be normal, Vili, so of course, it's worrying, Hermod said. Vidar remained calm as he looked around. The island they were on was a special island. After all, the biggest volcano on the island was the entrance to the kingdom of Surtur. Miss Belshamer. The mission given to them by Odin was to investigate the island, as it now looked like an increase in activity. For although Surtur is confirmed to still be sleeping, his children are starting to get restless according to Odin. This in itself caused concern to the Asgardians. It was then that something caught Vidar's vision. Claw marks climbing up the slope of the volcano. You two shut up. We have a situation here, Vidar said in a commanding tone as he drew his sword. Hermod and Vili soon drew their weapons and looked around, copying Vidar's actions. The 3 brothers were silent and tried to hear something. I don't hear anything, said Vili, worried. Vili was worried because hearing anything in a place that should have some sign of life was never a good sign, as it could only mean one thing. A predator was nearby. It was then that the ground exploded close to Vili. He soon raised his shield to block the attack, though the young god was hit, and soon flew by the force of the blow and fell next to Hermod. Vili, shouted Hermod. Hermod, go home and tell our father. This order is not as a brother, but as a leader of the group. Vili and I will take care of it, said Vidar, already positioning himself in front of Hermod. Hermod was silent and soon began to run at a sonic speed, by which time Vili had already got up and stood close to Vidar, who watched the cloud of dust carefully. Do you have any plans? Vili asked, seeing 2 golden eyes emerging from the cloud of dust. Vidar just snorted in response. Yes. Try not to stand in my way to glory, Vidar said. Vili gave a short laugh. Huh, well said. I would say the same line for you, brother, said Vili, with a smile. As the dust settled, the brothers saw the monster made purely of rock and molten magma, 15 feet tall, looking at them as if it were seeing new prey. It was one of Surtur's children. Surtur's child roared in response and soon attacked the brothers, who only smiled in response and charged at the same time the creature attacked. Both of Odin's sons gave a battle cry as the creature gave a roar of fury that spat magma from its jaws. This was their first contact with one of Surtur's offspring, and it would be the first time the Asgardians would witness the power of one of Surtur's millions of children. The brothers soon split up, one going a different way, trying to confuse the magma creature, but were surprised when spikes made of magma popped out of the creature's skin. The brothers soon blocked the spikes with their shields and tried to dodge the rest. Vili, the legs, shouted Vidar. The pair of brothers soon approached the creature, which was still trying to hit them with its claws or magma spikes. When the brothers got close enough, they tried to use their swords and stab where the tendons should be, looking to make the creature fall or lose its balance. However, the swords soon bounced off the creature's hard skin, which roared in response and stumped to the ground, causing a small earthquake and unbalancing the brothers. The creature didn't stay still, and soon it swung one of its arms, which extended as if it were made of water, and soon it hit Vidar squarely, who barely had time to raise his shield. Vili didn't just watch and took advantage of the moment when the creature attacked Vidar and threw his sword at one of the creature's eyes. Since it was impossible to break through the hard skin, Vili thought the weak points would be the eyes. The god Vili would not prefer to use swords. After all, he was an archer, but Vili's aim was considered lethal, with chances of success with each throw. That means, Vili never missed a target. The creature roared briefly as the sword hit the eye squarely and just turned its head slowly towards Vili, who looked up in shock when he saw the sword stabbed in the eye begin to melt. It's going to be harder than I thought, said Vili, raising his shield again and running toward the creature. It was then that the creature let out another roar in defiance and began to run, but was soon stopped when a shield slammed into the side of its knee and sent the creature falling to the ground. The shield then returned to the caster's hands, who turned out to be Vidar. Use magic, brother? Ice or water, said Vidar, already creating a white magic circle that soon shot a blast of ice towards the creature's legs on the ground. Vili soon obeyed the command and created a blue circle, shooting a jet of water, which was quickly frozen by the ice magic. The brothers noticed that the magma in the creature's body seemed to lose its luster as if cooling, and believed it was working, as the creature also began to roar in what appeared to be pain. Until the creature spat a jet of magma at Vidar, who dodged the attack but had to stop the blast of ice in the process, giving it just enough time to reach out a hand and hit the Vili squarely, cancelling the jet of water, causing him to spit blood and being thrown away. The creature's magma glowed brighter than ever and began to melt the ice. It was then that Vidar gave a final battle cry and jumped towards the creature's head, which then reached out its right arm and grabbed Vidar's legs, raising the temperature and burning Vidar's clothes and skin, who roared in pain. The creature soon swung its arm and sent Vidar crashing to the ground, creating a crater, and causing the young god to choke on blood along with the scream of pain. Vidar didn't give up and soon he lifted the sword and imbued it with his divine power along with magic circles of ice nature and then hurled the sword towards one of the creature's eyes. The creature seeing the action used its free arm to defend itself but was stopped when Vili, who had already stood up, hurled his shield which slammed into the creature's arm, knocking it out of the way of Vidar's sword. Vidar's sword soon successfully hit the eye, and unlike before, the creature let out a roar of pain that resonated across the island towards the sky, as the glowing magma took on a hue of blue before starting to fade completely. When the magma was extinguished, the creature remained a statue, until it began to crack and gradually disintegrate. "Brother," shouted Vili, choking on blood as he ran towards Vidar, though stumbling along the way due to the pain in his body. Or at least, what was left of Vidar's charred legs. Due to the shock of losing most of his legs, Vidar began to gradually lose his eyesight, only briefly seeing Vili yelling at him to try to keep him awake. Though the screams fell on deaf ears, for Vidar had already lost consciousness by the time Vili arrived, a feast on Olympus was what the Norse gods greeted, with Frigg sitting at the table with Balder right beside her and Thor could be seen sitting a little farther away, at a nearby window, as he had decided the conversation was not interest for him. Though Thor always looked at Zeus and Poseidon carefully. Most of the deities were present at the banquet hosted by Zeus, but most were just eating and didn't seem to mind the guests. Only Rhea showed excitement, which could be clearly seen due to her chatting non-stop with Frigg, choosing to sit next to her. "And so that terrible monster was defeated by my son, with his brilliant plan and the sickle's help," Rhea said with a proud smile. Frigg looked interested but unimpressed. "Well, what about your kids? What feats did they perform to echo through divine eternity?" asked Rhea, looking at Frigg expectantly. Frigg looked coy with the question. "Well, my kids are a little more troublesome. But the most prominent achievement comes from my son Thor, who annihilated 1,000 Jotuns. While drunk," Frigg said, with a slightly embarrassed smile. Rhea looked stunned. But by the end of the answer, she was in disbelief. "Drunk?" asked Rhea. "Very drunk. The bloodthirsty drunkard is one of the titles he won from the people," Frigg said, embarrassed. For the Nordic mother, although consumption of mead is a cultural thing, starting to drink alcohol from an early age, she considers her red-haired son to be a little too addicted to mead. "My brother has his quirks, Goddess Rhea, but I assure you he is a great example to my Asgardian people when it comes to their relentless quest to become someone strong. In fact, he's my inspiration," Balder said, with a gentle smile at Rhea. Rhea didn't seem so convinced, as the great Greek mother only had contact with a few deities with such an appetite for alcohol. Her grandson, Dionysio, was a good example. To Rhea, Dionysus was far from a fighting god. In fact, the most combat-addicted deity would be Ares, the prince of Olympus, son of Zeus and Themis. A being that ended up growing up and living by violence, mainly due to its own volatile birth from the combination of Zeus nature and Themis nature. Ares grew up to be considered an aberration that always yearned for combat, so much so that the god began to have the particularity of covering the bed with the skin of warriors fallen by his hand. Themis, devastated by what her son had become, secluded herself in the hidden chamber of the Delphic temple, where she began advising humans with prophecies when Apollo was not present. Ares, however, cared little about his mother leaving. The young god only cared about one thing: fight. "So you are the crown prince of Asgard?" asked a voice. The voice belonged to a young man who was sitting across from Balder, being described as someone of great beauty, albeit with a bloodthirsty aura, sporting long blonde hair similar to the current king of Olympus, and glowing red eyes that emitted a dangerous glow as if they were flames. The young man was the crown prince of Olympus, Ares, god of the violent war. Balder reacted politely to the question that had an obvious answer. "Indeed," said Balder. Ares just snorted in response. "Interesting. You seem to be a tough guy," Ares said, with a confident smile. Balder, however, only needed a second to respond in a way not well understood by most people at the table. "That's what she said," said Balder with a smile. The silence that followed was caused by the confusion of most of the table's occupants. Balder, noticing the silence, was uncomfortable and, surprisingly, confused. The young god of light then looked at the only figure he could trust in this uncomfortable moment. "Thor, wasn't the time right?" asked Balder. Thor just smiled. "No little shit, the time was perfect, you're just way ahead of your time," Thor said with a small smile. Balder smiled and waved in response before turning his gaze to Ares, who was looking even more confused. "Don't worry too much about my kids, they're just a little eccentric, but then again, who isn't?" "Right," said Frigg, shrugging her shoulders. Balder and Thor just smiled at their mother, while Rhea gave a knowing smile. "I think I understand what it's like," Rhea said, looking at a specific spot on the table. The place was occupied by Rhea's youngest son and the current ruler and king of Olympus, Zeus. And right now he was doing something that needed his full attention. "So tell me, do you have other uses for these talented hands?" asked Zeus, wiggling his brows with a smile as he looked at a nymph, who was pouring wine. The nymph only gave a polite smile, but it was noticeable that she was nervous about being approached by the king of Olympus so blatantly. Rhea then looked at Frigg and gave an apologetic smile. Unfortunately, some of my kids are more eccentric than others, Rhea said. Oh, I see, said Frigg. It was then that Balder chose to comment on something else, to get out of a possibly embarrassing situation. So, what do you guys do to pass the time around here? Asked Balder curiously. The hall was silent, all the Greek deities stopped to think about an answer, yet nothing came to mind due to a simple fact. They didn't have much to do for fun, mainly because they had just won a war and the vast majority went into hiding during the Typhon crisis. Zeus, noticing the scenario, in addition to having the opportunity to impress potential lovers, chose this moment to speak. To celebrate our victory, I propose games, said Zeus, getting up from the table and saying aloud, his voice like thunder. Everyone was immediately interested. After all, any opportunity a deity has to have fun will get their full attention. Games? Asked Balder, tilting his head in confusion. Have you never heard of competitions? Huh? How weird, Ares said. Balder, however, didn't look offended, and actually wondered if his pantheon had some sort of competition between deities. The answer was kind of obvious. Our people were not created this way. The closest thing to competition is dispute resolution in the Valhalla arena. In short, we don't play games, said Thor, who had approached the table. Hera, who was next to Rhea, stared at Thor's facial features in silence as if she saw something familiar. Weird, said Hera, whispering to herself. If Hera didn't know better and wasn't a virgin, she'd say Thor was the father of the only child she ever had and will have. Hephaestus. But while Hera was lost in thought, the god Ares didn't like the statements. Are you saying we play? Ares asked, narrowing his eyes. Thor only raised an eyebrow in confusion, though he soon shrugged. It was a way of speaking. I didn't exactly mean that, said Thor. Zeus, looking for an opportunity, soon approached. So how about we have the first friendly competition between you Asgardians and us Olympians in some non-fatal competitions, Zeus said with a smile. Thor looked at Zeus apathetically. I don't see a good reason to, Thor said, but stopped when he remembered something. Thor then grabbed Balder, who was confused by the action, and they walked away for just a few seconds. When the princes returned, they both had a smile on their faces. If it's a competition, then I suppose there's some prize for the winner, Balder said with a smile. Zeus frowned. Is there anything more valuable than the glory of victory? Asked Zeus. That didn't make the Asgardian princes lose their smiles. While glory is important, an award for the winner should be a more effective motivation, said Thor. Zeus paused to think, though he glanced briefly at Mjolnir, which was attached to the golden belt, the Megingair, with a look of interest. I like the hammer, Zeus said, commenting on the weapon. Thor just shrugged, but an even bigger smile on his face. It's all yours. Thurisaz, said Thor, pulling Mjolnir from his belt. As soon as Thor said the command word Thurisaz, Mjolnir expanded, changing in size to giant size. Thor then placed Mjolnir on the pristine ground of Olympus. You just need to lift it, said Thor. Zeus, who flashed a confident and arrogant smile, thinking he got a new weapon for free, soon stepped forward and grabbed Mjolnir's hilt and made a move to lift it up. Just Mjolnir didn't move off the ground. Zeus, frowning, gripped the hilt with both hands and tried to lift Mjolnir again, only to fail spectacularly. What kind of magic is this? Questioned Zeus, sweating, while still trying to lift Mjolnir off the ground. Thor only had a smile on his face, but it was Balder who answered. My brother's hammer, Mjolnir, is undoubtedly a rather peculiar divine weapon. This is due to the fact that, unlike most weapons, Mjolnir does not choose the wielder. In fact, anyone can wield it, as long as they have enough strength, said Balder. Athena, who approached, soon questioned. What do you mean, just be strong enough? Are you referring to willpower? Asked Athena. Balder, however, surprised most by shaking his head. No physical strength, said Balder. This seemed to stun most of the Greek pantheon. How primitive, said Athena, frowning as she looked at Mjolnir. Now Zeus and Poseidon were trying to lift Mjolnir with all their might. Come on brothers. You can do it, said a female voice, with an inspiring tone. The voice was Hestia, who was cheering for Zeus and Poseidon, with two flags that had their symbol respectively in her hands. It may be primitive, but no one has been able to lift Mjolnir apart from my brother so far, said Balder. Athena soon raised an eyebrow. Then how does he manage to accomplish such a feat? Asked Athena in disbelief. Balder just smiled and pointed at Thor, but before Balder could answer Athena's question, Thor chose that moment to speak. Thanks to my gauntlets, Jerngripr, and my belt, Megingair, I can safely hold Mjolnir, said Thor. This, however, was misunderstood by all who were unfamiliar with Thor's plight. It is wrong to think that Thor is the one who needs gauntlets and a magical belt to hold Mjolnir. The truth was the complete opposite. It was Mjolnir that needed Thor to use 2 limeters simultaneously, so there was no risk of Thor breaking it by accident. This, however, was not known to anyone but a few deities, Balder being one of them. Even most Asgardians, thought that Thor used his gauntlets and belt to be strong enough to lift Mjolnir. Then let's do the following, 2 competitions. In case of your victory, I will gladly give my gauntlets and belt, in order to gain possession of Mjolnir. However, in the case of the Asgardian victory, the rewards for us might be Cronus sickle and... Do you want something, Balder? Asked Thor, looking at his younger brother. Balder paused to consideration for a few seconds before answering. I heard of a blacksmith god who is absent. I don't want to insult you, brother, but I would like something made by the hands of a different culture than ours, maybe because the forging method is different, the result is as unique as the technique used, said Balder, giving Thor an apologetic smile. Thor didn't look insulted, in fact, he had a knowing smile on his face as he looked at Balder. Nana? Asked Thor. Balder, surprisingly, blushed in response. Yes, said Balder. Thor even patted Balder on the back in acknowledgement. So we have a deal? Asked Thor, looking at Zeus. Zeus, Ares, and Poseidon looked at Thor. Deal, said the Greek gods. And so, a few minutes later, in an arena made of gold and filled with Greek supernatural beings such as nymphs, satyrs, centaurs, harpies, sirens, and empusas, cheering for the competitors. Several Greek deities also attended the sight. One of them was Hephaestus, who was in a bad mood due to being forced out of the forge. I don't understand. Why am I here? I won't even compete. I just created some materials for the competition, said Hephaestus, complaining to his mother who was sitting next to him. Hera gave a knowing smile. I understand you don't like to come out of your forge, my son, but I ask you to remember the promise you made to me about participating in important events, said Hera. Hephaestus just grumbled. The king, Zeus, just created this event, said Hephaestus. Hera went to answer her son's dissatisfied grumbles, but a voice ended up interrupting. Excuse me, Hera, said the voice. When Hera looked at the source of the voice, she saw a deity who ended up becoming her and her son's best friend due to coincidences. Aphrodite. The goddess of love ended up being the target of many male Olympian gods, even Zeus, though the goddess firmly refuses on the grounds that she would be exclusive to her future husband, Aeolia. The problem is that when Aphrodite learned of the destruction of Knossos, she soon went to the underworld with the biggest smile in the world and demanded Aeolia's soul from Hades. The problem is, the god of the underworld claimed that the soul of no one named Aeolia was to be found in the underworld. This resulted in Aphrodite's wrath, which shook the Greek underworld to its foundations and only stopped with the intervention of Hades. The goddess then believed that Aeolia was very much alive, just in another location. During that time of searching, she met Hephaestus, who claimed to consider Aeolia a father figure. This caused Aphrodite to get so close to Hephaestus, and they became friends. Aphrodite also met Hera, and considered her a close friend, although the two always argued over a specific title that both goddesses aspired to. The most beautiful goddess. When the two argued about this title, Hephaestus soon walked away claiming he had a headache. May I sit here? Asked Aphrodite, pointing to the vacant seat. Hera just smiled in response. But of course, sit down. At least I will have someone to talk to other than my son who is quite upset at the moment, said Hera, looking at Hephaestus with a teasing smile. Hephaestus just grumbled even more, while Aphrodite cracked a smile. It was then that the entire audience looked towards the center of the arena when they noticed an empusa that appeared on the spot. Greetings? To honor the victory over the Titans and the terrible Typhon, our king decreed a celebration. Welcome to the Olympics, shouted the empusa. Hephaestus soon scoffed. What a creative name, as expected of the king, said Hephaestus. Aphrodite gave a small laugh, while Hera lightly scolded her son. Hephaestus, don't mock your king, said Hera, frowning in rebuke. Meanwhile, the empusa has spoken again. For champions to serve as an example to be followed by future generations, competitors must compete naked, shouted the empusa. This, of course, led to the screams of most female supernatural beings. Some male beings also started screaming in response. When the empusa declared, from one of the gates of the arena, Zeus and Ares soon came out. Completely naked. People of Olympus, I give you your champions? The king and his heir? Zeus and Ares, said the empusa. The audience cried out in response, and at the same time, the empusa didn't stop and soon introduced the duo that was leaving the other gate. And the challengers? The Asgardians? The crown prince and his brother? Balder and Thor, shouted the empusa. As they both walked out of the gates, they both looked around and remained, surprisingly, a little ashamed of their naked state. Why are we doing this naked anyway? Asked Thor, whispering to Balder. Balder just forced a smile. They say it's tradition, and they claim that nudity shows the beauty of the contestants' bodies, and should be something to be proud of. Also, they claim that the clothes get in the way of the athletes' movements, especially because, if you've noticed, the weather here is quite hot, said Balder, waving politely with a smile. Thor also nodded politely, though he had noticed that most of the women, and even men, looked at him in shock. What the hell is wrong with them? Asked Thor, in confusion. Balder only smiled in response, but he already knew why. After all, due to Thor's height, most women, and even some men, were staring at one extremely big particular member, which resulted in most women looking at Thor in interest and men looking at him in envy. If the Asgardian is willing, I might be quite interested, said the empusa in the center of the arena, winking at Thor. Thor just disregarded the flirtation and approached the center of the arena, along with Balder, heading towards Zeus, Ares, and the empusa, and then crossed his arms. Let's get on with it, I want my sickle. Besides, it's weird to be naked like this. The wind is annoying, said Thor, muttering the last part. Meanwhile, Rhea and Frigg were watching the interaction from one of the reserved seats in the arena. Looks like your sons were sculpted for war, Rhea said, looking at Thor and Balder's physiques. The Greek mother goddess noted that Thor's physique was more powerful than Balder's, although the god of light was not far behind in terms of muscular definition. Why are they doing this without any clothes on? Frigg asked, looking confused. Rhea just smiled in response. There is nothing more beautiful than the body, my friend. We have a culture of appreciating the body a lot. Naked turns out not to be a big deal, said Rhea. Frigg didn't seem to agree. This sounds more like something perverted created by your children, Frigg muttered under her breath, making Rhea not hear. Meanwhile, with Aphrodite, Hera and Hephaestus. Hephaestus, do you have any twins? Asked Aphrodite, looking at Thor in amazement. If you didn't consider the exposed golden veins, the black sclera, and the giant musculature, Thor would be a carbon copy of Hephaestus. No. Well, no that I knew of, said Hephaestus, slowly, as he faced Thor. To Hephaestus, he felt something familiar, while Hera was silent and just stared at Thor with a frown, showing the goddess's confusion and curiosity. It was then that the Empusa that was presenting the game spoke again. Very well, by order of Zeus, there will only be 2 modalities. The first one will start now, and due to the draw made earlier, the contestants will be the crown princes, said the Empusa. Ares and Balder were soon face to face, and then, with a small glow emerging from the arena, a kind of ring was created from the ground, with only Balder and Ares in the center, with both hands covered by leather straps called hymns, which basically would be something like boxing gloves. The first modality is the famous pancratio. The rules are simple, except sticking your fingers in the eyes, attacking the genital area, scratching or biting, everything is allowed. The fight ends when one of the fighters is unable to continue or has given up, said the Empusa. Balder then raised his fists towards Ares, who copied the gesture, and clapped his fists together. Both crown princes then quickly backed away and assumed a fighting stance. Thor looked quite relaxed, which couldn't be missed by Zeus, who was standing next to the Asgardian. You seem confident of your brother, Zeus said, approaching Thor. Thor looked at the king of Olympus and gave a small smile. Of course I am after all. Balder is the second strongest of all the Asgardians, said Thor. Zeus frowned briefly and looked back at the ring. At this moment, Ares chose to attack, quickly lifting his foot and kicking Balder's abdomen hard. However, while the kick had the effect of pushing Balder away a bit, Asgard's god of light was completely fine. Ares didn't seem to want to stop the charge, so he soon ran towards Balder and soon started punching the young god of light, who raised his arms in a defensive stance. Each blow from Ares hit Balder, shaking the arena as if it were an earthquake. The arena screamed for each successful strike by Ares, and to the audience, Balder was on the defensive as he was losing. The war god of Greece only laughed in response and looked displeased with Balder tin so defensive. Ha 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 ha, what is this Asgardian? Show me what you're capable of. Don't embarrass me that way, Ares said, still punching Balder with his fists. It was then Ares had a brief glimpse of Balder's eyes shining like 2 suns. The war god's fighting instinct screamed in response, and then Ares jerked his head to the side, just in time to dodge a lightning-fast punch from Balder. However, Balder soon bent his outstretched arm quickly, and elbowed Ares right in the side of the head, resulting in the god of war backing away. When Ares lifted his head and looked at Balder, you could see the excited smile on his face. Now this is interesting, shouted Ares. The god of war then ran towards Balder. Ares' increase in speed and strength was noticeable due to the fact that the longer a conflict goes on, Ares' physical capabilities will always constantly increase until Ares' body reaches the limit. The 2 princes then punched each other in the face at the same time, both with an outstretched arm, though Ares was the only one to bleed again, while Balder just stared at Ares with a look of apathy. Balder didn't stop and soon approached Ares at lightning speed, surprising him, and punched the god of war in the face with all his might, sending Ares' body crashing into the ground, destroying the ring, and cracking the arena, causing an earthquake. When the dust settled, Ares could be found knocked out in the center of the ring, while Balder was standing unharmed. The audience politely applauded the Asgardians' victory, while Thor briefly glanced at Zeus, and was surprised that the king of Olympus did not appear to be angered by the defeat. You don't look upset, said Thor. Zeus only glanced briefly, before giving him a bored look. Ares is young, he still has a lot to fight for and a lot to learn. After all, he is a deity of the 6th generation of rulers, Zeus said with a shrug. Thor raised an eyebrow. 6th generation, asked Thor, curious. Zeus nodded briefly. Well, yes. The first ruler was Chaos, the second was Gaia, the third was Uranus, the fourth was my father and I am the 5th ruler, said Zeus. Thor only nodded at the answer, as he was of the 5th divine generation, as the Norse primordial of the void, Ginnungagap, was the first ruler, with Buri being the second, Bor being the third, and Odin being the 4th ruler of Asgard. Though Ginnungagap could hardly consider a ruler, for at the time of his existence, there was nothing to rule over, and with his death, Ymir was born first, then Aurhumbla, and finally Buri. As Thor thought for a while about Ginnungagap, the Empusa interrupted his thoughts by drawing the attention of the arena audience. The Asgardian victory is indisputable, now we will move on to the next modality? Now with our king, Zeus, competing against the brother of the crown prince of Asgard, said the Empusa. The arena then glowed and turned into a sort of throwing combo, with several discs made of celestial bronze next to an inscribed circle in the middle of the arena. The next competition will be Skos. The contestants will throw a very resistant bronze disc as hard as they can. The arena will mark the distance with smitas made of energy, and the arena itself will measure the distance from the disc's exit from the area of throwing, which is the circle, and will show us the result, said the Empusa. Such an arena capability was created by Hephaestus, who had nothing better to do and wanted to come up with some great innovative project. Zeus flashed a confident smile and grabbed one of the discs and soon began to spin his body at high speed. It was noticeable that some lightning appeared out of nowhere, further increasing Zeus' turning speed. After a few seconds, and when Zeus was about to create a hurricane in the middle of the arena, the king of Olympus threw the disc into the sky. The disc came out of Zeus' hand looking like a meteor, causing the sound of an explosion as it was thrown. A few seconds passed until the arena glowed again and a number could be seen as a hologram in the center of the arena, for all to see. As expected of our king, 20,247 stadion is amazing, shouted the Empusa. The audience applauded as Zeus nodded with a confident smile. Meanwhile, with Rhea and Frigg, the Greek motherhood goddess wore a confident smile. Are you confident of your son's victory, my friend? Asked Rhea, looking at Frigg. But then the goddess Rhea was confused by Frigg's actions. Frigg had strapped herself to the chair. What are you doing? Asked Rhea, in confusion. Frigg just smiled sheepishly. My son Thor has a tendency to exaggerate a little. I suggest you hold on to something, Frigg said. Meanwhile, Thor started towards the pile of throwing discs, but as he passed Balder, the god of light soon asked with a smile. Going to overdo it again, won't you? Asked Balder, with a nervous smile. Thor responded with a smile. You can be sure of that, said Thor. Thor then walked away. When the Asgardian thunder god approached the circle and picked up one of the discs, which unfortunately for Thor, were too small to be thrown by traditional methods. Thor then smiled and assumed a baseball pitching stance. The thunder god soon assumed the stance and the world seemed to freeze as Thor was about to throw the disc. It's worth remembering that Thor was doing it completely naked, which means one thing. He didn't have any of the strength limiters. As Thor released the disc, the air seemed to tremble as if it were made of glass, bending space with the force behind the throw, crushing any resistance, as if space itself were a sheet of paper. Boom. The result was the sound of an explosion, resulting from a shock wave, which shook all of Olympus, bouncing the audience off their seats and cracking not only the floor but all the buildings of Olympus. Some gave way to damage and fell, while others they were barely standing. When the dust cloud from the arena settled down, only a single number could be seen in the center of the arena, which surprised everyone present. 0. It made Thor look in shock. What the dash? Does that mean I lost? Said Thor, looking at the Empusa that presented the divine Olympics. The Empusa was lying on the floor, her eyes showing a state of confusion, while it was possible to see that she was so pale that it was possible to see her soul trying to leave her body. Meanwhile, the only one standing in the arena, who although he fell like the others, was the only one to recover and get up quickly was the creator god of the arena system, Hephaestus. And at that moment, the blacksmith god was looking at Thor in shock. 0. That means the disc never came out of the circle, said Hephaestus, starting to sweat at the meaning of it. Another person from the arena who also thought about this was Athena, who already feared Thor due to her first encounter with him. But now, for Athena, Thor was possibly a great ally or, in the worst-case scenario, an enemy worse than Typhon. He may not have enough achievements, but he is already in the top 10 of the strongest existences, said Athena, worried. A few minutes passed, and while the arena was being repaired, the Empusa in charge of the event decreed the winner. Well, although there are disagreements, according to the established rules, the winner was decided by the longest distance traveled by the disc, meaning Zeus' victory, told Empusa, who was still in a state of recovery. Thor could be seen mumbling in a corner, while Balder, who was nearby, smiled nervously at his brother. With the tie, a new competition has been set to break the tie, said the Empusa. It was then that someone emerged from the gate of the Greek deities of the arena. A race from the human world, from the entrance to Olympus to the pillars end of the world located on the western edge of Greek territory. And the one chosen by Zeus was his son who helped our king to free himself from the clutches of Typhon. The great Hermes, said the Empusa, gesturing to a young man. The young man, identified as Hermes, had a confident smile, although he looked like a child. The one who will compete for the Asgardians will be the brother of the air again, Thor, Empusa said, but there was uncertainty in her tone. Thor then took a step forward, and then the arena glowed again, this time with a portal at the exact opposite end of Thor and Hermes, showing Mount Olympus' entrance into the human world. Thor and Hermes took their positions and prepared as the countdown began. The air danced through the body of Hermes, flapping the wings on the helm and sandals, which began to flutter in cheer. Meanwhile, several lightning bolts began to erupt from Thor's body, enveloping the Asgardian thunder god in a kind of armor. When the countdown ended, time froze, and then hell derailed. Hermes and Thor shot towards the portal as if they were two comets, Thor being blue and Hermes being green. For humans, the sky was split in 2 by 2 meteors who were assumed to be the displeasure of the gods. The race had only lasted a few seconds, and the victory was overwhelming. And the winner of the race and, by extension, of the first divine Olympics was, began the Empusa. The Empusa then gestured to the first comment that had returned. Thor, shouted the Empusa. The audience cheered in response to the result, even Zeus cheering excitedly. We must do this again? It was kind of fun to pass the time, said Zeus, looking at Balder. The Asgardian god of light smiled. Maybe in the future, king of Olympus. But now it would be nice to deliver our promised prizes, said Balder, extending his hand to Zeus with a smile on his face. When Zeus remembered that he lost, and now had to hand over Cronus' sickle plus the services of the best blacksmith on Olympus, he stopped smiling and clapping and showed a resigned face as he grumbled. "Damn it," Zeus said, with a scowl of displeasure. "You seem restless." "Something wrong, brother?" asked Balder. At this moment, both Asgardian princes were leaving the Olympus arena, having both dressed in clothes. The two were now heading to the hall, where they would get the winners' prizes. However, as they walked, Balder, being quite sensitive to negative emotions, noticed that Thor was a little uncomfortable about something. Thor answered Balder's question with a frown on his face. "Yeah, it's nothing, let's get the prizes," said Thor. Since the end of the first Divine Olympics, Thor was having an uneasy feeling from the moment he was in the arena. The reason for Thor's discomfort was that at the end of the Olympics, Thor briefly used the Vilgesterka archer, and felt and saw every entity in the arena, so Thor would have a brief idea of who witnessed the Asgardian victory, and what was witnessed his and Balder's power. Thor, however, was surprised when he sensed someone with a god power similar to himself. This divine energy signature, while small and weakened, was identified by the use of the Vilgesterka archer. Thor recognized the entity. After all, it was not the first time he saw it. Although it was the first time he identified his weakened divine power, after all, Thor thought that this entity was born from the will of a goddess and the emergence of affinity to the realm of birth. But after the Vilgesterka archer, Thor knew it was far more complex than that. For that reason, Thor just wanted to take Cronus' sickle and just go towards the source of divine power similar to his own. "Hey, wait," shouted a voice from behind. Both Asgardians looked towards the voice and saw someone who left them a little surprised by its presence. In the end, the man looked a lot like Thor. It was Hephaestus. "Brother, who is?" said Balder, looking to Thor for answers. However, Balder was surprised when he saw that Thor was not showing any emotion. "Balder, can you go meet our mother?" asked Thor, looking at Hephaestus. Balder was silent as he switched his gaze between Thor and Hephaestus, but just a few seconds later, Balder looked seriously at Thor and waved, and then the young god of light of Asgard soon left in search of his mother. The entire time, both Thor and Hephaestus just stared at each other. Neither of them dared to say anything, which resulted in Hephaestus looking at Thor in curiosity, while Thor showed no visible expression even though Thor's mind was working and processing the recent discoveries. It was at that moment that someone else chose to show up. "Hephaestus, there you are? Why did you leave so fast? Nor did you say goodbye to me or Aphrodite," asked someone. That someone was Hera, who had followed her son after the Olympics. Hera, however, froze briefly when she looked at Thor, and quickly changed her demeanor from a mother to a diplomat. "Greetings, Prince Thor, I see you've met my son Hephaestus," said Hera, waving briefly at Thor. Although Hera was confused about Thor's similarities to Hephaestus, the goddess couldn't be as straightforward with the questions due to the simple fact that Thor's show of strength left most, if not all, of the denizens of Olympus in a state of wariness. Thor, however, only briefly waved at Hera but soon returned to face Hephaestus. "I heard you were a good blacksmith. Mind if you show your talent?" asked Thor. Hephaestus just thought for a few seconds, before nodding briefly. "I don't mind, but as long as you don't get in my way. Come on, I'll guide you to my forge," said Hephaestus, starting to walk in a certain direction, towards the forge. Thor then followed the young blacksmith god. Meanwhile, Hera, confused about Hephaestus' behavior of inviting anyone other than her to his forge, soon followed the pair. A short time later, in the main forge of Olympus, Hera and Thor just watched Hephaestus work on an armor. However, the silence didn't last long, as Hera was a little uneasy at being so close to Thor, although the Norse god hadn't looked at Hera once since he entered the forge. "Is this the armor Zeus asked you to make, Hephaestus?" asked Hera, in curiosity. Hephaestus replied to his mother, though he didn't look away from the armor while he was working. "Yes, mother, the king asked for a specific set with enchanted armor and shield," said Hephaestus. "So this armor is for Zeus?" asked Hera. Hephaestus, however, denied it. "No, mother, although Zeus asked me to forge it, it was the Moirai who asked Zeus for the armor and shield," said Hephaestus. Hera was briefly confused, as the Moirai are strange and reclusive entities, being mainly due to them being the agents of fate in the Greek world. It was then that at that moment, Thor chose to speak when he saw that Hephaestus was ending, only enchantment was lacking. "How do you put the enchantments?" asked Thor, curious. Hephaestus looked briefly at Thor and then picked up a specific hammer and hit the armor and shield twice each, with each hit resulting in gold-colored sparks. "Done," said Hephaestus. This should surprise any god who didn't know Hephaestus. After all, Hephaestus always surprised anyone with the simplicity of incantations. However, it was Hephaestus who was surprised when he saw that Thor showed no expression. "You just hit it twice with the hammer," said Thor. Hephaestus froze. The reason for this was because Hephaestus had heard it before but from someone else. But still, Hephaestus remained calm and didn't show a visible reaction, and then continued with the dialogue. "Indeed," said Hephaestus. Thor then quickly responded. "I know enchantments for objects and you haven't put anything I know in the armor or shield," said Thor. "Do I look like a mage? Let me tell you that I am the god of the forge, not the god of magic," said Hephaestus. It was possible to see for a brief moment a look of sadness and apprehension on Hephaestus' face as he said that as if he had been waiting for Thor's next words. "Don't fuck with me," said Thor, with a brief smile. Those words made Hephaestus drop the hammer, as this dialogue was said only once when he was growing up. A dialogue between him and someone he considered the closest thing to a father figure. Aeolia? Asked Hephaestus uncertainly. This made Hera freeze and turn away from Thor with a look of shock. Thor, however, just remained standing where he was, albeit still with a small smile on his face. In a way, yes, said Thor. This answer somewhat confused both Hera and Hephaestus. I don't understand. Are you really Aeolia, or not? Asked Hera. Thor looked at the goddess. Aeolia was part of me. Simply put, I think you are all familiar with the avatar of the Hindus. Well, Aeolia was my own project. However, there were still some errors in that body. A good example is that when I was Aeolia, I didn't remember it was an Asgardian god, said Thor. That was a complete lie, but it was the simplest and unsuspecting solution to explain Thor's relationship with Aeolia. Through the avatar. Avatars are basically incarnations of powerful deities so that they can interact with weaker beings peacefully without causing any problems. This is due to the fact that the god's divine power is extremely reduced. With Thor's show of strength during the Olympics being at a higher level than Aeolia's show of strength, it would be ideal for Thor to have him say that Aeolia was just an avatar created by him. And as the first avatar, any mistakes would be attributed to the flaw in the body created with Thor's divine power. An avatar. I thought only Hindus had such a desire to incarnate with a different and weaker body than the original, said Hera, whispering to herself. But Hera's thoughts were interrupted when she noticed that her son, Hephaestus, soon approached Thor and hugged him. I thought you died in the awakening of Typhon, said Hephaestus, his voice muffled by his coat. For Hephaestus, it didn't matter if he was an adult god. After all, after a long time he had found someone who helped him and guided him from a young age to do what he liked most. Be the best blacksmith. Thor, seeing Hephaestus' actions, didn't miss the small smile, but as soon as he felt the area of the coat where Hephaestus' face was starting to get wet, he just hugged Hephaestus with one arm, while looking briefly at Hera and extending the other arm free, inviting the goddess to join in the embrace to comfort Hephaestus. Hera, sensing Hephaestus' feelings, soon approached quickly and began hugging Hephaestus, with Thor soon encircling Hera with his arm. And so the three stayed for some time. Thor patiently waited for Hephaestus to stop crying, no matter how long it lasted, as did Hera, who looked at Hephaestus with love and at Thor with uncertainty. When Hephaestus calmed down, he soon asked to withdraw from the forge quickly. Thor, knowing the roller coaster of feelings that Hephaestus went through in just a short time, accepted the request and was soon supported by Hera. But before Hephaestus left the forge, "Hey, boy," said Thor. Hephaestus soon looked at Thor, when he caught his attention. "Although I know that at this moment you need space, I'll be here when you need me," said Thor, with a smile. Thor said this to ensure that whenever Hephaestus wanted to talk he would be willing to listen. Hephaestus gave one last smile before leaving the forge. It was then that at this very moment, only Thor and Hera were present at the forge. "There's something you're not saying, right?" asked Hera, frowning at Thor. Thor looked at Hera and softened his gaze. "Somehow, or by chance, my avatar emitted some divine power that soon resonated with your power at some point, which coincidentally was already shaping for the birth of Hephaestus," said Thor. Hera soon froze at the answer. "So does that mean that in a way you are the father?" asked Hera. Thor soon realized that Hera's tone was wary, as the goddess Hera, although she is the goddess associated with marriage, was not married. In fact, Hera was technically considered a virgin. "Technically, yes," said Thor. The forge's silence was instantaneous right after Thor's response, with Hera looking away and backing away a little. "Your avatar." It was a great example to Hephaestus, for although I am his mother, our domains were nothing alike. In fact, I'll admit I was at some point worried about raising Hephaestus. I was worried at times if I'm a good mother, Hera said. Thor remained silent, for he knew that Hera was currently undergoing an ordeal in her vision. "I never wanted any of this, but I can't deprive Hephaestus of his father figure, so can we work together? For the sake of Hephaestus?" asked Hera, fearful of the answer. Thor waited only a few seconds while looking at an apprehensive goddess and the spot where Hephaestus had left until he made up his mind. "I don't need to think too much when it comes to family. He's my son, so count on me for anything," said Thor, extending a hand to Hera. Hera looked at Thor's giant hand and then gave a sincere smile as she shook Thor's hand. At that moment, a sort of agreement was made. Thor's avatar would be information known to few, and Thor would discreetly interact with Hephaestus and Hera at times during his stay, with the excuse that Thor was interested in Hephaestus' forging techniques, as Thor was also considered a god of blacksmiths. Nonetheless, there was a small variable. At the forge doors, having just witnessed the interaction between Hephaestus, Hera, and Thor, was someone who initially came to speak with Hera, but who witnessed an interesting revelation about the three gods. Finally, "So it was always you," said the voice. The voice was distinctly female, and right now she was looking at Thor in surprise and most of all, desire. "My husband." The voice turned out to be Aphrodite, who had witnessed everything from Aeolia's revelation of being Thor's avatar to Hera's silent contract. The goddess of love, daughter of Uranus, and consequently one of the most powerful goddesses on Olympus, had just found her target. Location, future Russia/future Primorsky territory. POV, third person. "What in Lucifer's name is she? And why is she after us?" shouted someone in a panic. At this moment, a pair of devils were flying at high speed through the dense forest of the human world, fleeing from the thing they found on the edge of Shinto territory, and as soon as they saw them began a hunt that seemed to be endless. Concentrate on getting as far out of this territory as possible. When we're far enough away, we'll teleport back to the underworld and we'll be safe, said the other devil. Lucifer won't be pleased to hear that we've failed to bring one of the 4 fiends back, said the first devil in apprehension, already expecting Lucifer's possible punishment. Well, we at least found it. And we know now that not everyone is sealed as we were told, said the second devil. It was then that a sound was heard throughout the forest. When both devils looked towards the source of the sound, bam! A kind of meteor hit the first devil at high speed, full on, pushing the devil to the forest floor and making a crater. The other devil was forced back by the shock wave, beyond the cloud of dust that covered much of the forest. When the dust cloud dissipated, it was possible to see the center of the crater, now with the body of the first devil hitting, in the center of the crater, and the meteor revealing to be in fact, someone. The figure turned out to be a tall, red-horned woman of the Oni race. But the horns were the only thing that reminded the Onis, as the woman's long hair is white and held back with orange spikes in a ponytail. The shade of the strands changes to aquamarine and then blue as the hair descends to her back. Wearing red hakama pants and hakama sandals and a large purple and white neodaisuke behind her back. Her top robe was a white sleeveless blouse with diamond-shaped designs on both sides and a blue wave pattern on the bottom. The woman, identified as Oni, wore a confident smile, as she stepped on the inert body of the first devil. The woman then pointed the weapon, which turned out to be a staff made of metal studded with metal spikes, at the second devil who was still floating in the sky, and who was looking at her with a fear never seen before. That? Get ready for a reckoning, said the woman. The devil only stayed for a few seconds before starting to fly away while screaming desperately. I've never seen you before. I never did anything to you. Leave me alone, shouted the devil. But then something happened. The air seemed to be sucked in, pulling the devil against his will. When the devil looked back, being the origin of the strange phenomenon, he was in shock when he realized that the Oni from before was pulling air with her mouth, as if she was eating the concept that was the wind. The devil still tried to get away from her, but unfortunately for him, it was no use. When the devil got close enough, the Oni swung the kanab, which was the peculiar staff made of metal, and hit the devil squarely, breaking his ribs in the process, resulting in a punctured lung and heart, causing the second devil's immediate death. When silence in the forest settled, the Oni just watched what she had done and gave a satisfied nod. It's getting a lot easier, murmured the Oni. Although she appeared to be alone, technically that wasn't the case. I already warned you about how too much confidence turns into arrogance, Yamato said a voice. The interesting thing was that the voice, as soon as the voice spoke, the eyes of the young Oni, identified as Yamato, seemed to shine in response as if reacting to the voice. The reason for this was that the voice came from inside the young Oni's mind. You should relax more, Dowdy. You taught me well, it's just that I miss a challenge because thanks to your teachings I feel like I'm strong enough to fulfill my ambition, said Yamato, with a dark tone in her voice. Dowdy was silent for only a few seconds, but then answered. I see you are still determined to fulfill that goal of killing them all, said Dowdy. Yamato only showed a scowl of hatred. They deserve. After all, they do what they want as long as they don't have anyone to stand up against them. Well, now they have me, said Yamato. Yamato, don't put all your hate on an entire race. I've been talking about this since we merged a long time ago, Dowdy said, with a warning tone. I'm sorry, Dowdy. I can't do that. No, when one of them had fun killing my family. If it wasn't for my brother's sacrifice, I would have died too, said Yamato. I just hope you know what you're doing, Dowdy said. Yamato then broke into a smile. Be more confident, you old monkey. I'll be in the top 10 of the strongest existences faster than you think, and when I do, I'll finally be able to go to the underworld, said Yamato. The young Oni then began to leave the forest, but not before burning the bodies and repairing the destroyed forest environment with magic. If they can have fun killing, I'll do the same with them, said Yamato. Although Dowdy didn't show or speak, he was concerned about the young Oni from many centuries ago who helped him escape. Not only had her appearance changed, but her personality had also changed drastically. Dowdy just hoped that the young Oni, who became the first user of his spirit, would be okay. Because, against all odds, the most powerful of the 4 fiends ended up caring too much about his user. In a small archipelago located in the north of the world, a refuge had been built for an ancient people of Greek origin who ended up fleeing a catastrophe. The people called themselves Aeolites. And after they fled and settled down safely, thank the god they came to worship. The Aeolites were, more than ever, determined to spread the glory of their god. For Aeolia, all hail Thor, roared an Aeolite, in full armor. Hail Thor, shouted several voices. The voices belonged to an army of approximately 3,000 men, all armored in armor similar to the man who had roared first. They were all in a vast field, in the midst of the storm brewing in the sky, and what they were doing now was a soul vow. At the head of the army was Igris, and though he couldn't be seen, he had a satisfied look in his eyes. This was due to the fact that his teaching efforts on how to fight and how to forge were not in vain. It was then that an Aeolite soldier, dressed in slightly different armor, was soon at the head of the army, alongside Igris. Aeolites? We once praised the wrong gods, but we were saved by the true one. So I'll make this promise. Maybe not today, not tomorrow, but we will never rest until other peoples behold the greatness of our god, roared the soldier beside Igris. The 3,000-man army soon brandished their weapons in the air and roared in approval. It was then that Igris unsheathed his sword and raised it to the sky, before reciting 2 words that would be spoken with the force of thunder by the army. Thor wants, roared Igris. The army looked more determined than ever. Thor wants, roared the army. Location, Mount Olympus/Greece. I don't want, said Thor, looking at the deity in front of him. The deity in front of Thor was the god known as Dionysus, a god well known for his addiction to wine and partying. Are you sure? The orgy is something quite unforgettable on Olympus. The empuses and nymphs always surprise, said Dionysus. Dionysus' face was flushed, but not out of shame or anything like that. Turns out the wine god was already drunk. In fact, it was quite rare to see Dionysus when he was not drunk or partying. Faced with Dionysus' answer, the Norse god of thunder just frowned and started to walk away. No thanks, said Thor. Dionysus soon tried to follow. Come on my friend, I'm sure, said Dionysus, before being abruptly interrupted by Thor. No, thanks, said Thor, looking at Dionysus. Dionysus seemed to understand Thor's mood and soon turned away from the thunder god, accepting Thor's refusal to join the festivities. Thor only saw Dionysus walk away and then shook his head in denial as he resumed walking towards a specific place on Olympus that he started to go to more often. The Forge of Hephaestus. As Thor reached the forge, he saw Hera, cross-legged and sitting on an anvil. When Hera noticed Thor's presence, she waved a smile at the thunder god of the north. Hello, Thor. I thought you wouldn't come today. Everyone talks about you after the Olympics, so I thought you'd attend some festivity, said Hera. Thor only responded with a smile. Festivities and I don't get along. It usually never ends well for the others, said Thor, whispering the last part. Hera, however, heard the whisper and was soon confused, until a few seconds later she looked at Thor with a knowing gaze. Drinking problems? Asked Hera. Thor had the decency to look a little embarrassed. Yes, said Thor. Hera showed no disappointment, as she had seen many deities with similar, even worse, tastes to alcohol than Thor. So, how's his little project going? Asked Thor, with a smile. Hera soon became excited. I've never seen him so inspired before. That autonomous armor project you showed him moved him so much that he hasn't come out of the forge in days. He must be finishing it already, said Hera. Hera soon got up and stood by Thor's side, and then grabbed the thunder god's hand and soon guided him through the great forge, leading Thor to the spot where Hephaestus was building a design inspired by the stand that Thor created for Hodor years ago. The name Hephaestus gave the project was simple. Talos, the guardian. I'm glad he liked his gift, said Thor. For Thor, he had gone years without having recognized Hephaestus as a son. This resulted in a small need for Thor to deliver some gifts that he was sure Hephaestus would appreciate. Thor would make a point of participating more in Hephaestus' life. Hera glanced at Thor's smile before her smile widened as the goddess blushed a little. For Hera, she was feeling at that moment a very comforting sensation, and she didn't want that feeling to end. But she knew better. Everything good doesn't usually last forever. By the way, how long do you plan on staying? Asked Hera, in a disinterested tone, though internally that wasn't the case. Thor glanced at Hera briefly, before considering his next words. It was at that moment, both gods found the young Hephaestus anxiously working on a kind of giant armor. It was enough for Thor to see the smile on Hephaestus' face to make a decision. Well, I was initially going to return with my mother and brother, however. I see no reason not to extend my stay if permitted, said Thor. This made Hera happy right away. Hephaestus, who noticed the presence of his mother and the one he considered a father, soon showed a big smile. I mean, Thor, the design you gave me is unique. I've never seen anything like that autonomous guardian armor. The closest thing was the Gugulana, the Anunnaki's second most powerful weapon, said Hephaestus. Before, Hephaestus believed that the pinnacle of the forge's creation was Gugulana. But when Hephaestus saw Thor's designs, he knew how wrong he was. To be the best blacksmith wasn't just about being able to succeed in crafting. It was about thinking outside the box. It all boiled down to Hephaestus in one word: innovation. A word that contains the inventor's curiosity, more dedication, and, above all, a lot of creativity. Well, it's up to you to improve, said Thor, smiling at Hephaestus. Hephaestus could only laugh in response before heading back to work, at which time Hera looked at Hephaestus and Thor with a look of satisfaction. A few days later, Frigg decided to return to Asgard along with Balder. Thor on the other hand was allowed to stay on Olympus. So years passed and Thor didn't leave Olympus much and chose to stay in the forge or the room he was given. In the meantime, countless attempts were made to get the thunder god's attention, from flowers to nymphs in the room, to serve as servants. These attempts were attributed to a secret admirer. However, Thor just kept the gifts and went on with his life on Olympus. Until one day Thor got bored and chose to leave Olympus and go to the city that had chosen Athena as its protective goddess. And here was Thor, in the middle of the city of Athens, using runes to hide from the eyes of mortals. Just strolling around and enjoying the old times life could provide. Until something caught Thor's attention. Attention everyone! It is time for us to praise our patron goddess, asking for wisdom and prosperity for our beloved city, said a voice. The voice turned out to be that of a priest, who was in front of a great temple, the main temple in the city, and completely dedicated to the goddess Athena. A group of humans began to gather around the temple, waiting for the ritual to begin. But that's not what caught Thor's attention. It was the fact that the goddess Athena was in the crowd looking at the people anxiously. Thor was confused by Athena's presence, for while rare gods interacted with humans, it was even rarer for a god to just anxiously await the actions of a mortal. It was then that the audience began to whisper vehemently, especially the men. Look at her, so beautiful. Such a beauty, is she really immortal? Her hair is perhaps more beautiful than the goddess Athena herself. These comments, as well as several that followed, only served to cause a frown to arise and grow on the face of the goddess Athena herself, who was present. Athena could be described as many things. Zeus' favorite daughter, goddess of wisdom and strategic war, the patron goddess of the city of Athens. But if there was something that few knew, it was a small flaw in the perfect daughter of Zeus. This was due to the fact that Athena was always praised. In fact, she was the most praised goddess by her own father, but when she found someone who was praised more than her, a feeling of envy clouded the wisdom goddess's mind. And that feeling once again arose, this time through the comments of mortals who were staring at one priestess in particular, who didn't mind the attention and just focused on finishing the ritual. Thor just raised an eyebrow towards Athena, who hadn't noticed his presence, showing to be a little interested in the reaction Athena will give. However, he was surprised when Athena just turned and walked away from the throng of worshippers, and while it was noticeable that the frown had lessened, it was still clear Athena's displeasure towards the priestess. The Norse god of thunder could only sigh in disapproval, though he had a look of understanding on his face. Although humans and gods are different in terms of power and longevity, we are very similar in terms of behavior, said Thor, still looking at Athena's exit. It was then that Thor felt, through the Vilgestirka archer, the presence of another supernatural being. When Thor recognized the presence, he only raised his eyebrows in surprise and a hint of confusion. Stupid fish, said Thor, looking at someone away from the crowd who was looking at Athena's exit. At that very moment, the ritual that was taking place was over and most of the people dispersed, with only a few men staying behind and trying, but failing miserably, to convince the prettiest young priestess in the temple to leave with them. The priestess was the youngest in the temple and had dedicated her entire life, from birth until now, to the goddess Athena. Despite all the care with her skin, hair, and bolder clothes than the other priestesses, the young woman never failed to follow the principle of Athena's chastity, and never once failed in temptation. A few hours later, after having turned down numerous marriage proposals, the young priestess was heading towards a small river with a pitcher in her hand. When the priestess reached the river and began to fill the jug, the waters of the river began to move. It seemed that the river had created life, and from the bottom of the river, the most beautiful man that the young priestess had appeared on the surface. That man was Poseidon, and at that moment he was looking at the priestess with a seductive smile and a gaze of lust. "Greetings, beautiful young one, am I pleased to know your name?" said Poseidon. The young priestess was ecstatic. After all, she knew that the being in front of her was a god, and if the presentation with the waters of the river and the trident in his hands, it was a little obvious who this god was in the humble priestess's vision. "Greetings, Lord Poseidon, my name is Medusa," said the young priestess, identified as Medusa, bowing a little. The name brought a smile to Poseidon's face. Guardian, protector, is an apt name, I suppose. You are the guardian bearer of such beauty that defies the principles of creation of humanity, and awake the deepest desire of men, Poseidon said, approaching the young Medusa. Medusa was shocked by the sea god's obvious flirtation, and while his flirtation over her beauty was appreciated, the young priestess knew this could be the start of something she didn't like because of her priestess duty and her vow of chastity. I appreciate the compliment, my lord. But I must go. The ritual at the time of the wolf is important, as I will be the one leading, said Medusa, quickly moving away from Poseidon. That statement was proven not to have the effect that Medusa wanted on Poseidon, for the god just licked his lips. There are other more pleasurable things to do in the hour of the wolf. Leave the rituals to others, after all, priests have a lot. Come with me and I will teach you the pleasures of the body, said Poseidon. It was then that Medusa looked up in horror and threw the jar full of water at Poseidon and started running. Poseidon just grinned in amusement as the jar broke as it collided with his body harmlessly and watched the young Medusa flee. How cute. I just wish you were watching this, Athena, but again, the news gets around, so I'll probably still see that smile fall from your face, said Poseidon, who soon started following Medusa. Although a direct confrontation between gods was frowned upon by Zeus' order, nothing stood in the way of an indirect confrontation. Help! Help! Somebody help me, shouted Medusa, as she passed the houses of the city. But when the curious eyes realized who was after the young Medusa, they just gave the young priestess pitying looks and ran to their houses and locked themselves up. Although the act could be considered cruel, who in their right mind would stand in the way of a god? They are just men and, above all, they want to live for a few more years of an already short life, avoiding bringing the wrath of a god or goddess. When Medusa realized she wouldn't get help from mortals, only one alternative crossed her mind. If humans won't help, maybe gods will grant her request. And then Medusa ran towards the temple of Athena, still insisting on screaming for help on the way. When the young priestess arrived at the temple and fell to her knees, resulting in cuts that made her knee bleed, in front of the statue of Athena, the young woman began to pray with tears in her eyes. "Oh, goddess Athena, in this moment of great risk to my life, I, a soul dedicated to you, ask for your help so that the pain does not fall on me, please, I beg you. I, who has dedicated my life to you, implore for your help in this time of dire need," said Medusa. The silence was the answer to Medusa. When Medusa realized that nothing, not even a sign, had happened, she tried more fervently. Please someone. Anyone. At least. Answer me, said Medusa, tears falling freely from her eyes. It was then that a hand grabbed Medusa's hair. She was so distracted trying to make contact with some deity that she didn't notice the sound of footsteps and pulled hard, pulling Medusa off her knees on the floor, cutting even more the already injured knees. It was Poseidon, with a mocking smile. What was that, priestess? Do you think we're going to waste our time helping one of you humans? Ha ha ha. You humans reproduce fast. What's one more death? Asked Poseidon. The sea god soon threw the priestess away from the statue of Athena. Let's have some fun, shall we? I'm sure after a while you might even start to like it, said Poseidon. The sea god soon stabbed the trident into the immaculate floor of the temple and began approaching Medusa with a look of desire. During all this time, Medusa didn't stop whispering for help, although the look already showed that she had already given up, and just accepted what was going to happen. But then something happened that neither Medusa nor Poseidon had foreseen. A white hammer with gold and black accents soon flew past the priestess and slammed into Poseidon, hurling the sea god towards the statue of Athena, which shattered in the process and the rubble buried Poseidon. The hammer was easily distinguishable as the Mjolnir, in its Ura's form, which basically made Mjolnir similar in size to Marvel's Mjolnir, only with the shorter grip. Mjolnir just floated, until it flew back, into the wielder's hand. Thor stood at the entrance to the temple, sporting a boring look. When Poseidon stood up and saw that it was Thor, a frown could be seen on the face of the Greek sea god. Have you lost your mind, Asgardian? No one can interfere in the affairs of other gods from different territories? Do you want war beyond enmity with the top 10 beings? Asked Poseidon, screaming in a fury. Thor, however, didn't seem to mind. What if I said I already had my eye on her and you were taking what was mine? Also, my hammer spontaneously slipped out of my hand and coincidentally met you in his path and, for convenience, stopped your actions that I was unaware of, said Thor, with a mocking smile. A vein could be seen pop on Poseidon's forehead. You bastard. Do you think this is a joke? Asked Poseidon. It was then that pressure fell on Poseidon's shoulders, who soon fell to the ground on his knees and began to sweat profusely. Thor had used the Vilgestirka king, again, and was now walking towards Poseidon. I don't make jokes, my uncle does. I make promises, king of the Greek seas, and my current promise is simple. Get out of my sight or I'll put Mjolnir on your chest and look into your eyes when you scream in agony as Mjolnir crushes your bones slowly due to its weight, said Thor, listlessly. The pressure in the air stopped, and when Poseidon realized it, he didn't think twice and just grabbed the trident and teleported away from the temple. Although Poseidon was annoyed, there was no way he could assert dominance against Thor after having witnessed the Norse thunder god display at the Divine Olympics, as well as knowing the insane weight of Mjolnir. With Poseidon's departure, the priestess for the first time spoke. Looks at Thor. Thank you. Who are you? Asked Medusa, still in shock. Thor just looked at the priestess and flashed a smile, resulting in Medusa blushing a little. Officially, I'm just someone willing to lend a hand. Unofficially, I'd like you to help me find some missing sea dogs. I'm a thunder god, unlike Zeus, I'm an Asgardian, a god from the north. My name is Thor, said Thor, with a small smile. Medusa was still silent as Thor continued to introduce himself, although Medusa's silence was interpreted by Thor that the young woman wanted something in exchange for help. If you feel threatened, I promise to help you as best I can. Here, take this, said Thor, taking a special ring from the storage space of his necklace and handing it to Medusa, still in shock. This ring will help you in the best way possible. You can live your life in peace. Your life will be extended, unfortunately, as I didn't know how to remove this effect without a harmful side effect, but it won't be an age in divine parameters, but it will be many years yet, said Thor, with a welcoming smile. That simple welcoming smile in the middle of the night changed Medusa forever, and that could be noticed a few months later. On a road that took travelers to Athens, a group of merchants was heading towards it for the purpose of exchanging goods in the great city, until they were approached by the young Medusa, who appeared out of nowhere. Greetings? Excuse me, gentlemen, excuse me? Do you happen to have time to talk about our Lord and Savior Thor Odinson? Asked Medusa, looking excitedly at the merchants who were startled by the look of the attractive young priestess. A look that bordered on madness and fanaticism. The merchants soon began to run, only for Medusa to run after them quickly. Hey, don't run from the Lord, shouted Medusa. And just like that, another overly devoted, crazy, began to spread the word about a protective god of humans. And so, years passed, until years turned into decades, and decades turned into centuries. Zeus' lineage among humans was expanded, and there was a great deal of interference from the gods in the lives of mankind in the Greek world. A good example was a particular demigod, Perseus, son of Zeus, and Cyclops Bane. The ambitious young man eventually became the leader of a Heladic people, mainly due to his incredible leadership skills, prowess in combat, and most of all, the desire to be a leader. Zeus presented the young man with a private magic shield, which had the face of a woman with serpent-like hair embedded in the face of the bronze shield. Young Perseus gives the shield the name of Algol, the demon's head, a mythical weapon capable of transforming living beings that look into the woman's eyes in the shield into stone. With this weapon, young Perseus threatened the Cyclopes to build the walls and houses of the city in which Perseus declared himself the first ruler. The city was called Mycenae, the city of the twin lion gates. Several cities eventually evolved from existing human settlements, through someone ambitious, with determination and, above all, power to back the claim. Most of the time, they were demigods. Persephone's birth and her disappearance also marked an entire year of drought in the mortal world, due to the fact that the crops were directly influenced by the mood of her mother, Demeter, who went looking for her until she found Persephone in the arms of Hades, who had fallen in love for his niece. And so on. Greece lived and evolved under the direct influence of demigods assuming power by the right of conquest. Decades passed and the gods only commented on the conquest of their half-blood descendants, especially Zeus, who always rejoiced in the deeds of his sons and descendants. Although some still questioned the way Zeus presented himself to human women with a mere trick of illusion to make him look like anything, like an ant. Another thing that happened was Zeus' confrontation with Thor again, being the reason for Thor's interruption in the Poseidon subject and his attempt to sleep with a mortal. Thor had claimed to Zeus that he had his eye on the priestess and had wanted to sleep with her for ages because he was enchanted by her beauty. This was obviously a complete lie on Thor's part. But the Norse god just shrugged off Poseidon's complaints, and Zeus saw this as an opportunity to humiliate his brother a little and dropped the Medusa subject. Unfortunately for Thor, two goddesses showed displeasure with Thor's claims. Hera played dumb and asked Thor directly after the meeting was over, and the thunder god explained in detail what happened, as well as the truth. Except for the part that wanted Medusa's help to find the Telchines. Thor's motive for helping Medusa was simple: if the Telchines turned out not to hear the gods, then maybe, just maybe, they would hear the voices of mortals, and with a devoted priestess that was Medusa, he hoped the Telchines would at least hear the request. The other goddess who showed displeasure was Aphrodite, but it was something more childish, pouting angrily in envy of the mortal woman who was helped by her alleged future husband. Aphrodite, however, still tried to cast a feat on Medusa when she found her, trying to make the young woman fall in love with someone else and forget about Thor. Unfortunately for Aphrodite, Thor's ring always protected young Medusa from any deed cast. The result was that Medusa just lived carefree while spreading the word about Thor, and Aphrodite slipped into a state of depression from the spell's constant failures. Thor, on the other hand, stayed in Greece for quite some time, and just a few years later he was inside a cave in central Greece, where thousands of mortals claimed the place was cursed, and the cave was filled with silk threads. The Norse god of thunder believed it was the home of the Mories. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So how do you weave, anyway? Asked Thor, interested. In front of Thor was a giant spider. The spider responded with actions, not words, due to the lack of lips and tongue, raising its front legs. Thor just blinked and looked around, noting the amount of embroidery and fabric, all made of silk, around the cave. As Thor watched the cave, the giant spider quickly got back to work on embroidery, using 4 front legs, while at the same time producing silk threads. The Norse god, noticing the spider's talent for craftsmanship and the state of the cave, which demonstrated abandonment and isolation, soon broke into a smile. "Hey, would you like to become a goddess?" said Thor. The giant spider stopped what it was doing and looks at Thor, but unfortunately for Thor, started waving its paws quickly. Thor, not knowing what the spider was talking about, soon lost his temper and approached, making a simple rune, which while it couldn't break a curse completely, could alter a little. The giant spider glowed, and as the glow faded, an attractive young girl with short lavender hair with bangs covering the right side of her face, possessing 6 red monochromatic with no pupils eyes, and sharp teeth, stood in front of Thor. However, the most notable physical feature is that the lower half of her body was still that of an enormous spider. It is worth noting that the upper half, which was human, was naked. But the young woman didn't seem to mind the state of her dress and just raised her hands, which looked more like claws, and looked at them in curiosity. At the same time, Thor looked at the woman in confusion. "Strange, I thought it would only be the eyes, not the entire half of the spider body. Tell me, did you enjoy being a spider?" asked Thor, curious and approaching the young woman. The young woman awoke from her thoughts and then nodded to Thor. "It was easier to weave being a spider, but I think it's even better now," said the young woman, looking at the body excitedly. Thor had found the young woman's excitement about her new body funny, but then he asked a question that made the young woman pay attention to him again. "I'm glad you liked the new body, but you still haven't answered me. I asked if you would like to be a goddess, so what your answer is?" asked Thor. Thor was interested in the young woman and her talent. After all, if a talented young woman were abandoned here, then it wouldn't hurt to take her in and take her into his pantheon. With a talent for weaving, she could give new meaning to weaving and crafting, roles that, to Thor, would be of utmost importance to the mortals of Midgard now and in the future. Are you a god?" asked the young woman. Thor noticed the young woman had a slight frown, so he assumed she didn't have a good experience with deities. "Yes, but not the gods you hail before. I'm Thor, a god from a distant land, in the north of the world, and I have taken an interest in your talent. If you want it to be appreciated, I offer you this opportunity," said Thor, holding out his hand to the young woman. The young woman looked at Thor's hand and thought about the day she ended up becoming a giant spider. It turns out that the young girl was just an ordinary mortal girl with a talent for weaving. A talent that ended up drawing the attention of supernatural beings for the works of art she made. Unfortunately for the young girl, this ended up resulting in a competition between her and Athena. A competition she won fairly, but she ended up being cursed by Athena, turning her into a giant monster and forcing her to run away from home and isolate herself in a cave. If there was one thing the young woman missed, it was the praise of others for her work, crafting works of art so beautiful they could draw the attention of gods. And now, after years, the opportunity to be praised and recognized again by others was being offered in front of her. Also, become a goddess? Becoming a goddess, you say? What goddess? Asked the curious young woman. Thor just grinned wider. Goddess of crafts and weaving, what does that sound like to you? Obviously, I have to notify my brother, due to him being the next leader, but I know him well, so I'm sure he will probably accept my request. But what is your answer? Asked Thor. The young woman thought for just a few seconds before grabbing Thor's outstretched hand and shaking it. I accept. My name is Arachne, said the young woman, with a bright smile. Staying in Greece, although not my main objective, proved to be quite opportune. Arachne served well as a new goddess. After Baldur approved, I placed a rune on Arachne's body so the northern cold wouldn't bother her, and sent her straight to the Eolites to have Igris take care of her. According to Igris' most recent message, the Eolites worshipped her, mainly due to the fact that a weaver and artisan goddess was quite useful due to the cold climate of the north. I met with Medusa once every 7 days for information or if she was successful with the Telchines. I was right, or at least half right. The Telchines hear the prayers of mortals. Unfortunately, it seems they only respond if it's about advice, not requests. This, on the other hand, did not shake or discourage me. After all, it was the closest contact I had with the Telchines in all the years I stayed in Greece. Speaking of Greece, things have changed more than I thought. For starters, I ended up partying a little in a moment of weakness, though not enough to get completely drunk. This was due to the fact that I found party mates. They were triplets, daughters of Zeus. They called themselves the Cherites, Aglaia, Euphrosyne, Philia. I must say, they knew how to make excellent parties and feasts. However, I liked one of them better. Aglaia, the youngest and most radiant of the three. I got a good impression of her and soon introduced her to Hera and Hephaestus. This resulted in a hypnotized forge god midway through the dialogue, something I noticed immediately, and soon walked away along with Hera, who had noticed Hephaestus' behavior. It ended with me and Hera just watching our son have his first crush. While I was happy that Hephaestus might have found someone who wants to spend the rest of his life with him, I was apprehensive at the same time. I thought about things like, what if she's not good? What if she breaks my son's heart? And if Hephaestus is not really happy after a few years? Lots of what ifs. Lots of possibilities. So I just decided to let Hephaestus live his life, whether, in happiness or sadness, I should trust him more and support him only when extremely necessary. Although if she ended up breaking my son's heart, I would possibly end up breaking her. Hera, on the other hand, grabbed my robe and she cried uncontrollably. I just patted her back comfortingly until she calmed down. Another thing was Aphrodite's behavior over the last few centuries. The goddess of love would appear out of nowhere in front of me and would end up offering me ambrosia, along with a seductive smile. Hera, who was often around, would just pull me away from Aphrodite without any explanation. It was kind of obvious that Aphrodite had something to do with me, but what she wanted I had no idea. After all, the first time I interacted with her was during a banquet, and at that same banquet she already treated me differently. So I didn't know her reasons for the behavior, so I ended up choosing the most sensible choice. Stay away from her. It wasn't an irrational decision. After all, from what I remember from the Greek mythology of my previous life, Aphrodite could be described as a temperamental, cunning, flirtatious woman, free as the wind, disloyal and, above all, crazy for attention. Obviously, she could be different. After all, this was a different universe. But would I risk it? Hell no. I was happy as I was. Back to my goal. Medusa's constant information has brought me to an island. The island of Lemnos. I came here years ago, but what I only found was the same thing I found years later. Hundreds of women. However, my suspicions turned out to be true when I went down to the island. A cave system, with a combination of runes and magic circles, basically blocked my view of the Vilgestirka archer, making me believe that the island only housed hundreds of women. When I found myself in the main cave I had finally found them. The Telchines. All of them were the same, but they had distinct and unique names, although each of them was an expert in a certain art of forge and dark magic. Male Telchines were called Demonax, Lycus, Antaeus, Megalesius, Hormenus, Domnomenius, Skelmis, Milas, Adibarius, Mimon, Nikon, Argerin, Calcon, and Chryson. The female Telchines, on the other hand, were fewer in number and were called Dexithea, Halia, Maklo, and Lysigora. There was no fucking way for me to know who was who. After all, they were all the same in appearance. Hell, even the male and female genders were hard to tell. How the hell would I know the names? Anyway, I offered them up to be taken in by the Norse pantheon, even if they chose to stay in secret in the lands of Midgard. They refused. When I asked why, the answer was somewhat understandable. The last time they helped someone and allied themselves with this being, a war of catastrophic proportions took place in the heart of Greece, and they didn't want history to repeat itself. They just wanted to live and forge simple things, no longer fight or work for war. This was something I could to some extent accept. However, I wouldn't want to go back empty-handed, so I further explained my proposal and how beneficial it was to them. I tried everything: anonymity and security, rare materials, a secret place for them to live with dignity and independence from the Asgardian government. With much insistence, I ended up convincing them to come with me. I then created several underwater caves that would serve as homes on the main island where the Elite settlement lived. Speaking of Elite, the armor designs intended for the city's militia were being forged and distributed to the Elite men real fast. Too fucking fast. Although I wanted to investigate this further, I didn't stay on the island long and soon returned to Greece. And so, years later I witnessed Hephaestus marry Aglaia. And here I was, in the midst of a celebratory feast. The feast was primarily sponsored by Zeus, due to the king of Olympus determining that Hephaestus deserved a grand celebration after numerous services to the Olympians. I obviously kept an eye on the charity of the god who was famous for sleeping with married women. Fortunately, Zeus didn't make a single attempt. Although, in the midst of the feast full of deities, Greek supernatural beings, and even humans, something happened. A golden apple fell into the middle of the table, and that apple bore a simple inscription. Destined for the most attractive one of all time. That's vague, I said, looking at the apple with an odd look. Hera, who was sitting next to me, just looked at the apple with stars in her eyes. Oh, an apple like that must be juicy. I will be sure to thank the one who gave me such a gift, said Hera, licking her lips and reaching for the golden apple. The action was soon copied by two more beings. Athena and Aphrodite. The three goddesses had their hands holding the single apple, and both were frowning at each other. It's mine, said the three goddesses firmly. When they noticed that they said the same thing at the same time, the frown seemed to increase. That doesn't say it's going to end well. The apple has an inscription that it is destined for the most beautiful, so it's me, said Aphrodite. Athena and Hera soon scoffed. The apple does not have its name Aphrodite. If it did, I would be silent. The apple only exposes that it is for the fairest. I am described as the fairest, even among mortals. My hair is said to be the fairest of all deities, so the apple is for me, said Athena, crossing her arms. Now wait a minute. I am the most beautiful since before you even existed? So obviously it's for me? Since the inscription says of all time, that includes before you were even born, said Hera, with a pout. I honestly found the argument amusing, and soon went back to drinking some ambrosia as I watched the fight unfold. In the meantime, I noticed a beautiful woman with purple hair, who was sitting next to me, laughing at the exchange of words between the three goddesses. Having fun? I asked a woman with long purple hair. The woman stopped laughing and looked in my direction as she answered. What's a good party without a little discord, said the woman, with a smile on her face. I just raised an eyebrow. Are you the blame for this? I asked, pointing to the trio of Greek goddesses, now standing and arguing heatedly. The woman just shrugged. It's just an innocent joke. Hera and Aphrodite have been arguing about who was the most beautiful goddess on Olympus for a while now. Although this is the first time I've seen Athena get involved, I just made the argument resurface again with a little push, said the woman, still smiling. Well, I'm sure this woman would be the female version of Uncle Loki. I'm Thor. I'm just passing through Olympus for a while. Who exactly are you? I asked, introducing myself to the strange woman as she held out her hand. The woman only glanced briefly at my hand until she shook it with a smile. Greetings, Asgardian. I'm Eris, said the woman, now called Eris, while winking at me. Oh, and to think that NYX's daughter was on my side. Where is your mother? I asked. Eris just raised an eyebrow and then dropped my hand. Don't tell me you're another one who wants to sleep with my mother. This is getting too intrusive, said Eris, arms crossed. What? Honestly, having your mother in my bed wasn't something I considered, I said. This seemed to interest Eris. Oh, so why the interest? Asked Eris. How to say that without being too obvious? Well, fuck it. I heard that your birth was special. After all, you, in addition to several of your brothers and sisters, were born from NYX alone. This is something that took my interest a little bit, as you have a little different domain from each other. I can only assume that your mother, to some degree, is connected to the, I said, before being interrupted. Stop. Please stop. Keep it simple. You don't need to dictate a text bigger than Zeus' ego, said Eris. I don't see how to explain what I wanted in fewer words. Never mind, I said, sweating a little. POV. Third person. As soon as Thor concluded the conversation with Eris, he was soon interrupted by someone who quickly approached the Norse god of thunder. Thor, shouted a voice rushing towards Thor quickly. When Thor looked to the source of the voice, he saw Hera, who quickly grabbed Thor's hand and tried to pull the thunder god out of his chair. Thor found Hera's action amusing, but he was also intrigued by the reason for such an action by the goddess, who was known as a goddess of composed behavior. The thunder god briefly said goodbye to Eris, who was looking strangely with a smile at the pair of deities, and soon got up and started following Hera. It was then that Hera brought Thor closer to Aphrodite and Athena. Aphrodite had a look of approval, while Athena had a look of apprehension that bordered to fear. I nominate you, said Hera, pointing at Thor. Thor just blinked back an apathetic look and then faced Hera. Me? For what exactly? Asked Thor. Aphrodite soon replied. I approve, Aphrodite said quickly. Thor frowned as he realized he was blatantly ignored. But luckily, Athena sensed Thor's mood, and to avoid any misunderstanding of the goddess, she responded quickly. We are competing to see who is the fairest. We took some mortal who was part of the family of the cupbearer and my father's lover, but it seems that the mortal preferred Aphrodite when the goddess promised to give the mortal the power to hypnotize the fairest beautiful woman that he finds and makes her his lover, said Athena. Thor only raised an eyebrow. And what do I have to do with it? Asked Thor, confused. For Thor, the competition was over and there was no more need to contest, as it basically just showed that Athena and Hera didn't know how to lose. Well, I brought up that the mortal would only be interested in the gifts and not our beauty itself. Basically we would be competing for the prize of whoever gives the best gift, not the most beautiful goddess. It was then that I had another idea, said Athena. In the meantime, Hera and Aphrodite began to guide Thor to an isolated part, while Athena followed closely behind. What idea? Asked Thor suspiciously. It was then that Thor ended up sitting on a rock and the three goddesses stood in front of him, all smiling. With a mortal, this method wouldn't work for the simple fact that the three of us would enchant them. This method, however, works on other deities, and Hera argued that you would be the fairest judge due to you not being from Olympus and therefore not prone to seeking favors or bribery, Athena said. The answer that Athena gave to Thor did not calm the Norse god in the least and only served to increase suspicions even more. It was then that Thor's eyes widened briefly as the three goddesses undressed at the same time and were left completely naked. A few seconds passed and then Aphrodite held out the golden apple she had in her hand, due to having managed to get elected by the mortals' vote earlier, to Thor and asked a question with a seductive smile. And then, who among us is the most attractive? Asked Aphrodite. Thor looked at the apple and then at the three goddesses, who began striking poses in an attempt to attract Thor's attention. Thor, however, remained apathetic. It was then that Thor surprised everyone when he took a small, shiny gold-colored pill from the storage necklace. No way can I do this soberly. Also, it's a great time to test the effectiveness of the soldier's pill, said Thor, looking at the pill. Without hesitation, Thor then popped the pill into his mouth. Soldier's pill. Motley version of mead and ambrosia, said Thor, whispering the last part. It was then that Thor swallowed the pill. 2 seconds later, two things happened. Thor's face flushed a little. Heek. And the god started to have a fit of hiccups at random while displaying a happy smile, which showed tranquility. Thor then looked at the apple and at the naked goddesses, who were looking at Thor strangely. Do you want to know who is the most attractive? Heek. Alright then, here's my answer, Heek said Thor. The Norse god then did something unthinkable. N/A, for the reference/meme click this link, /watch, v=_GSML1DXR8. He undressed shamelessly and began striking poses while flexing his muscles, which drew the looks of shock on the part of the goddesses and interest on the part of the nymphs who were watching from afar. Heek, it's me, said Thor brazenly. Thor then proceeded to devour the golden apple in front of the three goddesses, who awoke from shock when they saw that Thor was shamelessly eating the reason for the competition. "No!" shouted the three goddesses. Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena then soon launched themselves toward Thor and tried to take the apple from Thor's hand. Needless to say, the attempt was in vain. The nymphs, who witnessed the actions of the four deities naked, ran in search of more supernatural beings for a simple reason. The nymphs liked to gossip. The years that followed were somewhat troubled, due to the fact that the mortal who received Aphrodite's favor ended up craving the love of a married woman. Married to the king of one of the most important city-states of the Achilles, and brother to the king of the city of Mycenae, a city founded by the hero Perseus himself. When such an action was done by the mortal, Olympus ended up being divided, as sons and daughters, or at the very least descendants, of several gods were involved. The split ended up happening, while some were displeased by the choice of the mortal favored by Aphrodite, others supported the choice of the mortal due to being fair. Moreover, in their eyes, it was just another stolen mortal woman. The problem is that just 1 moon later, the most important war in all of Greek history would take place in such a chaotic way. Thor, at that moment, was not present for a simple reason. Shiva had contacted Thor seeking a favor. The god of destruction asked Thor to welcome a young demigod son of Surya, a sun god. The reason for such a request was that Shiva saw that the young demigod, although he was allied with the enemies of Vishnu's chosen hero, life that the demigod had was not fair at all. Shiva had felt pity for the young demigod. The young demigod was Karna, and his story was full of twists. He meets his birth mother, who had abandoned him in a basket on the river Ganges, and then discovers that he is the older half-brother of those he is fighting, named Arjuna. Young Karna ended up becoming a symbol of someone who is rejected by those who were supposed to love him, but it didn't happen due to extenuating circumstances. But even so, he still grows up to be a man of exceptional abilities, willing to give his love and life as a loyal friend. Although Vishnu found Karna's life a tragedy, for the preserver it was something necessary. Shiva disagreed, and although he could not act directly, he asked a favor of someone he considered a close friend. It was there that Thor entered and resurrected Karna, bringing the young warrior to the Elite city, where he would be welcomed by the people with open arms. That day, Karna ended up crying for the reciprocal love he received. When Thor returned from Midgard again, he found the Greek pantheon in the midst of an indirect civil war. Indirect by the fact that the Olympians only chose the champions and sides of the war, being the Achaean and Trojan sides, and only bet on who would win. In the midst of this confusion, Thor had discovered that the youngest son of Thetis, a demigod, was participating and winning titles of bestborn warrior left and right by both armies. Apollo, who had chosen the Trojan side, didn't like the son of Thetis at all since the demigod had desecrated the temple of the Greek god of light, which turned out to be the most important temple of Apollo. Zeus had remained neutral for 2 simple reasons. The first was that he was indebted to Troy when he kidnapped one of the city's princes in the past named Ganymede and made him his personal cupbearer and lover in his spare time. The other reason was that Zeus' most prized son, Alcides, or as Zeus liked to call him, Heracles, named after his sister in a futile attempt to get Hera's attention, had already sacked Troy in the past as well. For these two reasons, Zeus assumed he should remain neutral. Hades also demonstrated neutrality, for the god of the underworld doesn't care if the Achaians or Trojans won. Souls would have abundance in the underworld. At this moment, Thor was somewhere in what would come to be called Turkey, sitting in a chair eating and drinking some. As he watched a bloody battle unfolded right in front of him. A curious fact, all the Greek city-states had the same amount of soldiers, about 10,000 men, while the city of Troy had a much smaller amount of soldiers than the hometown of the mortal who caused this war for a woman had an advantage. The structure of the city. So they had a moat just in front of the wall, to make it look bigger and avoid siege weapons. Fascinating, said Thor, as he watched the onslaught of soldiers. While Thor was unhappy with how this war came about, he assumed this war would happen sooner or later. After all, it was a fact that the king of Mycenae, Agamemnon, was a man with desires for conquest and glory. This was proven when he sacrificed his own daughter Iphigenia in a ritual, so Thor knew it was only a matter of time before the war happens. As such, Thor chose not to interfere directly, nor would he choose sides. But even so, Thor had his eye on three people who had caught his attention. The first was the chosen champion of Athens, a king subordinate to Agamemnon and extremely gifted with intelligence and battle strategy in the way he led the army. The second was the son of Thetis, who went around killing Trojan soldiers left and right, without any difficulty, and displaying an almost divine speed in the eyes of mortals. The third, it was a mortal, without any divine blood in his veins, who wound up wounding Ares in the middle of the confrontation, with a little help from Athena who guided the spear through the confusion. Odysseus, Achilles, and Diomedes. Which one should I recruit? Asked Thor, lost in thought. Thor quickly discarded Athena's champion, but the other two? Thor knew that Achilles would die. Moreover, Thor was friends with Thetis, and during Thor's stay he witnessed Thetis' marriage to a mortal named Peleus, while Diomedes no deity would miss a mere mortal, so the Norse god knew the choice would be between these two. Achilles, the champion of the Achaians. Diomedes, the mortal who wounded a god. Thinking about who would be the best option, as well as the easiest to recruit, Thor soon made the decision. Well, I'm sure if he had the opportunity, he could also hurt a god, said Thor, getting up from his chair, which soon disappeared. The Norse god then began to walk away from the battlefield, but somewhere in the midst of the confusion, there was a young man with green, almost blonde hair, with golden eyes, who enjoyed himself while swiveling his spear and stabbing or cutting whoever approached him. The youth roared for some opponent, as he mercilessly mowed down any enemy within reach of his spear, and fought with a speed never seen before. This young man was a demigod, son of Thetis, holder of a name that is still spoken even in modern times, though it is proverbially referred to as weakness. Considered the greatest warrior ever born. Troy. A city founded by merchants who found a point where goods from the Aegean Sea passed into the Black Sea, or from Asia Minor to the heart of Greece. Due to its strategic location, the city of Troy grew quickly, becoming one of the richest cities in such a short time. This, of course, drew the eyes of envy and fear from most rulers of the other city-states. But some rulers, they had a look of greed. One of these rulers was Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, son of Plicine, and therefore a descendant of Tantalus. Agamemnon was already known as a great conqueror throughout Greece, securing his rightful place on the throne of Mycenae after the troubled times of his grandfather Atreus. King Agamemnon saw in Troy the opportunity to control all maritime trade in the entire Aegean Sea if he subjugated the city and, consequently, would be known as the most powerful king in all of Greece. And that's how 11 Greek city-states, all under Agamemnon's rule, with each averaging 10,000 soldiers, set out for Troy as soon as some trigger happened for Agamemnon to use as an excuse. The fuse ended up coming from one of the sons of Priam, king of Troy, who did something that would condemn them all. The Trojan prince was called Paris, and he ended up lusting after another man's wife and enchanted her with the favor of the goddess Aphrodite. The problem was that the other man was the king of Sparta himself named Menelaus, Agamemnon's brother. In everyone's eyes, Agamemnon went to defend his brother's honor. But in Agamemnon's mind, he thanked the gods for the perfect moment. In fact, Agamemnon never liked his brother's wife, who was called Helena. The king of Mycenae was like the king of Ithaca, Odysseus, and he believed that such a beautiful woman would only bring trouble. It was for this reason that Agamemnon was not at all pleased when Helen chose Menelaus as her husband in a selection. But, for the king of Mycenae, Helen would end up being very useful in his excuse to conquer Troy. In addition to taking an army of more than 100,000 men, Agamemnon made a point of bringing to war the best that Greece had to offer so that the conquest of Troy would not take so long, as the Hittite people could consider an invasion of Achaean territory. The problem was that Agamemnon didn't count on the Trojan persistence and resistance that the city was offering. But even so, some Achaians did not come to Troy just for some wild plan to get rich and powerful. However, some Achaians came to Troy for one simple reason: glory. But, after years of war and long winters, even glory no longer has any important meaning in a soldier's life. This could be shown right now on the battlefield, in front of the walls of Troy. Achilles, champion of the Achaians, was looking at the body of another man he had just killed. The man was called Memnon, a demigod and king of Ethiopia, which was allied with Troy. Memnon had successfully killed Antilochus, son of Nestor and friend of Achilles, moments before, which sent Achilles back to the battlefield seeking revenge in a bloody rage. But after getting revenge, Achilles didn't feel satisfaction or anything like that. He felt hollow. Again, all the same. I came here for glory because everything men want I want more, but what's it costing me? Achilles asked as he looked at Memnon's body. The young champion of the Achæans came to Troy with an army of Myrmidons and a close friend, who could be considered a brother, named Patroclus. But over the years of the war that seemed to never end, young Achilles began to see that he was losing much more than gaining the glory he so desperately wanted. Achilles lost Patroclus, someone he saw as a brother and close comrade, due to having also been taught by Phoenix, son of Amyntor, king of the city of Dolops and friend of Peleus. Achilles lost Penthesilea, an Amazon queen that he ended up falling in love with, but unfortunately, she was allied with Troy and ended up being killed by his own hands. Achilles recently lost Antilochus, another close friend and son of Nestor, who was a close friend of Peleus, father of Achilles, and king of Thea. Achilles lost Hippodamia, daughter of Briseis and a slave he had fallen in love with and who was now inside the walls of Troy with no sign of returning to his arms. While Achilles reflected on his motives for continuing to fight for one man's ambitions, he completely ignored that he was surrounded by Trojan soldiers who dared not move a single muscle after witnessing the death of a formidable warrior that was Memnon. The putrid stench that the Trojan soldiers exhaled was perceptible. The stench of fear of daring to take the first step and try to kill the greatest warrior of the Achæans, who had slain the best that the city of Troy and allies had to offer. Trojans began to think that there was no chance of victory against the invading nation just because of the man in front of them. "Diocean," shouted the only brave Trojan. The Trojan was called Paeanius, and he masterfully ended up throwing 2 spears at the same time toward Achilles, who was still lost in conflicting thoughts. One of the spears was deflected by Achilles unconsciously as the demigod's body moved by itself when it sensed danger. The second spear was also deflected but ended up drawing a small trickle of blood from the Achaean hero's face. Everything seemed to freeze as the Trojans present held their breath as Achilles slowly looked in Paeanius' direction. The gash on Achilles' face began to close quickly. The young Achaean hero just watched the look of fear on the Trojan soldiers as he sighed in dismay. "I suppose that's what I was born for after all, just as you warned me, mother. A life of war," said Achilles, with a melancholy tone. The young Achaean soon swung the spear in his hands quickly and assumed a fighting stance. "Come to me. But, at the end of this day, I hope you have the necessary amount of drachmas for the boatman, because I won't give you mine," said Achilles, roaring at the Trojan soldiers. The demigod, son of Thetis, stood still until the Trojan soldiers charged toward him while shouting in fury. Until the end of the day, Achilles remained fighting and killing, no longer caring if he was outnumbered or if it was night. Only one day had passed, and the next morning, Achilles was again at the center of the battlefield. But something was different. Achilles was alone very close to the wall, within reach of the Trojan archers. As if he wanted to be hit. And hit he was, by an arrow made of gold and poisoned at the point. While Achilles felt a pain he had never felt before, he looked toward the one who released the arrow. The Achaean hero saw on the wall the brother of Prince Hector and who had caused all the war by lust for a woman. Paris. Beside Paris were hundreds of archers, all aiming for Achilles, ready to unleash all their arrows on a single man. But what had most caught Achilles' attention was a being who was beside Paris, supporting the Trojan prince's bow, as if guiding the trajectory. It was then that Achilles understood that he had technically been killed directly by Apollo himself, who was against the Achæans for having killed one of his sons and made the priests of the temple slaves. Achilles, however, did not remain shaken. Although he could feel it in his bones that something had changed. He knew he would find the ferryman later this day. "At least, I will find peace the only way I know how. I only wish to see your face one last time." Hippodamia, said Achilles, whispering the name of the young woman who had won the Achaeans' heart. The Trojan archers, motivated by their prince's leadership and success in hitting Achilles, soon prepared to release the arrows. But, to the surprise of all Achæans and even Trojans, Achilles dropped his spear and stretched out his arms inviting the shower of arrows to strike him. The archers, angered or motivated by Achilles' actions, assuming the demigod had given up fighting, released hundreds of arrows. Achilles, however, gave one last smile, and he used one foot to toss the spear back into one hand and deftly swung it swiftly, blocking all the arrows from the Trojan archers. The ground of the battlefield was soon filled with several arrows, with Achilles in the center as he rotated the spear slower after blocking the arrows and stabbing it into the ground. "It doesn't matter who you are, where you came from, or your class. I will not fall by the hands of mortals. Know that from this day, I will forever be known as undefeated. May the dead meet the fools who thought they could kill me. Thank the gods tonight, because only for their favor my spear will taste your blood no more," Achilles said. The hero then felt his remaining strength drain away as he tried to remain on his feet. It was then that Apollo soon drew another poisoned golden arrow and placed it on the bow of Paris, who had been startled by the Achaean hero's declaration. But then just as he was about to release the arrow, lightning fell from the cloudless sky and struck Achilles' body as he was about to fall, creating a cloud of dust that covered him from prying eyes. Only supernatural beings noticed the figure of a man in the lightning. When the cloud of dust settled, Achilles' body was gone. Most mortals did not understand, but with the help of the supernatural beings present, they believed that Achilles had finally died, which caused the Achilleans to soon retreat to the camp, which left Troy with the victory of the day, being celebrated by most of the city's inhabitants in the evening of the same day. But that celebration will soon be replaced by despair just a few years later. The next thing Achilles saw, it wasn't a river with a single boatman. It was a giant with red hair. What? Said Achilles, confused. The giant just gave an amused smile. The being in front of Achilles was none other than Thor, who had rescued the hero Achilles in the final seconds of the battlefield. Well, I suppose you have a lot of questions, but first things first. I just gave you enough energy to have your choice to just die or live for something else. If you want to live, I'll give you another chance, but it's up to you to choose your purpose, Thor said. Achilles just kept looking at Thor's face, and when he was going to say he wanted to die, he stopped. Will it be up to me to choose my purpose? Achilles asked in disbelief. Freedom of choice. Something Achilles never had. He was born for war, at least all those Achilles knew made the same claim, for the reason that Achilles was born and put to the test of life and death in the seconds he was born. When Thetis plunged her son into the river Styx when he was a mere baby, the river tested Achilles' fighting spirit and gave him immortality and the ability to heal. Except for the heal. Thetis did this to protect Achilles, but it didn't go as planned, as Peleus soon found Achilles and began training the young demigod as soon as he realized Achilles' talent in the art of combat. Achilles, being young, ended up assuming that he was doing something good that would make any parent proud. But Thetis still tried to protect Achilles from the horrors of war, and as a last attempt, she sent Achilles to the court of King Lycomedes of Escharos. Unfortunately, Odysseus, who was in charge of finding Achilles, proposed a test at the court of a Lycomedes king, in which Achilles was hiding at the time. When Odysseus placed various jewelry, dresses, and other objects on a table, Lycomen's daughters soon approached him out of interest. But when the city bells, which indicated an invasion, resounded through the courtyard of Lycomen's palace, the daughters soon ran for cover. All the daughters of Lycomedes did this, except for a daughter. It was Achilles, in disguise. Odysseus noticed for one simple reason. When the bells signaling an invasion rang, only a single person took a sword that was on the table of exotic objects that were being investigated by the curious daughters of Lycomedes and did not take shelter or seek help. A born warrior. That's what Odysseus said when he introduced himself to Achilles. A born killer. That's what Agamemnon said when he met Achilles. The greatest warrior ever born. That's what all the Achilleans said when they witnessed Achilles' exploits during the Trojan War. The greatest monster ever born. That's what all Trojans shouted when they fought or witnessed Achilles' art of combat. A life of war. No choice was made by Achilles himself, but by those who commented on the demigod's innate talent for killing from a young age. And now, in front of Achilles, he could choose for the first time. Well, I don't really like to call someone to fight for me without first offering a choice. I'm not that cruel. Although Igris was an exception, because it was due to his life story that I couldn't leave it just like that, said Thor, whispering the last part to himself. Achilles just stood there, staring blankly at Thor. Until he smiles. I'll accept it, but I'll change my mind if I don't like the kind of king you show me, so, show it to me. What kind of king are you? Achilles said. Achilles' decision got a reaction from Thor. A frown. King? No, I don't want such responsibility again, said Thor, mumbling the last part. Achilles was confused by the statement. So what do you want from me besides my spear? Asked Achilles. Thor then smiled at the question. I want you to live, simple as that. I don't ask you to obey me, I don't ask you to owe your life to me. I only ask that you live the way you wish, but that you ensure the freedom and security of a people who were once my people, said Thor. Achilles stood there, processing Thor's words. For the young demigod, when a king orders something, it must be obeyed by subordinates. If a king commands, you must kill or die for his name. In war, it's the young dying and the old talking. In war, history remembers of the kings, not soldiers who died for them. That's what Achilles believed, so much so that for that reason he wanted his name to be remembered by everyone and to break this rule. The first soldier who would be remembered more than kings. Before and during the war, Achilles only regarded Odysseus as a good king, but not yet his king. But here was another who cared about the people. Now the question was, could he be the king Achilles was looking for? Very well, king. My spear is yours, but I want you to show me your world, your vision, said Achilles. Thor had no idea that Achilles would closely observe his actions, and witness a change of heart about the meaning of the word king when given this second chance at life. But still, Thor accepted Achilles' answer. Very well then, Achaean. Here, take this, said Thor, who soon withdrew a pill from the storage collar. The pill had a predominant color like bright amethyst, but it still had other colors like yellow and blue, although to a lesser extent. This soldier's pill was special. After all, it was made from the Sumerian immortality plant, which Thor had collected centuries ago. Achilles took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. At that moment the young demigod felt his body burning as if he were being set on fire from within. Thor remained impassive, but he wore an interesting look. Oh, I suppose there are side effects considering the partial immortality given to you by the river Styx, but that will resolve itself quickly in time, said Thor. The thunder god soon created a rune in the air, which caused Achilles to black out so he could endure the pain caused by the changes that the soldier's pill provided. With Achilles knocked to the ground, Thor soon turned to an area of the cave. So, you came to stop me? Asked Thor. A figure soon approached from the shadows and in the light revealed itself as Zeus, who wore a slight frown. He shouldn't be alive, in order to maintain the balance of power. Can you imagine if he decided to fight for conquest and not for glory? Greece would fall into a civil war with all the city-states against King Peleus of Thea for the danger Achilles would pose, with only his father supporting him, Zeus said. Thor, however, didn't respond right away and soon walked toward the king of Olympus. In that case, I have no doubt that after a few years it would be Achilles unifying Greece under a single government. Come in handy, Achilles. If he faced your prized son Alcides, he'd mop the floor with the brat brute, said Thor. Zeus didn't like the statement. It's not Alcides, it's Heracles. Besides, my son would never lose to Achilles. My son sacked the city of Troy before, something that Achilles did not succeed in, so my son is indeed the best, said Zeus, crossing his arms. Thor soon scoffed. I must remind you that Hera didn't like the new name you gave to Alcides in an attempt to woo her. Also, your son might have managed to sack Troy, but Achilles could also do the same thing if the gods didn't interfere over and over again in the war. Your brute son had absolutely no combat technique, only relying on the superior strength that was bestowed on him by your blood, said Thor. Zeus remained silent, as he could not think of an answer, but a short time later he soon assumed a serious countenance. Where do you intend to take him? Asked Zeus, looking down at Achilles' knocked-out body on the ground. Thor was silent for some time, considering his next words until he responded with a smile. To a place that perhaps gives him a purpose that he, and only he, can choose without being swayed by the opinions of others, said Thor. Zeus remained silent as he shifted his gaze from Achilles to Thor. Thetis is your friend and is one of my most esteemed subordinates. Take care of her son, but I ask that you let her visit Achilles whenever she wants, said Zeus. Thor was surprised by Zeus' acceptance. After all, Thor did not expect the king of Olympus to accept his answer so simply. Although there was a request from Zeus, it was a request that Thor could accept. As you said yourself, Thetis is a friend of mine. Therefore, she is free to visit her son in Midgard. You have my word, said Thor, nodding to Zeus. Zeus soon nodded in response and disappeared in a flash of light caused by lightning. It was then that Thor looked at Achilles' body. I suppose it's time for you to see your new home, said Thor. And so, the Norse god created a teleportation circle, which transported both he and Achilles towards the new Aeolite city, where he would introduce the people to a new champion who would protect the city along with Karna. Location, southern Greece/Peloponnese Peninsula/Arcadia surroundings. A long time ago, after Zeus' victory over Typhon and the disappearance or death of the Aeolite people of Crete, the king of Olympus, Zeus, heard about a cruel king in the region of Arcadia at the same time that the city of Athens, named after a city in Attica in honor of the victory of the goddess Athena over Poseidon, was being ruled by the first king, called Cecrops. The king founded and lived in the city of Lycosura, and ruled Arcadia with an iron fist, being cruel like his children, and violating one of the most important laws of the ancient world, the law of hospitality. This same king was still a religious fanatic for Zeus, and performed human sacrifices frequently, which further damaged his image. When Zeus heard of the rumors, he disguised himself as a pilgrim and asked for hospitality in the palace of the city of Lycosura, and on the same night, the king prepared to sacrifice him, as he had done with other pilgrims and slaves in the name of religiosity. But, due to signs and the fear of some subjects, the king wanted to make sure that the pilgrim was not a divine being. The king and 49 of his sons ended up killing the youngest son, named Nictemo, and served his meat mixed with animal meat at the banquet table and invited Zeus, who was disguised as a pilgrim, to taste the meat. When Zeus discovered the barbarity, he soon retaliated. Zeus turned the king's entire bloodline into dire wolves and destroyed the palace, resurrecting Nyctimus with the help of Hades so that the people would have a better government. However, the 50 dire wolves soon began to terrorize the Peloponnese region. Zeus then asked Poseidon for a controlled deluge, which would wash the entire Peloponnese of the evils of the dire wolf horde. In addition to much of the population, all dire wolves died in the flood. All, except for one. The surviving dire wolf was bigger, stronger, and older. It was Lycosura's cruel king himself, who had embraced the shadows for refuge, losing any sign of human thought in the process and choosing exile, staying as far away from human eyes as possible. Until one night, centuries later, the surviving dire wolf didn't expect to be hunted by 2 angels. Are you sure it's here? Lady Cyril asked a male angel with 5 pairs of wings, long black hair, and light brown eyes. Yes, Cockabile, this was the last place that humans had a brief glimpse, so it must be close. We will finish here and return to our father once we complete the mission, said another angel. This one was a female but had an extra pair of wings more than the angel who accompanied her, wearing silver armor and having striking facial features like long blonde hair and amber eyes. As the female angel had a total of 12 wings, meaning that she was of a higher rank than the so-called Cockabile. She was one of the 10 seraphim. At that moment, the mission they were given seemed to be simple. Finding and capturing the last dire wolf resulted from a curse imposed by the leader of the Achaean deities. It was then that Cyril noticed the mood of young Cockabile. Something wrong? There seems to be something that ails you, Cyril said, her face showing a little concern. Cockabile quickly denied it. No, my lady, I don't want to doubt father, but I don't understand why our father is collecting so many beings cursed by the other gods. We already captured that golden lion and now we are after a dog that hides in the shadows, said Cockabile, with an afflicted face. For Cockabile, he didn't understand the reason behind the god's orders, and in the back of his mind, a seed of doubt was planted. It was this doubt Cyril felt about her brother, and that made her ask Cockabile about his mood. I know the orders may seem to be confusing, even I don't know why, but we must have faith in our father. Maybe it's for the best. Our father always has a bigger plan, and we're just cleaning up the mess of the other irresponsible gods more discreetly, Cyril said firmly. However, Cyril's firm tone didn't do much to assuage the doubts in young Cockabile. Cyril was about to speak again until something caught her eye. A black dire wolf with red eyes came out of the shadows and started growling at the two angels. We'll talk later, let's finish up here, Cyril said, creating a spear of light. Cockabile followed the command, creating a sword of light and assuming a fighting stance. The wolf soon jumped towards the two angels, who soon reacted and swung their weapons to fight the creature. The battle didn't last long, and so, the dire wolf was trapped in a kind of net made of light and being carried by the two angels. That was the end of the once first king, Lycosaur, a religious fanatic, and last living supernatural dire wolf. Lycon. Location, Avanenma Islands/Aeolite City. Weeks passed, and at this moment Thor was guiding Achilles through the city, always being greeted by the inhabitants of the constantly growing city. So what do you think? It's a good place to live, right? Asked Thor, with a smile, looking out over the city. Achilles had been impressed, as none of the Greek city-states had such mastery over engineering as well as the number of people. 200,000 people. 10,000 soldiers trained and armed with an armor design he had never seen before, to maintain order in the city. And the magic. Magic was part of the everyday life of the Aeolites. Was this your kingdom? Asked Achilles. Thor only smiled briefly. For a few decades. I started to care about them at some point that even I didn't notice. I don't want to see them disappear because of some petty interference from the others, said Thor. Achilles glanced at Thor to see the look of happiness on the Norse god of thunder's face, and could only smile in response. To answer your earlier question. Yes, it's a good place to live, Achilles said, looking briefly at some groups of children playing in the streets carelessly. But then Achilles, watching the children, began to think about what he had left behind. Neoptolemus. I hope you're taking care of your mother, Achilles said, whispering with a melancholy tone. Something that was noticed by Thor, who just kept silent and listened to the melancholy tone of the hero Achilles. Do you regret your decision? Asked Thor. Achilles thought for just a moment before answering. Not exactly. I would be ashamed to look at Deitymia's face again, so I think she and our son will be fine without me, Achilles said. Then Thor asked a question that left Achilles silent. But what about Hippodamia? Asked Thor. Achilles was silent until he sighed in dismay. I had several lovers, and one of those lovers gave me my son, Neoptolemus, but Hippodamia. She gave me nights of peace in the middle of a war. With her, everything else didn't matter. I had even forgotten the reason for going to Troy when I was with her. But she will have a better life without me, said Achilles. For the Achaean hero, he knew that the life of a Greek slave, due to being on the losing side of a war, would not be good for Hippodamia. From a priestess, who was once a widow, to a slave. Achilles didn't want Hippodamia's life to change drastically, so he chose the best option when Priam showed up at his tent looking for Hector's dead body. Let Hippodamia go. The Achaean hero had conquered Hippodamia by the spear. Achilles killed her husband and her 3 brothers when he led the Greeks to conquer the city of Lyrneso, but ended up falling in love with her. Initially, their relationship was troubled by the simple fact that Achilles was the one who tore the peaceful life out of Hippodamia by war. But the more days passed, the more the hero of Achaeus fell in love with the beautiful Hippodamia. Achilles now knew the harm he had done to Hippodamia, and one night he had decided to let her go with Priam, thinking that she might be safe within the walls of Troy. The Achaean hero was bitter, but he thought it was the right decision. Achilles then felt a hand on his shoulder and looked at the owner of said hand. Thor had a small smile. Then find something else or someone else worth living and fighting for, said Thor, gesturing to the Aeolite people. Those simple words made Achilles look again at the Aeolites and realized that some people, women, and children, were waving to him and Thor. I might do that, said Achilles, now with a smile on his face. It had been a few years since I had recruited Achilles, and after much consideration, I was tempted to leave Olympus. I asked Hephaestus if he wanted to come with me, but he hesitantly declined for the simple reason that Hera is prone to not leaving Olympus. Hephaestus stated that he would not leave without his mother. If it were possible, I was disappointed and proud at the same time. I even assured him and Hera that they were more than welcome in Midgard and, by extension, my home. Hera seemed saddened by my departure. I suppose she had already gotten used to my presence and was saddened by the possible change that my departure would generate. But again, it was time to go home. With the Trojan War happening, I was absolutely certain that I was entering the period that would come to be known as the Dark Ages of the ancient world. Although it was still a long way from the modern period of human history, it didn't matter to me at the moment. In fact, my focus was on the person in front of me, although I didn't want to believe what I was hearing. Sorry, but you missed me on the egg part, could you recap? I asked, in disbelief. Balder, who was in front of me, just gave me a worried and amused look at the situation, while I just sweated and couldn't understand the bullshit I was hearing in front of me. Well, I'll explain it again in a simple way. Ereshkigal contacted me recently and she told me a fantastic and rather dubious story, but in simple terms. It looks like you had a child with her. And he's hunting you, said Balder. I could only stare at Balder, who started to smile nervously. I knew my brother never lied, after all, it went against his nature, but the same cannot be said for others. If this is Uncle Loki's joke, I swear by Ymir's beard I'll end up breaking his spine, I said. This was not funny. Pranks had limits? Although I wish it were. Her so-called son broke through her part of the underworld and is in the human world, and according to her, this son caught her wailing for some reason and blurted out your name. When her son heard your name, he must have got it wrong and now he's looking for you, said Balder. And how exactly is he looking for me? I asked. Balder hesitated. He's roaring your name and taking down or ignoring anyone who tries to stop him, said Balder. I just sighed in relief. At least he's not killing anyone. I count that as a victory, I said. Well, not exactly, said Balder, now embarrassed. I just froze and raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean by that? I asked. Well, others have tried to hurt your so-called son, or even drop him from the sky, but he ignored the attempts. In fact, the attempts to inflict wounds on your son actually ended up injuring the attackers. Some died in the process as lesser gods or other supernatural beings, said Balder. I frowned. Did he ignore the damage, but the damage ended up coming back towards the inflictor? How the hell did he do that? I'll find him, I said. Brother, Ereshkigal claims he's your son too, but she doesn't have or has presented me any proof. Maybe there's a chance it's a scam. You don't have to go, Balder said, warning me. I just ignored Balder's warning and started to walk away, but not before responding. True, but such an ability is too peculiar to just pass up, I said. Reflect damage taken? Oh, this is very interesting. Also, I want to see my supposed draconic son, so I just made a teleport circle with the intention of approaching Sumerian territory again, but not invading. POV. Third person. Meanwhile. Location, limits of Assyrian territory. The Assyrian territory was long ago occupied by people who took refuge from the constant floods of Enlil. One of these people had a specific family, with a patriarch who would come to be known as someone quite important when it came to religion. This patriarch was called Avraham, who was born in Ur, but over time he moved away from his birthplace, in search of new lands. Although his life story was something mundane, it would come to be remembered by many in modern times. But now, most of his descendants were scattered across the Sumerian lands, and converting, albeit slowly, the number of the faithful to his god. Avraham, and his descendants, were chosen by Yahweh himself, the top two strongest beings, as heralds to spread influence indirectly in hostile territory, something that Enlil, the former Anunnaki leader, did not like at all. But Marduk only dismissed Enlil's concerns that their influence was waning. Nonetheless, most inhabitants around Assyrian territory would remember the deities they once praised on a stormy night. And that's exactly what happened. On a chaotic night, with lightning storms, biting winds, and torrential rains, most mortals sought shelter inside the houses, although a few brave ones dared to go out to finish the tasks, when strictly necessary. But some witnessed something that would shake all their beliefs about a single god. Father, let's go back. It's just a sheep. It must have been lost in the storm by now, shouted a young man to an older man. The older man, named Uriah, who was the young man's father, soon disagreed vehemently. It's not just a sheep, Eliyahu, it's our livelihood. Our brothers live as slaves for the Kemet people. We, on the other hand, live far away to guarantee our freedom, in addition to being free to worship our Lord, so everything, small or not, is important for our way of life, shouted Uriah. The storm seemed to get worse and worse, and it didn't help that it was night either, so the two mortals' chance of finding a runaway sheep was low, but Uriah wasn't willing to give up, as one fewer sheep could mean something worse in the long run. It was then that they both stopped when they heard something. Thor. That word resounded through the stormy skies and made the earth shake, causing the father and son duo to fall to the muddy ground from the rain and look to the sky for answers. But what they saw would cause nightmares for the following nights. Lightning streaked across the sky amidst the rain, but then amethyst-colored lightning began to appear more frequently, until these bolts of lightning covered the sky in purple color, lightening the sky for a brief moment. In that brief moment, he allowed the father and son to notice something. A gigantic shadow, lit by the lightning, roared in fury in the sky, flying over the storm-battered lands. Only silence reigned, with the father and son watching the shadow fly over them. Moments passed until the son decided to speak. Father, maybe it's time for us to go back, Eliyahu said. Young Eliyahu's father, Uriah, was silent for just a few seconds. May God protect us from the evils of the known world. And the unknown, said Uriah. The duo then began to return home, discarding the search for sustainability in the midst of the storm. Location, Asgard/training grounds. Bam. That was the sound that resonated the most in the training grounds. Only one man was at the training ground this late at night, with only 3 beings watching the man training. The observers were Valak, Hermod, and Odin. How long has he been training today? Asked Odin, not looking at his 2 sons. Since the sunrise, said Vili. He's also eating less in Valhalla, he's been bringing the food here. He's been like this every single day since he got these greaves from Sif's mother, Iduna, said Hermod, frowning. Odin was silent until he shouted at the man who was training. Vidar, shouted Odin. Vidar, the eldest bastard son of Odin, only briefly stopped the kick that was about to hit the tree and looked at his father. Vidar and Odin stared at each other seriously until Vidar kicked the tree and broke it, causing it to collapse to the ground. Odin's son then approached Odin and his brothers with a serious countenance, but it could be seen that he was a little upset at having interrupted the training. When Vidar came close to Odin, they were both silent for just a few moments, until Odin started talking. You've been acting this way for decades. The first few weeks after your recovery you were depressed. But then, one ordinary day, you chose to go out and ask Iduna, one of our most renowned blacksmiths, to create these greaves. What happened to this change, Vidar? Asked Odin, narrowing the only visible eye. Vidar just frowned. Do you want to know what happened? Very well then, I and Vili almost died when we found one of the million children of Surtur, said Vidar. Odin soon understood what was happening. You don't have to try so hard, said Odin, but was soon interrupted by Vidar, who had become even more irritated. 1. Surtur's child, father. Thor is the strongest of us, everyone knows that, but what about when Thor isn't around? There's only one outcome, and that outcome is that all of Midgard will be consumed by Surtur's corrupted fire, said Vidar. And you think if you just train it will be enough to stop this? I know Thor is our biggest chance. For Ymir, even though I know I'm no match against Surtur, I'll still fight, said Odin. And you want me to do what? Celebrate with others and wait for the battle that will possibly lead to the death of hundreds of deaths of our people if they are not close to Thor or Baldur. I can't sit still after seeing and especially feeling what one of Surtur's children is capable of. And only fate knows what Surtur is capable of, said Vidar. Soon Odin punched his own son in the face. All of Odin's sons were surprised by their father's action, but soon became quiet when they saw the gleam in Odin's eye. If you go into battle with that thought in mind, half the battle is already lost. I won't stop you from training, after all that's your choice, but don't let it turn into an obsession, said Odin. Vidar was tempted to reply but just lowered his head with a sigh. Yes, father, said Vidar, resigned. Odin knew that his son still showed signs of disagreeing, but that kind of thinking could only be changed with the passage of time, much like Vidar's own willingness to change. The king of the Norse gods then withdrew from the training ground. Vili and Hermod then exchanged glances and then looked in Vidar's direction. Would you like to come with us to Valhalla? I remember there is one of the waitresses who seemed to have an eye on you, said Hermod, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. While Hermod wanted to get a reaction from Vidar, he was disappointed by his older brother's response. You can go, I'll go later, said Vidar, already turning towards the training ground. Hermod then looked at Vili, who shook his head and started to leave, which was soon copied by Hermod, who just sighed in defeat, and also soon left the training ground. But then, just as Vidar was about to go back kicking trees, someone caught his eye. Vidar. Vidar stopped and looked towards the source of the voice and saw the youngest of Odin's sons and the one seen by most of the people of Asgard as weak due to a disability. Hodr. You should be training with our mother, Vidar said. You should be in Valhalla, said Hodr. Vidar frowned. I'll eat when I'm hungry, said Vidar, who soon went back to kicking a tree, which soon broke under the force of the blow. I know that many make fun of me because of my lack of eyesight, but even I, who am unable to see, may be able to see that you are doing this not out of pride but out of fear, said Hodr. Vidar then stopped training once more and stared at Hodr with a frown. Careful, brother. Even you can see what I'll do to you if you keep making such accusations, Vidar said, with a warning tone. Hodr just remained silent, until he sighed and left, but not before saying something that would end the conversation. Our brother Thor wasn't always so strong, and that's why he always trained. But even though he trained, he always made a point of being present with us at celebrations or even the simplest banquet, said Hodr. Vidar then remained silent and just watched Hodr leave, until he sighed and looked up at the starry sky of Asgard. Maybe just a plate and a horn of mead, Vidar said. As Vidar was reconsidering the decisions he had made, something unprecedented was taking place, but there was one small detail. It wasn't occurring in the same dimension. Location, EXE dimension / Black Eye Galaxy / Outer Rim / Planet 69. In this specific dimension, the dominant divine forms were only two and both lived on the same planet. The planet's name was Evi Italda. On one side were the Italda, who are the high spiritual gods with each originating from a different world with their respective names and domains. And on the other side, the Evis, the gods were basically the machine's life forms. At some point in the past, the Evis began to destroy all other mythologies on the planet Evi Italda to the point where all organic life was completely destroyed, leaving the Italda as the only survivors, keeping their battle stalled. But then, the Evi began to attack other worlds for the sake of the extinction of any organic life form connected to the spiritual. At this moment, on a planet isolated from the destruction wrought by war in various galaxies, was the leader of the Italda, Resetorus, the father of the EXE dimension and, consequently, the creator. And he was currently in a meeting with one of the pillar members of the Italda faction, Chimun Shipeaudi, the mother goddess and commonly known as the goddess of breasts. This plan of yours, it's ridiculous, Chimun said. Resetorus. It may sound crazy but you know we can't win, not with the power they have, Chimun said. Even so, contacting another dimension to warn them of the Evi's conquest and genocide, through boobs, asked Resetorus, in disbelief. As absurd as the question was, no one laughed, and in fact, Chimun answered seriously by nodding his head. We have no choice, Regal Ziva is already a monster, but his brother? He was born beyond the principles of the universe, something that should have been impossible, and he mastered them. Resetauros, I dare say that there is no box that holds him. It's already the opposite, said Chimune. Resetauros just nodded and went to want to respond to Chimune's request. But the father and creator of EXE felt something. And he froze. Do what you want. But get out of here, said Resetauros. Chimune was confused and Resetauros started looking at the sky. When Chimune followed Ristara's line of sight, she also froze in fear and she broke into a cold sweat, while Resetauros took on a serious countenance. What the two gods were seeing was quite simple. On a night, without artificial lighting, it was quite easy to observe the millions of stars in the sky, but something wasn't right. At a specific location in the sky, a black hole appeared that swallowed a large number of stars and left the sky with a hole and void in the starry sky, although it was possible to see a small violet star in the center of the hole. He's here, leave Chimune. I'll fight back against him as long as I can. I give you full authority over your plan. We are already in desperate times, said Resetauros. Chimune soon awoke and nodded seriously and formed a portal to another planet. When Chimune passed through the portal, Resetauros soon looked at the black hole in the sky and noticed that the violet-colored star had disappeared. It was then that a shiver ran down his spine, and then the creator soon looked back towards the moon of the planet he was on right now, and saw the one who started the war that ravaged galaxies as if it were nothing. Just because he can. With a height of about 3 kilometers, standing over the planet's moon. A being wearing a kind of golden armor emitting an aura of violet color that made reality itself tremble. Looks like you've found me again, greetings, absolute despair, said Resetauros, with a dark look. The metallic giant just emitted a violet-colored glow as his eyes burn in power. Kamish. This was the name Ereshkigal gave the young dragon that was born from the accidental and chaotic union of the dark power of an underworld goddess and the volatile power of a thunder god. In terms of raw power, Kamish was born an anomaly. The reason for this was that even when young and technically weak, he was able to kill high-class dragons easily. Ereshkigal's advisors had already warned about Kamish and the threat he could bring. But Ereshkigal just ignored it, as her biggest concern was how to be a good mother. Kamish was lazy and liked to sleep most of the time in the darkness of the underworld. But one fateful day, Ereshkigal went back to planning to explain the situation to the other power giver for the birth of her beloved son. Unfortunately, during the explanation that Ereshkigal was training alone to be able to talk to Thor, she ended up crying due to questioning if Thor would believe the unique situation. The problem was, Kamish had woken up and heard his mother cry as she mourned Thor's name. When Kamish heard his mother's wailing sobs, he automatically went into a rage. The 7 cellars of the underworld were once again shattered as Kamish quickly exited the core, trampling anything living or non-living in front of him. Kamish ended up blasting one of the entrances to the underworld, obliterating a mountain with his power that seemed to crush anything. The humans in the vicinity mistook the action for a volcano erupting but were soon startled when the dust cloud cast the shadow of a gigantic dragon. As the days passed, Kamish's fury had turned into a storm never seen before by humans, which began to last for several days and ravaged the land as he searched for the being which made his mother cry. At this point, Thor was on the edge of the Assyrian territory and didn't go any further to not technically invade the Sumerian territory. Also, thanks to the Viljestirka, Thor didn't need to invade. And that was exactly what Thor was doing. Using the Viljestirka archer, Thor ended up finding the colossal storm and the cause. Let's see. I suppose a little forward is bullseye, said Thor, narrowing his eyes as he measured the distance. Thor then hurled Mjolnir, which took off and ripped through the skies towards the storm, and in exactly 1 minute, Mjolnir had already returned to Thor's hands. It was then that Thor waited patiently, until just a few minutes later the calm, clear sky had been consumed by heavy clouds, releasing amethyst-colored lightning and torrential rain. Come to daddy, said Thor, smiling as he stared at the red eyes in the clouds. It was then that the clouds parted, showing Thor the dragon that was looking for him, which had its scales shining brightly. Absorbed the physical impact. Fascinating, said Thor. It was then that the dragon began to descend from the sky slowly until it was face to face with Thor. It was then that Thor was surprised. You are familiar, said the dragon. Thor is automatically confused. Familiar? Boy, this is the first time we've met, said Thor. The dragon didn't respond right away until he remembered. When his mother was crying, she was talking to some kind of statue, as if she was trying to practice the dialogue. The statue was a carbon copy of the man in front of him, with the only difference being that the statue was made of stone. This led to the dragon assuming that the being in front of him was the one he was looking for. Old man, said the dragon, narrowing his eyes. The dragon's scales soon glowed more brightly, while a vein popped on Thor's forehead. I'm not that old. I'm young by godly standards. I'm barely in my teens, you spoiled brat. Also, Thor said, before stopping when he noticed the glint of scales. Full counter, roared the dragon. It was then that the violet-colored energy pulse was expelled from the dragon's scales as if it were a bubble. When it hit Thor, the thunder god was sent backward, ripping through the ground as he crossed his forearms to block the energy pulse. For Thor, it was as if the very Mjolnir that had been thrown before, with the same throwing power as before, was hitting him. When the bubble dissipated, Thor was already approached again by Kamish, who spewed an emerald-colored jet of fire. The Norse god of thunder's instinct screamed in warning over the single-colored fire, which led to Thor dodging the stream of green flames, noting that the flame didn't seem to burn the landscape, soon created lightning in his fist. Since physical-based attacks don't work, what about magic-based attacks? Asked Thor. Thor then focused lightning on his fist and slashed at the air, expelling thousands of pillars made of lightning from the fist that sliced through the air at lightning speed and hit Kamish's body from all directions. The dragon, on the other hand, didn't seem bothered by the lightning striking him. In fact, the more lightning that hit his scales, the brighter they got. Thor, noticing this, didn't seem bothered. He was even more fascinated. Divine power is absorbed too? Well, now, what if two attacks of a different nature happen at the same time? Asked Thor. Thor, still conjuring thousands of pillars made of lightning with his free hand, hurled Mjolnir again with his other hand in order to see the effects on the dragon's scales. When Mjolnir collided with Kamish, who was still being shot by lightning, a cloud of dust was raised, as well as creating violent winds that dissipated the storm in the skies. Thor then stopped the attack and summoned Mjolnir again, which flew back to his hand. The thunder god was silent until he noticed the glowing red eyes. Will it demonstrate another ability to me, or will it just reflect the last blow? Said Thor. Kamish's eyes just gleamed in response. Revenge. Counter, roared Kamish. Another pulse of energy was expelled from the scales, but this time it was a pillar of energy that consumed everything around and blinded Thor, who was soon hit. For Thor, he received the accumulated damage from each lightning pillar and Mjolnir strike. All that power in one single strike. When the pillar of light extinguished, Kamish was still the only one standing unharmed and Thor was nowhere to be seen. Until the dust quickly dispersed with a leap, revealing Thor with his clothes ripped and his fist raised. A raised fist without the gauntlet that absorbs the power behind the blow. Let's see how far your resistance goes, shouted Thor, with a smile. Kamish just stared at the fist while roaring at the same time. Boom. The earth cracked and the sound of thunder resounded to the farthest land of Sumerian territory, alerting other deities who were watching Kamish's movements. Meanwhile, in the Sumerian cultural center located in the city of Babylon, in the temple built by Marduk, with the help of Thoth, the famous zigurat, Itmenenki, the core was responsible for being the bridge between the deities, and the wailing requests of mortals glowed brighter until at the core of the core raw power began to take shape. The shape was small, the size of a simple apple, and looked like a boy made of light, whose only distinguishing feature being 6 wings, 1 wing of each species of mythical and non-mythical winged animal, such as bird, dragon, bat, insects, plus a wing made of an angel's light and a fallen angel's wing as black as the night itself. After the roar of thunder caused by the collision between Thor and Kamish occurred, another distinctive feature appeared. A horn sprouted atop the head of the small form made of light, which looked like a child. The core that was used to bridge the mortals' appeals to the deities was starting to have something it shouldn't, and that was mainly caused by the conflict of Thoth's magical runes with Inki's. The core was starting to have a consciousness of its own. Location, territory of future Russia. Yamato, we're too far away from our home. That was the voice that resounded in the mind of a young Oni, who ran through the silent forests of the Slavic god's territory. Tsukuyomi-sama asked for our services to hunt down the Aim-no-Ahabari thieves. Also Dowdy, Tsukuyomi-sama even promised to tell us about that devil that killed my family in exchange for our services, said Yamato, with a bloodthirsty look. Yamato has never been closer to completing the first step in a self-imposed mission of revenge against a race. Tsukuyomi, as one of the 3 main Shinto deities, could not carry out this mission at all due to the rule that he would be invading another pantheon's territory. But since Yamato was technically just a supernatural being, the rule was flexible. Are we mercenaries that hunt devils now? I thought you wanted more than just hunting the devil that caused your suffering, Dowdy said. And I want to. But I won't rest until I kill that demon, said Yamato, with a dark tone. As Yamato was just a child at the time, she didn't see the appearance or know the name of the demon that had killed her family. But she knew the voice and most of all, the laugh. We are in the center of Slavic territory. Fortunately, due to the territorial extent, it is still unlikely that the Slavs would have noticed us, although for how long is uncertain, Dowdy said. What do you suggest? Turn back and let them escape. They just haven't teleported so far, because we're still chasing them, said Yamato. I'm not suggesting anything, but if we continue at this pace, we'll get to Asgardian territory, which is where I'm sure we'll be noticed, Dowdy said. Yamato had been confused. We're using one of Tsukuyomi-sama's gifts to mask our presence with senjutsu. As I don't have divine power, it's quite effective, so how would we get noticed? Asked Yamato. If I remember him correctly, young Buri was not much of a fighter, but he was an accomplished inventor and master of runes that I have never seen before in all my thousands of years, capable of creating extraordinary things. The Hlisk J-Elf is one of those things, said Dowdy. Hlisk J-Elf? What is it? Asked Yamato, curious. It's a throne, but not just a throne. No matter who sits on the throne, they will have a view of all 9 realms that make up the realm of Asgard, with the exception of a few places protected by magic, Dowdy said. Yamato then broke into a cold sweat when she understood that from the moment she set foot in Asgardian territory, she would be noticed immediately by whoever sat on that throne. Buri is not a fighter, right? What are the chances of us escaping it? Asked Yamato. I don't think Buri is still the ruler. After all, it's been millennia since I was imprisoned in that cave by Pangu and Izanagi. However, he had a son, who was quite militaristic, so I don't see the chances of us escaping as favorable, Dowdy said. Yamato was in a dilemma. If she didn't stop the chase, she could enter territory she didn't know and possibly attract the attention of other deities who could be friends or foes depending on whether they are interested in her as a user of Dowdy, one of the four fiends. However, if Yamato gives up, she would possibly lose the only clue in centuries about her family's killer, as it was unlikely that Tsukuyomi would divulge the information without anything in return, as well as possibly attracting the moon god's enmity for failing in the mission to recover the Aim Noah Haberi. Thinking about the possibilities, Yamato decided. If this Hlisk J-Elf is like you say, the Aim Noah Haberi thieves will also be detected and possibly tackled by the Asgardians before us. It will be our chance to take back the Aim Noah Haberi and escape during the confusion, said Yamato. You'd better watch out. The gods of the north shouldn't be underestimated. Especially if Ymir, Triglav, or Dada is around, Dowdy said. Although Yamato showed that she wouldn't give up the chase even with the risks, she took her partner's advice seriously. I'll be careful, said Yamato. Location, Assyrian territory. Ereshkigal at that moment was livid. Her beloved son had smashed through the gates of their home and gone on a rampage after the man she'd wanted to talk to for centuries to properly explain their son's existence. Ugh, sniff, where did it go wrong? Was it me? Was it the lack of Thor's presence right at the beginning of my cute Kamish's birth? Asked Ereshkigal to herself, while crying tears openly and questioning her effectiveness as a mother. At that moment she was running towards Kamish's location, as she was just following the rampant chaos in the surface world. When Ereshkigal noticed several earthquakes, she soon rushed towards her son, suspecting that if he was causing trouble or if he was hurt. What Ereshkigal didn't know was that Kamish was technically the most powerful thing around since his birth. Even Tiamat in her prime or the divine twins, Enki and Enlil, were unable to defeat him. Well, emphasis on technically, after all, the sword of rupture was still capable of wounding the dark dragon. It was then that Ereshkigal noticed Kamish's body lying on the ground in the distance and ran towards him screaming, "My baby? You've made me very worried, but it's okay now," Ereshkigal said, weeping openly, before freezing in her tracks when she noticed something else. The man she'd wanted to talk to for ages and explain the delicate situation. Thor, the thunder god, was sitting on top of a rock while being watched closely by Kamish. The dragon listened to the stories as he lay comfortably in the center of the titanic proportioned crater that looked like the crater of a meteorite. "You mean my mother is that simple?" asked Kamish. Thor only smiled. "Your mother is complicated. She has a bit of a lack of confidence. Although she is a competent person, she is unable to have confidence due to external effects of being connected with the concept of death for a long time. Your aunt, Hel, is similar, but with different behavior," said Thor. Kamish, however, was delighted when he heard about Hel. "Do I have an aunt besides Inanna?" asked Kamish. "Actually, she is your cousin, although I treat her like my sister. Keep in mind that our family is as big as it is complicated, boy," said Thor. Kamish looked increasingly interested. May I go with you and meet her?" asked Kamish. Thor just smiled. "Ask your mother first," said Thor, pointing to Ereshkigal, who was still frozen in shock. Ereshkigal, noticing the gazes of Kamish and Thor, blushed in response as she tried to establish a posture worthy of a queen. "Greetings," said Ereshkigal. "No need for such formality, Ereshkigal. I'm an old acquaintance of yours. But I must admit you surprised me a little by not informing me about Kamish," said Thor, pointing to the dragon. Ereshkigal was increasingly confused and notably surprised to even consider her mouth open. "When did you guys become so close? Also, I thought you'd want to hit your fath, Thor," said Ereshkigal, blushing a little at the end as she looked directly at Kamish and avoided Thor's gaze. Kamish surprised Ereshkigal when he got a little embarrassed. "We had been talking for some time after I woke up from my fight when, well, I struggled against Dash," said Kamish, until he was interrupted by Thor. "The brat tried," said Thor, pointing at Kamish's head. It was then that Ereshkigal noticed the giant callus at Kamish's head and looked at Thor in shock. "Did you hit your son?" asked Ereshkigal, ignoring what she had just said. Thor just shrugged. "He was causing a wave of needless destruction and causing mortals to suffer over a tantrum that started as a misunderstanding. I was just disciplining him," said Thor. Ereshkigal was livid. "BB, but someone could have been hurt a lot," said Ereshkigal. Thor softened his gaze. "I held back. After all, I wouldn't hurt my son. I mean, not too much. Anyway, maybe we should go somewhere more suitable to talk," asked Thor, gesturing around. Ereshkigal wanted to continue the questioning right there but was soon stopped by Kamish. "Can we go to Midgard?" asked Kamish. Thor just shrugged, which resulted in Kamish turning to Ereshkigal. "Can we, Mom? Please?" asked Kamish anxiously. To Ereshkigal, it was like seeing Kamish when he was just a cub asking the same question. Yes. Ereshkigal had a hard time denying her son's request. "Well, just for one day. I have work in the underworld," said Ereshkigal. Kamish looked pleased and even understanding, while Thor only showed a smile. "Oh, I even have the perfect spot? I have a small house in Midgard. It's good that Kamish can meet the other family members," Thor said with a smile, as he formed a teleportation circle. Ereshkigal just stared at Thor while muttering just one word as she thought about her. Thor and Kamish united. "Family, family," murmured Ereshkigal while placing her hands on her flushed cheeks, displaying a dreamy look along with a shy smile. Location, future Finland. Meanwhile, flying at high speed in the skies, two angels, one with 4 pairs of wings and the other with 5 pairs of wings, and therefore the leader of the God-given mission. The five-winged angel was also carrying a kind of sword that had a blade that appeared to be made of glass. His name was Barakil, and at the moment he wasn't having a good day. Barakil? I thought we were collecting divine artifacts or mythical beings that the other deities left among mortals carelessly. It shouldn't have that resistance, shouted the four-winged angel. Barakil just ignored the complaints as he accelerated into the flight. But soon the instincts of the angel consecrated as the lightning of God screamed to deflect. It was then that a giant stone flew past the angels at high speed. Don't you dare run away, thieves, shouted a voice. It was Yamato, and Barakil noticed that she was approaching at high speed, although she was running on the ground. Let's go to the sea. If she swims in cold waters it should be enough to slow her down, said Barakil. Why don't we face her? We surpassed her in power, right? Asked the angel beside Barakil. Barakil just looked seriously. Our mission is to collect, not kill. Do you want to go against our father's orders? Asked Barakil. The other angel then closed his mouth, but not before asking Barakil for forgiveness. And so the pair of angels soon flew faster to the icy northern sea, while Yamato began to swim and devoured concepts like the cold of the water around her. It was then that the group of three supernatural beings spotted an island, which was part of the local archipelago. The archipelago that would come to be known as the Avenenma Islands in modern times. Once the angels crossed the island's airspace, boom! An explosion was heard from the skies, which made the angels raise their heads towards the source of the sound, only to widen their eyes when they noticed an emerald-colored meteor heading straight towards them. Bam! The meteor hit the four-winged angel and knocked him down to the ground, which resulted in a shock wave and a cloud of dust forming. Barakil narrowed his eyes at the event, while Yamato, who had been watching in silence, approached the island's beach. When the dust cloud dissipated, the angel's body was lying on the ground in the center of the crater, being pierced by a spear in the heart, with unfocused eyes and blood dripping from his mouth, showing Barakil and Yamato that he was dead. In the center of the crater, there was also a young man with green hair wearing golden armor, which soon placed his foot on the angel's body and took off the spear, and began to twirl it carelessly, until he placed it on his shoulders. You don't seem to be from here, so I would like to welcome you to my king's land. I'm Achilles, and I will be your host while my king is not here, said the young man, identified as Achilles, who introduced himself while displaying a mocking smile. Barakil and Yamato were silent for Achilles' presentation, but soon changed positions. Yamato assumed a fighting stance, raising the kanab and alternating her gaze to the sword in Barakil's hands and eyeing Achilles warily. Barakil soon began creating holy lightning, which combines the element of lightning with the element of light, as well as raising the stolen sword in his hands. Achilles then smiled, which threatened to split his face. Let's dance, shall we? Achilles asked, already assuming a fighting stance. Silence. Only the sound of waves and the crackle of lightning could be heard on the frozen beach of the place that had come to be called the Avenenma Islands, while three beings constantly exchanged wary glances, although one of them was the only one who sported a brazen smile. It was Achilles. So who wants to lead the rhythm of the dance? Know you that I, Achilles said, before freezing. The Achaean hero's instinct screamed in response, resulting in Achilles dodging a spear, made of light mixed with lightning magic hurled towards his head, leaping into the air as he somersaulted. Yamato also suffered an attack, but only sucked up the holy magic and devoured it harmlessly. Barakil, who had started attacking both Achilles and Yamato, soon frowned as he realized it wouldn't be that easy when he saw Yamato's ability. So this is the being that merged with Doughty according to my father, said Barakil. The god's lightning soon flew towards whom he considered the least threat, which turned out to be Achilles, who had just gracefully landed on the ground. With Barakil's speed, he soon appeared in front of Achilles and swung the glass sword, which was the famous Aim Noah Haberi, with the intention of getting rid of the human in front of him. Despite the fact that Barakil had received explicit orders from his father not to harm humans, the human in front of him had just killed his brother, as well as disrespected his body by stepping on it with a satisfied smile on his face. For Barakil, killing the human in front of him would be considered justice. Barakil's attempt was not effective, as when swinging the sword, Achilles calmly dodged it with his eyes closed, with the sharp blade of the sword just inches away from his face. Achilles didn't let it go, and as soon as he dodged the Aim Noah Haberi's blade, he soon kicked Barakil in the stomach, sending the god's servant crashing to the ground and tearing the pristine land from the beach. Achilles soon smiled and turned his attention back to the other opponent, which was Yamato, but he soon raised an amused brow when he noticed Yamato running towards Barakil with kanab in hand. Oh, I thought it was everyone for yourself. Well, I suppose I should keep things fair, said Achilles, who soon snapped the knot in his neck and ran at high speed towards Yamato. The young Oni didn't even look at the Achaean hero, but soon raised the kanab and blocked Achilles' spear, who displayed a bigger smile. Good reaction time, said Achilles, praising Yamato. Yamato, however, was not happy. Do not interfere, shouted Yamato. Using the superior strength of an Oni, mixed with the strength of being a doughty user, Yamato soon pushed Achilles, causing the Achaean to slide a little on the ground, lifting some snow from the beach. Achilles was not shaken in the least, and soon he swung his spear and attacked Yamato again, who soon began to block each blow. Though Yamato soon realized that with each new strike of Achilles' spear the speed and the power behind was far greater than the previous strike. Barakil, as soon as he got up from the ground and realized that Yamato and Achilles were fighting, looked at the sword in his hands and then flew into the sky at high speed. until his eyes widened when he was stopped by Achilles, who surprised him by appearing in front of him with a smile and swinging his spear, hitting Barachil squarely and sending the angel to the ground again. Yamato, realizing Achilles' true speed, showed a bit of nervousness and insecurity, having a drop of sweat on her forehead. Achilles soon landed on the ground and started walking towards Barachil, who started to slowly get up off the ground again. I don't think you understand yet. Your chances of leaving this island without our permission are unlikely, said Achilles. Achilles' claim was soon taken seriously by Yamato and Barachil, although one thing was noticed by the gods: lightning. But the Oni must not be on his side, so, who is he referring to, thought Barachil. The servant of God soon began to look around, trying to find another being that was watching the fight on the beach, while creating a weapon of light and attacking Achilles and Yamato from a distance, not risking getting into close combat with a possible threat nearby that he didn't know the location. While Achilles nonchalantly dodged and Yamato devoured the weapons made of light that threatened to strike them, Doughty was also helping Yamato with the situation. Yamato, there is no one nearby according to our senses? That means either this human is lying, or there's someone too far away, beyond my senses, watching us, Doughty said, warning Yamato. Yamato broke out in a cold sweat. Then Yamato, with the accumulated power after devouring numerous attacks, soon transferred the accumulated energy to the Kanab, which glowed yellow in response, and slammed into the beach floor, causing a small earthquake and raising a cloud of dust that covered the beach. Achilles was soon the first out of the cloud. The Achaean's golden eyes gleamed, and then he swung his spear in the air, causing a sound that resembled the sound of thunder, and creating a kind of hole in the middle of the dust cloud by the force of the blow. It was possible to see a trail of blood. Barachil was the second to emerge from the cloud of dust, grabbing the side of his stomach, which was injured. Yamato soon came out of the dust cloud and went towards Barachil, who soon raised the sword aim Noah Habari in defense, to block Yamato's Kanab. As the weapons collided, winds roared in response to the force of the collision. Yamato had a glint of fury in her eyes as she briefly looked at the glass sword and Barachil. Give me back the sword, thief, roared Yamato. Barachil, though wounded, stood his ground. This sword was abandoned among humans, though it is too dangerous to be left in such a way. Your gods are irresponsible. My father is just withdrawing it for the safety of humans, said Barachil. Yamato became more furious. Humans never dared to touch the sword. It was put there by Izanagi-sama himself for the purpose of constantly reminding humans of how gods were created, in addition to the death of Izanami-sama's body by Kagutsuki-sama. Then you are still a thief, said Yamato. Barachil froze for just a second, expressing a look that conveyed a feeling of doubt, but that feeling was soon suppressed, and before he could counter Yamato's claims, Achilles appeared out of thin air between Barachil and Yamato, and he kicked them at the same time in the face, causing them to retreat and back away until they recovered from the Achaean hero's attack. It was then that Barachil, who was the first to recover, raised a hand to the heavens and summoned holy lightning, which began to strike the frozen beach floor mercilessly, melting the snow and even creating glass at the point of contact. Achilles and Yamato ran while dodging the constant attacks from the heavens, though Yamato was the first to counterattack, utilizing the ability Doughty granted her, and began sucking the concept out of the air until Barachil was forced to stop the storm's attack of holy lightning from being able to stay away. Achilles soon shot towards Yamato at high speed and hit Yamato's head with his knee, stopping the Oni from continuing to suck the concept out of the air and causing her to fall to the ground. Yamato was knocked out. As Achilles was about to swing his spear to cut off Yamato's head, lightning was hurled towards him, causing Achilles to raise his spear and block Barachil's attack. When the attack stopped, Achilles went to try to move towards Barachil but was soon stopped when a beam of light, which emerged from a golden teleportation magic circle, suddenly appeared, blinding Achilles for just a few seconds. When the light dimmed, Achilles could see that more beings had arrived. One was an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure, with 12 white wings. The other was a man with long blonde hair and green eyes. He also had 12 wings growing out of his back, but unlike other angels whose wings are white, the wings are golden. They were 2 of the 10 seraphim and 2 who held the position of the 4 great seraphim. The woman was Gabriel, the most beautiful woman in heaven as well as the strongest woman. The man. It was the angel who cast Lucifer himself out of heaven in a battle that covered the heavens at fire. The sword of God. Michael. Achilles soon backed away, but soon assumed a fighting stance, no longer displaying a smile on his face when he realized who was in front of him. Michael was the first to look at Barachil, noticing the wound right away. Gabriel. Take care of Barachil, we're going home and tend to his injuries, Michael said. Gabriel soon nodded firmly and teleported Barachil along with her in a magic circle. In the meantime, Achilles soon appeared in front of Michael intending to stab the sword of God, only to be blocked by a sword made of light. Michael looked steadily into Achilles' eyes with a look that conveyed sadness. Keep calm. I just want to recover the body of my brother who died in the service of my father, said Michael. Achilles immediately grimaced. There are no burials for trespassers on my king's property, said Achilles. Michael soon pushed Achilles, who made the Achane slide along the beach, and responded with a look that was a mixture of sadness and annoyance. I will not leave my brother's body to the animals. Step back, said Michael. Michael's wings soon glowed and light consumed the sword of God body. When the light dimmed a little, Achilles could see Michael again, or at least, what should have been Michael. Michael was in true form, likewise responsible for expelling Lucifer from the sky and asserting Michael's position among the top 10 of the strongest existences. A form given to Michael by God himself. Michael had given this new form a name, Demiurge, the god's guardian and sword. When Achilles took the first step, Michael had already appeared in front of him with the sword of fire close to Achilles' neck. It's useless. Forget it, Michael said in a powerful voice. It was then that something happened that surprised Michael. A red arrow soon hit the fiery sword, knocking the sword from Achilles' neck, which then quickly walked away. Michael soon looked at the origin of the strange arrow's trajectory and saw nothing. The sword of God, although he was curious, knew that he had stayed longer than necessary and soon disappeared and reappeared next to the angel body killed by Achilles, and created a teleportation circle while looking at Achilles still in demiurge form. Achilles went to move to stop the others from leaving, but another red arrow fell to the ground in front of Achilles, stopping the Achaean in his tracks. When Achilles realized the meaning, he immediately stopped the charge and just remained on his feet while swiveling the spear casually, although he stared at Michael with a frown, showing displeasure. As soon as Michael disappeared with the dead angel, Achilles let out a sigh and looked lightly at Yamato's fallen body, who was still unconscious. It would be so easy to kill you, but my king must want information about why are you here with that bird, said Achilles, who soon walked towards Yamato's body. As he walked, Achilles couldn't help but look at a specific spot. Now that it was getting exciting, I must say that you are a buzzkill. Karna, Achilles said, whispering in displeasure. Meanwhile, miles away was the city of the Aeolites, which came to be called Aeoliahus or Tortonhus, and in the center of the city was located the tallest tower, and on the balcony of the tower was the other protector of the city, the son of the Hindu sun and the Watcher, with an already supernatural ability to see plus an innate talent for the Viljestirka archer, taught by Thor. Karna, you have a bad habit of not taking things seriously right from the beginning, Achilles. Frankly, why do you still insist on fighting without using the Viljestirka, knight, said Karna, questioning his ally's bad behavior towards combat. Karna just sighed and went back inside the tower with the golden bow in his hand. I suppose I should warn Thor about our newest stowaway, Karna said, thinking of Yamato being brought in by Achilles. Meanwhile, Thor had finished transporting Kamish and Ereshkigal to his home in Midgard. Location, Midgard/House of Thor. Well, can you downsize? Asked Thor looking at Kamish. Kamish soon nodded and began to emit a violet glow, until the gigantic dragon form was soon replaced by a child with purple, almost black, hair, with red eyes. Thor only raised an eyebrow and looked at Ereshkigal, who immediately understood what Thor wanted to ask. The dragon form is too big to roam the Anunnaki underworld easily, so the first thing I did was teach him to shapeshift, said Ereshkigal. Thor only considered for a few seconds, before nodding satisfied with the answer. Well, let's get inside, said Thor, walking toward the door of the house. Ereshkigal and Kamish soon followed the thunder god closely, until Thor grabbed the knob, which glowed in response as it recognized an inhabitant of the house, and turned it to open the door. Feel welcome, here you can make yourself comfortable, I'll cook something for Dash, said Thor until he stopped and looked at what he was looking at. Freyja was in the living room reading a book that Thor didn't recognize. Sif was only with a towel wrapped around her body, as she tried to talk Freyja out of the couch and go take a shower. Hel was also present. The underworld goddess was wearing dog jumpsuit pajamas while trying to play with Fenrir's paws, who looked at his sister in disinterest. Thor was stunned. After all, his home, his resting place. There were more people living in his house than before and living for free. Thor quickly grimaced, especially at the fact that no one had noticed his arrival, with the exception of Fenrir, who pricked up his ears. Fweet. The thunder god soon hissed so loudly that everyone in the house soon looked towards him. Fenrir was the first to act, running towards Thor and stopping in front of the thunder god with one paw beside his forehead, as if saluting. Thor gave Fenrir a dead look, making the godslayer a little nervous. Look at you, you were something I was so proud of. Go upstairs, you're grounded, said Thor, pointing to the stairs as he looked at Fenrir. Fenrir seemed to have understood the message, as he soon lowered his ears and put his tail down, showing the sadness he was feeling, and soon he started up the stairs. Thor looked at Freyja shortly thereafter, startling the goddess of beauty, who briefly glanced at Ereshkigal with a nervous look. Now since when are you living here to be so comfortable? Asked Thor, looking at Freyja's clothes, which were just a nightgown that belonged to Hel. Freyja quickly looked away. Maybe 4 or 5, said Freyja. Thor raised an eyebrow. 4 or 5, what? Days? Weeks? Months? Asked Thor. Decades, said Freyja. Freyja's answer caused Thor to be silent for just a few seconds, but he soon regained his composure. I never saw you on the solstice, nor did I feel any presence outside of Hel, Sif, and Fenrir. How did you trick the runes of my house? Said Thor. The winter solstice, known to humans as Jul, was the only day that Thor returned for just a few seconds in the night, to collect gifts and distribute them to mortals. Freyja soon gave Thor a book. When Thor read the book, a vein could be seen growing on the thunder god's forehead. The title was simple. Illusion and Cloaking Magic, Learn How to Invade and Leave Without Being Noticed by Protective Spells. The book was written by someone Thor recognized immediately from the stories of Odin and Frigg. Ratatoskr, son of a said Thor, before being interrupted by Ereshkigal, who clapped the thunder god on the back. As Thor turned to Ereshkigal, the goddess just gave a scolding look as she gestured with a glance at Kamish, who was looking at Thor in confusion. Thor, understanding why Ereshkigal had caught his attention, took a deep breath before sighing. Although a dilated vein could still be seen on Thor's forehead. You go to work cleaning the house if you want to stay here, said Thor, looking calmly at Freyja again. Freyja was immediately confused and outraged. But there are runes for that, said Freyja. Thor soon snapped. Then clear the excess snow outside. I won't have someone living in my house doing absolutely nothing. I refuse to feed and shelter a parasite that is not directly linked to me as a descendant or a consort, said Thor, immediately creating a kind of broom, which ended up emerging from the immaculate floor of the house. Freyja, hearing the last part, soon had an idea to kill two birds with one stick. The goddess of beauty soon approached Thor and lowered her nightgown a little, displaying her formidable cleavage to Thor as she flashed a seductive smile, and the goddess's eyes gleamed pink, intending to hold Thor's attention on her. Honestly, being your consort sounds tempting, Freyja said. Only for the broom to be thrust at her. Wear something warm, it's very cold outside and snowy, said Thor. Sif could be seen huffing in amusement in an attempt to hold back a laugh at Thor's rejection of Freyja's attempt. This, however, did not shake Freyja. Such indifference, only Skuld knows his face of desire when I'm on top of him in the future, Freyja said, blushing, with a look of desire. Freyja soon left with the broom in her hand although she wasn't heading in the right direction, which made Thor sweat in response. Thor then looked at Sif, and only raised an eyebrow as he gestured to the towel. Sif just shrugged. You have a giant cauldron, capable of holding 7 people of your size, with hot water in addition to creating bubbles that work wonders after a day of training. In short, it's a good place to bathe and rest properly, said Sif. Thor was silent and thought for just a few moments before nodding, satisfied with the answer. I think it's only fair. After all, you're the one looking after the training of the Einherjar from my home in Asgard, Thrudheim, said Thor. Sif just smiled in response. Then if you'll excuse me, I'll be in the room. I think I might have a few more special exercises tonight and I'll need your help, Sif said, as she headed for the stairs, while purposefully swaying her hips at Thor. Thor didn't look at Sif's blatant attempt to seduce him and just looked at the last member of the household who knew she was responsible for the current situation due to looking embarrassed wearing a dog jumpsuit pajama while swinging her leg a little on the floor and drew circles. So, would you like to explain what happened to my house becoming a haven for 2 other goddesses, Hel? Asked Thor, crossing his arms. Hel blushed in embarrassment. You know I like it here. I called the girls more often and they ended up staying longer, which got out of hand resulting in them living here. But I was silent, because, Hel said, before hesitating. Thor was silent, but it was clear that Thor's gaze had softened. Because, said Thor, waiting for Hel to continue the explanation. Because the house gets warmer with more people, Hel said. Thor then froze as he realized the meaning behind Hel's words. During Thor's travels, he had chosen to go it alone, as he sent the group from before back to Midgard or Asgard after meeting Enlil. This left Hel alone most of the time in his house, with only Fenrir to entertain her. But Fenrir was an animal, and could not communicate properly with his sister. Hel was basically alone most of the time. The warm was when there were people in the house that Hel could talk to and especially have fun. This caused Hel to end up calling Sif and Freyja more often until it got out of hand when Freyja and Sif thought it best to spend more time than planned in Midgard. Thor soon approached Hel, who had closed her eyes and prepared to be scolded, only to feel Thor's warm hand on top of her head, stroking the death goddess's hair. Hel then opened her eyes and saw the smile on Thor's face, with a look of regret. Don't worry, I don't blame you. I promise I'll spend more time here from now on, said Thor. Hel then quickly hugged Thor's waist, with a happy smile. It was then that Thor realized something else. Hey, Hel, want to meet our new family members? Asked Thor, gently taking Hel out of the embrace and gesturing to Ereshkigal and Kamish. Hel was always afraid about meeting new people, but as soon as she saw Kamish, the goddess of the underworld had a reaction. You are so cute, said Hel, running towards Kamish and grabbing the dragon that was in child form. Kamish didn't like it. I am Kamish, the guardian of the Anunnaki, heir of the Kor, kingdom of Ereshkigal. I am the one revered as the Heavenland class dragon, a class higher than the king class. I'm known as the Dark Emperor, Kamish, the Dread. I'm not cute, said Kamish, until he was interrupted by Hel. Want something to eat? You're so skinny, I think you're starving, Hel said, looking at Kamish with a smile. Kamish was silent before looking elsewhere while displaying an embarrassed face. May I have milk to drink? Asked Kamish, whispering and trying to be discreet as he was watched by Thor and Ereshkigal. Of course, said Hel. Hel soon carried Kamish in her arms, who seemed to have been surprisingly silent on the journey to the kitchen. The living room was then just Thor and Ereshkigal, who only exchanged a look when they realized they were the only ones. Want something to eat? Asked Thor. Ereshkigal soon smiled and waved back. Absolutely, I'm starving, said Ereshkigal. The two gods soon went in the same direction as Hel, towards the kitchen of Thor's house, with the intention of satisfying the growing hunger after a long journey. It wouldn't last long until that same night Thor, while sleeping with Sif in his arms, would receive a message that made him get up in the middle of the night. The message was simple. We were invaded. 2 angels steal the Aimnoa Haberi. Achilles killed a high-rank angel. Captured being. Thor didn't get a good night's sleep. Waking up in the middle of the night to the news that the home I gave to the Elites had just been invaded by angels made me very alert. Especially with the fact that Achilles had killed a high-ranking angel. However, This is not how I planned it. So you're telling me that all it took to act against the angels was them flying over the sands of one of the farthest beaches from the Aelites? I asked. At the moment I was inside a room in the main tower of the Aelite city, and in front of me were Achilles, with his arms crossed, and Karna, who sighed in response. Yes, my king, they had the audacity to invade your territory, so I had to be a responsive host, said Achilles, shrugging. Don't tell half-truths, Achilles. You wanted to fight that angel with 12 golden wings, said Karna. Achilles just grinned wider. What can I say? A good battle is my greatest wish, said Achilles. This was already getting out of hand. But I couldn't help but be interested in what Achilles and Karna had said about their encounter with the angels. Aim Noah Haberi. Is Anaga's own sword stolen? Considering that Hera had already contacted me before about the disappearance of the Nemean lion, I already suspected that the leader of the angels was already trying to create sacred gears. The big question was whether the leader of the angels had already introduced the basic sacred gears into the heaven system. With that in mind, I already knew the next steps I would take. Fortifying the territory of Midgard would be the main thing. Besides, the project that I need to be finalized. Hnefateful. With the Hnefateful, I would make my allies and most trusted warriors an extra boost of power, so that combat against other deities and extraordinary beings would be viable. Unlike future evil pieces, Hnefateful will not have the purpose of reincarnation to increase numbers of the population. No, the purpose was to increase the user's base power, in addition to granting the user the ability to fully utilize Vilgestirka, Archer, and Vilgestirka, Knight. Although it sounds simple, it would be perfect for my current situation. Karna, although he had talent, still could not use the advanced form of Vilgestirka, Archer, which allowed the user to see the future, in addition to being unable to use Vilgestirka, Knight, being reduced to Toki. Achilles, on the other hand, was an expert user of Vilgestirka, Knight, but was still unable to perform advanced feats as the true purpose of Vilgestirka, Knight, which was to hurt the opponent's soul. Otherwise, Achilles was still unable to learn Vilgestirka, Archer. The Hnefateful project would fix that. Although it was not possible to replicate Vilgestirka King due to being too complex. Having that set in my mind, it was time for something else that had caught my attention. So, tell me about this ONI. What is this eating ability that you saw, Achilles? I asked. Achilles just sighed. I don't know, King. I just know it was a little weird. I felt like the very concept of air was being devoured, and it was hard to breathe. So, with that in mind, I knocked her out first, to make it simpler, even though I was tempted to just kill her, said Achilles. I just sweat in response. My request was that if there was any external threat, the duty of these two was to neutralize the threat. Unfortunately, it ends up with Achilles killing without having a second thought. At least now I'll have some answers, I said. Achilles just gave a victorious smile, while Karna just remained expressionless. I soon walked towards the other room, made with the purpose of interrogation, and as soon as I opened it, I saw ONI tied to a chair. I could see that she was looking at me with fear, even without me having done anything. I suppose it was simple enough to assume she knew I was some kind of deity. Greetings, young ONI, I said, quickly approaching a chair and sitting down. She did not answer me. Well, she's not as innocent as I thought she would be. You're a long way far from home, as well as fighting in my territory, though in part I must blame Achilles' violent attitude, I said. For a brief moment, I could see her eyes lose some focus for a second. Who are you? Where is Buri? I wish to speak with him, said ONI. She might not be that innocent, but she's quite out of update with the northern situation. At the very least, my answer would be a way of confirming the small hypothesis I was creating in my mind. Buri died, along with most of the northern first and second divine generation. I am part of the fourth generation. I am the son of the current leader, although I am not the heir, I said, explaining. Ah, there are the unfocused eyes again. I know that some people lose their eye focus a little so they can think at their own pace. But asking specific questions? Mainly thinking that Buri was still alive and I looked considerably older than her? Other than that, I was feeling a strange and, dare I say, unique supernatural energy. I wish to speak with the leader, said the ONI. I just snorted in response. I don't think you understand the seriousness of the situation. I'm the one who decides things in this place. My old man and my brother don't even know you're here, so I suggest you don't start demanding things and just cooperate, I said. The ONI seemed to be talking again, due to the silence and the loss of focus in her eyes again, although she responded quickly. I understand, said the ONI. Progress, although I can tell the ONI's discontent by the tone of voice. Firstly, what is your name and what race do you belong to? But before you give me a simple answer like ONI race, I ask that you be more specific because I know that Onis have red skin, so I hope you have a good explanation for their current appearance, I said, gesturing to her body. I know she is an ONI from the unique feel, though it is quite similar to the presence of the Utica, who were the evil spirits of the Anunnaki who lived in the shadows of Ereshkigal's realm. But from the drawings and descriptions of appearance, she only had the ONI horns. My name is Yamato, and I'm a special ONI, said the ONI, whose name is Yamato. Another loss of focus? Was the special ONI part your friend in your head suggests to say? I questioned. It seemed that I had hit a sore spot because I soon realized that Yamato had frozen in response. Save your worries, I don't care for other supernatural beings who wish to remain hidden. However, I need to know if this friend of yours is hostile if you come face to face with any of my people's civilians, I said. I explained it as best I could. After all, I wasn't crazy enough to trust and extend a helping hand to a complete stranger with unique powers. It seemed that my words made Yamato question her supposed friend, but I got an answer faster than I thought. Dowdy is good, he took care of me since I was a kid, said Yamato. Huh? Dowdy? The fiend of gluttony, Dowdy. I did my best to keep my facial expression neutral, and although I wanted to question further, I could tell that Yamato was having another conversation with what I assumed was Dowdy. And from her flushed, embarrassed face I think Dowdy was scolding her. It was then that Yamato's facial expression quickly changed and the orange-colored eyes were replaced by an emerald green color. Greetings Asgardian, said Yamato. Her tone of voice changed. Dowdy? I asked. Yamato soon nodded in affirmation. In fact, forgive the young Oni, she still doesn't know the so-called common sense and has the bad habit of not paying attention to what she says, said Yamato, with the voice of Dowdy. I immediately disregarded it. As I said before, I don't care much about these things. The main issue right now is your presence so far west. I thought you'd be sealed away somewhere, I said. At least, that was my original thought. After all, Dowdy, as the strongest fiend, who was sealed away by Izanagi and Pangu, two creator gods, would be trapped in some cave somewhere between China and Japan. It's been ages, but this young Oni found me after events traumatic for her, and we merged. Our fusion was also why her appearance was so different from an ordinary Oni, said Dowdy. I hummed in response as I got lost in thought. Although I wasn't very satisfied, there was something that bothered me and until now it hasn't been answered. You are too far from home, may I know why? I questioned. This seemed to affect Dowdy a bit, and this can be seen from the small frown on her forehead. We were tasked by Tsukuyomi to hunt down his father's sword thieves in exchange for information. However, of course, we weren't able to complete the mission that was given to us, so we'll come back empty-handed. If you allow it, said Dowdy. He looks fearful, although that's justified. After all, he knows that if I decided to keep them imprisoned, I would have the full power to tear him from the Oni's body. Nonetheless, what kind of information? I asked. An Oni miles away, hunting high-ranking angels and retrieving a legendary sword, just for information? What kind of information is this for such dedication to a search and recovery mission? Although I cannot speak in detail due to how personal the information is for my partner, I can say this: see the bone fragment stuck in our clothes? Dowdy asked. I looked briefly and tried to locate the so-called bone fragment until I found it attached to a small string on her pants. As soon as I hit my eyes on it I noticed something. Blood magic, I said, whispering. But not only that. Devil, I said, looking again at the serious face of Yamato, who was being controlled by Dowdy. Dowdy displayed a dark look as she nodded in affirmation. My partner is hunting the devil that held this magical inheritance signature. Tsukuyomi offered information in exchange for our services. This devil has not been seen for a long time, said Dowdy. I was just silent until I thought of something briefly and then I called Karna with a magic rune. Karna soon opened the door and looked at me. What does my king want? Karna asked. Stay here, I'll be right back, I need to check something, I said, getting up from the chair and walking out the door, leaving Karna behind to keep an eye on Dowdy. I created another rune and notified another person, who soon answered me. I didn't waste time. Thor? What happened? Said the female voice through the rune. Sif. Do you still have any proof of the devil energy trail from years ago when Dane was killed? Well, yes, but I still don't understand why you said Sif, before I quickly cut her off. I promise I'll explain later. Can you bring the proof to my forge under my house in Midgard? I'll be there soon, I said. It was just a guess. But how many times have I heard about a devil who would dare to trespass into a god's protected territory? Although devils are driven by desire and some sin, there is always a pattern. In this particular case, it's simple. The same devil that the Oni was hunting, was it the same devil that was in Midgard all those years ago? The probability was low. After all, there were several devils. But it didn't hurt to check. I'm on my way, said Sif, by the rune. I soon cancelled the rune and made a teleportation rune, heading to my forge. Although I knew the devils were a problem, I still had to solve the problem with the angels. After all, Achilles killed someone of high rank and surely the angels wouldn't leave it at that. With recent events, and if I'm correct about the devil, then there's only one thing left for me considering the next meeting between the leaders of the pantheons was approaching. I have to go to Asgard. Location, Heaven/Fifth Heaven. POV, third person. Heaven, the House of Angels. It was well known for being the home of beings endowed with the ability to bend the light element to their will, in addition to having been created by only one being of extreme power. Yahweh. Because heaven is so vast, it was divided by Yahweh himself to separate the heaven into 7 levels. The 5th heaven was the place reserved for the dwelling of high-ranking angels, who were not low-class angels or seraphim. In one of the houses made of pristine white marble and clouds, a particular angel with 5 pairs of wings with an average appearance, black hair, golden bangs, and a black goatee, was concentrating on a small project, the creation of extraordinary objects. And, at that moment, it was possible to see that the angel was so concentrated that he ended up not noticing someone entering his house. Azazel, someone shouted. It was Michael, who was looking at the angel, now called Azazel, with a slightly sad look. Azazel, having been called to attention, soon turned to face Michael and hid some papers behind him. Michael? My brother. May I help you with something? Asked Azazel, sweating. Michael just raised an eyebrow in amusement and gave a tired sigh. Our father summons us and you need to come with me to see someone, said Michael. Azazel then nodded briefly, before turning towards the table. Wait a moment, brother. I'll just finish a part of this, said Azazel. Michael soon floated up to Azazel on his 12 golden wings and looked curious to see what his brother was doing that required full concentration. It was then that Mikhail saw a white sword on the table, along with a bunch of papers. Azazel, what do you think you're doing? Asked Michael. Azazel just looked at Michael and replied with a smile. Our father seems to be getting into the habit of collecting things from the other gods. I just thought he could use them for something more productive. I call my little project extraordinary weapons that can be used by non-supernatural beings. Obviously, the name needs to be improved, said Azazel. Michael frowned a little, especially when he looked at the white sword on the table. Brother, you taught humans to craft stone weapons. Father forgave you last time, but now you wish to give humans supernatural weapons? Don't you think enough damage has already been done? Michael asked. Azazel looked indignant. They were dying by hunger, Michael, hunger. I gave the knowledge to all humans to create simple weapons to help them hunt better. I was not the one who used the acquired knowledge as a weapon against other humans, said Azazel. Michael was quick to say the counterpoint. Still doesn't change the fact that this resulted in new ways for humans to start killing each other. Sigh Azazel, I was there when our father had to bow his head and apologize for your actions to the other gods. What you did was reckless and, above all, risky, said Michael, with a sad look in his eyes. It was that look that Azazel always saw in Michael. An eternal look of sadness and melancholy. Although something more could be seen. Disappointment. I thought I was improving the way of life for all humans. It was never my intention to make humans start killing each other for more power. I can't change what I did, but even you must agree with me that humans must have some way of defending themselves against the supernatural, said Azazel. They already have us, who care for humans in a state of despair and without beliefs, in addition to each god being responsible for humans living in already determined territories. We must never interact directly against the other gods. Our duty is to care for humans, no matter what their beliefs. It was our father's request, Azazel said Michael. We can't be everywhere at once, Michael. These extraordinary weapons could be the key to mankind's independence, said Azazel. Michael, however, remained steadfast. I am not the voice of our father, so I don't have the power of decision. So the conversation is over, although I still don't agree. You must present what you think to our father, and ask his advice, said Michael. Father will never agree. It is very likely that he will never forgive me if he sees what I am proposing, said Azazel, stepping away from Michael. Michael just stared at his brother sadly. Never forgive you? Azazel, have you forgotten who is our father? Even our father doesn't think with hate about Lucifer and the others who followed him. But with sadness, said Michael. Azazel didn't counter. Michael soon floated out of the room, wanting to leave Azazel alone with his thoughts, but not before speaking. Barakil is currently being healed, said Michael. This roused Azazel, who then looked worriedly at Michael, completely ignoring the disagreements the Celestial brothers had moments ago. Although Azazel doesn't seem like it, he cared for every one of his brothers and sisters. How did this happen? How is he? Asked Azazel, hastily. Michael answered solemnly. He just returned from a complicated mission and is now resting. Unfortunately, one of our brothers, who accompanied Barakil on his mission, did not survive, but the father is taking care of him personally, said Michael. Azazel didn't ask anything more and soon he used his 10 white wings and soon flew out of the white room, completely abandoning the search, and passed by Michael at high speed. Michael remained impassive and took one last look at the table where Azazel's research was located. Sigh. May the Father guide you, brother, and grant light on your path, said Michael, walking out of the room, leaving Azazel's research untouched. Location, Aelite City. It had been some time since Thor had left, leaving Karna just sitting and staring at any suspicious movement from Yamato, who had taken control of her body again after Thor had hurriedly left. Yamato remained uneasy as she was stared at by the glowing red eyes of the son of the Hindu sun, until the door was opened and caught the attention of the trapped Oni, although Karna didn't even look at the door, as if he already knew who was going to enter. It wasn't Thor. You, said Yamato, looking at the figure with hatred. Me, said the figure mockingly, as he entered the room carrying a large amount of food. It was Achilles. Achilles' response only made Yamato angrier. You knocked me out for no reason? I said to not interfere? My fight had nothing to do with you, human, said Yamato, irritated. Orders are orders, woman. My orders were to shoot down anything that trespassed on my king's territory, said Achilles, responding to the Oni's wrath in a nonchalant manner. Yamato was irritated, though the one who responded to Achilles for the first time since Thor left was Karna. I thought our king's order was a simple request to protect the territory from any threat. I don't remember the order to kill on sight, said Karna, confused. Achilles looked at Karna and just rolled his eyes. If you kill the invader immediately, the territory is safe, right? I didn't disobey orders, I just kept it simple. You should learn a little from me, Karna said, Achilles, shrugging with a mocking smile. It was then that the door opened again, revealing that Thor had returned. In that case, I'll have to be more specific the next time I ask you to do something, Achilles, said Thor, entering the room. Karna was expressionless, while Yamato eyed Thor suspiciously and Achilles. He would slightly raise his arms in a surrender posture, though still with a smile. Sorry, King, said Achilles. Thor, however, didn't pay attention to what Achilles was saying and just walked quickly towards Yamato and held out his hand. For a moment, Yamato thought Thor was going to hurt her and prepared for the worst. Until she was surprised when Thor grabbed the bone fragment she had pulled from her brother's dead body, and it served to remind her of her mission. Hey, give it back to me, yelled Yamato. I will give it back, just give me a moment, said Thor. The god of thunder soon took a kind of glass sphere from his coat, which contained some remains of stone and grass inside, and soon brought the piece of bone close to the glass sphere. When the piece of bone was some distance away from the glass sphere, the sphere soon began to emit a bluish glow. This glow was soon accompanied by Thor's frown, who soon stuck the piece of bone back in Yamato's clothes and placed the sphere that still glowed blue on the table. Looks like we have some things in common. If I let you go, will you promise not to cause a fuss? Thor asked. Yamato immediately nodded, but Thor didn't seem to believe it at first. Doubty, Thor said. Yamato's eyes glowed green for just a few seconds before Yamato, being controlled by Doubty, responded. We swear by our blood and soul, said Doubty. Yamato was soon back in control of her body, albeit with a scowl, as by the previous request Thor trusted Doughty's word more than hers. Very well then. Simply put, these stones and grasses inside the glass sphere were taken from a location close to the murder of a dwarf within Asgardian territory. Apparently, the same devil you are looking for was here, said Thor. This seemed to freeze Yamato. It was then that a presence soon took over the room. Yamato's features began to become more animalistic, and the young Oni ripped off the restraints that held her to the chair. Where is he? Roared Yamato, taken by Doughty's power. The rebuke was instantaneous, though Thor remained motionless. Karna had a red arrow aimed at Yamato's head, while Achilles had drawn his spear and aimed it at Yamato's heart. Try it, said Achilles, with a smile. Calm down, Oni. Actions have consequences, said Karna listlessly. When Yamato was going to answer the two heroes, she was soon interrupted by Thor. Stop all of you? I thought honoring oaths was a matter of character, said Thor. The Norse god just sat back down on the chair and gestured for Yamato to do the same. The young Oni then briefly glared at Thor and soon began to calm down, which made Karna and Achilles lower their weapons, and sat down as well while awaiting a further explanation from Thor. Thor let a few seconds pass until he was sure nothing would happen. My knowledge of who he is or where he is currently is very limited. I only know what he did, said Thor. Yamato frowned. By any chance, were there any missing persons in Izanaga territory? Whether it is the disappearance of supernatural beings or non-supernatural beings, questioned Thor. Thor's question made Yamato a little confused. Tsukuyomi-sama didn't tell me anything about missing people, but he seemed to know about the devil I'm hunting, said Yamato. Thor just frowned. Is it possible that Tsukuyomi used you to do what he couldn't? Leaving Shinto territory and killing an angel to retrieve a powerful sword without consequences for the Shinto deities? Thor asked. Yamato was unhappy with the question. Blasphemy? Tsukuyomi-sama, despite being a bit gloomy, is honorable, said Yamato. Thor was silent, just watching Yamato's dedication. Does he know about Doughty? Thor asked. Yamato soon waved. Of course he does. The big three were the first to notice, with Amaterasu-sama being the one who notified Tsukuyomi-sama, said Yamato. I see. Doughty, how can a deity notice your presence? Thor asked. It was then that a silver-colored aura emerged from Yamato's body, until it took the form of Doughty's shadow, with two emerald eyes staring at Thor. Every deity that can see Yamato's soul is able to see me. Some beings are capable of doing this with just a brief glance. You don't demonstrate such ability. Although I can feel that you train your spiritual side, you still aren't capable yet, said Doughty, narrowing its eyes slightly. Thor hummed a little while thinking for just a few seconds about Doughty's response. The three Shinto. Do they demonstrate this ability? Thor asked. The room was completely silent, although Yamato became nervous as time went by. Amaterasu, in theory, should be able to. After all, she, along with her two brothers, replaced the rule of two primordial Shinto, Izanagi and Izanami, said Doughty. I see. Well, I have no more questions, so you're free to go, Thor said, getting up from his chair. Yamato was surprised by Thor's statement. Free? Just like that? Asked Yamato. Thor just smiled. Yes, you may leave, although you are more than free to wander around the city. Would Achilles guide our guest to Igris and explain the situation to him? Igris will serve as the city guide, said Thor, opening the door. Achilles soon gave an exaggerated bow with a cheeky smile. Certainly, my king. Let's go, woman, said Achilles, soon leaving for the door. Yamato quickly followed Achilles, though she looked at Thor in confusion before heading out the door. However, as soon as Achilles and Yamato left, Thor had lost his smile. What are the orders? Karna asked. Thor soon sighed and looked at Karna. I already told you to stop referencing my request as absolute orders, said Thor. Karna didn't answer, and just kept a serious look on his face, which made Thor give up trying to instill some common sense in the son of the Hindu sun. Increase surveillance in the territory. If something supernatural happens, do not kill, just try to capture, and only as a last resort. If capture is impossible to the point of risking your lives, consider killing the invader, said Thor. Karna soon waved in response. Thor then left the room but was soon interrupted by Karna, who asked one last question. My king, any advice for the city? Karna asked. Thor didn't even turn around when he answered. Yes, stay watchful, and when the time comes prepare for war, said Thor. The god of thunder soon left the room. Thor said this for the simple fact that the Great War will be of great proportions and affect all territories that have humans on the planet. Besides, this war will not be finishing anytime soon for one simple reason. Due to Yahweh occupying a very high position, it is quite likely that he will not interfere because then the other powerful beings in the top 10 will rebuke Yahweh's actions. In simple terms, Thor knew that if Yahweh directly and more actively interfered in the war by killing the devils, he could have the Trimurti knocking on the gates of heaven just a few seconds later. For Thor, there was only one sentence that summed it all up. Leveled the game. Location, territory of future Ukraine. In a forest punished by ice, a small figure, wearing a kind of protective cape covering its body and face to protect itself from the cold, walked aimlessly, until the figure saw a small hut and walked towards it quickly. When the hooded figure approached the door, he knocked lightly. The door opened and an older man with blonde hair was now eyeing the hooded figure suspiciously. "What do you want?" asked the man. The hooded figure slightly lowered the cloth on its face, revealing the face of a boy with black hair and slightly tanned skin, but what caught the man's attention were the child's eyes. Scarlet red, looking like two rubies. "Got some food to share?" asked the child. As soon as the man saw that it was just a child in the middle of a blizzard, he opened the door wider. "Come little one, my wife and daughter are having borscht to warm up a little. If you want to stay longer, you are welcome, as long as you pay for your stay through manual labor on the farm," said the man. The child soon accepted and entered the house. "Where are your parents, boy?" asked the man, closing the door. But not before being answered by the child. "I've always been alone," said the boy. The man seemed to soften his gaze and then gestured the boy to his wife and daughter. "I am Ruslan, this is my wife Lyuba and my only daughter Lyra," said the man, identified as Ruslan. The boy was silent for just a few seconds as if he wasn't very confident about introducing himself to strange people, but soon he spoke. "I'm Gil." Outside the hut, a being in the appearance of a deformed and fierce woman, with a red upturned nose, wide and burning nostrils, eyes burning like burning coals, and thistles coming out of the skull instead of hair, floated among the branches of the trees mounted on a mortar, while holding a broom. It was a Baba Yaga. She had followed the child who was emitting abnormal supernatural energy and had become curious. When she took the first step, she froze. She felt like she was being watched by something or someone. When Baba Yaga looked at a specific branch, she began to sweat. With the full moon shining behind a figure, the Baba Yaga can only discern a few physical features. The figure had stag antlers, dark skin, claws on its hands and feet, and most of all, bright amber-colored eyes. "I strongly suggest you leave," said the figure, getting up from the branch of the tree. When the figure got up, because of the moon's brightness, a shadow soon overshadowed Baba Yaga and revealed more of the figure. It was Nkiju. After weeks of thinking about recent events, I knew I needed to prepare for war. Weeks have passed since my introduction to the avatar of gluttony, who happened to be enraptured with the city the Elites had come to live in and decided to ask my permission to stay a little longer. I was obviously apprehensive. After all, she was responsible for a mission given by Tsukuyomi himself. But according to her, it was a long-run mission, so Tsukuyomi didn't expect the young Oni's return soon. Another thing that caught my attention was that Enlil, for some weird reason, asked me again to contact Thoth as soon as possible. I did this favor in exchange for transferring Kamish to my land and Ereshkigal when I was free of obligations, visiting her son whenever she wanted. I probably extorted too much, for Enlil didn't like my demands at all. But the strange thing was that after he complained for a few minutes he soon agreed, something that leads me to believe that the situation that demanded Thoth was much more serious than I thought. That's why I asked him to stay in touch if he needs anything else, with the guarantee that he won't extort again. Enlil appreciated the gesture but only said that something strange was happening in the ziggurat of Marduk. Another peculiar fact had happened. I'm going to be an uncle. It was an impressive fact indeed. When it comes to birth with divine blood, all gods and goddesses are not very fertile when interrelated, although this changes when the relationship is between a god and a mortal. Therefore, the natural birth of a deity, with divine parents, was cause for celebration. However, the divine parents who were going to have my nephew didn't please some clans. The divine parents were Baldur and Nanna, an Aesir and a Jotun. Worse, an Aesir heir and an heir to the most populous clan in the Jotuns. Baldur, when he discovered that Nanna was pregnant, promptly asked her to marry him and went to Nanna's father confidently and offered his share for the making of the coster. Nanna's father did not approve of the dowry, although the dowry was beyond fair. It was easy to see that Nanna's father did not like his daughter to marry an Aesir. After all, there was that small detail that after the Great Asgardian War the race that most married the Jotuns were the Aesir and, therefore, nothing beneficial would come out of yet another coster between Jotun and Aesir, even if it is between heirs. I, not so discreetly, said fuck it. Baldur loved Nanna, Nanna loved Baldur, they will have a child and by extension my first nephew. For me, that was enough. It was then that I acted as a support to then convince Nanna's father in a semi-peaceful way. The wedding that took place months later was one of the most important in Asgard and among all the kingdoms. Everyone was invited, but only one didn't show up. Loki was not present. In fact, it's been a long time since I've seen a sign of Loki. It somehow made me worried, but not worried that he was okay. No, far from it. I was worried he was up to something. So, just in case, I stayed with Viljestirka Archer activated throughout the event. After the wedding and celebration, here I was, in my humble home in Midgard, in the basement to be more specific, where my private forge was located with access to the fjord in case I asked the Telchines for help. I was in deep concentration at the time. After all, I was doing the first piece of my other project, the Hnefateful. The original plan for this set was simple. With the fusion of a piece with someone chosen, it would give access and the possibility to use the Vilgesterka Archer and Vilgesterka Knight in a full way. Regarding the hierarchy, I decided to be a little more fair and simple. With a total of 12 pieces of King's Guards, the hierarchy will work in descending order of power, with the 12th being the weakest among the guards. What I was doing at the moment was building the first prototype, more specifically, the second piece of the same prototype. So far, this is the second piece I've built. The King's Guard. Very well, for now, everything is quiet. I just need to be a little more careful when adding a Yggdrasil seed, I said, whispering as I smoothed nervously as I performed the action. At this time I added the Yggdrasil seed to the small blue piece with red details very carefully. After all, it was quite difficult to find something so small. As soon as I put the missing piece on, I let out a sigh I didn't even realize I was holding and wiped my forehead with sweat. I then picked up the small piece from the table and observed it closely, looking for any flaws. Well, everything looks according to, I said, until I was interrupted by someone opening the door quickly. Thor, my archenemy, said the voice of the person who broke into my forge. I could only sigh in defeat when I recognized the voice and turned towards the owner. Frey, the last time you showed up at my house centuries ago, I killed half of a race and, in the next day, I had the biggest hangover of my life also. Archenemy? Since when? I asked, raising an eyebrow. This seemed to make Frey angry. You know very well what I'm referring to. My sister will not only be your servant, or worse, your bed warmer. Frey said. Huh? I never said she would be. In fact, your sister is cleaning the house after spending decades living in my house without my knowledge and doing absolutely nothing, which reminds me that I have to skin one squirrel in particular, I said, frowning at the end. Ratatoskr. You bastard. You are the physical representation of a headache. Frey looked insulted, but I didn't care when I quickly summoned a teleportation circle, which made Frey's eyes widen. Hey, where are you going? Frey asked. I answered truthfully. To your mother's house, I said. That sounded more wrong than I initially thought. You bastard. It's not enough my sister, but you want my mother too? Come back here, shouted Frey, who soon ran towards me. But luckily, I soon came out of my forge with the last word. Whatever you do to my house, I will do to your spine, so don't break anything, I said. And then I disappeared. In the blink of an eye, I was on a cliff, next to a frozen beach in Midgard. This was the home of Skadi and Njord. I was here to request a simple favor from Skadi. Due to her being associated with winter, consequently influencing all of Midgard, I always had to ask her for more corrupted ice. After all, the stock I had was limited, and the biggest amount of ice I got was when I demolished the castle Winter of Asgard a long time ago. But the ice I collected from the castle would eventually run out, so I looked to my nearest ice source, Skadi. Although she refused to create corrupted ice out of nowhere, she was more than willing to clone what remaining ice I had. In return, she would get a small favor from me. A good example was the favor of a few years ago. Frey, out of stupidity or blindness, fell in love with the Jotun's sister, whom one of his weapons accidentally killed in the past, and was willing to give Sumarbrander as a dowry for Koster. For sheer stupidity, Skadi asked me to talk some sense into Frey, which I did. Not so peacefully. Frey was left lamenting that he was unable to love another woman but the Jotun who had captured their eyes. When I saw that he wasn't going to stop, I could only promise to help him however I could. While he said he appreciated my help, he also said he wouldn't trust his best friend who wants to steal his sister. Anyway, it was time to order more ice. So I soon walked towards a small house on the edge of the cliff and knocked on the door, only to be welcomed by Skadi and Njord with open arms. After getting more ice from Skadi, I headed towards Iolita city, meeting up with Karna and Achilles, where the Hnefateful project proved to be an absolute success. Karna was Kingsguard 1, therefore being the strongest so far. Achilles was Kingsguard 2, which didn't seem to please the hero because he didn't consider himself weaker than Karna. This led to a dilemma. So I set a rule to rise through the ranks of the Kingsguard. Kingsguards can challenge each other to single combat in the Valhalla arena, with the rankings being bet on the match. So, Achilles lost. He didn't lose quickly or humiliatingly, which Karna himself admitted was a good fight. Anyway, a few days later, I was surprised by Yamato, who wanted to be part of my crew. I said no. After all, the three great Shinto rulers knew that Yamato had Doughty, and I'm pretty sure they wouldn't let Oni be part of another pantheon. It would be different if Doughty was found by me. But I wasn't going to give up easily on having Doughty under my wing in a legal way, so I asked for a meeting with Amaterasu and the leader of the Yukai, as Yamato was an Oni. So now, here I was, somewhere on the fringes of Jotunheim in Midgard in front of Amaterasu and the current leader of the Yukai, and a little girl, apparently 5 years old. You are big, said the child. By Ymir's beard, I had to bite my tongue to resist saying that's what she said, it was just a child after all. Yasaka, have more respect for others, said the Yukai woman with 9 tails. Fuyang Yasaka-chan always says the first thing that comes to mind, so it's safe to say that no one is more honest than a child, said a young girl with black and gold hair, wearing a pink yukata of the same color as her eyes. I knew she was Amaterasu. The child, who was identified as Yasaka, seemed to be confused by what Amaterasu had said, but soon smiled. "Thank you grandma," said Yasaka, with a bright smile. A smile that wasn't appreciated by Amaterasu when she heard what Yasaka had said, and it only made a small cloud of depression rise in Amaterasu's head. "Yasaka," shouted the Yukai. Yasaka looked embarrassed and soon apologized to Amaterasu and joined the side of the Yukai, who I assumed was her mother due to their similar appearance. Frankly, I'm sorry about my daughter. I'm Kaneo, representative of the Yukai and Karama's wife, who at the moment cannot come due to a problem between some Yukai clans that he had to resolve, but I assure you that my word carries the same weight as my husband's word," said Yukai, identified as Kaneo, who then bowed briefly. I could only nod. I wanted to get this over with quickly, so I cut to the chase. "Well, I think you already know, but I'll explain it briefly. An ONI named Yamato appeared in my territory and now wants to stay. However, due to unique circumstances, I felt I should speak to you first, as she is a little special," I said. Both frowned, though Yasaka was the only one confused. Obviously, she was confused. She was a child. Who had the idea to bring her? Besides, she was risking her own daughter's life in a foreign territory? I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but why is a child in this meeting? I asked, looking briefly at Yasaka. The young Yukai puffed out her cheeks and pouted. "I am not a child. Mother says only adults can attend meetings, so I'm an adult," Yasaka said. I snorted. Yeah, of course, you are," I said. This seemed to irritate young Yasaka even more, as she tried to jump towards me while waving her little arms, but was soon grabbed by Kaneo's hands in the air. "Yasaka? Sigh. Forgive my daughter, she is always fussy. For your question, it's quite simple, as Yasaka will be the future leader, so it's good for her to gain experience. I trusted to bring her due to Frick assuring me that you are someone calm and reasonable," said Kaneo. "Oh? I suppose I can be glad that my mother trusts me. At least while you're sober," Kaneo said, with an uncertain smile. "Well, nobody's perfect." It was then at that moment that Amaterasu chose to speak. "That aside, you know about Yamato and, by extension, Dowdy. So you know as well as I do that you ask too much," said Amaterasu. "I agree, so I came prepared. I heard you guys were having problems with pigeons and bats. I can help with that," I said. That seemed to get their attention. "I don't know how this is relevant. There have been several meetings I've attended among the leaders of the other gods from various parts of the world to discuss more active movement of the angel and devil factions. I should point out that your father was present at these meetings, so what can you do to help me that even he couldn't?" asked Amaterasu, crossing her arms over her chest. It was then that I pulled out a small yellow crystal from my storage space. One of the most expensive things I've created, as well as the reason why my stash of corrupted ice runs out faster than scheduled. This single crystal, when crushed, will create a detection barrier that, according to my simulations, will cover all the territory you govern. Before you break it, make sure you are in the center of your territory and channel some of your power into the crystal before you break it so you can connect with the barrier and feel the intruder," I said, explaining the object and function. It was the first thing I did when I moved the Elite people to the north. Igris, Karna, and Achilles were the only ones connected with the barrier that protected the Elites from invasions. I also tried staying connected, but for some reason, it didn't work for me. In theory, the user connected to the barrier should feel a kind of tingling in the back of the neck in case of invasion by someone. I didn't feel anything. It was like someone or something was preventing me from having the effect of the rune, which was really weird. But it should work perfectly for others. My little barrier project seems to have interested Amaterasu. "Would it be possible to have beyond that barrier, a possible future favor from you?" asked Amaterasu. This whole time Kaneo was silent and waited for Amaterasu to negotiate. Although it was noticeable that she wanted this barrier, Amaterasu's proposal was already expected. After all, she would be giving up the fiend of gluttony in exchange for greater security for her territory and a future favor. "As long as it doesn't involve Asgard as a whole, that's fine with me," I said. I definitely didn't want to drag Asgard into whatever Shinto wanted later. Apparently, my answer was accepted by both leaders, and they both nodded. "I'll do the Yamato Kingsguard piece later, but now I'm going to get organized for the only thing left before I get ready for war for good." With my mind already set, I said goodbye to Amaterasu and Kaneo, as well as the brat Yasaka, and made a teleportation circle to the entrance to Bifrost, located on the northernmost island of Midgard. When I stood above the Bifrost teleportation circle, I called out to the gatekeeper. "Heimdallr, open the gate," I said, looking up at the sky. As a barrier rose, a pillar of light fell from the sky and consumed me in light, blinding me for just a moment. But I felt a brief tingling in my back. I haven't felt it before. When I opened my eyes, I didn't see Heimdallr, nor his house, Heimenjerg. But I saw Asgard. It was so far away it looked ridiculous. It was then that I realized that I was standing on a vast ocean, the water reaching up to my knees. This was the sea that surrounded Asgard. What the hell was I doing here? "Heimdallr, stop joking. You know very well that this ocean has a much higher water resistance than Midgard. It doesn't even let summon magic other than Bifrost. Get me out of here," I said. It was then that I heard Heimdallr. "My prince, Bifrost can't stand you to Asgard anymore. It seems I can only pull you there," said Heimdallr. "What? Are you telling me I'm heavy?" I said. "No, my prince. Bifrost just can't pull you anymore. Stay there, I will notify King Odin about said Heimdallr. Fuck no, I said. I then started walking, with each step creating waves. Beyond that, I seemed to be human again and I felt like I was fighting against the current. I just smiled as I thought it would be a good workout. I suppose that's the saying. Don't skip leg day, I said, smiling slightly. My walk across the ocean of Asgard went on for quite some time, as I listened to Heimdallr cry out in warning most of the way, with me ignoring the gatekeeper of the gods. When I got to the beach, everyone around looked at me as if I had grown 2 heads. I just shrugged and headed towards my destination, while doing a communication rune, trying to contact my purpose of coming to Asgard. When I saw the person on the other side of the rune I smiled brightly. So are you at home with your parents? I asked. I stared into Sif's face, which started to blush briefly. Yes again, are you sure about this? Asked Sif. I waved. Relax, we're just becoming official, I said. Sif seemed to grumble a little, but sighed and smiled at me. I'm waiting for you big guy, said Sif. The rune image soon disappeared, symbolizing the end of communication. I then quickly created a teleportation circle with the destination being Sif's home. Once I found the house, knocked on the door, and was greeted by Sif, I wore a bright, nervous smile as she wore a dress. You know, it's weird seeing you in a dress after all these years, I said. Sif looked annoyed. It's a special occasion. You don't like it? Asked Sif. She should know by now that it's past time to worry about such trivial things. But I guess it doesn't hurt to tease a little. I leaned towards Sif while giving her a teasing smile. Oh, I like it. Easier to take off I suppose, although, when we're in my bed I think I'll ruin that dress, as well as any other clothes you wear I said, whispering the last part close to her ear. This seemed to have an effect, for she soon blushed and, if it were possible, a cloud of steam erupting could be seen from her head. SSS stop your jokes and let's get this shit over, said Sif, as she grabbed me and pulled me into the house. A few seconds later I was sitting on some kind of wooden bench, with Sif beside me, while I was stared at by her parents. Ragnar looked at me seriously, though he flashed Sif a slight smile. On the other hand, Idhuna. Let's be clear, just because you fucked my daughter several times doesn't mean I like you, said Idhuna. Ragnar sighed. Idhuna, show more respect to Prince Thor. Also, it's our only daughter's future we're discussing, and she seems to like Thor, Ragnar said. Idhuna just snorted in response. You weren't the one who had to help Sif out of her pain after fucking Dash, said Idhuna, before being interrupted by Sif. Mother? No, screamed Sif, jumping out of her chair and covering Idhuna's mouth with her hands, preventing her mother from speaking further. We don't talk about that here, said Sif. Idhuna removed Sif's hands from her mouth as she sneered. I didn't know I raised a pussy in my house. You have Einherjar blood, dwarf blood, and goddess blood. You are a quarter goddess, granddaughter of Gefsiun, and, by extension, a descendant of Junior, but it looks like you have the blood of a fucking elf. Are you going to be a nature lover now, brat? Asked Idhuna. I soon noticed that Sif had a popping vein on her forehead. Don't fuck with me, old fucker, said Sif. A vein soon appeared on Idhuna's forehead. Don't call me old. Know that I'm only a little over 2.5 millennia old. I still have the energy to drink, fuck your dad, and most importantly, kick your ass, said Idhuna. It was then that Sif and Idhuna bumped their foreheads and stared at each other until they were interrupted by Ragnar. Okay, that's enough. Let's get back to what matters, said Ragnar, gesturing to me. Idhuna soon looked at me. There is no point in arguing. In a coster you must offer something of equal or greater value as a dowry for me and Ragnar to authorize you to propose to Sif. I can curse and shame her, but I love my daughter. I will not let you marry her to waste the rest of her life when she might as well marry someone who is not related to anything dangerous, said Idhuna. Thor is not dangerous, screamed Sif, trying to defend me. Our neighbors pissed their pants when they heard only your lover's name. How by hell is that not the same thing as dangerous? Asked Idhuna. Sif was silent, before looking at me. I hate to admit it, but she's right. You're scary to anyone who doesn't know you, Sif said. Baldur doesn't have that problem, but I won't complain. Also, I must admit that maybe my ego was inflated a bit. I saw Ragnar sigh, before looking at me. My wife brings up certain points. If Sif marries you she may be doomed to not having a social life. I don't wish my daughter to be excluded, so said Ragnar. Before Ragnar could continue I took something from my storage collar and placed it in front of Idhuna and Ragnar. It was the pearl I found in the giant oyster, a long time ago on my trip to Greece. Ragnar just glanced briefly at the pearl, before raising an eyebrow and looking at me again. As I was saying, it's not possible, said Ragnar, before he was interrupted by Idhuna. Sold, said Idhuna, grabbing the pearl and looking at it with a twinkle in her eyes. Ragnar looked at Idhuna in shock as Sif screamed at her mother. Sold? I'm not your fucking object, you old, Sif said, before being interrupted by me. I soon grabbed Sif and lifted her off the ground, holding her princess style, and then walked towards the door. I'm glad you accepted, Coster. We'll send out the invites as soon as we decide the day, I said, not looking back. I soon looked at Sif. Now it's my turn to ask. Do you really want to go through with this? I asked. After all, she might still want to give up. Sif just stared at me, until she cracked a smile and reached out a hand and placed it tenderly on my cheek, and kissed my lips. More than ever. I love you, said Sif, still with a smile, now blushing a little. Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm engaged. And the feeling is Good. With my marriage to Sif being approved, I immediately headed towards the Asgard palace for 2 reasons. The first reason was to announce my wedding and invite anyone who wanted to be present on the day, as well as ensure that the ceremony was open to the Asgardian public. Besides, I still thought about sending invitations to close friends from other pantheons, with Thoth and Ra being the first to guarantee their presence. The second reason was in front of me. First, I would like to congratulate you on your coster, brother, said Balder. I smiled at Balder, who was sitting in a chair across from me. Thanks. But unfortunately, that's not why I came to talk to you, brother, I said. While I appreciated the congratulations, there was something I wanted to discuss with Balder right away, for the reason that the Great War could happen at any moment, and it would be a great opportunity for us. I will not let us be treated by humans as just mythology and legend, after Christian and Islamic rule. That's why I was talking to someone I knew would listen. Oh, so what do you want to talk to me about? Something wrong? Asked Balder, with a confused look. I soon got up from the chair I was sitting in and began to circle the meeting room, in which we were meeting. Tell me, Balder, what do you think of angels and devils? I asked. Balder seemed to consider my answer. If I were to sum it up in one word, I would say they are problematic. But I don't see how that's in our interest. After all, that's Yahweh's problem, not ours, though. They've been more active these past few years, said Balder, placing a hand on his chin. That's where you're wrong, Balder. If we leave things the way they are going, we'll probably have problems with them in the future, I said. Balder frowned. Why do you say that? They don't even come that far north, so they're far from Midgard, and Asgard is impregnable since it's being protected by 4 different fortresses, with yours being one of them, said Balder. Honestly, it's not Asgard I'm worried about. So tell me, do you think Lucifer is just going to give up everything he believes in and go live in peace along with the others, or do you really think the angels aren't behaving strangely? I asked. Balder was silent, considering what I had said. Another thing Balder stood out for was that he seemed to have inherited some of Odin's wisdom, although my old man was more of a pervert than a strategist. And for some reason, Odin was getting more perverted over the years. I admit that it is quite likely that Lucifer will attempt another rebellion, but the angels? What do you mean they are behaving differently? Asked Balder. I contacted Thoth recently to invite him to my wedding, but he warned me to beware of the angels. He reported that the land of Horus had a small invasion from the followers of Yahweh. I thought you knew what happened over there, I said. I admit this came as a surprise to me when Thoth commented on this. The plagues. Yes, Horus was quite angry that Yahweh chose a mortal champion and sent that mortal to the land of the sons of Horus on a mission to deliver an invading people who were enslaved, said Balder. Thanks to Balder being the future leader, he always accompanied Odin at the scheduled centenary meetings between the leaders and protectors of the polytheistic religions. With regard to the enslaved people, they were people who came from Babylon. They were called Canaanites and had moved to the region that would come to be known as the Nile River Delta, with the intention of living there. This obviously caught the attention of the descendant of Horus who, at the time, was surprised by the invasion of a foreign people. Years later, these people end up being enslaved by Pharaoh Moses, after losing the war. According to Thoth, the lineage of Horus at the present time still lives and remains in power mainly due to extramarital affairs among human nobles. Finally, during the recent reign of one of the descendants of Horus, Ramesses II, Yahweh's champion used the power given to him to free the slaves and flee. Needless to say, Horus was irritated. Then Balder, who doesn't guarantee they'll do something to us the same way, I said. Balder soon dismissed it. The Tremurti have voiced their displeasure and repudiated Yahweh's meddling actions, but that's it. Nothing more direct should be done. The world would not support the open combat, said Balder. This I already knew, but there is still something I can do. Then may we be more united to combat the ever-expanding influence of Yahweh, I said. It seems that Balder was interested, as he soon got up from his chair and walked towards me, and crossed his arms while raising an eyebrow. What do you have in mind? Asked Balder. I just smile. A kind of alliance. A northern alliance, I said. Maybe I was too inspired by the Second World War. Location, Midgard/Thor's house. POV. Third person. While Thor was having a meeting with his brother that would define the future of the religion worshipped by humans in the north, a small misunderstanding was taking place in Midgard. In summary, while Thor went towards the palace of Asgard to speak with Balder, Sif chose to go to Midgard in search of Frigg, who was visiting Hel. The problem was, Frigg and Hel weren't the only people present at Thor's house when they received the news of Sif's engagement. So you're going to be Thor's bride, huh? Someone asked, with a hint of displeasure. Sif just squirmed an eyebrow. The coster has already been approved, so I am already engaged to Thor, Princess Freyja, said Sif. When Sif arrived at Thor's house, Frigg and Hel welcomed her, but Freyja, the Vanir princess, treated Sif as if she were a rival who cheated to win the ultimate prize. Upon hearing Sif's response, a vein soon popped on Freyja's forehead as the Vanir princess narrowed her eyes in fury. The Norse goddess of beauty soon slammed her fist on the arm of the chair she was sitting in and then rose in unbridled fury. If you want to rub your conquest in my face, know that in the slightest of your mistakes, I'll have it, so don't think I'm going to give up just like that. I've already tried looking for another possible mate, but the others just look at me like I'm a piece of meat and they're the wolves. All of them are like that, except Thor. I won't give up on my happiness, Sif said Freyja, looking at Sif. Sif, however, surprised Freyja when she smiled at the Vanir princess. Although I don't like the statement, I can respect it, but do you want to know a little secret, my old friend? Asked Sif, with an innocent smile. Sif then got up from her chair and approached Freyja, until the faces of both supernatural beings were so close that each could still feel the other's breath. I don't care if you get Thor. It will never change the following facts. His first friend was me, his first fuck was me, his first wife will be me, said Sif. Throughout Sif's statements, Princess Freyja soon started to walk away while wearing a horrified look, and all the while, Sif was wearing a victorious smile. So, if you want to take Thor to your bed, be my guest if that's consensual. I hope you are happy to be second, so suck it, bitch, Sif said, with a bigger smile. Sif's last speech aroused Freyja's fury again, and soon the Vanir goddess narrowed her eyes again and went to advance against Sif, who stood still. Slap. Freyja immediately raised her hand and slapped Sif across the face, but something didn't go as Freyja planned. Because seconds later it was Freyja who felt her own slap and was rubbing her red cheek, while Sif was looking confused at the situation until she realized something. A silver-colored energy cord was coming out from the center of her chest, with the other end being located in the center of Freyja's chest. She also noticed the cord as soon as the pain in her cheek eased. The two were intertwined by a very peculiar power. The power to transfer pain and damage. A power that only one goddess held, among all the deities of the Norse pantheon. A goddess that even Thor was hesitant to challenge. No physical aggression, girls, that was the deal, said a voice, with an innocent tone. The goddess was obviously the mother of the strongest Norse god. Sif and Freyja soon looked at the source of the voice and shuddered and cringed at the scolding glare that was being directed at them. Frigg was disappointed. Sorry, said Sif and Freyja at the same time. More popcorn, auntie? Asked Hel, who was beside Frigg offering a small bucket of popcorn. That soon took Frigg's scolding to look off and put a smile on the Asgardian queen's face. Yes Hel, please, I would like more. I can't believe Thor got that from some weird cereal, Frigg said, reaching over and taking some popcorn from the bucket. If there was one thing the Asgardian queen loved, it was food, and after Thor presented a variety of food that no one had ever made or seen, Frigg's taste buds were never the same. While Frigg ate with a satisfied smile, Sif and Freyja looked at each other and looked at the energy cord that connected them. Truce, asked Sif, holding out her hand. Freyja didn't even think twice. Truce, said Freyja, seriously, as she shook Sif's hand. It was then that Frigg spoke again. So, another one of my boys is getting married. I think it's time we talked about the ceremony, said Frigg, clapping her hands and calling everyone's attention. Sif soon sweated a little. Thor had mentioned that he wanted something simple, so said Sif until she was interrupted by the Asgardian queen. Sorry, I think I misheard. Did you say simple? My dear, one of my children is getting married. It must be something to remember, said Frigg. From the tone in which Frigg spoke, Sif knew the queen was not to be crossed. Can I help with anything? Hel asked, embarrassed. Frigg just smiled. Of course, you can, my little queen. We'll do the planning together, said Frigg. While Hel smiled at Frigg's response, both Sif and Freyja just watched the interaction in silence. It was then that something happened that caught the attention of the women of the house. Fenrir, who had quickly descended the stairs, ran towards the door and began to growl in warning. Everyone was confused until they heard a knock on the door. Hel, being the first to act and the only one who would have the courage to approach a snarling Fenrir, went to answer the door. But before the goddess of the dead opened the door, please, before you open it, would you take out Fenrir? He'll jump on my neck as soon as you open the door, said the voice on the other side of the door. What confused Hel the most was the tone of the voice. A child, Hel said, confused. The goddess of the dead soon grabbed her brother, who stopped growling when he was grabbed, lifted him off the ground and left him in her arms, and walked away from the door. When Frigg saw that Fenrir had stopped growling and Hel had her hands full, she went to the door and opened it, seeing who were the visitors for the first time. But as soon as Frigg saw the visitors, she was immediately confused. Little scold? Frigg asked. The first person Frigg saw was a child, a black-haired girl, but the Asgardian queen knew that this girl saw the future destiny of all the deities of the Norse pantheon. Hello, ruler of pain, long time no see, Skuld said, with a smile. Frigg didn't like that at all, mainly because she wasn't the only visitor. Verdandi, asked Frigg, looking at an adult woman with brown hair in front of her, who was accompanying Skuld. The woman had a frown. Where is he? Verdandi asked. Frigg was confused. Who? Frigg asked. It was Skuld who answered. My sister is talking about your son? She doesn't like him very much because he makes her work harder than ever since the moment he was born. But I think he's fun, said Skuld, with a beaming smile. Frigg blinked in disbelief, though Verdandi reacted to Skuld's response with indignation. He is definitely not fun. He should have immediately come to us as planned immediately after returning from his trip. That's what we had woven into the tapestry. But he change all again, said Verdandi, growling at the end. It is noticeable that Verdandi has a certain hatred for the son of Frigg, but the Asgardian queen was still confused about one thing. I suppose you're talking about my son Thor, but as queen, I demand to know your reason for coming, said Frigg, narrowing her eyes. Verdandi responded by pointing at Skuld. She's the reason, Verdandi said. Skuld nodded excitedly. That's right. I'm his help to carry out Plan D. Finally, something fun to do besides weaving a boring tapestry, said Skuld, raising her arms in excitement. Frigg didn't understand anything. Plan D? What plan? Frigg asked. Verdandi soon gave Skuld a light slap on the back of the head in reprimand. Skuld, we already talked about this, the future is not talked about openly, Verdandi said, putting her hands on her hips. Skuld soon had tears in her eyes as she had both hands gripping the spot Verdandi had hit. You're boring? That's why in no timeline does anyone like us that much, Skuld said. Frigg soon interrupted quickly. Answer my questions, that's an order like your queen? Where is your other sister? And what plan D is that? Frigg asked, losing patience. Frigg's lack of patience didn't seem to bother the two Norns, as they just looked at Frigg calmly. It was then that Verdandi answered the first question. Urder was left to weave the tapestry of fate according to the instructions Skuld left for her. As for your second question, said Verdandi. The second question was, however, answered by Skuld, who continued where Verdandi left off. Let's just say that Thor is very cautious, even more than necessary against an enemy he's never seen, although in the future he ends up using this plan. I can't say more than that at the risk of changing the current timeline, but basically, your son was going to find me to help him with this plan at a later date, but due to my boss, we had to come now, as well as let Thor know that my boss wants to speak with him, said Skuld. Frigg didn't dare ask more because of Skuld's last statement. After all, even the Asgardian queen wouldn't want to mess with the agents of fate. Frigg could only invite the Norns into the house and hope that her son would return soon. Location, Palace of Asgard. Your idea has merit, brother. Although I think Perun will hardly like this, after all, he still lost to you centuries ago, a humiliating defeat I might add, even if Perun had humiliated Frey, said Balder. Thor had just explained about the Northern Alliance and how it would act against the biblical gods' expanding influence. Perun is a leader, even he must see that my idea is the best way for us to react against Yahweh, said Thor. Balder seemed to consider it until he nodded in agreement, but then the heir to the Asgardian throne soon asked a question. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Asked Balder. Thor seemed to think for a while, but then he answered. Well, I was going to save that for after my wedding, but since you brought it up, said Thor, who then opened the storage space and took out a total of 5 scrolls. The 5 scrolls were then placed on the table in front of Balder, who soon realized that he had written on the outside of the scrolls. They were letters from Atui. Thor then extended a hand towards the parchment with the letter A stamped on it and opened it, showing the blue runes drawn inside the parchment, where he proceeded to build an energy construct that looked like a hologram. Balder's eyes widened at what he was seeing. The hologram showed the twilight of the gods. Surtur. Alright, Ragnarok contingency plan, version A. As we know, Surtur will awaken and will likely set the northern volcanoes erupting, spewing his children to Midgard. The plan is to create a barrier capable of isolating both Surtur's children and himself and keeping the fight contained, said Thor. While Thor explained, the hologram changed and accompanied the dialogue of the god of thunder, showing through images what Thor was saying. Balder blinked and then looked at the other scrolls on the table and could only sigh in defeat and then flashed a nervous smile. It's going to be a long meeting, Balder said, sweating, as he listened to the rest of Thor's explanation. At this very moment, 2 divine supernatural beings were alone away from prying eyes, discussing something that would decide the future. The twilight of the gods. Ragnarok. The end of one era and the beginning of another. With the predestined death of several beings, all in favor of the survival of the few who were chosen by destiny to guide the future generation. At least that's what Frigg ended up teaching her children. But nobody counted on one thing. Thor. Someone who unconsciously had the power to change fate. In fact, the very term change was incorrect. The correct term boiled down to a single word. Destroy. In short, Thor had to unwittingly destroy his own line of fate, forcing the Norns to weave in whatever direction the thunder gods will dictated. All this is thanks to a small gift in the form of a mark located on Thor's back. But while Thor may have the ability to change the future, fate always has a way of playing out. Ragnarok will happen, and that is not something that can be changed. Thor was afraid of fate, not least because he was taught from an early age by Frigg to believe that everyone has their future written in stone by an entity equal to omniscience. That's why when Thor heard about the fate of the gods in Ragnarok from Frigg, he immediately took action. Planning and preparation time. While there are those who believe that one finds one's fate in the path one takes to avoid it, Thor calls it only one thing. Bullshit. So, do you understand, little shit? Asked Thor, closing the last scroll and looking at Balder, only to realize that Balder was looking at him like he was crazy. Well, if anyone else heard of Thor's plans, they would accuse him of madness and insanity. In Balder's mind, Plan A was the only reasonable one. But the others? Have you lost your mind? Asked Balder, screaming and jumping out of the chair he was sitting in as he grabbed his hair and tried to rip it. Balder at this point was hyperventilating. Plan A I can agree with, but the rest? It's complete madness? Ymir's beard. For Plan B, Buri's arena, the treasure left to us, you want to desecrate it? Plan C is just another version of Plan B, but you're relying on Thotha's runes to do the trick for just a second. And let's not even talk about Plan D dash, shouted Balder. At that moment Thor lightly slapped Balder's face, cutting off the complaints of the light of Asgard. Control yourself? Buri's arena was built to fix itself. Don't forget Buri was a genius, so there's no need for all that fuss. I just want to change one of the laws of the mirror dimension for just 5 seconds, said Thor, crossing his arms. You want to change the very law of death within the mirror dimension. You want to change it from mere phantom pain or at most coma in the real world to real death? brother, that's crazy. The time it would take to find the correct rune and change it without messing up the rest of the arena is ridiculous, said Baldur. Thor just ignored it. I am more than capable of finding and changing the death rune. The biggest problem will be who will hold the change effect, because whoever holds the rune effect will be fighting the repair runes in the arena, said Thor. Baldur scowled, but then followed with his rage over his brother's plans. What about Plan C? Dimensional gap, really? With the rune of Thoth to nullify Surtur's supernatural power for a second and hope that place's effect ends up killing Surtur? Asked Baldur in disbelief. Totally doable, Thor said, smiling. Baldur glared at Thor. Do you have this rune in your hands? Asked Baldur. Thor had fallen silent, considering the choice of words for his reply. Yesn't he? Well, I mean, I'm finishing the rune sketch, although I'm not sure if it will work now. I guarantee it will be efficient in the future, during the execution of Plan C, said Thor. Baldur just sighed and put his hand to his face. Just a few seconds later Baldur took his hand away from his face and frowned. Besides, Plan D. You can't predict his trajectory, Thor, said Baldur. At the last statement, Thor's smile widened. That's where you're wrong, little shit. I have someone perfect to help me with the plan. After all, she can see the future, which means she can see the path it takes, as well as time, through the visions, said Thor. Baldur was silent as he questioned who Thor could be referring to, until he remembered someone. One Norna in particular who can see the future. Scold. How do you hope to convince that particular Norna to help you? Asked Baldur, raising an eyebrow. The Norns, although they live in Asgardian territory, only obey and respond to one being. Fatam. I admit that I'm still working on it, but I'll do my best to have Skuld do me this favor of just seeing his trajectory, while we're at Ragnarok, said Thor. Baldur was silent as he considered the series of plans Thor had demonstrated to him. As crazy and dangerous as Baldur was, he was starting to see and think about plans more carefully, until he remembered something that made him uncomfortable with a fact about Plan B. Even if you change the arena rune to grant real death in the mirror dimension, how do you intend to kill Surtur in just 1 second? Asked Baldur. Thor thought for a while before smiling confidently. The plan will start when someone wakes up, but don't worry, I hope Plan A is enough. I just made several plans like countermeasures and precautions. I guarantee we will win, said Thor. Baldur faced Thor and sighed in defeat. Very well, I promise to take these plans of yours seriously at the next meeting with our father regarding Ragnarok, if that's all I want to leave. I need a nice cold shower to calm me down, said Baldur, standing up and waving for Thor. Thor nodded happily, flashing a knowing smile. Yes, of course, I bet Nana is also included in the ways to calm you down, little shit, said Thor. Baldur hurriedly walked out of the room, though Thor could see that Baldur's face was slightly red, signifying that the light of Asgard was blushing after such overtures from Thor. Thor laughed a little before losing his smile as he looked down at the parchments and started putting them away. I'm glad I didn't mention Plan F, Thor said, muttering. Of all the plans, Plan F was Thor's last resort, though there was no scroll. Although the god of thunder doubted that the fight against Surtur would not lead him to use something so extreme. However, Thor had no idea of Surtur's strength. He chose to ensure everyone's survival using Plan F in the dimensional gap, keeping allies safely away from him. As Thor thought about the reunion and the future of Asgard, a group was currently discussing the upcoming wedding. Location, Midgard/Thor's house. And then there will be several white-colored pigeons flying the moment you kiss each other, with my son Baldur doing you the favor of illuminating the place with an unearthly glow in the center of the wooded forest with hundreds of flowers around. After that, a feast shall be held. I don't know if our mead stores will be enough. I need to notify the palace to start mass production immediately, said Frigg, as she paced the living room. Meanwhile, Hel, Freyja, and Sif just watched the Queen of Asgard with a look of uncertainty. After all, it was quite obvious that the Queen was worrying too much, besides being the only one who was talking and giving ideas about the wedding. Verdandi was also present, but she was silent, though she displayed a look of disgust or hatred whenever Thor's name was mentioned. Skuld was on Hel's lap, swinging her feet carefree and drinking a glass of milk, while humming in response to the Asgardian queen's dialogue, until her eyes sparkled for just a few moments. I strongly suggest not putting pigeons, said Skuld. Frigg stopped and turned to Skuld. Is something going to happen? Frigg asked. As soon as Frigg asked the question, Skuld started laughing uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, yes? Let's just say that some guests will make the pigeons not fly according to plan, said Skuld. What Skuld saw was something simple. One of Thor's guests was Ra himself. Ra, although the strongest god of the Egyptians, still had two protectors for political purposes. Those gods were Mahis, son of Bastet and Anubis and consecrated as a god of war, and Aker, god of the earth and personification of the horizon. Both had the divine form with the heads of lions. For Skuld, it was one of the funniest sights she had ever seen. That's why the youngest Norna liked Thor, because every action of the god of thunder turned the future into a very unpredictable scenario. And if there was something that future Norna liked, it was the unpredictable. Well, in that case, we can remove the pigeons, but now that you mentioned Skuld, could you tell us who is coming? Frigg asked. Skuld nodded with a bright smile. Deities and non-deities will come, some important, some not. There will be mortals and gods celebrating the same celebration, while the thunder and the daughter of the earth are the hosts, said Skuld. With the exception of Verdandi, who sighed at Skuld's response, every other woman in the house looked at Skuld blankly. Don't even try, that's the best vision you're going to get, said Verdandi, putting her hand on her face and letting out a defeated sigh. Sif then looked at Verdandi. How do you translate that? Asked Sif. Verdandi just looked at Sif and, for the first time since arriving at Thor's house, she cracked a small smile. I am the present, I have the gift of understanding the future that is shown so that it is possible to do everything differently, or repeat the same mistakes of the past, said Verdandi. Sif just stared and then leaned towards Freyja. One is worse than the other. They say strange things, said Sif, whispering to Freyja, who nodded in agreement. It was then that Skuld's eyes sparkled again. Right after that the little girl jumped from Hel's lap and ran towards the door, opening it with a bright smile on her face. Welcome back, Red Tree, Skuld said. The being who was about to open the door was Thor, who had just returned from Asgard and was confused by the child's appearance in front of him. Who are you, little one? Asked Thor, raising an eyebrow. Skuld couldn't stop smiling. I'm your plan D, Skuld said. That answer made Thor freeze and stare at Skuld with new eyes. Skuld, asked Thor. Skuld nodded in affirmation until her eyes flashed and she lost her smile and froze in place. Oh no, said Skuld, turning and throwing her arms up and grabbing the woman who had run to the door in uncontrolled fury. You, the woman screamed. The woman was Verdandi, and from the face she was showing it was pretty obvious that the present Norna was irritated. Though Thor could see the woman, who was Verdandi, was irritated about him, and the god of thunder had no idea why. Do you have any idea what a mess you made? Do you have any idea how much I had to work to clean it? How calloused my fingers are from working so much, shouted Verdandi. Thor just stared at Verdandi in confusion. I don't even know who you are, Thor said, shrugging. That answer seemed to piss off Verdandi even more, who started to struggle from Skuld's grip. Let go of me, Skuld. After everything I've been through in 2,000 years, I need compensation, Verdandi said, trying to break free of Skuld's grip. The young Norn from the future had tears in her eyes as she tried to stop Verdandi from advancing on Thor. Don't do that, sister. He will hit you, Skuld said. Hel let out a horrified sigh, not least because she knew her cousin's strength very well. After all, many seemed to have forgotten that Thor was the only one who had the courage and strength to bring Fenrir to his knees. Sif, on the other hand, was drinking a horn of mead while watching the situation as if it were a good show. Freyja hadn't taken her eyes off Thor, and Frigg, for the first time, came to the defense of her son. My son is not a barbarian, said Frigg, summoning the silver-colored divine power and threatening the Norns. Thor snorted in response. I wouldn't call myself a barbarian. I'm just in favor of gender equality, said Thor, with a playful smile. Frigg looked at Thor in rebuke, which made the god of thunder raise his hands in surrender, but he still wore the smile. We'll talk later, said Frigg, looking at Thor. The god of thunder waved and then entered the house, moving away from Skuld and Verdandi and sitting on the couch between Sif and Freyja. Sif soon rose slightly and sat on Thor's lap while offering the drinking horn full of mead. Do you want some? Asked Sif. Thor smiled and nodded in response, then Sif then handed the mead from Sif's hands and drank until it spilled, although Sif noticed that Thor ended up spilling some mead on his clothes and frowned as she tried to clean it up by slapping Thor's clothes. Be careful with your clothes, I don't know what you had in mind when you decided to wear clothes the color of snow, said Sif. Thor stopped drinking and realized he was spilling some and wiped it off with his hand. Sorry, Thor said. Faced with the exchange of simple dialogue, Freyja, who was watching closely as she was practically on the sidelines, did the only thing that displayed the mood of the goddess of love and beauty. She ground her teeth in envy. Location, future Ukraine/border with the territory of future Poland/small village. In a small village, with a maximum of 100 inhabitants, the inhabitants walked carefree, with each one minding their own business, be it exchanging goods or even enjoying the cold air of the late afternoon, with the beginning of the night being so close to forcing the inhabitants to return to their own houses to protect themselves from the hour of the wolf. For the night is dark and full of unknown terrors. As people started to walk home, an innocent young girl named Alexia noticed something on the road. A blonde boy, with a thin and dirty physique, being covered by a tattered brown cloak to protect himself from the cold, extended his hands in a sign of appeal, commonly seen in people asking for food. But what caught Alexia's attention were the boy's eyes. Scarlet red eyes watched the people passing by in silence, until the eyes turned to her, causing the youngest young daughter of a farmer to freeze in place. For Alexia, it was like she was in front of a hungry bear, until something happened that roused a farmer's young daughter from freezing fear. Food to share? Asked the blonde-haired boy. It was then that Alexia saw that the boy held out his hands to her, reinforcing the request for food. But Alexia saw something else in the boy's eyes. An emptiness. As if he had been through worse. I don't have any food, said Alexia uncertainly. The boy didn't seem to react for some time until he looked away to the other person passing by and asked the same question. Only for the person to look in disgust at the boy and completely ignore him, but the boy did not seem shaken, demonstrating that he was getting used to the treatment. Alexia, for some reason, felt she had to do something. It was then that the young farmer's daughter took action and ran home as fast as she could, intending to return with something for the boy to eat. On the way back, however, it was already starting to get dark and the girl noticed something disturbing in the village. There was no one else on the streets. Everything was in eerie silence. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Alyxia stopped running and began to walk carefully, always observing the surroundings. After all, the young woman had heard rumors of missing persons. Despite the fact that Alyxia just wanted to go back to the safety of her home, the young woman, moved by determination, thought about the pitiful physical state of the red-eyed boy who had captured her attention. It was then that the flapping of wings caught the girl's attention, who looked around nervously. But she nothing saw. More nervous than ever, Alyxia forced herself to hurry, using the malnourished boy with red eyes who needed food in her hands as a motivational force, and thought of her parents, as well as her 3 brothers, who must be worried about her. It was then that the sound of flapping wings was heard again, louder this time, as if approaching. When Alyxia tried to start running, something grabbed her by her clothes and lifted her off the ground, dropping the basket of food spread on the floor. The girl struggled and screamed as loud as she could. But it was no use when she was already high in the sky. The wasted food lay on the dirty floor. Until a few seconds later a covered figure appeared and looked at the food on the floor and where Alyxia was taken flying. In the darkness of the night, it was just possible to see the ruby-red eyes. Meanwhile, a few seconds of flight later, on the outskirts of the village, a dense and obscure forest was located. Young Alyxia fell to the snowy ground and whimpered in pain, both from the fall and the pain in her throat that burned due to the screams and the pain in her throat, and some parts of her body. Young Alyxia then noticed that there were tears in her clothing, which appeared to have been made by long claws. Well, don't you know that you should never go out at night, little one, said a female voice, with a husky tone. When the girl heard the voice, she immediately looked around in search of the source. But she found nothing but snow, thickets, and the darkness of the night forest. The girl's desperate actions seemed to amuse the husky female voice. He. It's hard, isn't it? Away from others like you? Alone? You, humans, seem to fear nothing while the light is over your heads. But at the hour of the wolf, said the voice. The more the voice spoke, the more nervous Alyxia became, starting to shake and even her eyes filled with tears in utter terror, as she crawled on the ground to the nearest tree for support, where she realized she had sprained her ankle as soon as she felt a sharp pain at her foot. At the hour of the wolf, you remember why you should be afraid. Afraid of the dark, or more precisely, continued the voice. All this time Alyxia's breathing quickened. Afraid of what it hides, said the voice, getting closer and closer. It was then that several leaves fell on Alyxia, causing the girl to freeze in terror, not wanting to look up even though she knew something was probably watching her from the top of the tree. It's a real pity, you're so young, but so full of life, said the voice. It was then that Alyxia gathered her courage and looked up until she saw nothing. But a flutter of wings woke her up again, and when she looked at the startling source, she saw only an owl perched on a branch, which lessened her nervousness a little, until she noticed something. It was a very big owl. Alyxia screamed as the owl-like thing leaped from the branch and landed on the ground and slowly got to its feet, until Alyxia noticed that the owl had female humanoid features, walking even like a normal human. The creature then approached Alyxia, while extending a clawed hand. Come here, little one. I promise it will be brief and painless, I just need a little of life, said the monster, this time more hoarse. Alyxia wanted to run but couldn't due to pain in her ankle. She wanted to scream but couldn't due to the pain in her throat and the fear that made her freeze in place. She knew she was unlikely to make it out alive. Alyxia could only close her eyes and mentally apologize to her family for her naivete in going out while it was getting dark. When Alyxia felt the claws were only a few inches away, she heard the female monster say something. Sniff-so, sniff-sniffo, what a delicious smell. Smell of, sniff, said the owl monster, as it sniffed the air. It was then that the owl monster's head snapped to the left, towards Alyxia's village, and groaned in satisfaction. Power, said the monster. It was then that Alyxia opened her eyes again, turning to the same direction of the owl monster was seeing, and saw. A hooded figure began to emerge from the darkness of the forest. Red eyes stared at the owl monster and Alyxia. Alyxia realized it was the boy who asked her for food in the village, while the owl monster just watched the boy with desire. Oh, you're delicious? Blood of gods? A little watered down, but still a delicacy, exclaimed the owl monster, licking its mouth with its tongue and showing its 2 rows of teeth that looked like needles. The boy remained impassive until Alyxia squealed quickly, as the creature seemed to have taken a new interest. Go get help, PLE, said Alyxia, until she was interrupted when the owl monster reached out with one of its arms and covered her mouth. The creature then flexed its fingers, which looked more like claws, and cut Alyxia's face a little, drawing a little thread of blood. The young farmer's daughter froze as the creature looked at her in amusement. Honey, I haven't forgotten about you, from the creature. It was then that the boy chose to speak at that very moment. Drop it, mongrel, said the boy, his red eyes glowing in the middle of the night. The creature froze and cocked its head in confusion as it looked back at the boy. Mongrel? What is that? It doesn't matter now. Actually, I don't know why I'm wasting my time talking to you humans, but I guess this is my year's loneliness fault without a partner. Oh well, let's get this over, shall we? Asked the creature, flashing a cruel smile. A second later the creature tried to flex its claws again, seeking to slash Alyxia's face first, as she was in the monster's range. Alyxia closed her eyes in fear and expected pain as she felt the creature flex the claws that gripped her face. Until something happened. Slash. The slicing noise was heard through the dark forest, which made the forest go absolutely silent right after, until screams of pain were heard. But Alyxia realized that she wasn't the one screaming. When the young woman opened her eyes again, she saw that the owl monster was holding the stump of the arm, which was bleeding fervently, while painting the white ground, immaculate by snow, with the dark red color of the creature's blood, while the creature's arm was holding Alyxia was lying on the floor. "Arg, you filthy human! What are you?" screamed the creature, as it looked at the boy. It was then that Alyxia noticed something strange. A small white circle, edged with yellow dashes, was floating next to the boy, a phenomenon Alyxia had never seen or heard of. It was then that the creature roared in response and charged towards the boy, claws extended from its remaining arm with the intention of slashing the boy. "When I'm done with you, I won't leave a drop of life. I'll dry your body and throw what's left in the village center. Then I will," said the creature, until it was interrupted. When the owl-like creature got close enough, the boy's eyes glowed again, as did the floating circle, and soon the sound of something flying at high speed was heard. The creature was only an arm's length away from the boy, as it displayed its face with a fury look, until fury turned into shock when it felt a thread divide its body. Time seemed to slow down as the owl monster was split in half, separating into two halves that spewed organs and blood onto the snowy ground, and passed harmlessly past the boy, who stood in the middle as the two bloody parts of the monster passed him by. Silence reigned in the forest again, as Alyxia looked at the boy in complete surprise and even a little fear when she glanced briefly at the yellow circle. The boy caught Alyxia's gaze and then his eyes flashed again and the yellow circle disappeared in a blink of an eye. He then stared at Alyxia until he uttered some words that would wake the girl up from the shock. "Please didn't he talk?" asked the boy, sporting a worried look. The boy was afraid of Alyxia's reaction until another noise reigned in the dark forest. "Grow." The boy grabbed his stomach. Alyxia, realizing the situation, soon shook her head, discarded her fears, and soon tried to get up, until she almost fell forward when she forgot that her ankle was injured. But she was prevented from falling to the ground when she felt someone's arms holding her. It was then that she was surprised when she realized that it was the boy who stopped her from falling, crossing the distance in the blink of an eye, something impossible for a normal human being. Although Alyxia was a little apprehensive, she remembered that this boy saved her and did not ask for anything in return, although at the beginning of the night it was Alyxia who wanted to save the boy by giving him some food. Alyxia then decided that she should trust the boy and would keep what she had seen a secret. "If you're hungry, can you take me home? I guarantee my parents will feed you after they find out you helped me get back home after a little accident," said Alyxia, gesturing to her injured foot. The boy then looked at her injured foot and then at Alyxia's eyes and nodded. It was then that they both started walking back to the village, while the boy carried Alyxia on his back, despite the protests of a farmer's daughter. It was then that Alyxia remembered something. They didn't know each other, or at least, they didn't know each other's names. "I don't think we've ever had the opportunity to meet. My name is Alyxia. What's your name?" Alicia asked. The boy just said a silent word. "Gil," said the boy with red eyes. "Gil. I like it," said Alyxia with a smile. As the two teenagers walked at night towards the village, they were awakened by Alyxia's family, who was frantically looking for her everywhere after recognizing the screams that Alyxia had given when she was kidnapped. Something appeared in the forest. It was only possible to see a few features, but they were easily distinguishable by the shadow of stag antlers and glowing amber eyes. It was Inkiju, and he wore a wry smile. The further north he went, the more humble and selfless he learned to be. "Perhaps the north is really good for us," said Inkiju, as he watched the two teenagers, Gil and Alyxia, walk away. Inkiju then turned his gaze to the treetops. "If you want to get them, you'll have to pass me," said Inkiju, narrowing his eyes. It was then that in the darkness of the trees dozens of eyes appeared, with the moonlight illuminating the forest for just a few brief seconds. Long enough to reveal dozens of owl monsters similar to the one that tried to kill the two human teenagers earlier. They all wore a look that conveyed only one thing: hunger. When the moon's glow faded, darkness enveloped the creatures again, and then all eyes darted toward Inkiju, who just snapped his knuckles in response. "They never learn," grumbled Inkiju, already jumping at high speed towards the owl monsters, which were surprised by the speed displayed by Inkiju. "I mean, until the wedding day arrived, my nervousness increased considerably for some reason, and I ended up forgetting simple things, like where I had kept the infinite mead horn. But on the wedding day, I was literally on autopilot, a robot that was counting down the seconds until it ended. Baldur, like my younger brother, was in charge of the announcement during the wedding, basically a Norse god priest. My mother Frigg had gone overboard with the ornamentation, which I complained to her about it after, but she just stated your mother knows best. My other brothers were like godparents. My sons, on the other hand, would bring the rings, with Kamish transporting Igris and Hephaestus from the sky. The wedding was held in a forest in Midgard. If a human were to appear nearby they would see the wedding perfectly. The reason for this was that I wanted to hold the wedding in the most extreme territory of Asgard so that the foreign guests would feel comfortable. Speaking of guests, it was weird for RA to behave like some kind of cool grandfather to Baldur. By the way, it was fun to see the scared looks on my old man and my mother when they saw that some of the guests were simply RA, Shiva, and Enlil. The first thing Shiva did was go talk to Karna, while Enlil remained reclusive, just talking to Thoth and me throughout the celebration. If you could sum up how the party went after the ceremony, it would be summed up in a single word: glorious. Thanks to my idea of repurposing Utgard's mead horn, hurling the core that turned mead matter into some random red giant star, we had a supply of mead that could last for months of non-stop partying. With regard to food, my people, the Elites, volunteered to prepare the dishes, with some gods providing the inputs such as Aegir providing the fish and other seafood, and the cooks of hell, being dead, worked non-stop. Of course, during the marriage, there were some fights that were quickly separated, but nothing serious happened. The honeymoon I created was a kind of tradition, and I took Sif on a trip to the place that would be called Cuba. She liked the beaches. In fact, it was one of the only places I could travel without encountering problems these days. After all, there wasn't a protective deity in that place. After 7 days, we returned home. But then I noticed subtle things changing around the house. A good example was the number of toiletries in my bathroom. This had bothered me initially, but after a few days, I stopped caring and just let the subject drop. Something else happened after the wedding. I finally met my nephew, Forsetti, and I must say, he is like a carbon copy of Baldur when it comes to behavior. He grew to be the most impartial god, resolving disputes between gods and mediating judgments, as well as being associated with justice, mediation, and inner knowing. He didn't know how to lie either, and I realized that when, during a random party, he was already a teenager, Hermodr, and I decided to point to a waitress and ask Forsetti what he thought of her. Both, Hermodr and I, as well as the same waitress who was coincidentally serving us, were surprised when a 15-year-old Forsetti freely admitted that he would like to do poetry with her body being the paper that would be written by his tongue. I had been in shock, while Hermodr was left wondering if Forsetti is indeed Baldur's son. The waitress blushed fiercely in embarrassment and was shy for the rest of the party. Forsetti spoke the truth, always the truth, even if the truth can hurt or embarrass. But I must admit he was a little daring. Anyway, there was something that Enlil talked to me about during the celebration. A young mortal named David had risen as king in the Sumerian territory, which increasingly lost the territory's influence. Enlil advised me and Baldur not to make the same mistake. I would not, and with the Sumerians losing more and more influence, I extended a helping hand to Enlil and suggested that if he and Ereshkigal were willing to move north, they would be more than welcome in Tordenhus, the Elite city, and become a kind of patron of the city, but not directly or indirectly interfering with anything. Enlil assured me that he would consider the suggestion. Other than that, there was an interesting fact that happened in Greece. According to Hera and Hephaestus, the only Greeks invited to my wedding, there was a series of testimonies from angels in Greek territory, although Zeus's hands were tied since those who sought the angels' advice were some mortals. The king of Olympus, foreseeing Yahweh's interference in the territory, orchestrated a change of influence, where the Greek pantheon would slowly but surely influence some humans in a more distant territory. The territory, according to the description of Hephaestus and the map he showed me, turned out to be Italy. And what other way to influence humans than by telling supernatural origins? Romulus and Remus, sons of Ares and Immortal, are one of the many descendants spread across Europe from the city of Troy. Yes, by the names I knew what had happened. Rome had been founded. The war machine army that would get known in history as one of the greatest empires the world has ever seen. If there was anyone I wanted to meet, it wasn't Romulus or Remus. Hell, I had no interest in meeting either Julius Caesar or Spartacus. No, Horatius Cockles, the most patriotic son of a bitch in history. And I wanted to recruit him. What I did, after this mortal proved to the world the bravery of a man and was rewarded with honor and glory, until he was discarded. It turns out that Horatius Cockles loved Rome deeply. However, after the greatest battle of his life on the Sublician Bridge, he was injured and could no longer hold military office or become a consul, by order of the people of Rome, because according to the people he has done enough. It destroyed the man who gave his life for the city he loved so much. Convincing him to join me as another Tordenhus defender and new Kingsguard was simple. I broke the man further by exposing him to the truth. The logical truth behind why he couldn't hold military or political office. It turns out that, due to the history of Horatius Cockles' numerous victories, as well as the dedication to Rome that the young mortal displayed at his trial, after he killed his own sister who was betrothed to the enemy, and above all, the battle on the bridge Sublicius, something was quite clear. Horatius Cockles was popular with the people of Rome, the people's champion. Someone who could start a new era as a new leader. Someone who would be an inspiration to the people, just as Romulus once was. But that went against one thing. When Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, the 7th king of Rome, was deposed by a group of nobles, called patricians, led by Lucius Junius Brutus and the Curia Hostilia, which was the Senate, they had decided one thing. Monarchy no more. Adopting a model where the government of the entire city of Rome and the territories were headed by 2 consuls, elected annually by the citizens and advised by the Senate. However, the Senate manipulated the results and this ended with the 2 consuls chosen only by the Senate. But, with the accession of Horatius Cockles, the Senate feared that the people would clamor for him as a new king, just as Numa Pompilius, the 2nd king of Rome, was chosen. Therefore, the Senate did everything to prevent this idea from becoming a reality. When I told Horatius that, I ended up breaking what was left of Rome's hero. It was the perfect moment to reach out and welcome someone who would be rightly treasured as the hero that he is in Tordenhus. Of the 12 Kingsguard pieces, 6 had been chosen. Kingsguard 1, the son of the sun, Karna. Kingsguard 2, the hero born to kill, Achilles. Kingsguard 3, the first king of mankind, Igris. Kingsguard 4, the Oanai of gluttony, Yamato. Kingsguard 5, the magical flower of light, Ibana. And finally, after convincing him, Kingsguard 6, the savior of Rome, Horatius cockles. It was kind of obvious that the hierarchy could change over time. A good example was that I was sure that in the future, after intense training and Vilgestirka's prominence, Yamato could challenge Agrees for the position of Kingsguard 3 and win him. Anyway, after a few years of the foundation of Rome, here I was again, in the middle of the winter solstice, loading my chariot, which was drawn by Tangrisnir and Tangjaster, for the night that I decided to be the knight reserved to help mortals in what I could. From the legends the Einherjar told in the halls of Valhalla, the humans began to call my Night of Blessings a specific word. JL. Basically, it was the Christmas they ended up creating and I ended up becoming a kind of Santa Claus. Well, fuck it, I accepted that honor with open arms. To get into character I made other updates. Are you ready, Hel? I asked, turning to my cousin, who was running towards me with a big smile. Hel was dressed as an elf and was my helper on solstice night. This all started a few years ago when she became interested in the celebration of humans called JL and told me that she would like to participate too. Me? I was proudly wearing a completely red version of my standard white outfit, with white wolf fur trimming the sleeves and collar, and a red hat. It became my Christmas dress or JL dress for mortals. Cousin, I love these nights, but can we go further? There are so many children outside of Midgard, I think they should all be a little happy on this particular night, said Hel, a little embarrassed. For a goddess queen of the dead, she has a heart of gold. I must protect. Perhaps in the future, Hel, remember that we do this for fun, but some gods view our actions as improper, I said. I still remember what Hermodr said about my midsummer night. A waste of time. Why don't you go drink, party, fight, or even fuck someone? It's more productive. Although I understand, I already did everything he said every day for the rest of the year, I just wanted a different night with something to break the mold and do something different. Also, where do we start? East of Midgard, close to Jotunheim, asked Hel, loading the bag full of things into the carriage. I just hummed back and thought about whether Tordenhus should be visited first. The Elite people were a little too devoted to me. Now that I think about it, they started studying the stars for some reason. Nah, it shouldn't be a big deal. Location, Tordenhus/home of the Elites. POV, third person. While Thor prepared for the night of midwinter, the Elite city had, like the other mortals of Midgard, adopted this day as Thor's day. But it was not just that. Be prepared, men. The time is coming, someone shouted, wearing armor with gold and red details. This armored human being was the warlord and he was on a kind of stage, with a few dozen soldiers in gold and white armor, who were the commanders. In front of them, an army of hundreds of soldiers, clad in standard armor, different from the warlord and commanders, roared in response. For Thor, roared the army. It was then that a beautiful woman soon took the stage and stood next to the army leaders. It was Medusa, who had long moved north when she took on a snake-like demonic form, the form that she got in exchange after asking an ancient goddess for help in finding Thor's whereabouts. The serpent goddess coincidentally was a goddess who was worshipped by the Elites before the arrival of Thor and granted Medusa's wish when she saw her dedication to the Norse god. As a symbol of bonding, the goddess bestowed Medusa with a monster form to be able to defend herself in lands so far away. Medusa ended up encountering the Elites when she followed a group of Telchines who were gathering resources for the Elite army. For the young Medusa, it was a blessing to meet others with faith in Thor as dogged as her own. With Medusa's unwavering faith, she soon became the most important high priest of Tordenhus, hailed by the Elites as the voice of Thor. Elites, today, on the day of our god king, I come to make a request to you, said Medusa, with her voice resounding throughout the area, and reaching the ears of all the Elites. The entire army remained silent, anxiously awaiting the words of someone they considered to be the being that conveyed Thor's will. Our savior is not only hailed as a king by us. By his benevolence, we live in a paradise, far from the rest of the putrid and corrupted world, by the beings we once praised in the past, said Medusa, screaming in fury. This yielded roars of fury from the soldiers present there, who vehemently agreed with Medusa's statements, without questioning the reason and just accepting the allegations as if they grew up hearing the same thing from a young age. We've never been happier, and for that, we thank our king and god. Thor, said Medusa, opening her arms. Another round of roars was made by the army, this time with them shouting in unison. Thor, 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 Thor. The cheers were heard for a few more seconds until Medusa was satisfied and made a gesture with one of her hands asking for silence. The soldiers' screams stopped instantly. However, there are always those who will judge the worship of our god king, and our god, by his benevolence and complacency, will do nothing, because a true god should never directly interfere with the choices of mankind. And that is why, as his faithful heralds, we must do a service for our lord, said Medusa. The soldiers roared in approval but were silenced again by Medusa, who soon continued with her speech. There are several god kings all over the world. In the land where I came from, before seeing the light of Thor, I prayed and adored him. His name was Zeus. But I was deceived. I was nearly raped and would probably be dead if it weren't for our savior. The god king of the land I was born from never cared about us, only himself, said Medusa. As Medusa ranted about her experience with the Greek pantheon, the soldiers began to tap their swords or spears on their steel shields in constant unison. By this I declare, Thor is not a god king. I refuse to put him on the same level as the scum of other gods who consider themselves kings by ruling over other deities. No, Thor is more than a mere king, said Medusa, already shouting for her voice to stand out over the noise the soldiers were making. This time Medusa didn't ask them for silence. He is still a god, but above all, he's our emperor, said Medusa, screaming to the skies. The soldiers shouted in agreement, and this could be seen by the soldiers' next screams. Save the emperor. All hail Thor. For the emperor. The army shouted. Even the commanders joined the army chorus. Medusa, seeing the result, can only smile in joy and satisfaction. It was then that Medusa transformed into her monster form, given by the snake goddess, and grew in size. The soldiers weren't afraid of her, because from an early age they had already been introduced to the supernatural and were comfortable with going up against a threat without even hesitating. When Medusa finished her transformation, she said the last words that were heard by the entire Elite army, and which would forever be marked as the most important words in the entire speech. And soon, may the blood of our enemies serve as water to the ground of this corrupted world, so that the land is cleansed and a new era begins? May their skulls be collected to serve as the foundation for the glorious throne of our God? Remember, the emperor must be pleased, shouted Medusa. This brought cheers of approval from the army, who began shouting with one voice. The emperor will be pleased. Death to heretics. All the soldiers present raised their swords while shouting. In the future, the world would know the most feared war machine in history. Location, Midgard. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Midgard sky, Thor and Hel had already begun to visit the homes of the mortals who lived in Midgard. In just a few minutes, they were already halfway through. Well, let's see. According to this map of yours, there are 13 families in the lake ahead, said Hel, as she looked at the map Thor had given her. Thor hummed in response. I seem to remember this lake. In the past, a Grimm had settled in it years ago. I stopped a family of mortals from being devoured just in time. It amazes me that there are still families that chose to live near this particular lake after what happened. I thought some legend would chase them away eventually, said Thor. What Thor didn't know was that the 13 families were just some of the descendants of the family that Thor saved long ago, who chose by their own free will to live near the lake because they believed it was a place blessed by Thor. When they reached the first house, both Thor and Hel got out of the carriage and carried bags full of food and toys for the children. When they were about to climb into the carriage again, they froze when they heard the door of the house open. Thor and Hel then turned, and they saw a young girl, no more than 7 years old, rubbing her eyes in sleep. The little girl's eyes soon sparkled with happiness when she looked at Thor, which resulted in the little girl running towards Thor and hugging the thunder god's leg. Thor froze in response and looked to Hel for help as he pointed to the child clinging to his leg. Until Thor realized that Hel was hyperventilating and not paying attention to him. Thor just sighed in defeat and looked back at the little girl. Well, you shouldn't be up so late. Care to explain? Asked Thor, as he removed the little girl's embrace and crouched down to approximate the child's height. The child seemed happy with the question. I told everyone about you, what you did for us without asking for anything in return, so I wanted to be the first to say thank you, said the little girl, with a bright smile, although a few teeth were clearly missing. Hel was looking at the little girl as if she were made of something precious. Cute, said Hel. The little girl seemed to remember something and ran into the house, leaving a confused Thor and Hel behind. When the Norse gods were about to try to leave again, the little girl came running back carrying something in her hands. When the little girl got close enough to Thor, she bowed in respect and held the object out to Thor. Thank you for helping us every winter solstice, said the little girl. It was a cup made of wood, carved with patterns of runes, containing some kind of liquid. It only took Thor one sniff and a closer look at the liquid to immediately discover what it was. It was mead. Thor looked at the mead and looked back at the little girl, who was looking at him expectantly. The god of thunder, seeing the glint in the young mortal's eyes, Thor did the only thing he could do. Thanks, little one, said Thor, who then drank the mead while patting the little girl on the head. It was at this point that Hel chose to interfere. I think it's time for you to come back, darling. Your parents must be worried when they realize you are not home, said Hel, with an inviting smile. The little girl waved and ran back to the house, leaving the Norse deities behind. Hel, knowing Thor's history with mead, soon looked worriedly at her cousin. Do you want me to drive the carriage? Asked Hel, looking worriedly at Thor. The god of thunder soon laughed a little at Hel's concern but soon replied. Relax, cousin, it's just some mead. I need more than just that to get me drunk, Thor said nonchalantly. Thor's body reacted strangely when it came to mead. If consuming mead in small quantities, Thor's body eliminated the effect of alcohol almost instantly due to the thunder god's fast metabolism. That's why Thor only got drunk when he ingested more than one barrel of mead, why the god of thunder often ended up turning the barrel at once, making it difficult for the metabolism to process the mead, resulting in a drunken Thor. But as a barrel has an end, Thor ended up letting his metabolism work in those intervals between one barrel and the next. In the long run, Thor ended up knocked out. A horn of mead didn't make Thor drunk. However, what neither Thor nor Hel expected was that the next houses they ended up visiting left mead for Thor outside the houses, as if offering a kind of tribute for JL's blessings. Due to the speed, which Thor wanted to go to end the night, the break between drinks ended up being shortened. Thor had eventually gotten drunk. This ended up taking Hel and Thor on an adventure a little further south in the world. Far to the south. Cousin, I think we're out of Midgard, said Hel, looking down and seeing a completely different terrain of Midgard. A drunken Thor's sense of direction wasn't the best. Heek nonsense, little queen, we are exactly where I wanted us to be. Somewhere, said Thor, with a goofy smile and a slightly flushed face. While the deities spoke, Tangrisnir and Tangjaster, the goats that ran pulling the chariot, exchanged a worried look, because although they didn't know how to speak, they understood the exchange of words between Thor and Hel. This exchange of glances between the two goats seemed like a conversation. He is crazy, shall we turn the carriage around by force and go home, was Tangrisnir's thought, which he transmitted to Tangjaster. But Tangjaster just stared at Tangrisnir as if in reality he was the crazy one. No thanks, I'd rather live than go against the Red Fur Freak's will, just keep running idiot, was Tangjaster's reply. It was then that Hel saw a small group, who formed a kind of caravan, led by 3 men mounted on 3 camels, traveling through the lands just below the chariot. Cousin, can we ask them for information? Then we can erase their memories so they forget about us, asked Hel, pointing to the humans. Thor looked at Hel and just shrugged. We're not lost, Thor said, grumbling. The god of thunder soon turned the carriage towards the group of humans, who were soon startled by the apparition and Thor and Hel. Hel, knowing that it was perhaps the best course of action for her to greet the humans due to her cousin being drunk, was the first to descend from the carriage. Hello, said Hel, nodding shyly. The group of humans just stared, until some looked at the 3 men who seemed to be leading the caravan, and one of them asked the question that many were apprehensive about. My lords, are these the Savior's envoys who speak to you? Asked a man, carrying a small trunk. One of the 3 leaders responded. No, did any of you get any signs? Asked the older-looking leader. The other 2 men denied it. As far as I know, we are not the sign of anything, we just want information on where we are, said Hel. It was then that the youngest of the leaders spoke, as he thought it might be a test of their mission. We are going north, we are heading towards Aelia Capitolina, by order of the Great One, to meet the King of the Jews and worship him, he's our savior, said the younger leader. Hel glared at Melichiar, until she turned her gaze to Thor. Do you know where Aelia Capitolina is? Asked Hel. Thor just shrugged. Hel was disappointed and then sighed and made a magic circle that emitted a flash of light, which erased the memory of the humans present. Why don't you make a bigger map? A world map would be more useful, said Hel. Thor just hummed in response as he enjoyed Hel's humor. Don't be like that, cousin Heek, you're just a bad guide, said Thor. This brought tears to Hel's eyes. As soon as Thor realized that Hel was about to cry, he tried to calm her down, as they flew through the sky again and left behind the caravan of mortals who looked around confused by what had happened and where they were. A few minutes later, a supernatural light on the horizon caught the attention of Thor and Hel, who soon went towards the light to investigate, where they soon realized that it was somewhere in a small human city. Though common sense was to just walk away, Thor and Hel were curious as to what the pillar of light meant. Moreover, Thor was unconcerned that this was technically the territory of the Greco-Roman gods. Thor and Hel cloaked themselves in magic, masking their presence from the humans as soon as they realized the light was coming from a simple stable. When Thor and Hel peered inside, they saw a sight quite unique. A man and a woman, surrounded by some animals, were there, facing a small manger. Hel was immediately nervous. Do you think we are interrupting something, cousin? Asked Hel. But she didn't get an answer. Cousin, asked Hel, calling out to Thor and looking to her side, expecting to find the red-robed figure. Only to find nothing, and that made Hel even more nervous, resulting in the goddess of the dead looking around for Thor. Until a familiar noise coming from inside the stable caught Hel's attention. Hello? You guys picked a pretty shitty place to leave a baby, huh? You should notify the Guardianship Council? Whoops, that doesn't exist. My bad you're going to forget what I said. Hel then quickly opened the stable door as she felt her cousin using magic. As soon as Hel opened the door, she saw Thor in front of the man and woman from before, who now had a dazed look on their faces, as if they were hypnotized. Hel saw Thor holding a glowing baby in his arms. Let's see Would it be too bad to give you an axe? Thor asked. The baby, oddly enough, was silent and just stared at Thor with a confused look. It was then that light appeared in the stable and dazzled everyone's vision in it. When the light faded, in front of Thor were 2 angels. Gabriel, the most beautiful woman in heaven. Michael, the sword of God. Please, drop him, said Gabriel, screaming in fear. Thor just stared at Gabriel briefly, before snorting in response. Try me, pigeon. Also, the little one seems to like me, Thor said, cradling the baby in just one arm as he smiled defiantly at Gabriel. Michael soon frowned and took a step forward, until a skeleton hand grabbed the leg of the angel known as the Sword of God. Don't you dare, said a dark voice. It was Hel. Although the queen of the dead of the Nordic underworld was considered childish, she was still the queen of the underworld. Michael looked down at his skeleton hand and flexed some holy energy, breaking Hel's control, and surprising the underworld goddess a little. We don't need to act so rashly, my sister just wants her father's choice to be safe. When we feel a strange power here, we come immediately, but we don't seek conflict, said Michael, with a calm look. As Michael spoke, Thor just looked curiously at Michael's wings. Thor suddenly took on a dark look. Golden wings. Tell me, have you been to the north? Asked Thor, placing the baby in the manger, as he took a kind of pacifier from the bag he carried during Midsummer Night and placed it in the baby's mouth. Michael was confused by the question but relieved that Thor had placed the baby back in the manger, and now the Sword of God would try to safely pull Thor and Hel away from the nearby humans. Yes, but it was a long time ago and it was only once that I went north. I don't see why, said Michael, until he was interrupted. Heek. So you're the golden pigeon that invaded my lands? Thor asked innocently. As Thor asked the question, the two angels and Hel noticed that Thor began to summon some divine power, creating lightning that began to surge around the thunder god's body, in addition to cracking his knuckles. Michael, realizing the dangerous situation for humans, still tried to talk, but now in a more careful way. I had no knowledge that your lands were that place. May we settle this matter peacefully? Michael asked. Thor then blinked and remained silent for just a few seconds, until he cracked a smile and replied. Heek, sure, let's settle this through dialogue, said Thor. This caused relief to spread through the stable, for Gabriel had worried that there would be a conflict, and Hel didn't like to fight. But a thought crossed Hel's mind soon. Her beloved cousin was drunk and he, the drunk Thor, offered peace. Hel soon realized the truth when saw Thor, still smiling, drew Mjolnir, which was attached to his golden belt, Meganjord, and started walking towards Michael. The angels, noticing Thor's actions, soon grew nervous. I thought we would solve it through peaceful dialogue, Michael asked. Well, Heek, and let's settle it through dialogue. Here's my dialogue, golden pigeon, Thor said, lifting Mjolnir. Michael and Gabriel soon created weapons made of holy light as soon as Thor got close enough, realizing that the god of thunder will go on a rampage. Hel was hyperventilating again and started biting her nails. Lightning surged through Thor's body, dancing in time with the thunder god's heavy steps. Heek, now, do you want to see how calm and reasonable I am in dialogue? Asked Thor. In a small town, ruled by the powerful Roman Empire, several mortals took advantage of the onset of the night. The cold of the night became something ephemeral as long as there were pleasure houses and bars where men had fun. It was like this every night. Nothing out of the ordinary. But then, boom, a rumble resounded through the night, arousing fear in most of the humans present, who looked to the sound origins for answers. What people saw was something strange. A man, with 12 golden wings, crossed the starry sky, being pushed back by lightning, which roared to the heavens in fury. The next thing the humans saw was a woman, with 12 white wings, raising her hand to the heavens and creating a kind of dome, which enveloped the entire city and made people go into a trance. Gabriel had successfully hypnotized and erased the memory of everyone present so that her brother could act in peace. As the most beautiful woman in the sky watched Thor leap towards Michael, she soon flew back to the stables, where the baby from before was left by Thor. When Gabriel approached the manger that had held the baby, skeletons emerged from the ground and stood in front of the seraph. Gabriel then looked at the other being that was also in the stable. Hel. The queen of the underworld had bright green eyes, and then she held her hand out to Gabriel. Don't disturb him. He's sleeping, said Hel, gesturing to the manger. Gabriel, perceiving Hel's words, looked again at the manger, and realized that Hel was speaking the truth. The baby was sleeping carefree, with a pacifier still in his mouth. But how? With all that noise, how is he even sleeping? Asked Gabriel, whispering in confusion. Hel seemed to hear what Gabriel had said because she immediately broke into a smile. It's because of the object in the baby's mouth. My cousin Thor gave something similar to his nephew when he was born. According to my cousin, the baby will go to sleep after a few seconds. It was a present for his brother when he became a father. Thor calls it the pacifier, and it suits any baby, said Hel, nonchalantly with a smile on her face. Hel soon realized that she was talking to someone who was probably hostile, and the companion of that angel in front of her was currently fighting Thor. With that in mind, Hel soon lost the smile on her face and ordered the skeletons to draw their weapons, ready to attack at any sign of hostility from Gabriel. Gabriel, noticing Hel's movement, soon did something that confused the queen of the Norse underworld. She raised her hands in surrender. Said Hel, cocking her head in confusion. Gabriel cracked a nervous smile. We can talk, I guarantee I can explain the why we are here, said Gabriel, expectantly. Hel was in a quandary. On the one hand, they were technically in conflict, as they both accompanied those who entered combat, with Hel accompanying Thor and Gabriel accompanying Michael. In theory, they too should fight to then support those who are already fighting. I'm listening, said Hel, commanding the skeletons to lower their weapons. The goddess of the underworld then waved her hand and gestured to two skeletons, which soon disassembled and created two chairs made of bones. Hel soon sat in one of the chairs and made an inviting gesture to Gabriel for the angel to sit in the available chair, which accepted the invitation and showed an expression of relief. That was a fact of Hel. She saw no point in fighting when her opponent had just surrendered, and the queen of the underworld would never attack an opponent who surrendered. The same couldn't be said for one drunken god of thunder in particular. While Hel and Gabriel began to talk, far away, in the desert far from the city, a kind of meteor, it fell from the sky and tore the ground, raising a giant cloud of dust that hid the moon in the night, until it stopped at some point. Another meteor crashed nearby, revealing itself to be Thor, still wearing red and white clothes. The god of thunder raised a hand, and then, from the giant cloud of dust, Mjolnir soon flew towards his hand, which he grabbed it nonchalantly. Pigeon? Heek, there's something called a toll? And you ran away from that charge centuries ago, Heek, Thor said, with a smile. The cloud of dust was then quickly dissipated by a gust of wind, caused by the flapping of Michael's 12 wings, which flashed in the dark night. Michael had recovered from the fall, with only his clothes slightly torn. How can I pay the toll if I didn't even know that land had an owner? Please don't lie to the Lord's servant, said Michael. Thor just shrugged. Heek. I don't make the rules, said Thor. Michael looked at Thor confusedly. But didn't you say the land was yours? Then wouldn't you be the one to decide such tributes? Michael asked. Thor seemed to think for a while as if he was slowly processing what had been said by him and Michael. Oh, heek. True, Thor said, with a goofy smile. Michael, realizing that the being in front of him wasn't taking him seriously, soon frowned. The sword of God was sent down to earth when supernatural energy surged in the vicinity of the family chosen to welcome the son of Yahweh. But what he found was a foreign god, who was undoubtedly not in a sober state, and who didn't mind starting a fight in the middle of a city full of mortals. For Michael, his greatest mission given by the Creator himself was in his own name. His name was represented to give courage and divine protection to humans, freeing and cleaning people from all evil. The mission was to protect humanity. And right now, in Michael's eyes, there was someone in front of him who didn't care about endangering humans. Michael, having tasted the initial power of the being in front of him due to being kicked out of the mortal city just by the pushing force of a hammer, knew he should take the fight seriously from the start. It was then that the god's sword wrapped around the 12 golden wings, which then glowed brightly and caused a glare that temporarily blinded Thor. When the glow dimmed, Michael's previous form did not exist. The sword of God had been transformed into the form that was given to him by Yahweh, a form that Michael used very few times in his entire life as an angel, the first being when he expelled Lucifer himself from heaven, in a battle that bathed paradise in holy fire. Michael's true form, which a long time ago countered Lucifer's true form. The god of thunder, however. Oh, heek, you can shine as much as you want? Heek, that won't stop you from getting your ass kicked, said Thor, who smiled and started running towards Michael. Michael then created a sword made out of pure flames and soon disappeared once he grabbed the sword's hilt. The god's sword soon appeared in front of Thor, closing the distance in just a few milliseconds, and swung the sword at Thor, who slightly widened his eyes in surprise. Boom! An explosion of great magnitude, which looked like an earthquake, happened as soon as the blade of the sword collided with Thor. But then something caught Michael's eye. Heek. You're fast. Not bad, walking bonfire. Thor sneered at Michael as he raised his forearm, which was protected by jarring repair, easily blocking the sword that swung at lightning speed. The god of thunder then swung Mjolnir at high speed, successfully hitting the sword of God, which was sent flying away as soon as it received the overwhelming blow. Michael soon recovered and created swords and spears made of holy light, which began flying towards Thor at high speed. Thor's eyes then glowed faintly in a ghostly blue, symbolizing the use of the Viljestyrka, archer, which the most advanced ability allowed the user to see the future for a short time. While Thor used the Viljestyrka archer, he could see about 10 seconds into the future. The strongest Norse god then began to easily dodge the creations made of holy light, while closing the distance between him and Michael, quickly running towards the angel of God. As soon as Thor got close enough, he raised Mjolnir and then swung at Michael, who quickly raised a sword made of fire and light to block the blow. Boom! But as soon as Mjolnir hit it, the sword was soon pushed towards Michael's body, which gave way to the weight and hit the ground, causing an earthquake. Michael had never felt anything like this, as the being in front of him was on a totally different level than him. This undoubtedly made the sword of God rethink the available options, due to the bones of the body itself roaring in pain, while the muscles throbbed as if they had taken a blow. Heek. Hey, get up. You can't give up yet, said the voice that would forever be scarred in Michael's nightmares. Michael looked up and saw him again. There, standing in front of him, sporting a mocking smile, his face a little flushed and reeking of alcohol, still wearing the same red and white outfit, completely immaculate, and eyes with black sclera and golden irises, that glowed menacingly. The source of future sword of God nightmares. Heek, I said get up, said Thor. The thunder god soon crouched down and grabbed Michael's flaming leg, and hurled him into the sky. The sword of God soon shook its head, preventing thoughts of fear or giving up from appearing again, and soon acquired the necessary control to hover in the sky. It was then that Michael raised a sword of light to the sky and created a magic circle, which created another circle right after, one on top of the other until there was a row of golden magic circles that went from the troposphere until disappearing in the mesosphere. Michael then lowered the sword of light and pointed the tip of the sword towards Thor, who raised an eyebrow at the display of power. When the tip of the sword landed on Thor, the tower of magic circles tilted slightly, with the first circle pointing directly at Thor. Michael then withdrew his sword a little and took a combat stance ready to stab the air. At the same time the magic circles increased in size and glowed more and more brightly. Be pierced by the sword that burns evil. Let the judgment begin, said Michael. It was then that another magic circle appeared over the place where Michael and Thor were. From the circle, a golden scale appeared, with both sides leveled. A few seconds later one side of the scale fell to Thor's side. It was then that Thor felt the weight of gravity rapidly increasing and falling on his shoulders, but the thunder god remained standing as he just watched Michael's next actions in curiosity. The sword of God then thrust the sword towards Thor, stabbing the air. The tower of magic circles soon glowed in response and formed a pillar of white energy in the shape of a sword. Thor stayed still the whole time, even when the pillar of energy hit him. Boom! The explosion caused by the collision shook the earth and caused an earthquake, as well as fire to spread across the land until it was contained by a kind of barrier originating from the scale from before. Michael, seeing the damage he had done to the earth, heaved a weary sigh as he lowered his sword of light and descended from the sky. As soon as Michael landed on the ground, the angel was about to step out of his true form, until something scared him. One voice. Heek. I'm a little disappointed after calmly waiting for such a display. But though the last blow was even a little flashy, it was Thor, physically unharmed, only his clothes slightly charred. The thunder god had a cruel smile on his face. I think it's my turn, said Thor. It was then that the god of thunder summoned the divine power of lightning nature, creating a kind of aura that enveloped Thor completely, while lightning flashed around the son of Odin. For Michael, the blue-colored aura overshadowed Thor's figure, turning it into a kind of shadow in the center of the lightning storm, with only the gold-colored eyes becoming noticeable. The god's sword still rushed forward in response, not flinching in front of such a challenge. Why Michael believed he couldn't lose there. But in the face of overwhelming power that seemed endless that the seraph was witnessing, would the determination of the sword of God be enough? The answer manifested itself when Michael was just a few steps away from Thor, ready to swing again the sword made of light and fire, ready to fight until his last breath in the name of his creator. Until Michael looked into those golden eyes again, something that stopped the seraph in its tracks. Michael felt a savage, overwhelming strength behind Thor's gaze. A look that was the last thing the seraph saw before being knocked unconscious, cancelling the true form, dematerializing the sword made of light and fire, and then falling to the ground amidst the sand with a face that showed complete exhaustion. Thor had just used Vilgestirka, King, successfully knocking out the strongest seraph of God. The thunder god just watched Michael's limp body listlessly and then sighed in defeat. Sigh. Stupid golden pigeon, he should have known when to give up, said Thor. The god of thunder then walked towards Michael and grabbed the angel, putting him on his shoulder and carrying him like a bag. Thor then flew towards the city, where as soon as he arrived at the stable, he was faced with a strange sight. Hel and Gabriel, sitting comfortably in 2 chairs made of bones, drinking together. Gabriel was the first to notice Thor's presence and was immediately startled to see that her brother, Michael, was being carried away. Michael, cried Gabriel, distressed. Hel, noticing her cousin's arrival shortly thereafter, seemed considerably calmer. I'm glad you're back, cousin. I thought you were taking too long, said Hel. This elicited a response from Thor. The golden pigeon lasted longer than I thought, said Thor, shrugging. Thor then let go of Michael's body, not so gently, causing Gabriel to revolt, who looked to Hel for answers. You assured me that my brother would not be so harmed, said Gabriel. Hel, oddly enough, was more confused by Gabriel's revolt. But he's alive? If you met my cousin while he was drunk before, you would see that your brother is practically unharmed, said Hel, gesturing to Thor. Gabriel sighed then, but still frowned at Thor, who approached the manger. Please don't approach him, said Gabriel. Thor stopped in his tracks and slowly turned to Gabriel. Or what? Are you going to tickle me with those wings of yours? Asked Thor, mocking the seraph. Gabriel stayed put because she didn't have the confidence to go against someone who had defeated her brother, who was the only seraph able to stay in the top 10. It was then that Hel intervened. Cousin, please don't antagonize her. I like her, said Hel. Thor glanced briefly at Hel, who gave him a pleading look, and her hands clasped together. The thunder god just shrugged as he let out a defeated sigh. But then noises were heard from the manger, drawing the attention of everyone present, with the exception of the man and woman, the baby's probable human parents, who remained in a trance since Thor's arrival at the stable. Thor looked up briefly and saw that the baby was awake, and was looking at him. The god of thunder then approached slowly, which caused Gabriel to hold her breath in nervousness, while Hel didn't seem worried about the baby, but was worried that a new fight would arise. Thor then grabbed the baby and held him at face level as he brought the baby close to his face. Good to see you again, little one, said Thor. The baby didn't respond to Thor and just reached out his little arms, trying to touch Thor's face. The thunder god didn't seem to mind and just smiled at the baby's attempts to touch his face. You remind me of my nephew when he wasn't a perverted poet. Want an axe? Asked Thor, with an expectant look as he produced an axe out of nowhere. Gabriel soon despaired at the appearance of the real war axe, while Hel just smiled nervously, as if she expected such an action from her cousin. The baby soon reached for the axe, mesmerized, while Thor just smiled in amusement at the baby's expressions. Thor, though drunk, just watched the baby's expression and then remembered Hel's words, when they were preparing to leave on Midsummer Night to deliver blessings and gifts. When was JL? You know what? Fuck it. I'll come to visit this place during the solstice too. Congratulations Hel, your wish has been heard and will be granted, Thor said, with a smile. Hel, hearing what her cousin said, jumped for joy, while Gabriel, though she didn't know what Thor was referring to, could sense that she, like other angels, would have a headache. Time skip, 9 CE. Location, Sea of Future Germany/Midsummer, July. On a night, with the moon hidden by clouds and covering the land in darkness, the coastline and beaches of future Germany seemed as silent as every night. But tonight was a different night. 10 ships, which looked like a fusion of a Drakkar and a trireme, were slowly approaching the beach. As soon as the first ship docked on the sand, some sort of armored man jumped off the ship and landed on the sand. The clouds soon stopped blocking the full moon at that moment, revealing the man by the brightness provided by the moon in the night. It was a standard Elite soldier. It was then that other soldiers, wearing similar armor, jumped off the ship and began to tie ropes to the ship and pull it closer to the sand with the help of soldiers who began to descend from the ship every second. Each ship holds about 200 men, totaling a force of 2,000 soldiers on a single beach in future Germany. It was then that a distinguished soldier, wearing armor symbolizing that he was the captain responsible for the incursion, soon stood in front of the group, which grew in numbers due to other ships starting to dock on the beach, and other soldiers getting off the ships. "Prepare the camp, tomorrow we will head south," said the man in unique armor. The other soldiers soon fanned out and began spreading the word of the captain to begin preparing camp for the night. Meanwhile, the captain just watched the forest trees, until something caught his attention. A pair of green eyes, which glowed in the night, was staring at the captain, showing white fangs, which glowed in the dark just like the eyes. It was then that a soldier approached the captain. "Sir, shall I do it?" asked the soldier. The captain soon responded. "No, that one is mine," said the captain. The captain immediately held out his hand to the soldier, who responded by handing over a spear. The captain then slowly raised the spear and threw it at high speed, aided by wind nature runes to further propel the spear, which surprised the creature with the displayed throwing speed. Only a cry of pain in the night was heard in the forest, although all the elite soldiers did not stop the construction of the camp. "Nice throw, sir," said the soldier, bowing a little in respect. The captain soon disregarded it and started walking towards where he had thrown the spear, only to find the spear stuck in the tree, trapping a species that looked like a human being, which had fangs and claws, as well as bright green eyes. It was then that Captain Iolita soon unsheathed his sword and surgically decapitated the human, who displayed a look of frozen horror, a result of him seeing the moment the armored captain swung his sword. According to the descriptions, it must be a Noxerer," said the captain, grabbing the once human monster's skull and closely observing the facial features. The captain then grabbed the spear, which was still holding the rest of the body, and summoned a fire spell, which immediately burned the rest of the creature's body, and ripped the spear away. After briefly looking at the work done, Captain Iolita soon returned to the raiding army's camp. "Such a specimen will serve as a great base for the throne. For the emperor," said the captain. Days passed, and the elite army, having left 500 soldiers in the camp consisting of 1,500 men, was soon marching towards the center of the country that would one day be known as Germany, following a nearby river, for the water supply and food source. It was then that the captain, who was at the head of the army, ordered the march to stop. When the army stopped marching, the silence of the forest greeted the elites, until the captain stepped forward, towards the trees, and drew his sword. The elite army stood still, even in the face of the actions of the one who led them in combat. A rune then appeared on the front of the captain's helmet, and this particular rune was created for the purpose of breaking down language barriers. "Show yourselves. We know that you have been following us since 2 days ago," said the captain. It was then that a group of people, fully armed with axes, swords, and shields, came out of the trees. An elite soldier soon approached the captain. "My lord, look at the symbol they wear," said the soldier, pointing to the garments. The captain nodded in agreement. Yes, I can see it. It's rustic and a little primitive, but still recognizable," said the captain. What the elites were talking about at that moment was the symbol that was present in the clothes, shield, and even in the tattoos on the faces. Runes, with some varying for another particular symbol. "A hammer. Do you think they are followers of our emperor?" asked the soldier. The captain just responded listlessly. "There's only one way to find out, but if they're not, they're just heretics," said the captain. Captain Iolita soon approached the group alone and asked a question. "Whom do you praise?" asked the captain. The group of Germanic warriors was confused at first and didn't notice that the elite army was ready to attack at the slightest signal from the captain, but then a Germanic warrior soon approached and dared to answer the elite captain. "Who are you and what you're doing in our land?" asked the German warrior. Captain Iolita still remained calm, although the tighter grip on the sword could be seen. "We are our emperor's heralds." "Now, answer my," said the captain, until he was interrupted. "Emperor? Are you Roman dogs who take orders from that bloodthirsty bastard? Roman scum, I will gouge out your skin and feed your soldiers with it," shouted the man, already drawing his sword. As soon as the Germanic warrior made such a statement, the other warriors began to raise their weapons, ready for battle. Meanwhile, the elite soldiers were getting more and more restless, but not from nervousness, but in anger. "They call our emperor a bastard. The audacity of heretics knows no bounds. We should offer their skulls as a tribute to our emperor. He will be pleased by our mercy." As the soldiers argued over what they should do with the bodies of the Germans, the captain, who still remained calm, chose to speak. "We are not what you call Romans. We are servants of our one god emperor, Thor. We came here to spread greatness and defend his ideals. In any way possible," said the captain, with a somber tone. Just one more word of slander against Thor, and the captain would order the massacre and collect the skulls to adorn the throne. But the Germanic warrior's next words froze the captain's next order. "Oh, Thor. What tribe are you from?" "I don't know of any meetings before the winter solstice on Thursday," said the Germanic warrior, in confusion. This seemed to please the elite captain and soldiers, for it seemed that they found other people who worshipped their emperor. What ensued was a friendly conversation between the Germanic peoples and the elites, until one Germanic statement, in particular, brought the fury of all the elites present. "We are very sorry for the hostility. Since the Roman attacks, we have been more alert than ever. We are heading south to ambush the Romans who are being guided by one of us, called Herman. It may be a cowardly method, but it is our best chance to fight back after the Romans proved difficult to kill," said a Germanic warrior. Another Germanic warrior agreed. Yes, Roman dogs. They call barbarian everything that is not Roman. They attack tribes to collect slaves to support the whole empire. Besides, they charge absurd taxes. They deny our gods and forbid us to praise them, and try to force us to worship what they call the true gods, said the warrior. The last sentence held the elites' full attention. What do you mean by forbid? Asked Captain Ellida. The Germanic warriors just looked at each other and sighed in defeat, for I assumed that the army in front of them hadn't possibly met a Roman army. It is what it is. Because of some of our rituals, the Romans forbade any form of worship to any god, be it Odin, Frey, Balder, and even Thor, said the warrior. The elites fell into an eerie silence, which made most of the nearby Germanic warriors nervous. Tell me, where will this ambush of the Romans take place? Asked the captain. The Germanic warrior replied, even though he was getting more and more nervous from the look, with just a single sentence. The ambush will take place in the Teutoburg forest. In the following days, 1,500 elites, accompanied by approximately 500 Germanic warriors, marched towards the meeting point of the Germanic leaders, where they would engineer the ambush that would hurt the pride of the most powerful empire of the time. And then, on a cloudy and rainy day, in the Teutoburg forest, 3 legions with approximately 20,000 men in total, would be slaughtered by the united Germanic leaders, aided by 1,500 elite soldiers who would come to be called berserkers by the Germans during the battle. 1,500 elite soldiers fought in the Teutoburg forest. 1,500 elite soldiers returned to the ships with bags full of heads. All the soldiers in the elite army thought they did a good job fighting for their emperor's will. Time skip, 30 CE. Location, City of Jerusalem/domain of the Roman Empire. The city of Jerusalem was a city strategically located on the edge of the Roman Empire. A city of hundreds of people was part of a territory currently ruled by a man named Pontius Pilate, a representative of the Roman Empire. Most of the time, criminals convicted of heinous crimes ended up suffering a trial and, in the worst of punishments, ended up receiving a private conviction. Crucifixion. After criminals were punished in the barracks of the Roman legions, they would carry a log of wood on their shoulders to the crucifixion site, passing through all the people of the city of Jerusalem and showing the people what happens when you go against Rome. Today, however, there were more people seeing criminals condemned to crucifixion than expected. And all the people screamed in rage and hatred for just one person. A single person, of the 3 criminals, was sentenced to crucifixion on this day. This same man was wearing bloody clothes, the result of the cuts caused by the scourge that left the wounds open, with his body covered in his own blood and a bruised face, in addition to wearing a crown given by some Roman soldiers who mocked the man. A crown made of thorns. The so-called king of the Jews by many. Jesus. This man just walked, with his head down, as he carried the wooden log to the crucifixion site, just listening to the screams of the people. Crucify him. Yes, crucify him. Aren't you the Messiah? Save yourself then. Although amidst the screams of hatred, it was noticeable that some people were drowning in sadness and terror when looking at the physical state of Jesus. It was then that a stone hit Jesus on the forehead and, due to being weakened from torture, caused him to stumble and fall to the ground. The Roman soldier, leader of the group that was escorting the prisoners, grimaced in disgust, realizing that Jesus was so weak that he could not bear to carry the wooden log on his shoulders during the entire journey to the chosen place of crucifixion. The leader of the Roman soldiers then looked at the audience, and when he was going to point it at any man, he became entranced and pointed the whip at a hooded figure. You carry it instead of him, said the leader, who shook his head in confusion. The hooded figure soon approached and grabbed the wooden log and lifted it off the ground, easily placing it on its shoulders, and started walking. Jesus, though weak, rests a hand on the log, trying to still help the hooded figure to carry the log. Jesus then felt a small change in the air, and when he felt a familiar presence that the hooded figure was emitting, soon he spoke with a slight smile on his face. I thought I wouldn't see you anymore. It's been a while, Uncle Thor, said Jesus. The figure just snorted. I already told you to stop calling me that, said Thor. Jesus knew that Thor had created a barrier that would not show the conversation between the two, so he could talk to someone he considered close. One last time. Why do you still want to go through with this? Thor asked. That earned a defeated sigh from Jesus. We've already talked about this. I want to do this, said Jesus. You should stop. There's still time. Humans may even start to adore and love you in the future, but I know your teachings will be distorted. Humanity always finds a way to screw something up, accidental or not, said Thor, listlessly. This drew a weak laugh from Jesus. I'm not doing this because I want them to love me. I'm doing this because I love them, said Jesus. Thor raised an eyebrow. Including the assassins who will suffer the same fate as yours? Or those who scream for his death? Or even those who mock you? Thor asked. Jesus then looked Thor in the eye as he answered without hesitation. Each one of them. I will pray for those who are not with me in paradise, for not being able to see the truth, said Jesus. Thor just sighed. You really are blind, said Thor. Jesus just laughed weakly and gave Thor a soft smile. I am not blind. I am happy. Happy to give myself entirely to my brothers and sisters, even if there are those who do not welcome me. I will never abandon them, said Jesus. Thor softened his gaze and soon realized that the end of the path had arrived. It was nice to meet you, said Thor, dropping the log on the ground and walking away. Jesus looked at Thor walking away and felt the barrier blocking their conversation being cancelled. Do not say goodbye to me, old friend. Even though I am no longer among the mortal plane, know that I will still always be with you, said Jesus, with a genuine, but weak, smile. What followed were screams of pain, originating from Jesus and the other two men as they had their hands and feet nailed to the crosses. Thor watched everything, and never looked away from what he saw. Hours passed, and many remained at the scene, just watching the suffering of Jesus and the two other criminals, waiting for their lives to slip away. After some time, when the Roman soldiers realized that the three crucified men no longer showed any signs of agony, they began to beat the bodies, looking for any sign of life. Jesus was the first to show no sign of life. The Roman soldier who was in charge of the place soon beckoned to another legionary, this time an older one, who approached Jesus with a spear. The older legionnaire then stabbed Jesus with the spear, in the lung area, to make sure Jesus was dead. But as soon as the legionnaire removed the spear from the lifeless body of Jesus, water and blood gushed from the wound, mainly covering the legionnaire's spear and armor, as well as his face. The legionnaire stared at his hands in shock. His vision problem, which had been impaired for a long time and which was quite likely to make him blind, it had just been cured. The legionnaire was Longinus, and he looked at the body of Jesus in shock and awe. Longinus? Let's go, we've been here long enough. Let the crows finish the job, said the leader of the group of Roman legionaries. Longinus looked at the leader and then again at the body of Jesus until he started to follow the leader of the legionnaires, while whispering only a few words, with a low tone so that the other legionaries could not hear. Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me, whispered Longinus, trembling as he held the spear. The population that stayed to see the death of the three condemned soon dispersed, with only a few remaining in the place, and who openly mourned the death. Thor was one of the few to remain, until he looked up at the sky and saw that it was about to rain. I hope you have the luck to never meet me, Yahweh, Thor said, narrowing his eyes. The sky responded with lightning flashing through the clouds as it rained in torrents. The god of thunder then looked at a small group that was crying in front of Jesus and just looked away and chose to leave them alone, leaving the place and disappearing from the hill shortly afterward, with the intention of finding and taking the man who had pierced Jesus' body with a spear. As soon as Thor left, a kind of eye with wings, the size of a bat, approached the cross. This eye is intended to convey the image of the scenery it was observed in a particular place. The underworld. Location, underworld/home of the devils. The underworld on this particular day was having a special announcement from the leader of the devils, who had arranged for all the devils in the underworld to be present. Do you see it? Asked Lucifer, gesturing to a kind of hologram that displayed an image. The image was Jesus on the cross. There are no limits. He will keep doing whatever he wants, until he alone is the sole ruler. Justice and injustice will be decided by him and him alone. He has been acting within the territory of other pantheons for a long time, and nothing has been done, cried Lucifer. Like a chorus, voices began to emerge. The devil population was in front of Lucifer and watched Jesus' crucifixion from beginning to end, although they did not notice Thor's presence due to the camouflage runes. Why can he do such things? What are we other than his ancient creations? Where is his image and likeness to us? Where is our equality before his eyes? Why do we remain silent as if we are worthless? Asked Lucifer. Each question stirred more and more the devils present, awakening hatred and fury for Yahweh once again. We are devils? We don't have to keep our heads down while others dictate to us what we should or shouldn't do, cried Lucifer. That statement brought shouts of approval from the devils who heard one of the four great Satans and the current ruler of the devil underworld. It was then that Lucifer opened his wings, half being bat wings and the other half being angel wings, taking flight and floating before the devil population. Then, just a few seconds later, a dark aura began to envelop Lucifer. When the dark aura dissipated, all the devils saw Lucifer's true form. Let the world see our worth when they are conquered by us. May humans worship us as if we were gods. May our Creator see the mistake he made in denying us our true destiny. We know there's only one way to get what we want and deserve, cried Lucifer. The devil population then spread the standard devil wings, which resembled bats, and took flight as they roared in approval for Lucifer, and awaited Lucifer's next word, which would forever mark the world. War. Finding the guy who didn't have an ounce of supernatural blood that killed Jesus was complicated. Although, after Jesus' death, I went after the guy I knew was Longinus right away to get the spear, but he simply disappeared. I tried to track him down, and most of the city's civilians just pointed out Longinus as an aging legionnaire who was demoted to city guard when he acquired poor eyesight. When I went to his house location, I just found a completely empty place, with only furniture and some clothes. As if he left with only the clothes on his back. At least I found the armor, and if the supernatural energy it was displaying was any indication, I'd say the armor had acquired some extraordinary property. I would investigate the armor later, but what mattered was the spear. After all, an ordinary spear had somehow injured a supernatural being. Human-made weapons shouldn't have this capability in theory, which leads me to believe this was the result of Yahweh's intervention. But I decided to investigate that another time. After all, now I had something on my mind. I hadn't forgotten what Skuld had said while she was helping me with Plan D planning. Fatam wanted to talk to me. It was time to meet him, and the reason for this was probably the death of Jesus. I've intervened in the story a few times, not so many times that I supposed it was detrimental to the timeline, but if Fatam wants to talk to me it must be something serious. With the death of Jesus, the world will begin to change. The supernatural will be reduced by humans to tales and bedtime stories, and humans will live in a carefree manner while being influenced by supernatural beings in the shadows. As I thought about the situation, I soon noticed a peculiar scene. I beg you, take it back? I don't want it anymore, someone said. It was a man with long black hair and black eyes, holding some sort of leather bag and motioning for the other man to take it. I soon noticed that the other man was an old man and had the robes of a priest, and he looked displeased and confused by the action. What's the problem? It was the deal, 30 silver coins. Maybe you want more coins? It's understandable, but a priest's word must be respected, so I won't give more, said the priest. The black-haired man soon became desperate. I didn't spend a single coin, I swear. I'm just handing it back, said the man. The priest glared at the man and then at the leather bag, before turning his gaze back to the black-haired man's face and smiling. An unfriendly smile. Ah, now I understand. It seems that you are sorry for handing him over to the Roman authorities. Don't be, my young man. You did a great service for us by handing over that false messiah, said the priest. The guy did what? Before my mind processed what the priest had said, I was soon awakened from my thoughts when the priest said it in a loud voice, to the crowd of people who were nearby. People of Jerusalem, said the priest. The black-haired man seemed to freeze under the looks the people were giving him and the priest, as if he was embarrassed. A man suffered Roman justice by declaring himself a savior? He would succeed little by little, influencing the thoughts of the poor souls who were lost, but thanks to the actions of this man standing in front of me, he was stopped, said the priest. As strange as it seemed, the priest even looked happy. But the black-haired man looked like he was hyperventilating from people's gazes. Thank him? He is an envoy of justice. It is only thanks to his help that the king of the Jews is nailed to the cross on the hill next to our beloved city, said the priest. Oh, it's definitely him. POV. Third person. The black-haired man looked horrified, while the people around him began to congratulate and thank him, obeying the priest's words. Every word of thanks from the people made the man look around in panic as he backed away from the priest in a frightened manner. The priest, noticing the man's action, soon spoke quickly, though he misinterpreted the man's fear. Do not be afraid. Although the attention of the people is a good thing and a bad thing, it is always appreciated. Anyway, I, like every priest and person in Jerusalem, have only one thing to say to you, said the priest, before stopping to catch his breath. It was then that the priest said a sentence that made the black-haired man's eyes widen in horror. Thank you, Judas Iscariot, said the priest, with a sincere smile. The surrounding people soon also began to cry out for the name of the man named Judas, though only one person remained silent, just watching the scene unfold. As soon as the black-haired man heard the words of thanks, he did the only thing he could. He ran. He ran as he heard the shouts of thanks from the people of Jerusalem all the way to his house. What no one realized was that Judas ended up being followed by someone. In the evening of the same day, Judas left his house again, this time holding a small bag. The man known as Iscariot soon left his house, not realizing that he was being followed, and headed towards the place where it all started. In the forest where Judas had spoken with Jesus one last time before he was arrested by the Romans. Towards the same tree where he kissed Jesus' face one last time. Judas just watched the dark forest with an empty gaze, until he approached the tree and dropped the bag on the ground, and opened it, revealing the contents inside. The same leather bag and a rope. If I remember correctly, one of his teachings was not to attack someone else's life or even your own life, because the one who commits this sin will no longer have a place in paradise, not having the chance to be judged, said Judas, thinking deeply as he recalled the days he listened to the man he respected the most. Judas didn't even hesitate when he took the rope and started making a kind of loop. Well, I don't deserve a judgment, after all. I know where I should go, said Judas, finishing the noose and throwing the rope over a stronger branch of the tree. Judas then pulled the rope until the noose was at a level higher than his height and tied the other end to the tree to maintain that level. The man who betrayed Jesus then looked briefly at the loop he had made, noting that inside the loop could be seen the full moon in the starry night. Sigh. Others will call me a coward and they won't be lying. After all, I'm running from my judgment, but at least this way I'll be sure to ask for forgiveness in my own way. Being tortured to the end of my pathetic existence, said Judas. Judas then grabbed the small leather bag, which jingled with the movement, meaning that there were coins inside, and then he began to climb the tree until he sat on the same branch that had launched the rope and grabbed it, pulling the noose back to his hands. He then stared at the noose until he took a deep breath and put the noose around his neck and tightened the knot made until it was possible to realize that it was difficult to breathe. Judas then took out the leather bag again and saw the coins that were inside. 30 silver coins. I sold him for 30 silver coins, said Judas, without emotion. Until Judas frowned and dropped the bag full of coins onto the ground, scattering the 30 coins across the forest floor. Judas then looked up at the moon, and there was a look of acceptance on the face of the man who was once an apostle of Jesus himself. I was a fool. What you taught us was priceless, I understand that now, but it's too late for me, said Judas. Judas then looked at the ground, noticing that the silver coins were glowing due to being illuminated by the full moon. May the hell greet me, so I can pay my debts to you properly, Jesus, said Judas. Judas then closed his eyes and then let himself fall forward, falling from the tree and accepting his fate. The hanging. The former apostle of Jesus was still with his eyes closed, struggling due to taking too long to die because of the shape of the rope that was used. Judas suffered for just a few seconds until he finally stopped struggling and his body just hung in the dark night in the forest, just waiting to be found by someone or devoured by something. A figure then revealed itself from the shadows until it stood next to Judas' body. It was Thor. He witnessed Judas' dialogue from beginning to end, and the reason for this was mainly the person he knew what kind of person Jesus was. Remembering some of the last words Jesus said to him, "I'm not doing this because I want them to love me, I'm doing this because I love them." "You said that to me, Jesus, but I still don't understand what you expect from humans," said Thor. The thunder god immediately shook his head and then turned around, wanting to leave the forest. Even I froze in place as I felt something. Overwhelming holy energy. Right behind him. As Thor turned, his eyes immediately widened when he saw an old-looking man touching Judas' feet. The old-looking man turned briefly to Thor and then the Norse god noticed a singularity. The holy energy the man emitted was eerily similar to the little holy energy Jesus emitted. Which could only mean one thing. You are Yahweh," said Thor. The man just remained silent, before turning to Thor completely and crossing his hands behind his body. "I don't deny that it is the name that many call me," said the man. As soon as the man confirmed that he was Yahweh, pressure soon fell on the spot and the origin was clear. Thor. And he was irritated. So what was it like to look at someone, who I personally can claim is the most innocent person I've ever met, and let him suffer and die at the hands of humans just because he wanted to make the ultimate sacrifice? The mission that you gave him, Thor said, with a frown. Yahweh remained listless and just sighed. "I know how you're feeling," said Yahweh until he was interrupted. "Oh, you know? Perhaps you're right. But how about we know for sure? I might go pay a little visit to heaven," said Thor, with a dangerous tone. Yahweh remained silent and only responded to Thor's threat with a frown. "I didn't come here to argue, son of Odin. But I see it will be useless for us to talk now, so, as the best course of action, I must leave," said Yahweh. No one noticed that on Thor's back, where the berserker mark was located, it faintly glowed scarlet. Thor soon raged out after hearing Yahweh's answer. "As if I would let you go," said Thor. The god of thunder soon pulled Mjolnir from his belt and threw it towards Yahweh, but Yahweh disappeared just as Mjolnir was about to make contact with his face. Boom. That didn't stop Mjolnir from ripping through the forest and causing an earthquake that alerted the nearby city of Jerusalem. It was then that Thor's eyes glowed, signifying the use of the Vilgestirka, archer, in order to locate Yahweh, only to give up shortly afterward when Thor did not detect Yahweh's energy or presence. The thunder god was soon upset by the result, but only sighed in response and berated himself for the resentful impulsiveness shown. Thor then created a magical rune that restored the damage to the region caused by Mjolnir, leaving the forest immaculate. As soon as he restored the forest, the god of thunder also retrieved Mjolnir and was about to leave, glancing briefly at Judas' still inert body and turning to leave the forest, until he stopped in his tracks when he noticed something. "Judas didn't have black hair?" questioned Thor, whispering in confusion. The god of thunder soon turned to Judas and saw that his eyes weren't playing tricks. Judas' hair went from an ebony black color to blonde, almost platinum. It was then that Thor felt a surge of energy emanating from Judas' body. The Norse god then created a rune that camouflaged his presence with the environment and waited for something to happen. This didn't take long, because seconds later Judas' eyes opened again, showing bright amber eyes. The rope that was tied around his neck was broken at the same moment that Judas opened his mouth to draw air. Judas then fell to the ground, right where the silver coins were. As soon as the coins came into contact with the skin of Judas' hands, the pain quickly spread through the former apostle's body, which soon walked away from the place where the silver coins were. Judas then looked at his hand, which emitted smoke from where it made contact with the silver coin and looked back at the moon. "I don't want to live. But you won't let me die. Is this my punishment, God?" asked Judas, putting his hands on his head in despair. Thor just glanced briefly at Judas and was about to leave when he remembered something. "I'm happy to give myself to my brothers, even if there are those who do not welcome me, I will never abandon them." The god of thunder just grumbled. He knew he wasn't as benevolent as Jesus. But as an old friend and connoisseur of Jesus' personality, he knew one thing, that despite everything, he would have forgiven Judas. Thor, seeing the man drowning in grief and despair in front of him, made a decision. "Hey," said Thor. A/N, ready at I, reference, a different Spider-Man by Siege Tales. Thor then revealed himself at the same time Judas turned, startled by the call. Judas looked at Thor in confusion. "Who dash? Blood-colored hair, you're the one he was talking about," said Judas, looking at Thor, recognizing the physical features. The thunder god just raised an eyebrow. "Who said what about me?" Thor asked. "Jesus," said Judas. Thor was silent and his gaze softened until he sighed in defeat. "What do you want to do now?" asked Thor, looking seriously at Judas. Judas was silent, before looking down at his hands. "I don't know, I tried to kill myself, but I was brought back. How can I pay my debts to him?" Judas asked, whispering to himself. Thor then moved closer until he was close to Judas and held out a hand. "You know who you were in the past, but you don't know what you are in the present and you don't know what to do for your future. I met Jesus, maybe you were brought back to life for some reason that only he knows," said Thor. Judas then looked at Thor's hand, until he decided to grab it. Then the god of thunder then pulled Judas off the ground. "It's up to you to find out what he wants from you," said Thor. The god of thunder then turned and walked away from Judas, who looked at Thor leaving until he spoke again. "I will mourn my master for 3 days and visit his tomb. But where can I find you, the one Jesus also called his friend, asked Judas. Thor didn't even stop walking away and only responded briefly. Go to the north of the world, during the winter solstice, look at the sky as soon as you hear thunder, pay attention. It's the sign that I'm close, said Thor. Judas then fell silent, contemplating Thor's words, and then started walking in the direction Thor had left. As Thor went towards the sea, seeking to summon his chariot and travel to Fatam's home, Judas returned to Jerusalem, seeking to gather all his belongings and travel until he found the answers to the curse given to him. What Thor didn't know was that he had just encountered someone who, in the original timeline, shouldn't have come back to life. Fate had intervened again. Location, Vormir/House of Fate. Sometime later, away from planet Earth. On a desolate planet, between two stone towers, a man who had long blonde hair and closed eyes, wearing golden armor, was standing with his legs crossed and floating peacefully. This man was known as Fatam, the son of the dream and the one known to dictate the destiny of all beings. A few seconds Fatam opened a slight smile. It's about time. Son of Odin, said Fatam. As soon as Fatam said the last word, something happened. Boom. Something like a bluish comet fell a few meters away from the two towers of Vormir. Time seemed to freeze when the comet turned out to be Thor, who was staring at the back of Fatam, who had not moved from the spot. Thor then began to walk towards Fatam, each step echoing through the room, as Fatam uncrossed his legs and stopped floating, landing nonchalantly on the ground and turning and walking towards Thor. The two beings stopped in front of each other, just an arm's length away, and silence reigned for just a few seconds until Fatam chose to speak. It was quite an entrance, a dignified triumphal entrance, I suppose, said Fatam, smiling slightly. Thor raised an eyebrow. My chariot gave me the boost I needed to get here in a few seconds. Besides, I thought you were blind, said Thor. Fatam snorted in response. I'm blind. But I still see this timeline. It's complicated to explain, and even if I explain it to you, at the end of the explanation you'll ask me to explain it again, said Fatam. Thor stopped and sweated in response. Okay, I won't ask about your vision of the timeline, said Thor. Fatam nodded briefly in thanks, but Thor quickly asked the question he'd wanted to ask for a long time. Now, I've lived for 4 millennia and I've always wanted to ask that question. When did something, in particular, happen to me? Were you the one who, said Thor, but was soon cut off. Erase your previous memory? Yes, with a little help from Samsara, said Fatam sincerely. Thor froze in response. You know I'm not, said Thor, before being interrupted. The original Thor from the timeline I had set? Yes, I noticed. Before you ask me why I did that instead of meeting you, the answer is quite simple. You changed the future so much that it became dangerous, said Fatam. Thor's eyes widened and he opened his mouth to ask a question, only for Fatam to speak again. What have you changed? Let's see, where I should start. Well, a perfect examples are that Gilgamesh's bloodline still lives, Judas became the first day walker, the most peaceful people in Greece didn't die and came to be called the elites, as well as become a bunch of bloody genocidal assassins looking to satisfy their emperor, that is you, There is also the creation of a new heavenly dragon who will slay the strongest evil dragon and take the title from him, said Fatam, shrugging. As Fatam spoke, Thor's eyes widened with each word he spoke, until Thor snapped. Hang on, now, wait a fucking minute. I did all that? And what was that emperor part? Thor asked. Honestly, for the god of thunder, he never quite realized the consequences of his actions. Plain and simple, Fatam oddly enough was just as calm as before. Don't start hyperventilating in front of me. Timeline changes happen, but I only had to intervene when I couldn't see the future anymore, said Fatam. Thor raised an eyebrow and just stared at Fatam suspiciously. What would the original timeline be? Thor asked. Fatam then opened his eyes, showing the god of thunder 2 unfocused, pale blue eyes, confirming that fate was indeed physically blind. Well, Issei would be the savior after defeating Regal Ziva, stopping the Eevee invasion, with his children being landmarks for the beginning of a new world. Yes, that's what I decided, said Fatam, abruptly interrupting Thor, when he saw that the Norse god was going to speak. Thor looked angrier than usual. Why? There are over 7 billion people alive at that time, why the hell would you pick one, said Thor, until he was interrupted. Perverted? Don't blame me, he's the only one who can understand the message given by Chimun Shipheaudi, using the Paylingual, along with having the ability, due to certain events, to upgrade the booster gear so that it is able to face the Evies, said Fatam. Pi fucking what? Thor asked. Also translated as boob translator. I know, it's a silly name anyway, I didn't have that many options, so I had to work with what I had, said Fatam, sighing in defeat. Fate then calmed down and walked back to the 2 towers again, while being followed by Thor. But, with you here, Issei's transformation, the apocalypse answer arms, won't be enough to stop whoever is coming, said Fatam. Thor raised an eyebrow. Who's coming? This guy, Regal Ziva. Thor asked. Fatam denied it. No, his younger brother, but don't be fooled, although he's the youngest, if you were to compare him with Regal Ziva, it would be like comparing a god to a human, said Fatam. Fatam then stopped and turned to Thor again. He is the absolute despair. Melvizoa, said Fatam. Thor was silent and waited for Fatam to continue, as he sensed the seriousness behind Fatam's tone. Even with my interference, I don't even know if we can win, said Fatam. The Norse god soon frowned. How strong is this guy? Thor asked. I don't know, said Fatam, resigned. This made Thor confused. Can't you see the future from that timeline? Just see and say, said Thor, before being interrupted. I tried. I can't see the future once he arrives. This could mean two scenarios. In the first scenario I am trapped or even dead, but in the second scenario, there is no future for our dimension, said Fatam, angrily. Thor was silent and just let Fatam vent until fate itself calmed down. For the god of thunder, it was unheard of for someone who should have calm and patience to lose his composure like that. Is there anything I can do? Asked Thor. Fatam then took a deep breath and spoke. If I give you the key for your true form to break free if everything goes wrong and there is no more hope, you will be our scorched earth, or at least something similar, said Fatam. Thor recognized that expression, but how he would be considered such a thing he had no idea. It was then that Fatam approached Thor and held out his hand. What I'm giving you, it should be used as an absolute last resort. Do you understand? Asked Fatam. Though Fatam likely saw Thor's response with future vision, he knew it was a 50-50 chance Thor would accept it or not. The chant destined to free the berserker. The god of thunder glanced briefly at Fatam's outstretched hand and snorted in response. I have a plan, I call it Plan F, said Thor, before being interrupted. Plan F, or by your meaning fuck it. It's consisted of forbidden seals and runes that have the purpose of trapping you and your opponent in a dimension, where you and he will fight without restrictions for all eternity. While you are inside that dimension, you will not die, because there will be seals that will constantly bring you back to life. You can only get out with the help of someone outside, said Fatam. Thor was silent as he stared into Fatam's grim face until he sighed in defeat. Well, shit. You convinced me, said Thor, grabbing Fatam's hand. As soon as Thor took Fatam's hand, a phrase echoed through Thor's mind, and he blinked in confusion. The one who said Thor, even being interrupted by Fatam quickly. Do not recite. The moment you recite the first sentence you will fall into a trance and will not awaken until the entire chant is recited, so be very careful when that happens, said Fatam, frowning as he scolded Thor. Okay. For Ymir, I didn't know. Do you want to say more things? Because I honestly want to leave after hearing so much. I need to rest and think properly later about everything you have said, said Thor, putting his hand on his face and sighing in defeat. Fatam soon walked away. You can leave now. Anything I wish to add, Skuld will seek you out, said Fatam. The god of thunder nodded in acknowledgement and soon left Fatam, summoning the chariot again. Thor then left the planet quickly, heading towards Earth, although he now had other things on his mind after the conversation. What did Fatam say about the Emperor part again? Questioned Thor, confused and afraid of what was said. 2 days after Thor left for his meeting with Fatam, the city of Jerusalem, ruled by the most powerful empire of the time, underwent a change. While some feasted and enjoyed themselves, some stayed indoors and remained silent. The silence of mourning. Although, there were some who had just arrived in the city of Jerusalem for other reasons. We have to be quick, although there is a sacred presence here, this is still Greek territory, so we have a certain freedom in acting here, but we are not going to push our luck, said a woman of supernatural beauty. The man accompanying her nodded, but then snorted in amusement. I see no reason for Lucifer to order us to fetch a human body, said the man, in disgust. The woman soon scolded the man. First, it's Lord Lucifer for you, Yuan Eligos, don't forget your proper place, don't make the same mistake as Leviathan. Second, it is a body that has residual sacred energy. Our mission is to take it to Stellas. If that lunatic finds a way to protect us from the sacred light, we will be unstoppable, said the woman. We are already unstoppable, Riz. It's unthinkable that we lose the war, even if our creator is stronger. He won't take a step if he doesn't want the other top 10 beings on the board. Our goal is to kill the 4 great seraphims, and after that it's easy, said Yuan. The devil woman, identified as Riz, soon looked at Yuan in rebuke. You say killing the 4 great seraphims like it's the easiest thing in the world. You were there when Michael defeated Lucifer, you were there when those two covered heaven in fire and destruction during the rebellion, so you should know well it will not be easy, said Riz. The man just shrugged, not believing Riz's words. The 2 devils were heading towards their destination, the crypt of Jesus. But as they approached, they noticed something. A man kneeling, in front of the crypt. A human mourning the dead, typical, said Yuan, with an amused smile. Let's just cast a spell and erase his memory while we remove the body in peace. He can mourn all he wants when the crypt is empty, said Riz. Yuan, however, did not agree with the idea. Losing magic power over something so simple? No. I have a better and considerably more economical solution, said Yuan, already walking towards the kneeling man. Could you avoid killing? We're not in the underworld, plus we're in Greek gods' territory, or Greco-Roman gods now. Don't be as messy as that Valifor brat, said Riz, frowning. Yuan ignored Riz's complaints and just walked over to the kneeling man. When the devil from House Eligos got close enough, he could see that the human had long blonde hair, had his hands together, and seemed to be mumbling something. It was then that Yuan Eligos heard. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we also have forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Our Father in heaven, said the man, reciting the same thing again. Yuan seemed to be even more amused with the being in front of him. After all, for the leader of House Eligos, the human in front of him was just another mortal who fell into lamentation and sadness. It was then that Yuan decided to have some fun before killing the human. A beautiful dawn, don't you think? Didn't expect to find some fool alone so soon. Any last words before meeting your creator, mortal? Asked Yuan, smiling slightly. Indifference. That was the answer the kneeling man gave to Yuan Elagos, as he continued to recite the same thing over and over again, with no sign of stopping. This soon angered Yuan. Are you going to ignore me, human? That's why I support Lucifer's idea of us devils becoming gods for you. Very well then, I would give you a painless death, but for insolence, I think a little pain is a good punishment, said Yuan. The leader of House Elagos soon reached out to the kneeling man, seeking to grab his neck. But then Yuan heard something different in the kneeling man's murmurs. Forgive me, my master, for disrespecting your crypt, but they want to desecrate your body, in addition to openly admitting that they are devils. Let one more sin be added to my sentence if that's the case, said the man. Yuan didn't know what had happened. In a second he was on his feet, beside the kneeling man, as well as being only a hand's length away from grabbing the human's neck. But then in another second Yuan was seeing everything upside down, as well as seeing something he didn't understand in that second. Yuan saw that the man had disappeared and his own body in the third person, but without an important part. The head. Confusion with the scene was the last thing Yuan felt before darkness and cold overtook him, forcing his vision to darken. Meanwhile, Riz Amy, sister of the leader of House Amy and fiancée of Yuan Elagos, didn't understand the situation either. In one moment she saw Yuan going in for the kill, but in the next second she saw a headless Yuan, and the kneeling man disappeared at the same time. When Riz felt a pain in her chest, she slowly looked at the spot, until she noticed something that made her eyes widen in disbelief. There was a hole in her chest. Shock and adrenaline made Riz freeze until she heard something. The sound of footsteps. It was then that Riz Amy noticed that the man from before passed by her side nonchalantly while dropping something in front of her. When the sister of the leader of House Amy took a good look at the thing on the ground, she could only take one last breath before she lost her conscience. It was a heart. The same heart that seconds ago was inside her, pumping her blood throughout her body and keeping her alive. When the man with long pale golden hair stood in front of the crypt, in the same spot as before, and let out a sigh. Better clean up the mess, after all, Lady Mary will be coming in a few hours, I don't want her to smell blood during her prayers, said the man. The man was Judas, and since arriving at the crypt 2 days ago he had only moved when a human approached, hiding nearby. The rest of the time he remained on his knees, praying the prayer that Jesus had taught them. He did not eat or sleep, as he no longer felt the need for such things, and he only prayed and hid, because he already knew that he was no longer human. When Judas was about to grab the body of Yuan Elagos, he felt something and his eyes widened. A comforting presence right behind him, exactly where the crypt of Jesus was. It was then that Judas turned and saw him. In an ethereal, glowing way, someone he once knew and respected was smiling at him, as if greeting an old friend. Jesus. Instantly Judas knelt down and placed his forehead on the ground, and this was for 2 reasons. Firstly, to show the respect he had towards someone who once saw him as a friend and brother, but above all, to hide the tears of shame. I don't know where to start, I don't know what to say, I don't know how to say it, I don't even know why you're here, because I no longer deserve to be in your presence, said Judas, before freezing. He felt a comforting hand on his shoulder. When Judas looked up he saw the smiling face of Jesus. It was then that the ethereal form of Jesus wiped Judas's tears with his hands and soon after stood up, walking towards the crypt again, but not before doing one last action. Judas saw the spirit form of Jesus raise one of his arms and he pointed. The ancient apostle looked where Jesus was pointing and was confused when he saw nothing, until a few seconds later he understood. North, do you want me to go north? That's it, Judas asked, looking back at Jesus, until he noticed that the ethereal form of Jesus had disappeared. Judas stared at the crypt, lost in thought until he returned to his knees and prayed, as he considered his next decision. Meanwhile, someone was having a heart attack. Location, Avanenma Island/Tordenhus, home of the Elites. POV, third person. The city of Tordenhus was in a celebratory mood, for their god Thor was visiting the city. Priestesses accompanied the god of thunder to a designated location, while the people feasted and danced recklessly. The leader of the priestesses, Medusa, was bringing Thor to a very special place, to the Elites. My emperor? You haven't visited us for years, but I suppose we've done a good job of hiding your gift until it's complete. We, your humble heralds, give you your throne, said Medusa, pointing to a spot. The place was a mountain of skulls, with small stairs made of bones and a scary throne, which also looked like it was made of skulls, at the top. This whole time Thor remained silent. Many Elites who were present thought that Thor was contemplating the glorious throne or even assessing whether it was a worthy throne. But the truth was the complete opposite. Thor, at that moment, had stopped reasoning logically and only a single sentence passed through the thunder god's mind. What the fuck, thought Thor. Medusa started to get worried after a few minutes had passed and Thor hadn't stopped staring at the throne of skulls, and then he spoke. My emperor, is it not to your liking? Maybe 10,000 skulls is a tiny amount compared to your greatness. In that case, don't worry, the throne will always receive skulls of heretics killed by your devotees, said Medusa. Thor slowly turned to Medusa and seemed to consider his next words carefully. The reason for this was relatively simple. The Elites were taught from an early age by Thor to fight and wage war, with the purpose of defending themselves against the supernatural in an effective way. But apparently, the Elites had abandoned reason and now only know war. I'm flattered by the gift. But let's stop here, Thor said, giving a nervous smile. Medusa froze and confusion began to show on the head priestess's face. Stop? My emperor, I don't understand. What do you mean? Asked Medusa. Stop all of it, Thor said, gesturing to the throne. This made Medusa worried. Didn't you like it? Is it the quantity? Or maybe the color? We can paint the skulls with the blood of heretics if you want, said Medusa. Whoa, no more skulls, no using blood as a dye, no. Throne of skulls, got it. Thor asked. Medusa faced Thor but was soon confused by the request of the god she worshipped. So how do you expect us to demonstrate our faith to you, my emperor? Asked Medusa. Thor looked at Medusa and then at the throne of skulls, thinking of an idea that would make the Elite people happy, in addition to not interfering with their newly created warrior behavior and education. It was then that Thor remembered something he had partaken of long ago in Greece. During my stay in Greece, your former home, I ended up enjoying and participating in the so-called Olympic Games, competitions in different sports to encourage a healthy competitive spirit, said Thor. Of course, in reality, Thor was up to something else. Bread and circuses politics in a Nordic way, or in this case, just circus politics. Medusa was soon excited by the idea. I didn't know that you, my emperor, had participated in the Olympiads of the gods. I'm sure your performance was full of praise, as were the legends about your prowess in bed, said Medusa. In the first sentence, Thor can only do one thing: sweat in nervousness. After all, although Thor participated in the first divine Olympiad and beat Hermes in terms of speed, remembered that the first modality he competed in was the discus throwing modality, and he technically lost to Zeus, in addition to the greater detail of it all. During the entire competition, Thor was completely naked. As Thor thought about the first divine Olympiad, the other part of the sentence that Medusa spoke caught the thunder god's attention. Prowess in bed? Asked Thor, confused. Medusa soon blushed in response. My emperor, it is no secret that the priestesses you slept with in the past made a point of talking in detail about what it was like that night in your bed, even if it was centuries ago, said Medusa. It was then that Thor understood that it was one of the episodes in that he was not sober. The thunder god soon sighed in defeat. After all, he didn't even want to start thinking that the Elite people practically knew something so personal about him, and just went back to talking about the subject in a new way for the Elite people to praise him. So, in summary, I would like a kind of competition, similar to the Olympics, although I would like it to be something different, said Thor. Medusa soon waved excitedly. Certainly, my emperor, I will spread your word immediately, said Medusa. The chief priestess of the Elite people soon bowed and quickly left, gesturing to others who accompanied them to follow her. Meanwhile, Thor was left alone, looking back at the pile of skulls. Well, fanaticism will always exist, at least I'll draw a line to the limit, though where did they get so many skulls? In fact, I'm not even going to ask. Anyway, I think I better study the properties of the Longinus armor and see what I can do with it, said Thor. The god of thunder then made a teleportation rune and left Tordenhus, aiming to return to his home in Midgard and go directly to the forge. Though Thor had left, there was something else going on during the thunder god's visit. In the highest tower of Tordenhus, located in the center of Ylida city, in a room composed of a round table and 12 chairs, 6 occupants filled the place. The 6 king's guards were all gathered together. Why an emergency meeting? Someone asked. It was the new king's guard 3, Yamato. The young Oni and Doughty's avatar had successfully defeated Igris in a blood duel in the Valhalla arena recently, claiming the position as the 3rd strongest king's guard. Well, our friend saw disturbing things in the nearby territories and said it was important. Although I hope it's anything, I'm dying of boredom here, someone said, answering Yamato's question with a carefree tone. It was King's Guard 2, Achilles. Yamato soon made a face of disgust, as the relationship between her and Achilles has always been a little volatile. Both are always ready to fight, although respecting the rules imposed by Thor. While the Oni wanted to criticize the born-to-kill hero's carefree attitude, she was soon interrupted by someone else. There is unusual activity in the territories near Midgard, which is the territory our king defends for his pantheon. Evidence at the site suggests that there was a direct confrontation, and traces that were collected by Horatius indicate a devil and angel presence at the site, said a voice, with a deadly serious tone. It was King's Guard 1, Karna. Oh, is it what I'm thinking? Asked Achilles excitedly, as if he had suddenly piqued interest. Frankly, only a barbarian like you would be excited by such news, said another voice. Achilles sneered briefly and looked towards the person who had made the comment. King's Guard 5, Ibana. The daughter of the Sumerian sun god, Utu, had long ago been adopted and brought to Midgard, a place she could call her new home, no longer living on the streets like a rat. I'm not the barbarian here. In fact, if I remember correctly, before I came here I heard some rumors about your old home. Wife auction, I think it was. So don't call me a barbarian when the society you were born into allows such senseless things, said Achilles, mocking Ibana. Utu's daughter was soon irritated. You Greek brood of, said Ibana, until she was interrupted by a voice that carried authority. Enough, said the voice. It was King's Guard 4, Igris. Incredibly, although Igris was not the strongest, his presence exuded unquestionable authority, as well as a demeanor that defined him for what he once was. The first king of mankind. The first leader of an organized society. Igris is right, this is not the time for such pitiful insults, said another voice, with a tone of approval. King's Guard 6, Horatius Cockles. The youngest King's Guard to be recruited by Thor. This made Achilles and Ibana back away, though Achilles soon smiled. It wasn't a mocking or happy smile. It was a smile that could be described as wild. So, it's war, right? Asked Achilles, looking at Karna. Karna, who had been silent after the insults began to be exchanged, soon looked at each of the king's guards, before replying to the hero born to kill. Probably yes, Karna said, closing his eyes. This didn't seem to surprise the king's guard as if they had already expected such an event. It was then that when the king's guard would start talking about their next move, Karna spoke again. There's more. I sense a power coming from the south, considerably more potent than one of our own. I thought it was a powerful god nearby, but that's not the case, as that power has faded and reappeared over the centuries, said Karna, opening his eyes again. Oh, what do you think it is? Asked Horatius. I'm not sure, but the energy is similar to one of us, said Karna, looking at someone. It was Ivana, who was immediately confused. Similar to me. Do you think you are one of my father's descendants? Asked Ivana. No, the power is too different from yours. My suspicion is that the user of this power coming from the south is of Anunnaki origin, hence the similarity with you, Ivana said Karna. Do we know where this being is at the moment? That way we can investigate properly, said Horatius. Karna immediately nodded, and that made Achilles turn to Igris. So what's the word, Captain? Asked Achilles, with a mocking smile. It was then that the king's guard decided to investigate by choosing one of them to go towards the place determined by Karna in search of answers. The territory that Karna pointed out turned out to be the territorial limits between the future Germany and Denmark. The chosen king's guard was Horatius and he was going on a collision course with someone special, the first hero of mankind. Meanwhile, location, Midgard/House of Thor. POV, Thor. On my return home, I couldn't help but think about some of the things Fatam had told me. Invasion and possibly the end of this dimension. Honestly, I doubted Fatam. After all, it's quite possible that Fatam told me that to manipulate me into listening to what he had to say, as well as to get on his good side. But there was also the possibility that he knew that I was suspicious of his intentions and said those things to mess with my mind and confuse me even more. Well, he successfully achieved this. I don't know if I should take his advice seriously or if I should ignore it and go my own way, which maybe is what he wants me to do. It's hard to think of a countermeasure when the guy literally sees all the timelines and knows your behavior in all situations and what decisions you're going to choose. So the best option was quite simple. First, I had to confirm one of the things Fatam had said. This brought me to Tordenhus and I must say I was obviously scared when I realized that the elites' faith and dedication had turned them into blind zealots, ready to do my bidding. That was a big no for me, so I made sure to draw a line to set boundaries and slowly make elites less fanatical. That meant that what Fatam had said was some truth. But then again, it might just be a ploy of fate to prove a point and get me to obey him. Ugh, I think I have a headache. If I obey Fatam, I am definitely being manipulated in a direct way. But if I don't obey Fatam, I won't be sure if I'm still being manipulated in a roundabout way, as it might be Fatam's plan. Fucking hell, that's it, fuck it. I'm going to focus my attention on what's important to me right now, which is Longinus fucking armor. Location, Underworld. POV, third person. While Thor was at his forge, just below the House of Midgard, quietly working peacefully, elsewhere things were anything but peaceful. Boom. By Lucifer. By the Father. These, as well as other screams, echoed through a place completely devastated by explosions and bodies. An angel was stabbed in the back by a sword, which was being wielded by a devil who displayed a smile. But the devil's smile didn't last long as the expression of satisfaction soon turned into pain as he felt his body being split in half by a sword of light, which was used by an angel who soon flew to the next opponent. During all the confusion, an angel with 6 pairs of wings, who had just been promoted, was looking at the battlefield with a complicated look. It was Azazel. The new seraphim had acquired another pair of wings when the leader of the angels liked the concept of creating extraordinary weapons from Azazel's research. Die Azazel, said a deep voice, roaring behind him. Azazel soon turned around and created a sword of holy light and blocked a sword made of purple lightning. The young seraphim in charge of this battle looked at his opponent, and widened his eyes when he recognized it. Paimon, said Azazel, whispering in awe. The devil was an effeminate-looking man and wore a kind of crown. He was Paimon and was once a great friend of Azazel, before Lucifer's rebellion. Paimon looked at Azazel and sneered when he noticed the youngest seraphim's hesitation. I see you've been promoted since the last rebellion. I should properly congratulate you. Your gift will be a quick death, said Paimon. Purple lightning soon covered Paimon, releasing a pulse of energy that made Azazel back away. The youngest seraphim soon created a shield of light and blocked Paimon's attack again, who just laughed in response. Always hesitating Azazel. Even in the rebellion you didn't kill anyone. Why are you even here if you're a useless warrior, said Paimon. The devil soon pushed Azazel and made the seraphim frown at the words. This is due to the fact that when Lucifer first rebelled, Azazel hesitated, as he didn't want to enjoy fighting the one he once called his brother. Yahweh knew of Azazel's hesitation, and so he did not press the young angel. But now, when war once again broke out, Yahweh decided it was time for Azazel to accept reality. The reality is that even the one who once called you brother is likely to cut your neck if beliefs are put to the test. The teaching that Yahweh wanted to pass on to Azazel was simple. A creed can both join and separate loved ones. Azazel soon advanced and created a warhammer made of holy light as he flew towards Paimon. The devil just laughed in response and summoned magic circles, which shot purple lightning bolts towards Azazel, who soon dodged and quickly approached Paimon, who created a spear made of lightning and swung it as soon as Azazel got close. Azazel turned the warhammer into a shield and soon blocked the attack, and then, with his free hand, he created a kind of rope made of holy light and swung, snapping the rope. Paimon soon tried to dodge it, but it ended up being too late when the rope grabbed the devil's leg, who soon screamed in pain when he felt the effect of contact with the holy light on his skin. Paimon's screams of pain soon made Azazel think again about what he was doing, wondering if he was doing the right thing. This proved to be a mistake, as once Azazel was distracted, Paimon raised his sword and cut the rope made of light that bound his leg, freeing himself in the process and attacking Azazel again, summoning magic circles that shot purple-colored lightning, which this time once they hit Azazel squarely causing an explosion. When the explosion subsided, it was noticeable that Azazel's clothes and armor were damaged, although the seraphim still crossed his arms, trying to protect himself. "Thank you for making my job easier, Azazel. You were always so naive. The proof of that was you being responsible for delivering the knowledge of making weapons to humans," said Paimon, mocking the seraphim. Azazel was silent and soon created a sword made of holy light, but the devil soon sighed in disappointment and softened his gaze. "Put down the weapon, brother, and surrender. Become one of us, abandon that hypocrite. Under Lucifer's rule you will have a freedom you never had in heaven, that I can guarantee," said Paimon, extending a hand. "I'm already free," said Azazel. This made Paimon scoff. "Are you sure? It's no surprise that you hesitate to kill us. After all, we were once brothers, but here you are, on one of the battlefronts. You were ordained to be here," said Paimon, with a smile. This made Azazel frown, which was noticed by Paimon. "Look around, brother. This is the fault of the one you call father," said Paimon, gesturing with his arms around. For a brief second, Azazel looked around, surveying the battlefield, seeing angels and devils dying, some crying and some not, some angry and some not, but all seemed to recite only one thing in common. "By the Father. Death to Yahweh. By Lucifer. Let the Father die, so that the Son may rule. May the Father have mercy." The vast majority cited someone in common between the devil's screams of hatred and the angel's determination. Yahweh. When Paimon noticed that Azazel was lost in thought, he smiled in victory and created a sword of lightning, and flew quickly towards Azazel, intending to deliver the final blow. Only for Azazel to dodge it when he noticed Paimon's approach at the last second, and unconsciously raised the sword made of holy light, which pierced Paimon's heart. The devil widened his eyes in acknowledgement of his predicament and looked into Azazel's eyes, which were staring back at him in shock. Paimon even chuckled at the shock shown by Azazel's easy expression. "Congratulations, I suppose. You are a very obedient dog, brother. Remember that when he sends you on a suicide mission," said Paimon, with a smile. Paimon then raised his arms and grabbed Azazel's shoulders, pulling the seraphim closer and deepening the wound made by the sword of holy light, which seemed to burn the devil even more. When Paimon got close enough to Azazel, he whispered in his ear, "In fact, when you are in front of him again, remember this. You are a faithful dog, who is waiting for your master's praise," said Paimon. It was then that Paimon dropped his arms and stopped breathing, meaning the death of the most faithful devil that followed Lucifer in the first rebellion and now in the new Great War. The devil's dead body fell from the sky as soon as Azazel dissipated the sword made of holy light. The seraphim just watched Paimon's body falling to the ground. "Azazel, look out!" shouted a voice, waking Azazel from his thoughts. When Azazel looked at the source, he saw a young angel, with 2 pairs of wings, completely burned, while a devil with wings made of fire, with a hand extended towards them. Azazel looked at the young angel and then around the battlefield, noting the number of dead and the brutality of the deaths. It was then that the seraphim made a decision. Creating 2 spears of holy light, as well as several spears and swords around him, he quickly flew towards the center of the combat, intending to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately for Azazel, the battle would only end after hours. After hours of grueling combat, it was clear that the angels had won this time, but only a single angel was left staring at the bodies of the dead. Azazel was bathed in blood and had gone silent even minutes after the grueling battle ended. It was then that an angel approached the seraphim. "Azazel, our father gave us another mission, this time in the human world. We must support Uriel to defend a territory close to the Chinese pantheon," said the angel. Azazel just nodded in response, looking around one last time and seeing the bodies for the last time, the bodies of the beings that died for what each one believed. "Unshakable beliefs, huh?" said Azazel, with a hollow tone. The seraphim soon gathered the army of surviving angels and set off towards the location he was ordered to, intending to support Uriel. Although, as much as Azazel denied it, a seed of doubt had been planted in the mind of the young seraphim, who decades later would fall in love with a mortal who would give him comfort after so much death and destruction. But angels couldn't fall in love so freely, so when Azazel was warned by Yahweh to stop, the seraphim disobeyed him. It was then that Azazel fell, and with him, several angels who were already tired of fighting, of killing, and of obeying Yahweh, thus creating the 3rd faction in the Great War. Location, future Denmark. A fully armored being was flying through designated territory in pursuit of completing the mission given to him. It was Kingsguard 6, Horatius Cockles. For him, a mission given is a mission accomplished, and that's why he was the Kingsguard chosen to investigate the abnormal power that had been discovered by Karna. Shortly after flying around, Horatius soon sensed an overwhelming presence quite close. I found it, said Horatius. The ancient savior of Rome soon flew towards the presence at high speed. At the same moment, a hooded figure walked slowly through the snowy forest of the territory of the future Denmark, always following a single direction, north. Boom. It was then that the figure stopped when it heard a noise coming from the sky. Just as the hooded figure stopped, an object fell from the sky at high speed, landing exactly in the figure's path, and kicking up a cloud of dust on impact. When the cloud cleared, it was revealed to be Horatius Cockles looking seriously at the figure. The silence only lasted a few seconds, as the savior of Rome soon spoke. Who, or what exactly are you? Asked Horatius Cockles, crossing his arms and narrowing his eyes. When Horatius tried to see the face of the figure over the hood, he saw only two things. Blonde hair, but that was something quite common with humans in that territory, but it was something else that caught Horatius's attention. Red eyes stared at him as if he were an annoying bug. At this very moment, lying on the bed and looking at the bedroom ceiling, was Thor, drowning in thought. The god of thunder had returned from his visit to Tordenhus and decided it would be best to rest, although it had been hours since he had lain and he didn't seem to have any signs of sleep. What was going through Thor's mind was still the conversation he had with Fatam. Suddenly, Thor frowned and sat on the edge of the bed, but before he could get some clothes to get up, an arm gripped his waist. Hey, it's not even dawn yet, go back to bed, big guy, said a female voice. Thor turned and softened his gaze as he looked at the source of the voice. It was Sif, wife of the god of thunder, who had been awakened by Thor's abrupt movements in bed. I am just going to go out and breathe a little, I'm not sleepy, said Thor, already grabbing Sif's arm and pulling it from his waist. Sif just looked at Thor and sighed in response. It was then that she sat on the bed, letting the sheet that protected her from the cold fall freely, revealing that she was naked. Is it because you still wanted to go another round? Look, in my defense, there's literally no woman who can keep up with you in bed. This is all your fault for training endurance to the point where you've probably been fucking nonstop for more than 3 days, Sif said, with an annoyed look. The thunder god just sweated in response. After all, it was a constant complaint from Sif, even before their marriage. While Thor was going to answer, Sif said something again that left the god of thunder speechless. Due to your aptitude and the high likelihood of my being bedridden from pain and exhaustion, how about taking another wife? I'm not saying this randomly, but the reason is that you, although you don't have a lust comparable to King Odin, your stamina is unprecedented, so I, being alone, can't keep up with you, Sif said, shrugging. Thor raised an eyebrow. Where did this come from? Asked Thor. Sif looked embarrassed. This could be seen when she looked away while muttering, although she could be seen having her face a bit flushed. It's not unheard, Dabak has 3 wives, 4 in the winter. I think you have the excuse of having a few more. After all, for your situation, it would even be expected, said Sif. Thor just stared at Sif until he sighed in defeat. We'll talk about that later, but that's not what I'm thinking about right now, so don't worry, Thor said, smiling slightly. The thunder god then reached over and used a hand to lightly touch Sif's face and make her turn to look at him. Thor then kissed Sif lightly, making the thunder god's wife blush slightly with the action, although the moment didn't last long as soon as Thor walked away still smiling. I'll be back soon, I promise, said Thor. Sif then smiled and waved, lying back on the bed and covering her naked body with the sheet, while Thor got up and grabbed some clothes. Thor then approached the bedroom door and opened it and was ready to leave, until he thought about why he couldn't sleep well. Fatam's phrase, I tried. I can't see the future once he arrives. This could mean 2 scenarios. In the first scenario, I'm trapped or even dead, but in the second scenario, there is no future for this dimension. Those were the words of Fatam. That phrase had been echoing through Thor's mind for a long time, and as much as the god of thunder didn't want to believe it, there was still the possibility that Fatam was telling the truth, and that was what kept Thor awake at night. The god of thunder thought of the family he came to love, even those he considered his children, like Agris, Kamish, and Hephaestus. Thor then turned to look at Sif and used the Vilgestirka archer to identify the presences around him. Initially, he felt his own presence and Sif's presence in the room, but if he looked closely, he would notice that Sif's presence was slightly different. This was noticeable. After all, 2 presences were inhabiting the same body, although the second presence was considerably smaller. Thor had noticed this a few days ago. Sif was pregnant. Just the thought of a future where Thor's children might not be alive stirred the thunder god's mind. After remembering the possible annihilation of the dimension and world he calls home, meaning the certain death of all the family he has come to love and the friends he has come to regard, the god of thunder can only say one thing. Not even over my dead body, Thor said, whispering so as not to draw Sif's attention. The god of thunder then left the room, closing the door softly, and soon started walking down the hall of the house, but not before noticing that someone was watching him. It was Fenrir, who was awake and standing next to Thor's door, with a paw parallel to his ear and with a look like a soldier waiting for orders. Thor only smiled slightly at Fenrir, until he remembered another project he had been working on at the forge. The design was simple. If Yahweh decided to collect extraordinary artifacts to create sacred gears, then why couldn't he? Come on boy, I'll need your help and cooperation this time. If what I have in mind comes to fruition, you'll be the nightmare of the gods, said Thor, calling for Fenrir, as he walked. Fenrir dutifully followed until the two found themselves in Thor's forge, just below the house. What Thor was going to do would basically leave Fenrir traumatized. After all, giving a being the ability to transform into a divine weapon at will was not a good experience. After a few days, the end result was almost what Thor wanted. Fenrir as a divine gear, and the god of thunder even gave it a name, Ripperfang. Except for one small detail, Fenrir had no affinity with Thor, and therefore the god of thunder was deprived of the new weapon. But Thor ended up finding someone who had an affinity with Fenrir's way of combat. So you want me to do what? Someone asked. It was Vidar, who looked at Thor confused, although he became nervous while being stared at by Fenrir, who for some reason looked at Vidar in hatred. The three beings were at the moment in the place that would come to be called Greenland. The thunder god just smiled in response as he handed Vidar some sort of bracelet. Vidar looked confused at the bracelet in his hands, and then looked at his brother. Just put it on, I guarantee you'll be amazed, although it might be awkward at first, said Thor. Vidar looked suspiciously at the bracelet and then at Thor until he sighed in defeat and placed the bracelet on his wrist. As soon as Vidar put on the bracelet, Thor turned to Fenrir. Well boy, it's your cue, and remember, just relax. If you do everything right, I'll promise you Schiacciata when we get back home, said Thor. Fenrir only cried in response as he looked from Vidar to Thor, and he looked unconvinced, which Thor noticed immediately. Not enough? It's getting hard to bargain with you. How about a Schiacciata and tiramis for dessert? Thor asked. This made Fenrir perk up, and he soon barked in response. In the next second, the god's lair leaped towards Vidar, who was startled and raised his hands in defense and gave a startled scream, and closed his eyes, while Fenrir and the bracelet glowed in unison. Vidar didn't see what had happened, but Thor looked at Vidar with pride. Well, Thor was proud of what Vidar was wearing. Success. I wonder if Geirmungandr would be willing to cooperate willingly. But then again, for some reason I never saw that snake again, said Thor, with a thoughtful look. As Thor thought about Geirmungandr's whereabouts and cooperation, Vidar opened his eyes slightly and looked down at his armored arms in confusion and awe, though he also felt some power from the armor. By Ymir. What is this? What the fuck is this? Vidar asked. Vidar heard a distinct snarl from Fenrir, which further startled young Vidar, who was looking around in confusion. This seemed to wake Thor from his thoughts, and he soon approached Vidar. Hey, don't call Fenrir this, it's rude, and he's our cousin, though not by blood. Also, relax, as long as you wear the bracelet, Fenrir can't hurt you. So how do you feel? Asked Thor. Fucking scared, confused, and most of all, pissed off. Vidar said, not missing a beat. Thor just snorted in response. Don't be a scared dog. Say what the armor makes you feel, simple as that, said Thor. Vidar then stopped and raised his fists again, and looked at the gauntlets as well as the rest of the armor. To think I feel stronger, Vidar said, a little uncertainly. Well, that was to be expected. Any side effects? Asked Thor. Vidar thought for a moment and tried to feel if there was anything strange that bothered him, but he quickly answered Thor's question. No, I don't feel anything wrong, said Vidar. Thor gave a satisfied nod. Well, I guess it's time for the test. He's all yours, little shit, Thor said, looking up. It was then that someone landed on the ground next to Vidar, who widened his eyes when he realized who it was as soon as the dust settled. Baldur? Vidar asked. The light of Asgard was wearing the knuckles and was looking excitedly at Vidar. Hello, brother. Shall we dance a little? Asked Baldur, with a smile. The Norse god of light then hit the knuckles, which resulted in a magic circle, which enveloped the knuckles for a brief moment. When the brightness diminished, the knuckles had turned into gauntlets that covered even Baldur's forearm, in addition to leaking golden energy constantly. Baldur then smiled and raised his fist, punching the air right away at the speed of light, but what surprised him with a construct made of golden energy in the form of a giant fist coming towards Vidar. Fuck, said Vidar, cursing before the giant fist landed on him. Boom. Meanwhile, a little way off, Thor just watched with an amused look. The god of thunder asked Baldur to help Vidar with the new armor for a few days, and since Baldur was invincible while in the presence of the sun, Thor was unconcerned about his younger brother's safety. It was then that Thor received a call via a communication rune. When Thor allowed the signal to be received, someone greeted him. Greetings, my king, said the voice. It was Achilles, who oddly enough was not showing his usual mocking smile and just had a serious expression on his face, which made Thor frown in confusion. Achilles, did something happen? Thor asked. Achilles soon waved. We found a strange energy signal in the south a few days ago. We sent Horatius to investigate, but he hasn't returned so far. It was then that Igris offered to go, but we got the same answer. We don't know what's going on. We, Karna, Yamato, and I, are getting ready to go look for them, but we thought it best to notify you of our absence. After all, there will be only one Kingsguard in Tordenhus, said Achilles. Thor was silent for a moment until he made a decision that made Achilles hesitate. What is their last location? Thor asked. Achilles was silent, before sending a hologram that showed Thor the place he would come to be known as Denmark. Well, stay there, I'll get those too, said Thor. Although Achilles wanted to speak, the god of thunder soon cut off the rune's communication, not offering Achilles any response time, and summoned the chariot and soon climbed into it and made Tangrisnir and Tangjastr start running, flying across the sky at high speed, towards to the south, but not before notifying Baldur and Vidar with a rune. Location, future Denmark. Meanwhile, in a land ruled by cold and snow, in a simple forest, four beings faced each other. First, Horatius had encountered a being of strange energy resembling Ibana but was soon knocked down when he demanded who he was facing. The descendant, as well as the reincarnation of Gilgamesh, didn't like the demand one bit, and the thing Gilgamesh did in response to Horatius was simple. Try to get away from the annoying bug. This, of course, was not well received by Horatius, causing an argument that quickly escalated into a direct confrontation, where Horatius began to take a beating, trying to dodge the swords, spears, arrows, and even bolts of golden energy summoned from portals created by Gilgamesh. There was a good reason to detour. The one who held the soul of Gilgamesh inherited the ancient king's true exclusive power, the Gates of Babylon. Although it could be considered a sacred gear, it was much more than that. The Gates of Babylon granted the user two passive skills. The first skill was the ability to replicate the object that was inside the storage space as many times as the user wanted, as long as the original object was inside the space provided by the Gates of Babylon, with the exception of weapons of a divine nature, such as the Sword of Rupture bestowed upon Gilgamesh's lineage by the twin strongest gods Enlil and Enki. The second skill was what made Gilgamesh, and by extension reincarnation, considered dangerous. The ability to grant used weapons the capabilities needed to harm every being, the example being if any common sword was absorbed by the Gates of Babylon and Gilgamesh uses the replica to attack a god, the replicated sword will acquire the ability to harm gods. In the same way, if Gilgamesh uses the replica of any weapon against a devil, the weapon will acquire holy properties. In short, the second ability boiled down to providing any object in combat with the ability to injure and therefore kill. When Gilgamesh used the skills provided, Horatius didn't stand a chance, being reduced to dodging the weapons being thrown at him in an attempt to survive while trying to take advantage of any opening to attack. But after a few hours, Horatius saw that he didn't have any chance, so he decided to ask for help, only to have the request denied by a barrier that cut off any form of communication. The creator of the magical barrier turned out to be Enkidu, who chose to intervene the moment he realized Horatius' action, although he did not directly enter the battle that destroyed the environment. Seeing that there was no escape, Horatius could only try to survive as long as possible, hoping that someone would suspect his long absence and try to find him. The wait eventually paid off, as 2 days later Igris appeared, forcing Enkidu to fight, though it still left the barrier still functional, denying Igris and Horatius from asking for more help, and forcing the four beings to fight for days. The two Kingsguard just hoped that more help would come after a few days, but honestly, the situation was getting complicated. Boom! An explosion resounded through the forest, as a figure flew and defended himself with a red energy shield of gold-colored weapons that were thrown towards him. The figure turned out to be Horatius, and at this point, it had been almost a week of non-stop fighting and fatigue was finally getting the better of the former savior of Rome. It was then that a figure wearing black armor leaped close to Horatius and used a sword to block the attacks of the gold-colored blades. The figure turned out to be Igris who, along with the sword given to him by Thor, used the Vilgestirko archer to defend himself and Horatius, who was catching his breath. Meanwhile, the one who was attacking Igris and Horatius turned out to be a teenager with blonde hair and red eyes, who just stared at the Kingsguards with a bored look. It was then that a figure approached the young man, who didn't even react to the proximity, as he was an old acquaintance. Enkidu. Gilgamesh. I think it's best to stop, let them explain their hostility, said Enkidu. Gilgamesh glanced briefly at Enkidu, but still continued to fire golden weapons at Igris and Horatius. Have you checked on Angelica yet? Asked Gilgamesh, but the worried tone was clear. Enkidu noted Gilgamesh's anguish, though he sighed in defeat. Old friend, we won't be able to help your sister that way, she's being cared for by that witch fugitive from the Roman Empire, although her state of health didn't look very good, said Enkidu. Gilgamesh softened his gaze, though he soon turned to face Igris, who had started to slow down after blocking so many attacks. We need to get to the north. He saved you once, you told me that. He is our only chance, said Gilgamesh. Enkidu frowned. Gil, what if they know about where he is? Wouldn't that be faster? Questioned Enkidu, in the face of Gilgamesh's actions. Gilgamesh showed no hesitation when he answered. I was going to leave peacefully, they started attacking, I'm just fighting back. While I'm purposely not retaliating as it could be a long-term problem, I'll just hurt them enough that they won't have enough strength to fight, said Gilgamesh. Enkidu could only sigh. The person in front of him was not the first reincarnation of Gilgamesh he had encountered. More than 1,000 years have passed, and the one who inherited Gilgamesh's soul held distinctive red eyes, unlike the other descendants. For over 1,000 years, Gilgamesh has lived from a king to a beggar, and this has softened the original Gilgamesh's difficult personality somewhat, although some habits were difficult to break. It was then that a golden sword managed to wound Igris's shoulder, which caused Gilgamesh to stop the attack, while Igris knelt on the ground and covered the wound. Horatius, seeing Igris' situation, tried to get up to protect his compatriot Kingsguard, but it was noticeable that the whole body of the former savior of Rome was trembling because of extreme exhaustion. Gilgamesh just stared at the state of the Kingsguard and then approached. It took 7 days. You're lucky I'm not so desperate for time, otherwise, you'd just be bodies in my path, said Gilgamesh. Every step Gilgamesh took as he approached Igris and Horatius, a golden aura lightly covered him, demonstrating the power he still wielded. At least you know your place now. On your knees, all that remains is to apologize for attacking me, said Gilgamesh. Although initially, the Kingsguard didn't show any reaction other than fatigue, everything changed when they heard a small piece of Gilgamesh's dialogue. On your knees. This made Igris instantly stand up and point his sword at Gilgamesh, while he started to snarl in defiance. This action was soon followed by Horatius, who using the last of his remaining strength, rose to his feet and created a scarlet energy sword construct. What my friend means is simple. We will only kneel to one being, and you are not him, said Horatius. Gilgamesh just stared and smiled in response. I can respect that, said Gilgamesh. It was then that Gilgamesh flexed some of the golden aura while creating more white portals, from which one more golden color weapons began to emerge. So then let you fight until your bodies give up, standing up like the loyal warriors you are, said Gilgamesh. When Igris and Horatius were ready to defend against Gilgamesh's attacks, something happened. Boom. The impact sound resounded throughout the barrier created by Enkidu, which alerted everyone, and they looked towards the source, looking for answers, only to find a hole in the barrier's ceiling. It was then that, because he was connected to nature and had animal senses, Enkidu was the first to react, running quickly and grabbing Gilgamesh's arm and then jumping back, just in time to avoid an explosion that happened between the four warriors, which raised a cloud of dust that covered the place. Igris and Horatius noticed the presence that was inside the cloud of dust immediately with the help of the Vilgestirka, archer, and soon after, they acted as soon as the cloud dissipated, performing an action that they were previously unwilling to do. Kneel. Greetings, King, said Horatius, on his knees in front of the one who is consecrated as the new leader and god. Thor, you seem to have gone through difficult trials. Return to Tordenhus, and ask Medusa to give you one of the healing chambers, said Thor. While Horatius wanted to question the orders as he believed he wanted to fight, Igris immediately obeyed without question, summoning the teleportation magic circle with the intention of returning to Tordenhus to recover. As soon as Thor saw Horatius and Igris gone, he immediately frowned and started to look towards Enkidu and Gilgamesh. So, any words before Enkidu, said Thor, recognizing an old acquaintance. At that very moment, Enkidu broke into a sincere smile. Friend, Thor, long time no see. How are you? Asked Enkidu, approaching the god of thunder. At that moment Thor was confused, as he never expected to see Enkidu outside the Anunnaki lands, which raised a flag in the mind of the god of thunder, who soon turned his gaze to the teenager with golden hair and familiar eyes who faced him. Strange, the young boy who was being accompanied by Enkidu. Thor quickly used the Vilgestirka, archer, and realized something. The teenager in front of him had quite a high power for a mere human, surpassing even Achilles and Karna combined. Who are you? Thor asked. Gilgamesh looked uncertain, though the youth's discomfort was noticeable. Enkidu, noticing Thor's confusion and Gilgamesh's discomfort, soon explained. Thor, there is much we need to talk about, said Enkidu. While for the next few hours Enkidu would explain the situation to Thor, something was happening that would shake the foundation of all pantheons. Location, City of Babylon. The once city of Babylon was one of the most important commercial and cultural centers the world has ever seen, but now, the city was slowly being reduced to ruins. The city of Babylon was an important city in the Achaemenid Empire during the short reign of Alexander in the second half of the 4th century BCE. He lived there for a few months and sponsored the restoration of monuments and canals. After the death of Alexander the Great, the city was severely affected by the wars of the Diadochis. During the Seleucid Empire, it lost its capital status and became Hellenized. While retaining some regional importance, it slowly declined and, during the Parthian Empire, in the mid-3rd century BCE, it began to depopulate. Although some large temples were still active and it was still considered a center of trade in the early 1st century BCE, but there was a small event that marked the city in the year 689 BCE, the destruction of the city and the most famous temple, built by the gods, Itmenenki. Many believed that the destruction was caused by the invasion of the Assyrians, but in reality, it was half true. Something escaped from the temple and started killing the humans, innocent or not, found in front of it, until there was nothing left to kill and the thing left the city in ruins. For years the thing had lived in the wastelands, searching for something or even a purpose, but every time it encountered any form of life, only an instinct resonated in its mind as if it were a command. Kill. It didn't matter if it was a harmless animal or not, it didn't matter if it was a band of thieves or even a family of innocent humans. The instinct to kill has always prevailed. Even now, after centuries of living alone, it was possible to find this being wandering aimlessly, although he was accompanied by a kind of fairy, the size of an apple, which flew around the figure. It was then that this being stopped and looked around in confusion. Well, it took ages, but I finally found you, said a voice. The origin of the voice turned out to be Enki, who was on an endless hunt for the cause of the destruction of the temple of Itmenenki. As it was night, it was only possible to distinguish certain physical characteristics of the figure that was accompanied by the strange fairy. It was a man with long golden hair, with amber eyes, but the most noticeable was a kind of black fire with red outlines covering much of the man's body, not to mention that the fire took over most of the man's right side, and the right arm was missing. The man just stared at Enki, until in the next second he disappeared and reappeared in front of the Anunnaki god of water, who widened his eyes briefly as the black fire took the form of a giant claw. A second later the man swung an arm made of black fire towards Enki. Though unsuccessful, Enki soon dodged and summoned divine power and conjured a jet of high-pressure water that easily sliced the man in two. But Enki was soon even more surprised, for as soon as he blinked his eyes the man was healed, with the two separated halves being united again by the same black fire. The man then attacked Enki again, swinging his arm and extending his reach, incinerating and consuming everything he touched. The Anunnaki god then conjured a shield made from the divine power of his water to ward off the attack. As soon as the man's attack collided with the shield created by Enki, a huge explosion was created. Although Enki stood his ground, he was surprised when he saw that he was being pushed back, and soon grudgingly admitted that the being in front of him will take some work. Meanwhile, the strange fairy that accompanied the man who was facing Enki just watched from a distance, as if analyzing the battle. If you looked closely, the fairy resembled a boy made of light, whose distinguishing feature was 10 horns on its head, plus 6 wings, with each wing being a different supernatural or non-supernatural species. This was the initial state of the creature that would make other pantheons fear for existence. A creature that was still determining what its position in the chain of power was, and what was the main purpose for its existence, while consuming any powerful being to add more to the power it was accumulating over time, as the creature felt, which was not in complete form. This creature would come to be known by the name that Yahweh would give in the future, which would symbolize the number of years of darkness and despair that the world would live when this creature reached its complete form, and forever the name would be engraved in the minds of every supernatural being. When Igris and Horatius returned to Tordenhus, all the other Kingsguard prepared for the worst as they expected a brutal response from Thor. However, to the surprise of some, when Thor returned to the Tower of Heaven, the center of Tordenhus, "I already told you, Gilgamesh, she will be fine. The people of Tordenhus are very welcoming, especially those who accompany me," said Thor, while entering the room. The two people who followed Thor were Gilgamesh and Enkidu, who was looking around and were increasingly amazed at the architecture of the tower. As Gilgamesh entered the room, he watched the occupants, until he stopped and stared at someone in particular. "Ibana. Blood of you two. It's really disappointing how you two doesn't care for his descendants, although I wouldn't have expected to see one of the Anunnaki descendants this far north," said Gilgamesh. Ibana took the comment as an insult. "You two are a descendant of the Anunnaki," said Ibana. Gilgamesh snorted in response. "Maybe, but my blood has been so diluted that there is barely any divine blood left in me. Furthermore, my blood is Ninsin's lineage, and although she is Enlil and Enki's younger sister, she is not that powerful. Fate has given me power. You have no such privilege," said Gilgamesh, crossing his arms. As Ibana went to interrupt, Thor soon spoke. "Gilgamesh, avoid talking too much about fate. He and I don't agree on some things," Thor said, with a grimace. Gilgamesh just raised an eyebrow in confusion, though he quickly nodded in affirmation. "So you saved my sister, it's time for me to pay the price," said Gilgamesh, sighing. The vessel of the ancient Sumerian king's soul soon came face to face with Thor and did something that surprised the Norse god of thunder a little, considering he remembered what the original Gilgamesh's personality looked like. Gilgamesh had knelt. A moment of silence passed and Thor looked towards Enkidu. "All right, what happened to him?" Thor asked, pointing at Gilgamesh. Enkidu just gave a shy smile. He learned to be more humble as time went by. "It is what happens when a king gradually loses everything until the only valuable thing he has left is his own life," said Enkidu. Thor raised an eyebrow and looked back at Gilgamesh, who had shown no signs of getting up. "Well, why not? In what way would you like to pay?" Thor asked. Gilgamesh then looked Thor in the eye. "The two beings that I fought for 7 days commented that they were your servants and you were their king. When one king kneels before another, the meaning behind it is obvious," said Gilgamesh. Thor just stared Gilgamesh in the eye for just a few seconds, as if looking for any hesitation. "So be it," said Thor. The Norse god of thunder soon took something out of the storage necklace and placed it in front of Gilgamesh. A piece of a red and blue Viking soldier gave off a constant glow as it floated until it was within reach of the ancient king of Uruk. "If you give up in the future, feel free to leave. I won't force you to stay in this group. After all, I created this to help those I trust the most to become stronger," said Thor. Gilgamesh did not hesitate as he grabbed the piece. "I've come a long way just to give up," said Gilgamesh. Thor gave a slight smile, and then the piece flashed before disappearing into Gilgamesh's hands. The former king of Uruk then stood up and waved one last time to Thor and then started walking in another direction until Gilgamesh was face to face with his next objective, the Kingsguard. Another thing caught my attention. During my conversation with Thor, he commented on what you were and what you represented, in addition to explaining to me about your hierarchy," said Gilgamesh. Thor and Enkidu soon broke into a sweat when they realized what Gilgamesh wanted. "Although I knelt, it was and will be the only time. As a king and the first hero, it's only fair that I'm in a rank suited to me within the Kingsguard hierarchy now." "Who holds my title of Kingsguard 1? Asked Gilgamesh, looking at the Kingsguard group present. All the Kingsguard who were there had mixed reactions. Achilles, the Kingsguard 2, expressed some amusement at Gilgamesh's statement. For the Greek hero, statements like this always caught the attention of the ancient Achaean hero. Yamato, the Kingsguard 3, snorted in response, as if Gilgamesh's arrogant statement already showed a bit about his personality, causing Doughty's avatar to chagrin due to assuming that Gilgamesh's personality was worse than Achilles. Ibana, Kingsguard 5, was soon angered by Gilgamesh's statement and was ready to respond until she stopped when someone took action. Karna, the current Kingsguard 1, soon stepped forward until he was face to face with Gilgamesh. "I am Kingsguard 1. If you want my rank, you must first face my partners, Yamato and Achilles, and only then challenge me. I don't know if my king told you how blood duels works, but as your new ally I will explain to you if necessary," said Karna. Gilgamesh looked Karna in the eyes and smiled back. He already told me. He also notified me about the Valhalla arena. I want my rightful post as soon as possible. Are you willing to duel now? Asked Gilgamesh. Karna just looked at Gilgamesh and then turned to look at Yamato and Achilles. Let's go. The rules are clear. If one Kingsguard makes the challenge, the other one should accept, said Karna. Ibana didn't like it. Now, wait a minute. By logic, he is still Kingsguard 7. Shouldn't he first challenge Horatius and then me and Igris? Asked Ibana. As petty as it sounds, Utu's daughter was trying to get the chance to beat or even hurt Gilgamesh, due to the simple fact that she didn't like the former king of Uruk very much. This was soon answered by Thor. As much as that's true, he's already fought not only Horatius but Igris at the same time, not to mention he was holding back from killing, according to Inkiju, said Thor. Inkiju soon waved. Indeed, Gil is strong. Over the centuries his treasure tends to grow with more and more weapons and sorcerer artifacts collected, not to mention the constant growth of power now after he became a Kingsguard. In fact, I just think he's the only one who can force Gil to fight more seriously, said Inkiju, pointing to Karna. Inkiju's senses never failed. At this very moment, apart from him and Thor, only Karna could be a threat to Gilgamesh. Thor glanced briefly at the scene in front of him until he stopped his eyes on Achilles and remembered something. Speaking of which, said Thor. The Thunder God soon opened the necklace's storage space and took something out. A javelin spear. I think it will suit your fighting style well, because if this stayed with me I would probably use it as a stake ready to be hammered, said Thor. Thor then tossed the spear to Achilles, who stared at it in confusion until the spear glowed in response, accepting the new wielder and began to emit emerald green lightning bolts. Oh, it seems to like you, Thor said. Achilles stared at the spear for just a few seconds before smiling excitedly. Finally, I have something to stand a chance of winning against him, said Achilles, looking at Karna. When Thor went to speak, a communication rune appeared and interrupted the Thunder God. As soon as Thor moved away from the people in the room for privacy and activated the rune, someone appeared in an image that resembled a hologram. Odin was staring at Thor expectantly. Where are you? Asked Odin. The Norse Thunder God only answered briefly. I'm in Midgard. Is there a problem? Thor asked. Odin looked nervous at the same time as he seemed to consider his next words carefully. I need your help, said Odin. Thor snorted and then interrupted. I already told you, old man. I won't tell you the secret to deactivating Doggo. I don't care how much time passes. In fact, you've even become a more efficient king after Doggo, said Thor. Odin was angered. It's not about that. But now that you bring it up, know that I've never seen such betrayal. From my own son, by the way. I'm lucky that your mother is still married to me due to her domain, but if it weren't for that, she'd already be cheating on me, said Odin, complaining. Which is why I won't tell you. Mother is still faithful to you and you've become a competent ruler when you're not thinking about fucking. Also, I already disabled Doggo for a week each year right after Midwinter's Night, but that was my mother's request, said Thor. Odin looked like he was going to complain but soon sighed in defeat, which was noticed by Thor and surprised the god of thunder when Odin looked at him seriously. I need a favor from you, not as a father but as a king, said Odin. Those words made Thor frown. The reason for this was that this particular phrase Odin proceeded to say before asking Thor for something, preventing any act similar to Loki and Odin's plan regarding the Jotun to be repeated. I'm listening, old man, said Thor. It was then that Odin spent the next few minutes explaining a particular situation with the Jotuns again. After Odin explained his plea for help, Thor just sighed. Frankly, the Jotun are starting to become more of a nuisance than an ally. Why on earth do you still insist on keeping them under the Asgardian government? Thor asked. Odin frowned. When you killed half of their population more than 3 millennia ago, the remaining 1,000 Jotuns coalesced under one ruler, albeit with a subdivision of clan leaders, and remain united to this day. This union gives us about 5,000 Jotuns in our army for Ragnarok, said Odin. The god of thunder soon interrupted Odin. I think Baldur and I have other ideas for Ragnarok. We don't need the Jotuns, said Thor. You want me to bet everything on your ideas and throw away the guarantee? Surtur's offspring already number in the millions. Can you guarantee me that you can kill millions and not let a single one escape and doom the rest of Midgard? Asked Odin. Though Thor wanted to say yes, even he wasn't entirely sure that Surtur's offspring would remain within the barrier of Plana. Even so, the Jotuns don't like us and we don't like them. Although there are Jotun allies of Asgard like Nanna and Skadi, the vast majority would kill us without a second thought. I can kill Jotuns alone, but the other Asgardians would probably die trying to kill just one, except for Baldur, Hel, Frey fused with Gullinbursti, and recently, Vidar fused with Fenrir, said Thor. I know the Jotuns wouldn't dare attack us while you're here, but that's the main problem, Thor. If you disappear for just 1 week, do you really think Asgard would survive any rebellion? Asked Odin. Thor didn't even hesitate. No, that's why I say kill them again, said Thor. Odin just stared at Thor with a dead stare. Does it all comes down to death for you? Also, Baldur disagrees and wants to try diplomacy, said Odin. Thor snorted in amusement. You know as well as I do that Baldur is soft-hearted. Besides, he must feel pressure due to his wife, Nanna, being a Jotun. I don't have that problem, said Thor. Odin sighed. It would be easier, I admit. But besides that, when it was all over, Baldur would have to bear the consequences as a future ruler due to his violent brother. We must consider that if you disappear for a week and the Jotuns are our allies, it is much more interesting than other pantheons to see some opportunity in Midgard with the extinction of Jotuns, said Odin. Thor stopped for just a few seconds because he noticed something in Odin's speech. You speak as if you were sure I would disappear for a while, Thor said, accusingly in his tone. Odin was not embarrassed and was soon admitted. A few nights ago I had a vision. I saw you fall into an abyss, my son. I saw you get lost. I saw the world move on while you weren't there. I saw you accept your destiny fighting against something that I've never seen before. Skuld came to me the next morning and told me that my vision will happen, but she made me swear under Ymir's oath not to tell you about it, said Odin. Thor frowned. I don't intend to disappear, but we'll do it your way if that makes you less worried, old man, said Thor. Odin gave a sincere smile. Thank you, my son. By the way, regarding Doggo, said Odin. But Odin was soon interrupted. Not going to happen, Thor said. The god of thunder then ended the rune's communication and soon returned to the group of Kingsguard and Enkidu. When Thor returned, he saw that most of the Kingsguard were talking with Enkidu, who happily answered questions, although the two beings remained in the same spot. Karna and Gilgamesh. They were both still face to face, staring at each other and not looking away, as if they were daring the other to blink. Thor just sighed tiredly, until he looked at the group, who looked back at Thor when he returned. I'm leaving, I need to resolve something in Jotunheim. Achilles, could you take these two to the Valhalla arena before they decide to demolish the city? Asked Thor, gesturing to Karna and Gilgamesh. Achilles flashed his characteristic mocking smile and then waved. Of course, King. It will be fun. Do you want us to wait for you to come back to witness the match? Asked Achilles. The god of thunder soon denied it. I'm sorry, but not this time. Once I'm done in Jotunheim, I'll take advantage of the trip and go meet my brother, Vili. He's on a quest nearby, something about a missing dwarf who seems to like gold, said Thor. Achilles soon waved and Thor then made a teleportation rune. Once Thor disappeared, something soon happened. A golden-colored aura soon involved Gilgamesh, just as a scarlet-red aura involved Karna. When the auras collided, a fight for dominance ensued. The aura's quarrel caused cracks in the Tower of Heaven, in addition to which all the inhabitants of Tordenhus felt as if it was an earthquake. Achilles soon appeared between the two and invoked a green-colored aura, which looked more like lightning. The three Kingsguard just stared at each other, until the auras disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Let's get this theater over. The first to fall get rank 3 and the last one standing gets rank 1, how about that? Asked Gilgamesh, with a confident smile. Agreed, said Karna, with a listless countenance, yet a serious tone. A duel of 3 Kingsguard competing for rankings simultaneously? This is going to be fun, said Achilles, with an excited smile, as he spun the javelin spear around and shouldered it. A teleportation magic circle soon appeared below the 3 Kingsguards and took them out of the room shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, Enkidu just sighed in defeat, while Ibana, who had nervous sweat on her forehead, cautiously approached. Would you like to go see them? Ibana asked politely. Enkidu denied. No, I'll check on Gilgamesh's sister, Angelica. Though Thor assured us that the city can be welcoming and safe, she doesn't know anyone and she's quite shy, said Enkidu. I see. In that case, I'll go to the healing chamber and help Horatius and Igris get back to full health. Yamato can show you around, said Ibana. Ibana then politely nodded and created a teleportation circle and disappeared. At that moment Yamato approached Enkidu. As Kingsguard, I will introduce you to the city and show you where you will be staying, said Yamato, with a smile. Enkidu smiled in appreciation and then waved in response, and then he along with Yamato left the room. Location, Jotunheim. Jotunheim hadn't changed after so many years, it was still the most mountainous and frozen land of Midgard, where in the future they would be referred to as part of the Scandinavian Alps. At this very moment, Thor was walking towards a place that, according to Odin, would be the home of the 5,000 Jotuns. Frankly, why can't be more practical? I'll go there, crack Jotun's skull again, and when it's over I'll be home. All of this before the end of the day, Thor said, grumbling. As Thor commented on the idea, he could feel for some reason a strange tingle in his back. It was then that Thor's eyes lit up as he felt a new presence approaching him. The god of thunder smiled and then looked at the nearest presence until his eyes widened when the figure revealed itself. Ngvi, said Thor, confused. The god of thunder immediately recognized the Jotun in front of him. After all, he was the father of Nanna, the sister-in-law of the god of thunder, in addition to being a leader of the Jotun tribe. Ngvi smiled in response. Ah, so it was you, Thor. It's good to see you again, though. I wish it was different times, said Ngvi. It was then that Thor felt the other presences approaching, although he was unconcerned. Until a presence loomed too close. Thor looked into the presence and saw another Jotun he recognized. Ymir, said Thor. The Jotun just scowled in disgust. Slayer, said Ymir. Even after so many years, some Jotuns still showed both hatred and fear for Thor, although the feeling of hatred was created by the fear of Jotuns fearing that Thor wanted to kill the rest of their race and they could not do anything about it. Ymir was another tribe leader, as well as fathering Gerdr and Beli, 2 Jotuns closely intertwined with Frey, although Beli was actually killed by a Gullinbursti long ago. Beli's father, Ymir, never forgave Frey and ignored Odin's attempts at reconciliation with Asgard. What do you want here, Slayer? Ymir asked. Thor looked around and saw that he was surrounded by dozens of Jotuns. Although an ordinary god would have feared for his own safety at this moment, the god of thunder actually found it a little nostalgic. I came to offer Asgardian peace, said Thor. No, I refuse to associate myself with that bastard's allies, said Ymir. While Ymir wanted to complain, Ngvi soon interrupted. Ymir, we don't decide such things, just our queen, said Ngvi. The nearby Jotuns seemed to agree, though Ymir didn't like the idea one bit. You don't know him, Ngvi. Besides that bastard killing my son while taming that wild boar, he had the audacity to court my only daughter, said Ymir. I didn't like the Asgardians either, but my daughter married one. I had to learn to tolerate them before I saw them as family. We can end the hatred now. There are some Jotuns who don't want any more confrontation with the Asgardians, said Ngvi. Ymir frowned, though he soon left and started walking in a certain direction. As you said yourself. That is for our queen to decide, said Ymir. Ngvi sighed and looked at Thor and crouched down, offering his hand. Do you want a ride? Asked Ngvi. Thor smiled and jumped into Ngvi's hand, which then put Thor on his shoulder and started walking in the same direction as Ymir. After a few minutes of walking by the Jotuns, Thor soon noticed that some mountains had a strange appearance. Indeed, the top of the mountains looked like a stronghold. Welcome to the stronghold of the Snowy Mountain, home of our queen, said Ngvi. Thor was impressed with the size of the stronghold, but in a way the god of thunder expected something like this. After all, there are 5,000 Jotuns in the same place. Who is this queen you speak of? Thor asked. Ngvi looked confused. Don't you know who she is? But then again, she likes her privacy, said Ngvi. It was then that Ymir, who was nearby, chose to speak. She is one of the few Jotuns with a talent for magic. Although she is also an accomplished warrior, she single-handedly brought all the tribes together by force after her feat with Asgard, said Ymir. Ngvi waved back. Yes, she spent the next millennia bringing all the tribes to their knees and welcoming them. She is highly respected for the strength she possesses, said Ngvi. Thor was curious. After all, a single Jotun united the tribes. What's her name? Thor asked. Incredibly, both Ngvi and Ymir smiled, and then Nanna's father chose to answer. Jarnsaxa, said Ngvi. The queen's name rang no bells in Thor's mind. He just shrugged as he was carried by Ngvi to the stronghold. Meanwhile, location, Midgard. Are you sure you didn't find anything? Someone asked. It was Vale, who at this time was with a search party in Midgard. Nothing, my prince. The trail ends at this river, said an Einherjar. Vale thought in contemplation. What happened to you, Andvari? Asked Vale. It's a bit suspicious. Don't you think, my nephew, said a voice. The tone of the voice made Prince Vale frown. It was Loki, who had offered to help with the search, as he was interested in Andvari's whereabouts. Are you going to accuse the disappeared of treason, uncle? Vale asked rhetorically. Loki only gave an amused smile. Me, accusing someone? No, nephew, I would never do such an action. Although if your father gave me this privilege, I would put it to good use. I would start first by getting rid of the traitors permanently, said Loki. Of course, who would the traitors be? Those who are not according to your will. Vale asked, glaring at Loki. Loki just smiled. Exactly. Although I must make a small correction, traitors are those who are not in line with Asgard's will, not mine, said Loki. Vale narrowed his eyes. Needless to say, Vale didn't believe Loki's correction of his statement, although he thought Loki was just playing with his mind. While Vale thought about the missing dwarf and was distracted by Loki, he failed to notice a salmon swimming in the nearby river, which began to silently move away from the group, up the river until it reached a waterfall. As soon as the salmon reached the waterfall, a glow enveloped the animal until it began to change shape. In place of a salmon was a dwarf. The dwarf smiled victoriously and looked at a golden ring, which was the last thing to shine, meaning it was the reason for the dwarf's transformation into salmon and vice versa. The dwarf was Andvari. While most Asgardian search parties were looking for a missing dwarf, the reality was different. It was Andvari who didn't want to be found. He, they will never separate us, said Andvari, as he touched the golden ring on his ring finger. When Andvari heard a noise, he looked around and, after making sure he was alone, soon ran to the back of the waterfall, where there was a cave. When Andvari reached the end of the cave, he gave a smile that could be described as stingy. I'm home, said Andvari. What was in front of the dwarf would be the dream of every person with an ounce of greed in their eyes and desire in their hearts. Mounds and mounds of gold adorned the dark cave, with only torches illuminating the hall with a golden hue due to the light from the torches reflecting off the gold of every coin, stone, or object. The greatest treasure in the world. The dwarf then ran to the nearest mound of gold and lay down, quickly falling asleep, all the while displaying a satisfied smile. While Andvari was living a dream, someone else wasn't having so much fun. The reason for this was that this someone did not serve as a diplomat. Location, Jotunheim/Scandinavian Alps/Midgard. Thor's mission was simple. Offer the Jotuns the hand of friendship and, above all, avoid killing everyone. What Thor expected was the look of discontent and fear from every Jotun who saw him as he was being led to the throne room. The god of thunder didn't care about the looks and just wanted to get it over with. As soon as Thor entered the throne room, Ngvi took him off his shoulder and lifted him towards the throne made of ice. Thor, I am proud to present you, my queen Jarnsaxa, said Ngvi, as he bowed, although the hands that held Thor were still raised. It was then that the queen spoke before Thor even said anything. So you're what my people call a slayer, said the woman on the throne. The woman on the throne had blue skin characteristic of the Jotun race, with ice blue eyes that glowed in the dark. She was blonde, although the shade of her hair could vary between snow white and platinum blonde, and it was cut to shoulder length. Jotun's smile shows her confidence. After all, a queen should always convey confidence to her people. Jaren Saxa then got up from her throne and started walking towards Thor. As the Jotun queen approached, she looked at Thor with a critical eye. "I thought you were bigger," said Jaren Saxa. Thor stared listlessly, but he wasn't about to let down this opportunity. "My wife never complained," said Thor. Although Ymir and Ngvi, who were holding Thor, choked on a spit, the Jotun queen only snorted in amusement. "Maybe she didn't want to hurt your feelings," said Jaren Saxa. Thor's brow twitched in irritation. "Well, why don't you take yours, and let's see who's the biggest?" asked Thor. Jaren Saxa looked confused. "But I am a woman," said Jaren Saxa. "So I won by walkover," said Thor. Jaren Saxa only got more confused as she soon looked at Ymir. "What is a walkover?" asked Jaren Saxa. Ymir just shrugged. "Asgardians are eccentrics," said Ymir. Jaren Saxa quickly shook her head and looked seriously at Thor. "I knew that one day Odin would send someone from Asgard to come here in search of reconciliation with the Jotun race. I am open to trying, but on one condition," said Jaren Saxa. Thor just gave a defeated sigh. "What do you want?" Thor asked. Jaren Saxa then soon smiled in response. "A contest of agility and speed, as well as strength and accuracy? Hnutukist? The competition is simple. You and I will throw an object at each other until the victor is the last one standing," said Jaren Saxa, with a confident smile. "When is the game over?" Thor asked. "When someone gets hurt or dies, whichever comes first," said Jaren Saxa. The thunder god grumbled and considered reneging on diplomacy and resorting to violence. "If I win, I want your word to never enter Jotunheim again. Also, if you win, for you to gain peace and loyalty from me and, by extension, my people, in addition to you beating me, for us to strengthen our diplomatic ties you will have to," said Jaren Saxa, before she was interrupted. "I accept the challenge," said Thor. The god of thunder didn't even wait for Jaren Saxa to finish and just decided to accept the challenge when he heard the words peace, loyalty, and diplomatic ties. Needless to say, Thor was in a hurry, not to mention he planned to help his brother Vali. Jaren Saxa looked a little surprised but then smiled. "So be it," said Jaren Saxa. Queen Jotun then backed away a little. At the same time Ngvi placed Thor on the floor made of ice. Queen Jaren Saxa then summoned a battle axe and was ready to begin the game. "What weapon do you want the game to be played with? Mine or yours?" asked Jaren Saxa. Thor shrugged. "Whatever it can be yours," said Thor. Jaren Saxa just smiled and assumed a throwing stance, while Thor stood still and raised his hands. It was then that Jaren Saxa hurled the battle axe at high speed, though the thunder god quickly reacted. As soon as the axe got close enough, Thor jumped into the air and used his hands to grab the axe's handle. The scene that followed could be described as peculiar. At last, Thor grabbed a Jotun axe, which was bigger than he was, and spun around, harnessing the centrifugal energy and hurling the axe back at Jaren Saxa. Queen Jotun's eyes widened as she tried to dodge the axe that swung toward her neck. Fortunately, Jaren Saxa managed to dodge, although she still took a small cut on her neck. The axe continued to swing until it hit the castle wall. The silence in the throne room was instantaneous until Ngvi chose this moment to speak. The winner of the Hnutukist is the Prince of Asgard, Thor? Congratulations, Thor, said Ngvi. Ymir grunted, but it seemed to congratulate Thor. The thunder god just shrugged and smiled a little. "Well, now that the matter is settled, I will," said Thor, until he was interrupted by Ngvi. The leader of the Ngvi tribe then picked Thor up from the ground and handed him over to Jaren Saxa, who seemed to be considering the current situation. "Let's just get this over with, begin the ceremony," said Jaren Saxa. It was then that several Jotuns entered the throne room and began to decorate the room, during which time the Aesir thunder god looked confused at what was happening. "What the?" said Thor, until Ngvi stood close to Jaren Saxa. "Jotuns," shouted Ngvi, his voice echoing through the throne room. All the Jotuns then looked towards Ngvi and consequently Thor and Jaren Saxa. "This is a day of celebration. A day to forget the past and focus on the future. A day that will mark the ultimate reconciliation between Jotunheim and Asgard," said Ngvi. Every word made the thunder god confused. "As a tribe leader, I, Ngvi, will be responsible for this union," said Ngvi. Thor froze. "Union," said Thor. So Ngvi continued. "Do you, Jaren Saxa, Ymir's daughter, Jotun queen and ruler of Jotunheim, accept this Aesir as your rightful spouse?" asked Ngvi. Jaren Saxa shrugged. "Yes. I just hope I don't become a widow," said Jaren Saxa. Ngvi then looked at Thor. "And you, Thor Odinson, Aesir prince and Asgardian heir's brother, take this Jotun as your rightful consort?" asked Ngvi. Thor's answer reflected the thunder god's thoughts at the time. Said Thor, with a confused look. Ngvi shrugged as he didn't listen correctly. "I'll take that as a yes," said Ngvi. Thor had a dead look on his face as if he didn't understand what was going on given the pace things were going. "Then, by the grace of Ymir, I now pronounce you as husband and wife," said Ngvi. All the Jotuns present, with the exception of Ngvi and Jaren Saxa, applauded. At this moment, someone said something else. Said Thor, still looking like a lost person. "Having a second wife was definitely not in my plans. While it may be the dream of other men to have a harem, I didn't care much for it as I lived with the flow. Though I wanted to call it off, Jarnsa explained to me that our marriage would serve to appease future generations of gods and Jotuns, given that I was now technically a kind of Jotun king. After thinking about the pros and cons, I decided to stay married. This brings me to another point in particular. You knew this was going to happen, didn't you? I asked. I was asking this question to my old man, who I held by the collar as he sweated nervously. There was no way in hell he didn't see this coming. Depends on what you mean, said Odin. I soon felt a pop vein and in response, I shook my old man violently. You know very well what I mean, I said. It was then that I felt something trapping my arm. When I looked closer, I saw some kind of golden rope. I soon looked at the origin and was a little surprised when I recognized the silver hair and blue eyes. Oh, little Ndal, is that you? You grow up, I said, giving a small smile. Good to see you again, my prince. But please release the All-Father, said Ndal, frowning. She seems to have become more courageous over the years, as she seems not to be afraid of me like the others. I then looked around the room at the other Valkyries, who had also cast a magic rope spell to trap me, but it turned out to be useless. Ndal was the only one close to me. Anyway, although I wanted to tease the younger Valkyrie at the time, I soon looked at why I wasn't in Asgard, lying in bed with my wife. Odin. Let's be clear, you know damn well I don't like to be left in the dark. I thought you learned that earlier. You should have told me this marriage was likely to happen, I said. But I don't understand why you are so angry. You have 2 wives and you will live alone with them, sleeping in the same bed. Do you know what I had to do to your mother to get her to forgive me for my adventures? I guarantee you I couldn't sit down properly for weeks, said Odin. To sit? No, I won't think about it. I soon became even more irritated with my old man. You're not the one who has to explain a surprise wedding to a pregnant wife, I said. I froze. Oh no. POV. Third person. Wait, is Sif pregnant? Asked Odin. Thor closed his eyes in resignation. Yes, said Thor. Odin didn't seem to understand Thor's change of mood until a knowing gleam flickered in the king of Asgard's eye. You didn't tell your mother, did you? Asked Odin, who seemed to be afraid of the answer. Thor then placed Odin on the ground and heaved a defeated sigh. No, said Thor, whispering only so Odin could hear the answer. This got a reaction from Odin. Horror. You're going to tell her this very moment. The last time you introduced that grown-up dragon grandson to her, she did that thing that sends shivers down my spine? I still have nightmares, said Odin. And you think I don't remember? You weren't the recipient of the pain, I was, said Thor. Odin looked indignant. I was still the target. It's uncomfortable. Also, I must remind you that your mother is possibly the only existence in Asgard who can make you feel pain. The last time you disobeyed her, she used me as a punching bag and you felt my pain. So, as my advice, go and warn her, said Odin. Thor wanted to reply but soon sighed in defeat, admitting that he now had to speak with Frigg before returning to Midgard. It was then that Thor turned his back on Odin and looked like he was about to leave the room, which caused Odin and the Valkyries present to heave a sigh of relief. Until Thor quickly turned and punched Odin in the face, knocking out some of the king of Asgard's teeth in the process. This elicited a surprised scream from the Valkyries as they saw Odin knocked out on the ground. Thor looked at Odin's limp body and snorted in amusement in response. You might consider marriage, but can't you consider this? For someone who sacrificed an eye for wisdom, you should sacrifice the other for more prudence, said Thor. The god of thunder then left the room, while the Valkyries rushed to check on King Odin, who was knocked unconscious on the ground. As soon as Thor opened the door to the throne room, he ran into someone. Hello, my little boy. Apparently, the mission your father gave you wasn't that complicated. He didn't give me the details, he just told me that you would solve it definitively. Shall we catch up on our conversation? How is Sif? His mother. At Frig's question, Thor swallowed hard. Mother, I think you'll need to sit down first, said Thor. Frigg looked at Thor in confusion, though he soon guided her son to a place where they could talk alone. Location, Midgard/Thor's house. While Thor was updating his mother on how his private life was going, Sif, at the moment, was surprisingly home alone. Frankly, Fenrir just saw a wolf, and run off like the horny dog he is. What a fine guard dog you are, Fenrir, Sif said, grumbling, as she made dinner for herself and Thor. Hel was not present, as the queen of the Nordic underworld had to solve a small problem in the underworld. Apparently, Nidhogg and Aursvelgr were about to start a fight, and Hel believed that the culprit was Ratatosk. Again. That's why the goddess of the dead would possibly not have dinner with them today. While Sif was finishing her dinner, she heard something. Or rather, she felt something. The ground began to shake in a rhythm as if it were steps. Sif frowned and started to mutter as she headed towards the front door. I already told Nana, no Jotun form when approaching the house. We have glass objects at home. It was at the same moment that the tremors stopped at the same time that Sif opened the door. As soon as Sif looked out, she got a little surprise. The fuck, said Sif, widening her eyes. In front of her was an unknown Jotun. It was Jarnsaxa. The Jotun's queen seemed to notice Sif's presence and crouched down closer to Thor's wife. Hello little one, can you tell me if this is Thor's abode? Asked Jarnsaxa, politely. Although Sif was a little taken aback by Jotun's approachability and politeness, she soon noticed one thing in particular in Jotun's speech. A word she didn't like. Call her hypocritical or childish, but even if Thor was considered tall by divine standards, Sif definitely didn't like being called little one. Now wait a fucking second. Listen here, Ice Titties, I may have dwarf blood, but just know I'm average height, said Sif, a vein popping on her forehead. This angered Jaren Saxa. A half-blood with diluted dwarf blood, huh? Easy to get on your nerves over something so simple. You're just living up to the dwarves' reputation for being rude and short-tempered, Jaren Saxa said, standing up and crossing her arms, while raising an eyebrow in amusement. Jaren Saxa's comment only served to make Sif's dwarven blood boil. Thor's wife then pointed a wooden spoon at the Jotun. I'm being polite, you want to see me rude? Why don't you get off my fucking lawn and go shit ice somewhere else and make a snowman out of your shit? Asked Sif, shouting at the Jotun. A vein could be seen bursting on Jaren Saxa's forehead, but the queen soon closed her eyes and took long breaths to calm herself. Just tell me if Thor lives here, said Jaren Saxa, putting a hand to her face and waiting for Sif to respond politely. Sif soon put the wooden spoon down, but still raised a suspicious eyebrow at Jotun's question. You can be damn sure he does live here. Why? What the fuck do you want with my husband? Asked Sif. When Jaren Saxa heard the last part, she immediately gave a mysterious smile. Oh, so you're Sif? Asked Jaren Saxa, with interest. Sif looked confused, though she was wary of Jaren Saxa's reaction. If I say yes, then what? Have you come to collect the blood spilled from your race by my husband centuries ago? If so, I have to say you don't know how to lose, you ice fuckers, Sif said, crossing her arms in defiance. Jaren Saxa brushed off the insult and just looked amused, which confused Sif even more. No, it would not be appropriate for me to treat my sister that way, said Jaren Saxa, with a mysterious smile. Sif raised an eyebrow in amusement. Have you ever looked in the mirror? I don't remember seeing your blue ass coming out of my mother, nor do I remember my parents adopting a woman with tits bigger than our house, Sif said. Jaren Saxa's brow twitched, but the Jotun queen's smile widened. Dwarven rudeness. But, I meant we are sister wives, said Jaren Saxa. Sif looked at the Jotun expressionlessly as if she didn't understand the statement for the first time. But it only took a few seconds for Sif to finally understand what Jaren Saxa meant. When I told him to get another woman, I didn't expect it to be one where he needs to use his entire body to fuck, Sif said, wide-eyed. Jaren Saxa blushed at Sif's statement. I have a shrinking amulet, you perverted dwarf, said Jaren Saxa. That changed Sif's mood again. I'm not a dwarf. Only part dwarf? I only have dwarf blood, screamed Sif. Still a dwarf from up here, said Jaren Saxa, emphasizing that she was taller because she was a Jotun. Anyone is a dwarf in the eyes of a Jotun, said Sif. Queen Jotun then sighed in weariness and then gave Sif a frank look. Can I come in and talk? I promise to explain everything, said Jaren Saxa. Although Sif still wanted to continue the verbal violence, she wanted answers after hearing Jaren Saxa's statements. Fine, Ice Titties, you can come in, said Sif, entering the house again. As Sif invited Jaren Saxa inside and Thor explained to his mother what happened. In what would later be called the Middle East, a small problem escalated into a crisis of unprecedented proportions. Location, future Middle East. In the sea, what would later be called the Arabian Sea, someone was fighting for his life. Enki, Anunnaki's god of water, was initially hunting the fugitive existence that caused trouble in Babylon by destroying the most important temple of his pantheon, the Atmenenki, and going on a rampage on the city. But what he didn't count on was the growing power of this existence, which was starting to become a problem for him. Boom. Explosions took place in the ocean, where it created giant waves, although there was no storm. A figure glided through the water while firing high-pressure jets at another figure flying in the sky. Enki was the one who glided through the water. He found the being responsible for the destruction of Atmenenki and confronted him, only to bring him to a place far from humans when he realized that the being was stronger than he expected. The figure flying in the sky was a man with golden hair, one arm missing, and black fire in most of his body. He flew quickly towards Enki, not caring when the pressurized jets of water cut his body because he soon became regenerated. Enki gritted his teeth and allowed himself to be submerged in the water, narrowly escaping the impending collision. Boom. A huge shock wave caused the water to rise rapidly and cause violent waves. A few seconds later the golden-haired figure looked around the ocean looking for any sign of Enki as he realized that Enki had dived under. It was then that a whirlpool started to form where the golden-haired figure was. The figure seemed unaffected by the whirlpool, but when he saw that in the center, right at the bottom of the ocean, that it was Enki who was creating the whirlpool, he soon plunged into the whirlpool in search of reaching the Sumerian god of water. It was then that pressurized jets of water came out from the sides of the whirlpool and cut the long golden-haired figure again. While it rotated as if it were some kind of hacksaw, the figure still didn't care and just reached out and shot an energy sphere at towards Enki, who widened his eyes in surprise and tried to resist the coming pain. A new explosion was created at the bottom of the sea, nullifying the eddy and causing an energy dome in the sea. When the explosion dissipated, a figure emerged from the sea. It was Enki, missing his right arm and sorely wounded, with burns along his skin, including one on his face, on the right side, that made it impossible for the god to see again with his right eye. Enki's right leg was also a little burned, but the Anunnaki water god soon scrambled to his feet, gritting his teeth at the pain. Ugh, what is this thing? No matter what I do, this thing keeps adapting, plus it has an insane healing factor, said Enki, grumbling. The Anunnaki water god soon looked at his missing right arm and soon used his left arm to bend ocean water, taking the shape of an arm. It was then that Enki felt the ocean below him moving. The Anunnaki water god soon jumped, dodging just in time for an arm made of black fire to come out of the water trying to grab him. The long golden-haired figure then slowly emerged from the water. Enki only gave a resigned sigh when he noticed that the figure was unharmed. The Anunnaki knew that his chances were gradually diminishing, and so he soon rose to his feet, ready to fight for his life, as well as taking responsibility as an Anunnaki god, protecting the other gods and humans of Sumerian territory from any enemy. To think that I would meet someone so insanely strong that it reminds me of the days of Enma-Eli, while facing Abzo, said Enki, assuming a combat stance. The golden-haired figure cocked its head, as if confused by what Enki was saying and doing, but then narrowed its eyes and quickly flew towards the Anunnaki god. It was then that time seemed to freeze when Enki and the golden-haired figure were close to each other. A tornado was quickly created from the sky and violently fell into the sea, right between Enki and the golden-haired figure. It was then that something else happened. Just as the tornado dissipated, the golden-haired figure was cut into several pieces by blades of wind that retaliated against anything in front, turning the golden-haired figure into just a floating pool of blood and flesh at the sea. It was then that the origin of the cyclone and the blades of wind came to be recognized by Enki. It was Enlil, his brother, and former Anunnaki leader. It's about time, brother. What is it? Got lost again? Asked Enki, amused despite his injuries. Enlil did not even look at Enki. Go heal yourself. It's not over yet, said Enlil, narrowing his eyes as he saw the blood and flesh in the water begin to move. The flesh and blood floating in the water then started to come together and reshape the golden-haired man's body quickly in just a few seconds. This time, the man's eyes began to glow and soon his body was enveloped in black and crimson energy. When the energy dissipated, the man had physically changed. Now he had a new right arm made of flesh, not black fire, along with black tattoos. Enlil and Enki raised their eyebrows in confusion, but soon Enlil's instinct screamed and the Anunnaki sky god created a sword made of wind and swung it horizontally, just in time to split the arm of the golden-haired man who had teleported to Enlil in half. Enki widened his eyes at the enemy's new speed, but soon regained his composure and created a sort of pillar of water, which hit the golden-haired man and sent him flying away. Concentrate, Enki. He is coming back, said Enlil, shouting to his brother, as he assumed a fighting stance. The golden-haired man soon reappeared next to the brothers. He had no visible wounds from the Anunnaki brothers' previous attacks, which made Enki stare at him in horror. In all my years, I've never seen a healing speed of this level. That's instantaneous regeneration, said Enki, whispering in contemplation. Enki's thoughts were soon interrupted by the golden-haired man, who created a sphere of energy that took the form of a sword similar to Enlil's and assumed a fighting stance similar to the Anunnaki god of the sky, which left Enki's brother surprised. Is he learning? Asked Enlil. It was then that the golden-haired man swung the new sword, creating a wave of energy that flew towards the twin Anunnaki gods. The stronger twin brothers then summoned each other's divine power, of the nature of water and wind, creating a kind of dome to defend against the attack. As the energy wave collided with the dome, an explosion that could be seen from the coast of Anunnaki territory occurred. This was no longer a battle for divine retribution. It was a battle for divine survival. Location: Underworld/Stella's castle. Other beings thought that Stella's was complicated. After all, he was one of the devils who held the rank of Prince of Hell. In addition to being the most intelligent devil and commander of 26 legions of Lucifer's army, he must have been someone with a peculiar personality. However, Stella's was a simple person. He liked to study things, so a business partner was of great use to him. At this very moment, in a kind of laboratory, full of papers and glass organs, Stella's was sitting in a chair, reading the notes he made on paper and comparing them with other records. Not far from Stella's was an operating table, with the body of a giant woman, with animalistic features, dissected. Stella's didn't even look up and speak. Greetings, friend, though your return has been long awaited. I see you are here sooner than I expected, said Stella's. For a few seconds, nothing happened, until green particles of dust began to dissipate and revealed the guest. Loki, sadistic devil, I see you are as absorbed in your hobby as ever, said Loki, glancing briefly at the operating table occupied by the dead body. Stella's looked up from the paper and smiled. Just a specimen that another associate gave to me. He told me that the species name was Lestrygons and they originate from an island next to some human empire. It is a specimen currently in extinction, said Stella's. Loki grimaced. Doma Valifor, said Loki, with a tone of disgust. Stella's smiled. Indeed. Although he is not very discreet about wild eating habits, he is useful in specimen collection. I have a record of almost every supernatural creature in the world thanks to him, said Stella's, rising from the table. I don't have time to discuss the usefulness of you devils. I came here with only one purpose and I want it fast. After all, I left Midgard with an illusion of mine. First of all, where is my part of our agreement? Asked Loki. Stella's remained unperturbed, but soon opened a desk drawer and took out something, and handed it to Loki. A whistle. Loki just raised a questioning eyebrow. This wasn't what I asked for, said Loki. Stella's just laughed at Loki's lack of faith. Don't be like that. The whistle serves to call him from the familiar's forest. After all, the biggest dragon in the world needed space, even if it's just a clone made from a mere scale, said Stella's. Loki just picked up the whistle and then snapped his fingers. It was then that the Norse god created a magic circle that summoned something. A wolf that looked scared. Loki then lightly touched the wolf's forehead, and then the canid mammal soon glowed in response. When the glow dimmed, the wolf had transformed into a human woman. What? What is this? Where am I? Who dash? Said the woman, until Loki interrupted her by putting her to sleep. Loki then looked at Stillas, who was looking at the woman in confusion. A human? This was the first species I recorded. Why did you bring it? Asked Stillas. Loki just pointed to an area near the woman's stomach. I don't care about the human, just make sure whatever's inside her is alive and they are born healthy, and assure me that they will obey me no matter what I order, just like you did with my other son's clone, Hormungand, said Loki. Stillas understood and then extended his hand to the knocked out woman. Using his unique skill, the floor began to change and shape itself, creating a kind of table, where the woman was now lying. I'll do as you asked, said Stillas, nodding slightly. Loki then turned and started to leave the room, but not before Stillas spoke one last sentence. You know, maybe you should thank Doma. After all, it was thanks to the business transaction between the two of you that you had the opportunity to meet me, said Stillas. Loki stopped and turned slightly towards the alchemist devil. The Norse god had a dangerous glint in his eye, but Stillas didn't seem intimidated. Beware what you say, filthy bat. Though you were the easiest to contact, I can get another one to do what I want for me, said Loki. Stillas lost his smile. The same goes for you. I haven't had a Jotun on my dissecting table yet, said Stillas. If it were possible, the temperature in the room dropped dramatically. Are you threatening me? Asked Loki, rhetorically. Stillas and Loki just stared at each other, until the devil with the rank Prince of Hell smiled again. No, I would never harm a prospective customer or business partner, said Stillas. Loki just frowned and then left the room, but as soon as the Norse god left, Stillas stopped smiling again. However, customers come and go depending on demand and supply, while partnerships, it always ends when the interest of one diverges from the other, said Stillas, with a somber tone. It's about time. I could feel in my bones that this was the best time for me to follow my former master's orders. After witnessing his rebirth and seeing that his legacy will live on in the hearts of men, I will never again be worthy of such unconditional love coming from someone I didn't know, and vice versa. I never knew what he saw in me to accept me as a disciple, and I never will. Despite my shameful betrayal, he still gave me one last mission. North. He wanted me to go north, and it seemed to be related to that blood-red-haired man, so I assumed that I started traveling. So here I was, ready to continue on my journey until something written on a mere wall caught my eye. Alexaminos worshipping his god, said Judas, reading what was written on the plaster. The graffiti that was put on the wall of a house was an image that represented a crucified figure with a human body and the head of an animal. For me, it was noticeable the mockery that the Romans had with my former master. I shook my head and moved on, turning away from the mockery made by the Romans in an attempt to mock my former master. It wasn't the first time I saw such mockery, and I knew it wouldn't be the last, but every time I saw such events I only wanted to do one thing: kill the perpetrators. My former master would never approve of such thoughts. Another sin for my soul, I suppose. That was another thing I felt changed. For some reason I acquired a bloodlust, and that lust grew every day. Every time there was a spike of rage, this thirst for blood was stronger, making me smell every living being nearby, and I could only define this odor in a single word: intoxicating. I knew that I was dangerous to society and that I would be a risk in big cities full of people, so I tried to avoid being around crowds. Unfortunately, the city of Rome was the only city with transport and roads that would take me to my final destination. So here I was, covered in a mere tattered cloak and using one hand to cover my mouth and nose. I searched tirelessly for any merchant who came from the north to tell me the best route along the endless roads that seemed to be under constant construction. Though I came to hate the Romans, I admit that they were ingenious about engineering. It was then that I saw one old merchant in particular. By his accent I knew he was probably from the region of Gaul, specifically from the province of Narbonensis, a Roman province further north, although not as far north as I wanted. Worth trying. Greetings, I said, approaching the merchant. The merchant looked at me with a smile, until he took a closer look at my clothes and grimaced. Get out of here and go beg somewhere else. You beggars are always scaring away my potential customers, said the merchant. I bit back an irritated snarl that sounded more like the growl of a wild animal and asked my question to get out of there quickly. I don't want handouts, I want information, I said. I reached into my pockets and pulled out a small leather bag and dropped it on the merchant's table. You come from the north, right? I recognized it by the accent of the province of Narbonensis. There are 40 copper coins in the bag that will be yours if you just answer me. Tell me, what is the best route to go beyond your home? I asked. The merchant seemed to be listening to me more attentively now when he saw the bag full of coins. Typical. Though I cannot judge him, because I have sinned just as he did. Greed is one of man's greatest enemies, as my master once said. The merchant grabbed the bag and took out one of the copper coins and looked at it closely, possibly looking for any irregularities, until he tossed the bag lightly in his hand, dangling the coins inside, possibly confirming the amount. After what seemed like a few long seconds, the merchant finally looked at me. There are a few who dare to go to the north. After all, not long ago it was a place full of wild and uncivilized peoples. The city of Lutetia in the province of Lugdunens was the furthest I went with my goods. Where do you want to go? Asked the merchant. As far north as possible, I said. He looked at me like I was crazy and even had a look of pity. He looked around for prying ears and just leaned in and whispered closer to me. Between us, don't go there, boy. I've lived for a long time. I know when I see a young man like you, a wannabe soldier who wants to get his share of gold or even women plundering them from conquered peoples. You've probably heard some rumors from the island across the sea in the north. Believe me, it's not worth it. There's no gold or silver, and you might die in the dead of night by the wildlings, said the old merchant. An island beyond the North Sea. Is this the place my former master and the red-haired man meant? This island. Can you tell me some tidbits about this island? Any legends? I asked. The merchant gave me a suspicious look. Legends come and go, rumors may or may not be true, but one thing is for sure. Strange things happen in that land. I know someone who dared to venture into that land. I buried him as soon as I received his body 2 months after he has gone on his foolish adventure, said the merchant. Strange things, you say? What do you mean by that? I asked. It means that one moment you are looking at a forest, appreciating the landscape that island provides you, and the next moment you have strange visions of creatures lurking in the dark or flying in the sky as if they were birds. That land is cursed, full of witches and horrible creatures, said the merchant. Flying in the sky like birds. I remembered the words of the blood-red-haired man and I suspected it might be him. How long does it take to reach this island? I asked. The merchant looked at me with a disappointed look, but then he sighed and tried to answer me. If you have enough coins to buy a ship's ticket and if you're on horseback, I'd say you'd get there in about 30 days travel, said the merchant. I nodded in response. After all, 30 days was something expected for a normal human. Luckily I wasn't, so maybe I could shorten that time. Thanks for the information, I said, already turning and walking away from the merchant. Before I walked any further I heard him calling my name one last time. Boy, one last piece of advice. If you see or hear something strange, get out of the way, the curious live less, said the old merchant. Noted, I said, walking back and walking away from the commercial area. I would take that advice if I wasn't the monster I've become. Location, future Middle East. POV, third person. Days have passed, and it seems that the storm that was created in the sea that washed the coast of the place that was once called Persia did not seem to end. The reason for such a storm was that it was created at random, due to a clash of titanic proportions between 3 powerful beings. The strongest twin gods, Enlil and Enki, fought side by side against a being they had never seen before, as well as possibly responsible for the massacre of the city of Babylon centuries ago, a being that was surpassing them by the second. Boom. An explosion rocked the sea as it ripped through the sky after being fired from a man with long golden hair and black tattoos that ran along his arms. Enki? Do it now, said a man. This man was Enlil, the Sumerian god of the air and ancient Anunnaki leader. The Anunnaki god of the air was full of injuries. A scar was quite prominent on the left side of his face, a cut that almost made him completely lose sight of his left eye. Another man leaped out of the ocean and raised a single arm skyward toward a carelessly hovering figure. The man was Enki and he smiled as the pillar of water hit its target squarely and pushed it hard enough toward an island. Boom. A cloud of dust rose and covered most of the island. At the same time Enlil and Eni arrived on the island, ready to continue fighting. When the cloud of dust dissipated, the figure of the golden-haired man was revealed. Completely unharmed. Nothing seems to work. It's like no matter how strong we are incapable of hurting this being's existence, Enki said, frowning. We are in Dilmum, prepare to transport us to Nibiru, said Enlil seriously. Enlil's proposal made Enki's eyes wide in disbelief. You want to throw that thing in the center of our home? Asked Enki. Enlil remained calm. Our home is light years away from this planet. If we transport this thing there, our lands here would be safe and it won't be able to return without our authorization if we fail. So at least the planet will have time to be prepared against this thing, said Enlil, creating a sword of wind as he saw the golden-haired man create a sword made of dark scarlet energy. True, but if we fail, the Anunnaki will die. I thought you loved our race, brother. Do you want to possibly condemn it? Asked Enki, creating a sword of ice in his hands as he never took his eyes off the golden-haired man. We are responsible for the creation of this aberration. We must bear the consequences of our actions. Do it, said Enlil, in a solemn tone. Enki took his eyes off the golden-haired man and glared at Enlil, but it seemed the timing was wrong as the golden-haired man disappeared and reappeared in front of Enki swinging his sword made of energy. Clang! The man would have succeeded in striking Enki if not for Enlil, who had pushed back his brother and raised his sword to block the attack. Just do it, said Enlil, with a commanding tone. The god Enki took a deep breath and ended up creating several seals that covered the entire island of Dilmum while Enlil held the golden-haired man back. Some seals were seals of communication to warn of his and Enlil's arrival along with the creature they were fighting. It was then that a flash of light blinded everyone, and when the light faded, the 3 beings disappeared. The battle would continue light years away on a Saturn-sized planet called Nibiru. With a population of over 10 billion, Anunnaki gods and goddesses of high and low rank were ready to fight. Location, Vormir, House of Fate. Fatam had his legs crossed and eyes closed, in a state of meditation that seemed to be the only thing he did in this desolate world. A few seconds passed and Fatam then sighed in defeat. Still nothing. I can't see the future 2,000 years from now. I just hope it's just me dying, but if not. Has this box been destroyed? Questioned Fatam, with a worried tone. You seem more worried than ever, Fatam said, a voice. Fatam didn't even turn around, as he had already felt the being's presence for a long time. After all, he was an old friend. You haven't bothered to visit me in millennia. What do you want from me, R.A.? Asked Fatam. The man in front of Fatam was described as the strongest solar deity for millennia, and many claimed that the ranking in the list of the top 10 strongest existences was wrong for one simple reason. The greatest feat Ra had done up to that point was to overthrow the reign of 11 primordial gods. The strongest sun god even went further, erasing the name of these gods from history, although the existence that there were such gods was preserved in the dialogue between human beings and some deities. Only Fatam knew that in the future, Vinenra, the 13th son of Usermater Setpenra, would document a list with the names of all rulers up to that time. The list would come to be known in the modern world as the King List of Turin. Although the papyrus important ended up damaged due to skirmishes in a dispute for the throne after the death of Vinenra, Menmire Setpenra and Userkaperur would drown Egypt in a new civil war, damaging the papyrus and taking away from the future the opportunity to know who were the 11 gods that Ra defeated to rise to power. Ra looked a little amused. I hear from Samsara that you have a new favorite. Know that this new favorite of yours is someone I consider the closest thing to an old friend, so I hope you know what you're doing, said Ra, approaching Fatam. Do you consider him a friend? Since when? Also, are you still upset about my decision to erase the city of CERN from history? Asked Fatam. The questions Fatam asked allowed Ra to drop the look of amusement and now have a look of anger. CERN was a mistake, said Ra, narrowing his eyes, making them twinkle like 2 stars. Fatam gave an amused smile. And yet, you released your true midday form and erased everything. You single-handedly transformed one of the world's greatest forests into the sand desert it is today, said Fatam. It was the quickest choice. The humans felt nothing but a comforting light, said Ra. Yes, a comforting light that in the next instant reduced everything to ashes, fast enough that their minds couldn't comprehend the pain. Among all your 3 true forms of the day, the one of noon really should put you in higher rankings than the current one, said Fatam. I don't care where I am in the rankings of the strongest. I'm old and tired, centuries for me turn into mere days, I don't feel like continuing to exist anymore, said Ra. Fatam was silent, though the primordial fate's silence only served to anger Ra. I'm here, because I want you to define my line of destiny. I want to rest. The land I once ruled will still exist when I'm gone, of that I'm sure, said Ra. If you fall, it is almost certain that Horus and Seth will fight again. Egypt will not survive another millennium of confrontation between these 2 gods. Shall I remind you what the last confrontation caused? Fatam said. Ra's power then exploded. Those 2 will never get along, I know that you know that, but I can't stop them forever, said Ra. Like you, I preserve peace. That's why I can't define your destiny so that you can rest eternally in your 4th form. I'm sorry, but it's not your time yet, Ra said Fatam. Ra frowned and then turned away, but Fatam spoke one last time. By the way, there's a clash between angels and devils near what's left of CERN. I just wanted to warn you. After all, I know you don't like the war that's going on right now, said Fatam. Ra didn't even turn around and just disappeared in a flash of light, which caused Fatam to sigh. Old and tired. Nobody feels that more than me. After all, I was the 3rd existence to be born, said Fatam. The primordial god of fate then turned and started walking back home, though he stopped when he felt another presence approaching. I knew you would come, but not so soon, said Fatam. A dark-skinned woman, wearing typical Hindu clothing, with the most prominent feature in her eyes, which in addition to having a unique emerald color, had a kind of design that extended along the iris of the eyes. A kind of wheel. Samsara, said Fatam. The woman, identified as Samsara, soon spoke. Fatam, has the future changed? Samsara asked. Fatam was silent until he held out his hand. Why don't you see for yourself? Said Fatam. Samsara then looked at the hand and approached. As soon as the goddess who represented the cycle of reincarnation touched Fatam, a glow briefly blinded her, until when she opened her eyes and took in the surroundings she blinked her eyes in confusion. Everything was intact. I don't see anything wrong with the future, said Samsara. Wait, said Fatam, who pointed his finger at another location. As soon as Samsara looked where Fatam was pointing, she saw something. 2 beings, covered by a kind of white and red armor, were fighting across the sky. Who are they? Samsara asked. The future generation of the longest rivalry in history. But that's not important, keep looking at the sky, said Fatam. Samsara listened to Fatam and waited until something else happened. A space in the sky was ripped open by a giant portal that looked like some kind of black hole. As soon as the portal appeared, the 2 white and red armored beings stopped fighting. From the portal came a giant being that resembled a robot, with a height of approximately 3 kilometers and wearing golden armor with an amethyst aura. So this is the DxD dimension. One more for my empire, said the giant robot. The giant then looked at the 2 beings armored in white and red, extending his arms in an inviting position. Come for me, beings of this world. As a last form of hope, I will give you one last chance to strike me, said the giant, with a voice like a roar that resounded throughout the planet. The 2 armored beings looked at each other and waved and then flew towards the giant in search of taking him down. I am Melvizoa, and I will crush this hope because I am the absolute despair, said the giant, with an amethyst aura already roaring in response. Melvizoa's amethyst aura engulfed everything around, creating a dark glow and causing the earth to tremble in response. A glare again blinded Samsara, and when she opened her eyes again she saw the result. This time she was on the moon, looking down at planet Earth. Or what's left of the planet, plus what's left of the solar system. What? Questioned Samsara in disbelief. Except for the sun, everything was completely destroyed. Planets were gone or turned into rubble. Even the moon they were on at the moment seemed to be missing half of its mass. Fatam chose to speak at that moment. My greatest ambition is to avoid that, but no matter who I pit against this Melvazoa, no one seems to have the ability or the potential to defeat him. What you are seeing now is just a fraction of that monster's power, said Fatam. Samsara then looked at Fatam. What do we do then? Asked Samsara, worried. Fatam was silent until he looked in a specific direction. A bet, said Fatam. As soon as Samsara looked in the same direction as Fatam, she noticed something. A kind of man, with long white hair and red lightning bolts, periodically popped out of his body. That same man had his back turned, so Samsara could only identify a few physical characteristics, like hair color and something else. A tattoo of some kind of tree on the man's back, similar in color to lightning, with what must have been the branches of the tree moving as if they were on fire. But what bothered Samsara was what the man was doing. Ha 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 ha. He was laughing even though he was in a completely destroyed place, like he was having fun. A very dangerous bet, said Fatam. Location, future Mauritania, Richat structure. The Richat structure, or as it will be called in the future, the Eye of Africa, is a circular structure, of geological origin located in the middle of the desert that would come to be known as the Sahara Desert. What few knew, except for the oldest supernatural beings, was that this atypical geological structure was used as the basis for the construction of a mythical city that housed both supernatural beings and humans. The city was called Cern. The first ruler of this city, on the part of the humans who called themselves Imazian, was called Atlas. He had been charged with maintaining order in the city, and through his leadership the city's area of influence began to expand until an empire was formed. But this constant greed and the growing arrogance of humans began to displease the gods, which led them to erase the city. A flood would be sent to clean up what happened. At that moment, another event took place. Boom. Angels and devils fought openly during the day, unconcerned with hiding from humans or anything else. After all, the area they were fighting was considered inhospitable. In the middle of this confrontation were two beings in a battle for supremacy. Raziel, one of the 10 seraphim. Leon Crossel, member of the 72 Pillars. The confrontation had already stretched on for a few hours and no one had any intention of retreating. Until the 48 legions of devils and 12 legions of angels stopped moonlighting when they noticed something. A meteor fell from the sky, kicking up a giant dust cloud that looked more like a sandstorm. When the cloud of dust dissipated, a figure could be seen by all. Who knew you all would be arrogant enough to fight openly in my house, being able to hurt my people, without worrying about the consequences, said the figure. The figure happened to be Ra, who had returned from his journey from Vormir immediately after hearing Fatam's warning. The strongest sun god. What we're doing here, it's none of your business, said Leon, already approaching Ra in a gesture of aggression. Raziel grew concerned and gradually chose to back off, warning all the angels to do the same. However, as soon as Ra heard Leon Crossel's bravado, an uneasy silence descended on the battlefield. None of my business, you say. By creation, it seems everyone is too young here, said Ra. Everyone fell silent, though Raziel soon notified the legions of heaven to return as quickly as possible, while most of the devils chose to confront Ra, following Leon Crossel's lead. Amidst the silence, the strongest solar deity spoke again. All so young, they didn't see how this place was one of the most beautiful forests. Here lie the ruins of the ancient city of Cern, and it was so beautiful before I got here. Maybe you are so young that you don't know who I really am, huh? Said Ra, already with a smile on his face. It was Ra's smile that made Raziel shout with a commanding tone. All angels? Back off, shouted Raziel, already flying away. By Raziel's order, all the angels began to flee, and the devils who were taken aback by the angels' actions were about to scoff about their fear and give chase, until they heard Ra's voice again. Although it's only early morning, let me remind you of how I got into the top 10 strongest existences, said Ra, his eyes shining with power like two suns. Then an aura surged from Ra's body, completely engulfing him and blinding everyone. When the aura expanded, it burned all the devils to ashes, while the angels slowly burned to the bone as they had certain resistance to the light element. Although, in the end, this resistance was to no avail. When the light faded, only a white and gold scarab remained where Ra was, roaring in defiance, while the aura that resembled fire burned everything around. At that moment, whoever was in that place was no longer the human form of Ra, but one of the 3 true forms of the sun god, which was also his other personality, in addition to being the second strongest form. Khepri, the morning sun. Location, Midgard. Well, truth be told, I didn't expect you to come help me at all, brother, someone said. That someone was Vili, who at that moment had a grateful smile as he looked at his brother who offered to help. Thor, the god of thunder, had just arrived from Asgard. After he was scolded by his mother twice, the first time was for leaving a pregnant Sif at home alone with Fenrir. The second was worse. After all, Frigg had heard firsthand that Thor had abruptly married another woman. Frigg hit Thor and nearly cursed him out for thinking he was following Odin's ways as a womanizer. Relax, little shit. I came because I wanted to know the possible richest existence in Midgard, said Thor. Vale looked confused. Why exactly? Asked Vale. Well, let's just say my next project is going to need a lot of gold, Thor said with a nervous smile. Call him crazy, but Thor wanted to forge something unique that required a large amount of gold, plus there was something that allowed Thor a more open mind for future inventions and constructions. Boredom. When Thor wasn't drinking or, especially, fighting, the Norse god of thunder's mind would go to work on new ways of building to be used in the forge. The problem was divine ore was expensive and rare. As such, Thor was more than determined to find a replacement ore. As for why it was gold, it was simple. Due to the nature of gold, it was much easier to shape the element with Thor's power, as the lightning could superheat the ore, making it malleable enough. Thor came to Vala's aid, as the missing dwarf was possibly the biggest source of gold nearby. I see you grace us with your presence, my nephew, although you are not needed here, said Loki, approaching with his hands behind his back. Thor went to respond in a sarcastic tone until he stopped and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Loki. The Norse god of mischief was a little nervous about Thor's gaze, but he just let on a calm demeanor. Something wrong? Asked Vala. Thor didn't respond and just activated the Vilgestirka, archer to sense the presence of everyone around. After just a second, Thor deactivated the Vilgestirka and frowned. Where are you? Asked Thor, looking at Loki. If the Loki in front of Thor had been flesh and blood, he would have broken out in a cold sweat. I left a little while ago. I got bored with the search. As much as Odin left me the task of locating Andvari due to him being just as trickery as I am, I don't need to be here in person for such a mundane task, so I made an illusion of myself that shares my memories and knowledge, said Loki. You lazy bastard, said Vali angrily. Loki looked at Vali and snorted in amusement. First of all, I am not some glorified private tracker. I am part of Asgardian royalty by a blood pact with your father. Besides, I'm not the bastard here. You're the filthy half-blood, said Loki. Loki's comments only served to make Vali angrier, until Thor raised a hand towards Loki's head and created a magic circle that dispelled the illusion created by the blood god Jotun. Vali was silent for only a few seconds, before turning to Thor with a frown. As much as it pains me to say this, I think we needed him, said Vili, begrudgingly. This time it was Thor's turn to snort in amusement. That self-important slacker was more of a hindrance than a help, and you know it, Thor said, looking around. When Vala sighed and recognized that Thor was possibly telling the truth, he still frowned in contemplation. After all, the mission to find Andvari was still his responsibility. So any news? Asked Vali. Thor stopped and thought of an answer. Until he shrugged. Sif is pregnant and I married another woman. No big deal. Another day in Midgard, said Thor. Vala stared at his brother until a look of disbelief appeared on his face. You what? Asked Vali. It was then that Thor spent the next few minutes explaining to Vala what had happened, while they searched for any sign of Andvari with the help of another group of trackers who had been accompanying Vali. At the end of the explanation, Vili could only say one thing. You know, I've come to admire you more now, but have you told Sif about this Jotun named Jern Saxa as your new wife? Asked Vali. To Vala's surprise, Thor denied it. No, actually I was going to tell her after helping you, said Thor. Are you sure that's the wisest move? Asked Vali uncertainly. Why? I just explained to you that this is what Sif more or less wanted. I just think I did. An unintentional surprise choice, said Thor. Vali looked up with an amused gaze. Yes, you also said that Sif is pregnant. How do you think she will react to you finding another wife? Emphasis on wife, not lover. Just a short time after she gave you that idea, said Vili. Thor froze and considered the possible scenario. By Ymir, she'll probably get a little pissed off, said Thor. A little? Asked Vali in disbelief. Yes, just a little, said Thor, already thinking about how to appease his wife's possible fury. Although Vala was immediately curious when he saw that Thor had turned a little pale. That a little? How much are we talking about? Asked Vali. Thor looked listlessly at Vali and gave a nervous smile. Well, this is Sif we're talking about, so most likely. Location, Midgard/Thor's house. I'm going to grab his balls and pull them like I'm milking a fucking cow. It was the scream that was heard throughout Thor's house, which currently had only 2 occupants, Sif, Thor's wife, and Jern Saxa, Thor's new wife. No need to exaggerate. I still want to have children with your husband. Little one, said Jern Saxa, with an amused look. Jern Saxa was sitting on the sofa, with an infectious smile that seemed to be enjoying the show provided by Sif. Sif was being driven by pregnancy hormones. I asked him to take a mistress? A mistress? Not a new wife who looks like an ice witch with oversized tits, said Sif, pacing the room. Jern Saxa was offended by some comments, but unfortunately it seemed that Sif completely ignored her. It was then that a knock on the door drew the attention of the people in the house. Sif, realizing that it couldn't be Thor or Hel due to them having a key to the house, soon went to answer the door. As soon as Thor's wife opened the door, she ran into someone unexpected. 2 very familiar dwarfs. Brock? Eitri? Asked Sif. Greetings, Sif. My brother and I are determined to study all possible weapons and now one is missing. Mjolnir, is Thor there? Brock asked shyly. When Sif realized who it was, she grimaced in disgust. Get out of here, Brock, you donkey-tying stump. My mother told me you laughed at her when she tried to forge custom weapons for the first time. Take that wish of yours, write it down on a piece of paper, and roll it up to put it straight up your ass, screamed Sif. Brock was ready to retaliate with a curse, but Sif had plans to end the conversation. However, when Sif went to close the door, Eitri soon stopped both her and Brock from further discussion. Hang on, Sif, please. We've heard of a lot of activity in Muspelheim, my brother, and I want to study Asgard's possibly most powerful weapon to have any chance of creating something manageable for the Asgardian army, said Eitri. Unlike Brock, Sif thought Eitri was the closest thing to a family friend. After all, he was one of the few dwarfs who didn't look down on her mother for being a half-blood. Increased activity in Muspelheim should be kept secret to avoid panic, said Sif. Brock replied, HMPF. It was secret, until some Einherjar, 100 men in total, were found completely charred by Prince Baldur this morning, said Brock. Sif froze. What were the teams? Asked Sif, with a tone of apprehension. Sif was nervous and rightly so. After all, her father is part of the active Einherjar, and he was one of those who were responsible for the surroundings of Muspelheim. Brock and Eitri exchanged glances but chose to speak softly to Sif. We don't know if Ragnar was among the bodies, said Brock, but was soon interrupted by Eitri. Perhaps you'd better go back to Asgard to be sure our request can be postponed, said Eitri. Postponed? Brother, more can die if, said Brock, before being interrupted. Later, said Eitri, narrowing his eyes and grabbing his brother to pull him away from the house. Meanwhile, Sif stood in the doorway, as if entranced by the possible news brought by the dwarfs that her father may have died in the line of Einherjar duty. Location, Tordenha/Arena Valhalla. Sitting comfortably in the stands of the great Valhalla arena was Ibana, Kingsguard 5, who had returned after healing Igris and Horatius and was now drinking wine while watching what was happening on the holographic projection of the mirror dimension. The battle for the rank of Kingsguard 1. If there was one thing Ibana could say about what she was seeing, it would be summed up in just a single word. Monsters, murmured Ibana. It was then that someone approached Ibana. Who are the monsters, Ibana? Asked the figure. It was Yamato, Kingsguard 3, and she wasn't alone. Inkijo, accompanied by a teenage girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, also followed Doughty's avatar closely. Ibana ignored the first question when she noticed the teenage girl. Who is it? Asked Ibana, raising an eyebrow. Inkijo then happily replied. This is my friend, Angelica. She is the sister of friend Gilgamesh, said Inkijo. Ibana just stared listlessly, but soon turned the rest towards the projection again. I'm delighted. Regarding your question, Yamato, you may see for yourself, said Ibana, pointing to the projection. When Yamato looked at what Ibana was watching, she saw the hologram that projected the current situation of the mirror dimension. Oh, are they still fighting? Any hint of the first loser? Asked Yamato. Ibana shrugged. Karna and Achilles were the ones who showed up the most. After they destroyed mountains and obliterated islands, they seemed to be evenly matched in power, said Ibana. This made Yamato widen his eyes. As much as I don't like his attitude, Achilles matching Karna in power is something I never expected, said Yamato. Ibana smiled. Yes, the idiot made Karna uses one of his gifts given by the Hindus. I think that javelin spear Thor gave Achilles put him on equal terms with Karna, said Ibana. What about Gilgamesh? Asked Yamato. Ibana growled in response to the mention of the name. The slug guard is comfortably seated in a sort of boat awaiting the winner of the duel between Karna and Achilles. According to Gilgamesh, he only fights champions, said Ibana. Yamato frowned. That's too much arrogance for a human, said Yamato. It was then that the teenage girl named Angelica chose to speak out, to defend her brother. It's not arrogance to just claim you're the strongest, it's just is, said Angelica. Yamato soon turned to face Angelica. It's been over a millennium and Achilles and Karna have never changed rank among the Kingsguard, then out of nowhere your brother appears and makes arrogant bravado. Please keep your feet on the ground, neither Karna nor Achilles are weak Kingsguards. Quite the contrary, they are monsters in their own right, said Yamato. When Angelica went to speak again, someone chose to interrupt. Well, then I guess the monsters found an even bigger monster. After all, he already demonstrated why he is arrogant before others, said Ibana. Everyone then looked at Ibana and raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Asked Yamato. Ibana just sighed and just created a rune near her seat in the Valhalla arena. Valhalla arena coordinates established, territory of the Greeks, said Ibana. It was then that the projection image changed and was now displaying the real-time image of Greek territory from the mirror dimension. But something was wrong. Hannah, I thought you established the image of Greek territory, questioned Yamato. There was nothing but the blue Mediterranean Sea. This is Greek territory, said Ibana. Yamato's eyes widened with the implications. How did this happen? Asked Yamato. Ibana shrugged. When they were transported, Achilles and Karna were the first to meet in the human territory of Rome. The fight was extended for some time, which caused the two to stop in Greece. That's when Gilgamesh found them. In the next few minutes there was no more Greece, said Ibana. Monsters, said Yamato. That's what I said, said Ibana, throwing her arms up in irritation. For the daughter of the sun god Utu, she felt that she was left behind in terms of power. Although she was the only one with healing power out of all the Kingsguard at the moment, she wanted to be recognized for her offensive power. How about we concentrate on the battle? Asked Inkijo. Everyone quickly waved and Ibana returned the image of Karna and Achilles to the holographic projection with the main image, while the others sat down. Location, mirror dimension/territory of future Russia. In an icy northern forest, two figures shrouded in green and red color that looked like two comets were constantly colliding, with each impact causing shockwaves that shook the place. It was then that the green-colored comet was pushed toward the ground, which caused a cloud of dust to rise. The cloud didn't last long, as it was soon dissipated by a wind current caused by someone. It was Achilles, who was slightly injured, although he displayed an excited smile as he stared at the sun-like red aura figure. Don't get too confident, my friend. Let's see who is the best, shouted Achilles. The Achaean warrior then summoned a particular green-colored aura, which covered his body with a kind of protective layer, making the winds roar as the earth around him to tremble. Achilles started using Vilgestirka Night. The figure with the red aura that was watching Achilles dispelled the aura and was eventually revealed to be Karna, who also sported multiple injuries on his body. In response to the power displayed by Achilles, young Karna only smiled in response. The hero born to kill. Indeed, you live up to your best-known title, said Karna. It was then that Karna's eyes flashed, symbolizing the Vilgestirka archer, while Karna also used the Vilgestirka Knight, which made a red aura roar at the same time as it covered Karna's body. Let me repay your resolve with mine, said Karna. It was then that Karna began to recite something. One chant, in particular, was passed down to him by his former mentor, Parshurama, to invoke one of the astras given to him, Bhargav. As Karna recited the chant, he began to aim an arrow towards the sky. As soon as the chant was finished, Karna shot a single arrow made of what looked like fire. As soon as the fiery arrow reached a certain height, it exploded in a storm of flames that covered the skies in fire and punished the ground with the resulting heat. From the explosion created, a shower of thousands of similar arrows, but sharper and more incandescent, rained down from the sky towards the ground. Achilles was unfazed and swung the javelin spear, causing a lightning storm, and shot into the sky like an ascending comet, tearing through the air as he intended to end this combat in that instant. It was then that the two powerful attacks of both heroes collided. Boom! The explosion caused part of the future Russia's territory to be completely obliterated by their combined overwhelming power, causing the snow to melt and the forest to burn, while the winds roared and the earth shook. In the distance, on a floating golden ship, was a figure in golden armor, looking bored as he watched the explosion looming in disinterest. The figure was Gilgamesh, and he was waiting for the winner of the confrontation. When the explosion subsided, the first hero who challenged the gods smiled as he noticed a single victorious figure standing. It's about time. Finally, someone has emerged victorious, said Gilgamesh, rising from his throne. The floating ship that Gilgamesh was on ended up heading toward the winner of the clash of heroes, which turned out to be Karna. Although Achilles managed to catch up for a while, Karna was still more powerful than the Achaean. However, Karna could admit that in hand-to-hand combat, he was absolutely certain that Achilles would win due to his superior speed. When Gilgamesh got close enough, he saw the state of Karna. Oh, quite a bit of damage, son of the sun, would you like some rest? Asked Gilgamesh, with a tone of amusement. Karna was wounded in several places, the biggest wound being in the stomach area, which had a hole running through the body, probably caused by Achilles' last strike. The demigod of the sun just sighed and pulled his bowstring, aiming an arrow at Gilgamesh. A person who only cares about winning is not the one who most deserves it, said Karna. Gilgamesh laughed in amusement. That's what others call quotes, right? It's a pity that I don't care for such phrases created by weaklings. After all, in the real world, those who rule are those who can, and those who obey would be those with sense, so the truth is that only one thing matters, said Gilgamesh. Karna narrowed his eyes. Karna's crimson aura soon covered him, and in response, a golden aura covered Gilgamesh's body. Before the two started to fight, Gilgamesh only said a single word. Power, shouted Gilgamesh. Boom. Karna and Gilgamesh's auras then collided, causing a new explosion that covered the skies in fire and caused meteors to fall to earth, decimating anything in their path, while the two remaining heroes fought for supremacy. Location, southern realm of Asgard/Sesramir, House of Freyja. So let me get this straight, do you have to pay Ymir a large amount of gold if you want to marry Gerd? Asked Freyja, rubbing her temples as she listened to her brother. Frey, the Vanir prince, nodded, but there was concern on Frey's face. Almost that, sister. There is a small problem, said Frey. Freyja soon growled in annoyance. What else, Frey? Freyja asked. Ymir had said about an untold amount of gold. He obviously doesn't want to accept my marriage proposal, but it was the best I could do, said Frey. Freyja then looked at Frey in disbelief. And how exactly can you give that amount to Ymir? We may be Vanir royalty, but our wealth is finite, said Freyja. That's where it is. I heard of a Greek god who can help, Frey said excitedly. Freyja raised a suspicious eyebrow. Who exactly are you thinking of? Freyja asked. Hades, said Frey, with a tone of certainty. However, Freyja did not share her brother's certainty. Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten that God is famous for seclusion? Also, how do you think the god of the underworld will help you? He is not even properly worshipped by Greek mortals, asked Freyja in disbelief. Maybe, but he's still one of the richest gods out there, Frey said. Freyja frowned at what Frey meant. Yes, but you forget that he has no reason to help you and there is absolutely nothing you can offer him to bargain, so I suggest asking someone else for help, said Freyja. Frey soon pouted. You've only criticized all my ideas so far, you should help me. I thought you were the goddess of love, not the goddess of criticism, said Frey. This soon made Freyja angry if the popping vein on her forehead was any sign. I am the goddess of love, but that kind of one-sided love is what leaves me with no means to help you, said Freyja. You mean Gerd doesn't like me? Frey asked. Not even remotely? She loves you as much as a rock, said Freyja. You mean I have a chance? Frey asked. Freyja looked at her brother as if he were both mad and deaf, but she could only sigh in defeat, for she knew better than anyone that when Frey puts his mind to something, he is unlikely to give up. Sigh. Think about what you want. I'm going to Midgard, said Freyja, getting up from the wooden throne and already walking towards the exit. She was soon followed by an angry Frey. Are you going to his house again? Sister, it's been millennia since you started to be interested in him, not even you, much less he, took the first step, said Frey. Freyja scoffed. Do you hear yourself? Also, Thor is probably the only existence that hasn't looked at me as if I were undressed in front of him. I want that in my husband, someone who doesn't see me as a simple bed warmer, said Freyja. Frey sighed. Have you forgotten what Sif once said? When she saw that you were a little depressed after Thor didn't notice you during one of the festivities, said Frey. When Freyja thought about what occasion this was, she immediately grimaced when she remembered. How can I forget Sif's kind words? She said, love is like a fart, if you push it too hard you end up doing shit. Sigh. The subtlety of a dwarf, said Freyja. Anyway, maybe you should take her advice. Thor doesn't even have eyes for any woman other than Sif, so maybe you should consider that he will never take a mistress, let alone another wife, Frey said. Freyja soon looked at Frey with a determined look. I will marry Thor, it will take time, but I can feel in my bones that he is my chosen one. I will be the second wife, I'm sure of it, said Freyja. Before Frey could respond, a third voice came into the conversation. Third wife, said the voice. Both Frey and Freyja froze and looked at the source of the voice, which turned out to be a Valkyrie named GLL who was accompanying Frey and Freyja as Asgard's bodyguards. Frey was nervous when she realized what the Valkyrie had said, while Freyja seemed not quite sure what she heard. Forgive me, GLL. What did you just say? Asked Freyja, with a fake smile. GLL looked shy when he answered again. My sisters were protecting King Odin when Prince Thor came crashing down the throne room doors and grabbed the Allfather by the collar as he told Odin that he'd fallen into the trap of a surprise wedding. So it's likely that Prince Thor just got married, said GLL. When the hall was silent, Frey and GLL got nervous after all. Freyja didn't respond to GLL's explanation and just stood there, looking like a statue, smiling. A fake smile on the face of the goddess of love was never a good sign, until Freyja reacted with something Frey didn't expect. He. Looks like I've been left behind again, Freyja said, turning around and walking away. Frey, confused by his sister's actions, soon approached. Sister, aren't you angry? Frey asked uncertainly. Surprisingly, Freyja kept smiling and soon gave an answer that even Frey wasn't expecting. No, said Freyja. Frey swallowed hard and soon realized something. Freyja wasn't heading towards Sesramir's exit. Freyja, we're going the wrong way, said Frey. No, I'm not. I'm going to my room, said Freyja happily. Prince Vanir then realized that his sister would need some time alone after hearing this news. So, against his protective nature, Frey chose that this was the best time for him to leave. Well, I'm on my way. I'll see you later, sister. Call me if you need anything, said Frey, waiting for some answer. Frey didn't receive any response, as Freyja just kept walking with a smile as if nothing bad had happened. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie named GLL just silently followed as she reflected on what she had done in silence. Sayag. I can already see that Brunhild is going to ground me. She always asks me to be careful not to cause turmoil in the minds of others, even if it's unintentional, said GLL, depressed. Only time would tell what would happen in the future. Finding a worthy horse for my beloved daughter is not an easy task. However, as the best father in the world, although in my daughter's words, I would do my best to make her wish come true. The hunt for a horse ended up taking up a lot of our time. I decided to take advantage of it by teaching her a thing or two to defend herself from evil, strangers with evil intentions. Very well, Thrud, while we look for the best horse, how about learning something from your old father? I asked. My beloved daughter, who was playing during the snowfall, looked at me with a confused but curious look. She tilted her head slightly to demonstrate this. She's so cute. Where's the fucking camera? Oh, that's right. I'm in the past. Okay, new goal, build a camera so I can take photos of my daughter, with her dressed as a little Valkyrie. Yes, it will be worth it. Learn. What, Dad? Thrud asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. I blinked. After all, what should I teach her? Oh, how about the basics? I said, suggesting to Thrud that she looked at me carefully. She was too young, after all, she only had a few months of life considering she ages faster for some reason. Furthermore, Sif would play pool with my balls if she knew I taught Thrud something potentially too dangerous for her age. Something simple like accessing divine power should be something calmer and easier for my future Iron Lady, the bane of perverts. Basic? Questioned Thrud. I gave a confident smile. Yes, your grandmother, Frigg, taught me that lesson when I was older than you, but I think it's okay to show you something simple, I said. I soon sat down and gestured for Thrud to sit in front of me. I had also taught Hephaestus, but the environment and nature of his divine power was not something very physical, but rather intuitive. Furthermore, Hephaestus' power focuses on unveiling artifacts and enchanting them, enjoying the possibility of extracting the maximum potential from each artifact he forges and studies. Thrud was different, I could feel it. The nature of her divine power was too similar to my signature, much more so than Kamish and Hephaestus. Ygri's was another, but he was limited to Dragon King flesh and human bones, which interfered with the balance of divine power he had from my blood. I waited for my daughter to get comfortable before starting her first lesson, which was also something I learned in the past. Well, firstly, we are supernatural beings, with superior abilities and beyond understanding, of natural origin coming mainly from a primordial origin and from a life form that used this origin to create us. We are different because we are worshipped by others and, therefore, we are born different and associate ourselves with something that our internal power, created from that origin, resonates with. I stopped, as I could see a confused look from Thrud. Maybe I was too technical. Do you want me to explain it more simply? I asked. Thrud nodded without hesitation. Maybe I'm not good enough to be a teacher. Well, think of us as. I stopped and looked around. It was then that I saw something simple and close. In fact, it was right next to me. A mere flower, which was about to bloom. We are like this flower, I said. Thrud looked at the flower and then at me. Hi. We are cute, said Thrud. I snorted. Maybe, but mainly, just like a flower needs sun and water, we need something called faith from others who worship us. This is our sun so that we can grow and live, just like this flower, I said. It wasn't my best comparison, but at least Thrud seemed to understand. So the faith of humans is our sun, and it feeds us, but what about water? Thrud asked. Yes, definitely got it. Score for me? Our water is our origin, Thrud. The starting point of what defined us as different and therefore deities and what we use to access divine power, I said. She was silent until I saw a sparkle in her eyes. Jinyoung Gagap. Thrud said. Yes, she almost got it right. Almost, Thrud. Remember that Jinyoung Gagap no longer lives among us, for he gave his life to create Ymir, Buri, and Audit Humbla, but we still use divine power. There is something that was there that Jinyoung Gagap used to facilitate him in creating that spark of life and, by extension, us. I said. Thrud struggled to find the answer, but it seemed like I was demanding too much, so after a few seconds I helped her a little. The answer lies where Verflonir rests, Thrud, I said. I saw that I did a good job, as she soon had that glow of certainty. Yggdrasil. Thrud said. I nodded with a proud smile. After all, my daughter was smart for her age. However, I could see a brief look of confusion. I don't understand, how did Yggdrasil help Jinyoung Gagap? Thrud asked. I smiled and put my hands together. Yggdrasil at the time, according to my mother, was young, but already captured what made it what it is today, something beyond the physical plane, I said. Flexing a little, I created a small sphere with some of my power before speaking the next word. Energy in its purest form, I said. The answer was this, so simple it seemed ridiculous. The universe was created from a point of energy, which from this energy created the rest. Everything was connected, but at the same time not, since the vast majority did not see this connection. There were just a few who could access this connection. Yggdrasil was one of those few. When Yggdrasil accessed this energy source, it began to grow and reach beyond the physical plane, with only the roots being left behind. But, as this source of energy was endless, it needed to be regulated by other beings. Hence the existence of Verflonir and Ratatoskr. They served to regulate Yggdrasil's accumulated power, never letting it go beyond it so that Yggdrasil did not end up capturing too much energy. It was from this pure energy that not only Jinyoung Gagap was born, but other beings as well. Yggdrasil indirectly helped our creator in terms of capturing this energy as well, but we call it divine power, I said. In simple terms, we captured this energy too, but as it is a volatile energy because it is constantly changing, our bodies ended up forcing this energy to adapt to our will and limits, hence the association of gods with certain aspects of existence, created from of that same energy. Therefore, when a deity is born, it does not have an immediate domain or association, as the energy is still adapting to the body, although there could be a reaction from the world if the deity had potential. So what is my divine power, father? Asked Thrud, curious. I gave a knowing smile. I have no idea, I said, shrugging. Although the divine power signature was similar to mine, it still had certain peculiarities that differentiated it. It is up to Thrud to discover. Unfortunately, my answer didn't seem to please my daughter, as she seemed more confused, but I soon explained as best I could. Close your eyes, Thrud. I will teach you how to access the power that the primordial energy has granted you, I said. My beloved daughter seemed to follow suit and assumed a pose with her hands together. Ignore the external noise, just focus on my voice. Now, think about the most memorable moment you had. It could be happy or sad, I said. This will serve as a kickoff, then it will be something more intrinsic, without the requirement for concentration. Oh, birthday cake, said Thrud, drool dripping from his mouth. Maybe, she was too focused. Very well, now, remember this feeling, and now hold it, I said, explaining the next step. She seemed to be frowning, and I could see that she was so absorbed in the memory that for a moment I worried that I had lost my daughter's attention to a damn cake. Then, taking the chance that maybe my daughter was still paying attention, I said the last step. Now, just pull it with you, slowly listen to the world around you, but don't let go of that feeling you've held on to. Hold it with you always, I said. For a moment, nothing happened and I thought I had failed. Until I saw the exposed blue veins she had inherited from my yellow counterparts glow, and then something happened. A bubble made of energy enveloped Thrud and she began to slowly float. Obviously, like a good father witnessing his first steps, I couldn't help but be proud. That's right, Thrud. Now dash, I said, before witnessing something that interrupted my flame of pride with a bucket of cold water. With a flash of light, Thrud is gone. I stopped and looked around. She wasn't in front of me, she wasn't behind me, neither my right nor my left. I looked up, she wasn't flying in the sky either. Did I just lost my daughter? Yes, I think I lost my daughter. I lost my daughter. Thrud, where are you? I shouted, jumping up from my spot on the ground and looking around like a dehydrated pilgrim in the desert looking for water. Hell, she's not even 5. There shouldn't be enough energy for teleportation and I didn't even teach the rune for that? How the hell did she disappear? I used Vilgestirka Archer to the fullest and tried to find the little pest, but nothing. It was just me here. I screwed up. Maybe if I reach out to Sif and say, honey, our daughter can teleport, but, to test the limits, she teleported to a place that even I don't know about, she will not be pissed. I said. I stopped and thought again about what I said. I grimaced. What the hell am I thinking? This is Sif I'm talking about. Thrud, get out of wherever you are? Otherwise, you won't have little brothers to play with in the future. I screamed. It was then that, amid my growing despair of losing my balls to my vengeful wife, I heard, hi, beautiful. A laugh I know very well, dem brat, do you think your father's concern is funny? So this is a joke for you, I said, looking around more carefully. Was she invisible? No, it's not invisibility, otherwise I would have seen it, so what is it? I soon accessed my storage necklace and pulled out an emergency picnic basket. After all, both Sif and I discovered that if Thrud had been born a devil, she would only have one major sin. Sniff, strawberry cake. Greediness. I gave a knowing smile. After all, it was worth having an emergency picnic basket. Sif still called me crazy. Well, who's crazy now, Sif? If you come out, we can eat, so come out. Thrud, I promise you're not grounded, I said, narrowing my eyes. Of course, I lied. This little brat made me believe for a moment that I would lose my balls as soon as I told Sif that I had lost our daughter. She will be grounded until the milk from Sif's breasts was just powdered milk. A flash snapped me out of my thoughts and I quickly launched myself towards it, grabbing the next solid thing which turned out to be Thrud, and put away the picnic basket in the process. When Thrud saw what I did and realized I lied, she looked at my face. Oh, said Thrud. I gave a maniacal smile. Yeah, oh to you, I hope you know you brought this on yourself, I said. My daughter gave me a scared look and then put her hands together again. My eyes widened, but I gave an amused smile. Whatever you did, it wasn't teleportation, so with me holding you, you can't go without pulling me along, you can't escape me you little sh. I said until she did the impossible. I was blinded and as soon as I opened my eyes I saw myself in another place. A bewildering place, as it didn't exactly have a floor, but rather a vast lake, with my reflection and Thrud's being perfect, with the only difference being something peculiar. The reflection of me and Thrud was glowing a blue color and the reflected place was exactly where we were in Midgard, just in a faded blue color. However, what caught my attention was not that, but what was in front of me. I knew what it was as soon as I laid eyes. Yggdrasil. Oh, I said, feeling a slight tingling on my back that felt like an itch. My berserker mark reacted. Thrud was still in my hand, but she didn't seem to care where she was at the moment. She was more worried about being in trouble and within my reach. She didn't know what this place was. This was the world of Yggdrasil, the ethereal world in which there were only 3 entrances, which were the best known among our pantheon. The first was Urdarbrunnr, the well of Urdur, the original home of the Norns and the well that Odin used as a source to establish Asgard, as well as being where he entered to access Yggdrasil, and hang from the branches and suffer for years to understand the secret of the runes. The second was Misbrunnr, the well of Murmur, and the place where Odin sacrificed his eye for knowledge. The third and last was Hvergelmur, the boiling pit, where the Norns spent most of their time in search of magical clay and where Nidhogg came to gnaw on the roots left by Yggdrasil on the physical plane, as well as where I found my most used means of transport, Tangrisnir and Tangjaste. But coming here has a price. For Odin, for example, it was going crazy with loneliness and suffering in the name of more power. So, what did Thrud pay to be here? I looked at my daughter this time with more attention and concern. Ugh, I'm sorry, Dad, am I in trouble? Asked Thrud, with her famous puppy dog look. I faced Thrud and then Yggdrasil in its ethereal glory and answered with the softest smile I could muster. Yes, you're still in trouble, I said. My response seemed to dampen Thrud's mood. Oh, said Thrud. Location, Midgard/Future Faroe Islands. POV. Third person. In an untouchable and inhospitable-looking landscape, 2 lonely figures walked around looking for something. The figures turned out to be Brock and Eitri, who although they were looking for something, walked and treated the land with utmost respect for some reason. The reason was quite simple. The archipelago they were in took on the iconic shape of a body lying face down in the ocean. Ymir's own body. Brock, I don't like this. I even feel that we are desecrating Ymir. Perhaps a curse will even fall on us, said Eitri, worried. Although Eitri was wary, Brock was the opposite. No need for such fuss, brother. Let's just grab something and leave. No desecration or anything like that. After all, Ymir is just here gathering dust, with his flesh having turned to stone a long time ago, but something must have escaped, said Brock. Brock was determined. After all, they were here for a simple purpose that their dwarf blood demanded. Create the impossible, always. I know, but isn't it dangerous for us to be here? Although this is Asgardian territory, I remember we were told to stay away from here due to her, Eitri said, hesitating at the end to say the name. It seemed that the dwarf was even afraid to recite the name. Brock soon looked around, hesitant as well. Well, maybe she doesn't have very good ears, after all we're alive and we've been here for a day. We arrived in the morning and it's already late afternoon, said Brock, shrugging. Eitri seemed more relieved, but still refused to let his guard down and went to answer his brother that maybe he was right, but although I should feel insulted by the not very good ears thing, I find the arrogance mixed with the dwarves' lack of concern about treading land that doesn't belong to them in search of materials interesting. A new voice appeared in the conversation. A new voice that belonged to neither Eitri nor Brock. As soon as Brock and Eitri heard the voice right behind them, they quickly picked up 2 hammers and then turned to face whoever had spoken. A woman, with long red hair and golden eyes, carrying an axe. The dwarves soon lowered their weapons and turned pale. Madam, Junior, said Eitri. The woman in front of them was Emir's own daughter. Silence settled, and JR's expression was apathetic, almost as if she didn't care who was in front of her. For her, they were all the same faces. There was only one face that she differentiated from the rest before that face was seen with love, but then it turned into hate and, after a long time, it became just one face among thousands again. The story of a seriously injured Aesir, who lost both brothers fighting Emir, rescued by her out of pity. JR looked apathetically, and tilted her head in confusion, as she landed on the axe on the ground and leaned on it. So, I wait for a proper response. What do you want here? JR asked. Eitri and Brock looked at each other and swallowed hard. They knew they couldn't lie, she would see through the lie the moment it left their mouths, and they would soon lose their minds in the process. Then, taking a deep breath, the 2 brothers soon responded truthfully. We're looking for a piece of Emir that hasn't been petrified yet. We want to use it to. Brock and Eitri said, until they were interrupted. Forging an artifact with a piece of my father's dead body, said Junior. Both brothers froze and waited for JR to react, but the Jotun looked thoughtful, and since they were still alive, perhaps this would be considered a victory. JR then, for some reason, asked a question while taking something off her back. It was the head of an angel. I found this being this morning in another place on my father's body, that's why I didn't speak to you right away, and he was demanding the same thing. As you can see, my answer was clear from JR, throwing the head to the feet of the dwarf brothers. Eitri looked at the head on the floor and then at Brock. We are so fucked, said Eitri. Brock chose to ignore Eitri and spoke to JR again before the Jotun took a more brutal reaction. Madam, JR, we are mere artisans. We do not make artifacts for war purposes. It is not our purpose is to forge. Not for war, but for our own satisfaction. Brock said, desperately. It wasn't a lie. Although dwarves forge armor, swords, axes, and any artifact usually used for warfare, they do not forge for that purpose. That's because it was the hardest thing to forge. Forge a bracelet? A pair of boots? Child's play for experienced dwarfs. But forging armor or a sword? Now that was a challenge? Because the quality had to be consistent, or else the artifact would be considered trash. The problem was that Odin knew this, and made a deal with the dwarves so that only the dwarves would forge weapons of war that would be given to the Asgardian army for field tests. JR was silent and watched Brock, but before she could speak, she looked elsewhere. Now it's a bat, huh? Said JR, thoughtfully. The Jotun, who was the personification of the earth itself, looked at the dwarves again and then seemed thoughtful, as if she was deciding her next step. For Brock and Eitri, this moment has never been so tense. After all, they could die. After a few seconds, JR pointed in a direction. There you will find one of the few things left of my father. It's been millennia, so it's not much, but it should be enough for you, said Junior. The dwarves were both amazed and confused. Thank you, ma'am, JR. Brock said. Thank you, but why? If I dare to ask, why your benevolence and piety? Eitri questioned, confused. JR didn't respond immediately, and just picked up the axe and put it on her shoulder, walking in another direction. In the same direction that she had located a bat. I don't really like my father, said JR, still walking and distancing herself from the dwarves. For Eitri, he knew there was more to this story. After all, even though JR claimed she didn't like Emir, she was still here, defending the remains of her late father's body with her own hands and in such a brutal manner that it would be considered heartless. We were lucky. Let's take what we were offered and get out of here. Let's go, Eitri. Brock said, quickly running. Eitri looked to where JR went one last time, before running after Brock. Meanwhile, JR walked softly, but the calmness in her steps could even be noticed by any experienced warrior. A tranquility that only a type of warrior displayed. The type of warrior that knew who was going to win. Bat, you have a few seconds to explain why you are here, said JR, looking at the sky. A figure soon descended from the sky and soon stood next to JR, although he wore a displeased frown. I thought it would go unnoticed. What a shame. It looks like I need to work more on my illusion magic, said the devil. JR raised an eyebrow but still remained apathetic, although, a feeling of anger at being ignored like someone else whispered in the old Jotun's subconscious, but was soon appeased by interest. This bat was stronger than the angel she killed that morning. Who are you? JR asked. JR was interested that maybe there would finally be something to stretch out the old combat joints. The devil just bowed a little and smiled softly at Junior. Greetings, my name is Zairama Neberos, head of House Neberos, of the 6 houses of Lucifer, said the devil, now identified with Zairama. Junior didn't seem impressed. What you want? JR asked. It was then that Zairama just snorted in response. Well, I think I can satisfy your curiosity. Lucifer gave me a mission to look for rare artifacts. I think he was upset with the toys his father gave to humans and wants something similar, said Zayorama, with a smile. JR raised an eyebrow. So you want something from my father too, huh? Said Junior. Zayorama just shrugged. Indeed, many know the stories of Ymir and his power. Well, I guess I will see for myself when I get some fragments, said Zayorama. JR frowned. When I get some fragment. Do you think I'm going to let you do whatever you want without my permission? JR asked. Zayorama laughed in response. You want me, a devil, to ask permission? Lucifer would rip out my soul and broadcast my screams of pain throughout the underworld as an example, said Zayorama. It was then that Zayorama summoned magical circles around him on the ground, and from them came a kind of green roots, which seemed to belong to a rose due to the amount of thorns. However, if I fight to achieve it, no matter if I win or lose, my life will be spared, although, if I manage to complete the mission it will be ideal. After all, I can have a greater reward, said Zayorama, with a glow dangerous. JR looked at the devil and watched him silently. This action confused the head of House Neberos for some time, but this bruise was soon dissipated when the devil's instincts screamed. Whoosh! Zayorama had ducked, and just in time, for in the blink of an eye JR had closed the distance and swung the axe as if it were the lightest thing she had. The power behind JR's axe swing was so great that it created a fissure in the nearest mountain, which was behind Zayorama. The devil didn't stay still and soon created a magic circle just below his feet, creating a giant rose that propelled him into the sky and got far enough away from JR in just a few seconds. As soon as Zayorama walked away, he moved his hand towards the rose he used just a few seconds ago, quickly gesturing that they controlled the rose, which soon obeyed and wrapped itself around JR and began to squeeze it. JR looked a little uncomfortable, and Zayorama saw this and started to smile. Are you feeling? My inherited magic is the bloody rose. It may not be the most destructive magic, but it has its uses with the right mind. After all, poison is quite efficient, especially when it is released into the air through spores, said Zayorama. JR just stayed silent and looked around. Sorry, old man, said JR, silently. Zayorama was confused until JR stomped the ground hard enough to make the earth tremble. The earth rippled and Zayorama was pushed back, while JR tore the stem of the rose that held her, although the thorns of the rose could still be seen, with which one with the size of small stakes piercing certain parts of her body. The head of House Neberos frowned as JR removed each thorn as if it were nothing, becoming confused by JR's still healthy state. Zayorama knew she was strong. After all, she was JR, the Jotun associated with the earth, who inhabited these islands since before the devil even existed. But he also knew that her feared power had fallen with Ymir's death, so he didn't think delaying JR would be that much of a hassle. I'm glad I'm not acting alone. Archesias Nebrius, I hope your magic is useful and goes unnoticed. I don't know how long this monster will keep her eyes on me, so I hope your weak magic of taming dogs will be useful once in a lifetime, thought Zayorama. Against all the odds Zayorama was facing, he still smiled in the face of the monster in front of him. In a way, I think I was the worst choice to come here. After all, you seem immune to poison, said Zayorama. JR remained silent and went to respond, but she suddenly stopped. Zayorama saw that Jotun started to look around and started to break out in a cold sweat. Did she sense Archesias? How? No, he's off the island. However, that dog of his is looking for the fragment. I have to keep holding her attention, whatever the cost, thought Zayorama, determined. The head of the Nabaruz house soon put his hands together, pointing his fingers at Jotun, and then created a magic circle that soon began to shoot hundreds of thorns towards the Jotun, who was still looking for something. JR soon turned her attention to Zayorama and swung the axe once more. This time the force was great enough to create a blade of air that was able to tear through Zayorama's attack with ease, and would have split the devil in half if he hadn't dodged at the last moment. You're getting more and more annoying. Just die quickly. I have more to do, said JR, apathetically. Zayorama soon began to sweat as he felt JR's power gradually increasing. Although the Jotun's apathetic expression hadn't changed, the increase in power and brutality was beginning to convey the obvious to Househead Neberos. JR was starting to get irritated. Even so, Zayorama only had a single mission. Distract her. I feel a little rejected. Don't worry, my company is about to end, said Zayorama, soon creating other magic circles, this time not on the ground. I can't go on with this. She barely spent divine power. Perhaps a different approach is needed, Zayorama thought, clasping his hands together. From the magic circles, giant roses began to emerge, but they were different. They were pure white and looked like they were about to bloom. JR looked briefly at the flowers and raised an eyebrow. After all, she initially assumed it was just another form of poison, but frowned when she felt something different. When the roses bloomed, JR prepared for the attack. But nothing happened. At least nothing that she saw differently. What is this supposed to do? Asked JR, with a raised eyebrow. Zayorama didn't respond and just smiled. A small way to balance combat, said Zayorama. It was then that the devil began to breathe in a more erratic rhythm, which JR noticed as soon as Zayorama spoke. His breathing is more erratic, and his pupils seem dilated. Moreover, thought Junior. Jotun soon used her senses to the fullest, mainly focusing on hearing, and began to pay attention to something much stranger. His heart feels like it's going to explode, thought JR, finishing the analysis. The Jotun just snorted and started walking towards the devil. It doesn't make any difference, he's still weak, said JR, apathetically. Zayorama just smiled and then shot towards Junior. The Jotun soon swung the axe in retaliation, but Zayorama soon covered his arm with rose stems in order to block. Time seemed to freeze as the axe fell on the plant stems and tore them apart like they were nothing, but then something happened. As soon as the stems were cut, a burst of smoke covered the field. This smoke was the accumulated pollen that Zayorama had breathed in before and transferred to this moment. For JR, she tried to expand the senses, although sight and smell were useless at the moment. But not the audition. When she heard the flapping of wings, she quickly retaliated by swinging her axe at high speed. Boom! The earth split in half, as did the body of Zayorama Neburos, who had taken flight to escape the pollen cloud. The devil stood in the air in shock, and JR thought she had won, but when she saw Zayorama's body become a tangle of stalks she soon became angry. When the cloud lowered and dissipated, she saw dozens of Zayorama were gliding in the skies with wings, all showing a smile that conveyed superiority. Irritating, said Junior. The Jotun raised the axe towards the heavens and something happened. The earth moved as if responding to JR's axe, and soon spikes were created at high speed and began to pierce and impale Zayorama's clones in the sky, though those that were hit soon exploded into pollen. The pollen didn't bother JR, it just blocked the Jotun's vision and smell, but poisons or any negative effects were blocked by the Jotun's high resistance. Furthermore, due to pollen being of magical origin, it became increasingly difficult to locate Zayorama, even though he was a mere clone. After the death of dozens of clones of the head of House Neburos, in an instant, JR felt a presence behind her. The Jotun soon turned and swung the axe quickly. Crack asterisk. Just to cut one more clone. And that same clone turned into a tangle of stems and thorns and took the form of a drill that pierced JR's crush at high speed. Although JR had blood oozing from the wound, she just pulled the drill from the body as if it were nothing, leaving an open wound that looked like a hole. The Jotun then grabbed the drill made of stems and thorns and clenched her hand as she closed her eyes in concentration. I was careless, I think I lost my touch. Forgive me for invading your world again. Yggdrasil thought Junior. For an instant, JR's world changed. Everything turned a faded blue color, and the drill that injured JR also showed a color. Silver. Just like the clones. However, there were also very thin lines that connected all the clones and any residue of magic released by Zayorama. These lines followed the path to a specific clone. A clone brighter than the others, which in fact was nothing less than the real Zayorama Neburos. JR acted quickly and left the world of Yggdrasil, and then propelled himself to where she had last seen the glowing clone, all in a matter of seconds. When JR got close enough, Zayorama Neburos, the real one, was wide-eyed when he saw that the Jotun was already in front of him, with the war axe falling like a lightning at high speed. The head of House Neburos just made a hand sign and the remaining clones exploded together, covering the area with more and more pollen, and with his fingertips, he conjured a small flame. When the flame came into contact with the pollen, it quickly commusted, exploding everything around it at the same time that JR dropped her axe in retaliation. Boom whoosh asterisk. The area of the confrontation was then shaken by the shock of the explosions, in addition to the flames quickly engulfing the place, although being quickly dissipated. When the explosion subsided, in the center of it all a figure emerged from the fire. Junior. The Jotun then swung the axe again and dispelled the flames further, and then began to take the dust and ashes out of her clothes, not bothering about the obvious wounds or burns. He escaped. That explosion surprised me, I ended up missing the hit a little. I'm getting too old for this, said JR, sighing. Meanwhile, a teleportation circle was created in the middle of the sea, far from the Faroe Islands. Splash! A figure fell into the sea and remained underwater until slowly emerging. Zayorama Neburos was alive. Although his body remained floating harmlessly and began to paint the sea red, the source turned out to be his missing left arm. The head of the Neburos clan soon used his remaining arm to create a magic circle capable of stopping the bleeding, and he began to fly as well. From the magic circle, stems began to emerge from the stump of the arm and took the shape of the lost arm, which Zayorama soon flexed in a test. So this was JR, the one who once rivaled Gaia. Even though I'm an ultimate class devil, she still pushed me to the limit, even though she wasn't at her peak, said Zayorama, thoughtfully. Although Zayorama was thoughtful, he couldn't help but notice a small seal, which was stored on the clothes, glowed for a few moments. When the head of the Neburos clan removed the seal, he only saw one sentence. I found a fragment, I'm taking it to Stella's. The sentence brought a smile to Zayorama's face. Excellent work, Arcesias, you are definitely more useful than I initially thought you would be, and thanks to that the Malabyrinth project is underway, said Zayorama.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.